This audiobook contains 4 censored sentences and 81 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Chow Chow, a silent storm of anger etched on his face, spoke. Let's move. We can seek answers once we return to our base. I have a few questions for Jean. Absolutely. Let's join the others and provide support, Isatha replied, her fury matching Chow Chow's determination. Rias Gremory faced a colossal gorilla-like creature, carrying another person atop it. The surroundings were teeming with thousands of menacing creatures, each possessing formidable looks, physiques, and powers. Despite the intimidating scene, the heiress of the Gremory clan maintained a composed demeanor. A calm expression adorned her face as she gazed at the person on the creature. With a gradual smile, she raised her eyes to meet the individual on the gorilla-like being. Care to repeat that again? Rias inquired, her voice exuding confidence. I will be the one to bring down your teams and become one of the eradicators, proclaimed the person on the creature, prompting a sigh from Rias. The world isn't that easy, she muttered, summoning a single ball of power of destruction on the tip of her finger. Laughter echoed through the air, a defiant taunt hanging in the moment. Ha ha! What's that going to do? The person's laughter came to an abrupt halt as Ria's small ball expanded with formidable force, eradicating every creature in its immediate vicinity. Amidst the chaos, only the person perched atop the gorilla-like creature remained, their descent back to the ground marked by shock and disbelief. Rias greeted the now horrified individual with a triumphant smile. Now that we're at eye level, care to enlighten me with a demonstration of the power you so proudly boast about? Her question, though laced with sweetness, carried a challenging undertone. I'm eager to finish this rescue mission quickly so I can return to the embrace of my fiancé, she continued, a subtle trace of impatience coloring her features. Chapter 18, Part 4. Rekindled light involved Leviathan's soliloquy seated in the living room. The routine of crafting lyrics for a new song occupied my time, a familiar activity. Yet, an unusual stillness surrounded the space. Typically, the air would be alive with the clamor of activity, but ever since everyone departed for the Phantasma, an unusual quietness had settled in. True, there were still a handful of individuals lingering around, and the school day had concluded approximately an hour ago. As I immersed myself in the creative process, the entrance to Aaron's home swung open, and the voices of Yuri and Rosette carried through, welcoming the return of someone to the house. She navigated her way into the room, settling wearily onto the couch. Her fatigued expression was evident, telling a silent tale of exhaustion. "Welcome back, Lisa-san. How was school?" I inquired, anticipating the response as I met her gaze. Her eyes reflected weariness and a hint of lifelessness, confirming what I already suspected. Exhausting. I can't recharge on my Aaron energy since he's not here. Do you have any idea how lonely and boring it is here? I'm not even actively in the front lines, so I can't join the smaller team of DXD, she lamented, seeking solace in a pillow she summoned from her ring, wrapping in a hug. It's okay. You can always give him a call or shoot him a text. Aaron and everyone else are pretty accessible, I reassured her, attempting to provide some comfort, though I couldn't deny the calming effect that my fiancé and friends had on me. Their presence, even in casual hangouts, always brought joy and ease. That's not the same, Ingvild. Lisa expressed her dissatisfaction, sinking back into her seat. Maybe I should ask to go over there. But we do need some people here, I objected. Sure, Aaron had most, if not all, of his Electa and Shadow soldiers here. However, I sensed his desire for a few members from Team DXD to stay back, perhaps for reassurance. While he trusted his subordinates, having some of the more normal team members around was crucial, as some people tended to get nervous around his Electa as people saw them as extraordinary. Lisa regarded me with a puzzled expression, questioning, his Electa are still here, along with the Shadow soldiers, members of DXD, and the gods representing each faction. Am I genuinely that indispensable? Well, if you frame it like that. But you still have your responsibilities as a teacher. Roygun-san and Griselda-san are over there, and I presume they're on leave? So, your presence is more crucial than ever, I responded, attempting to emphasize the importance of Lisa's role. She seemed to reluctantly acquiesce. Sure, but more people are departing soon to join them. Even Hephaestus is going, as she believes her skills will be valuable and in demand. Who knows how much she'll develop there, Lisa commented, her gaze directed at her own ring. Hephaestus-san had been expressing her enthusiasm about venturing into Phantasma. Apparently, she and Aaron had extensive discussions about it, and she anticipated the opportunity to utilize materials from a different universe for crafting armor and weapons. Hephaestus had a dream to be a blacksmith capable of crafting anything to the level of god grade. An excellent example of her prowess was a recent creation, a set of kitchen utensils with durability bordering on the infinite. These utensils could slice through almost anything with remarkable ease, needing just a single stroke. The quiet room was suddenly filled with Vivi's energetic voice. She leaped toward Lisa, who quickly set aside her pillow to catch Vivi. Excitement radiated from Vivi as she exclaimed, demonstrating various magic circles materializing around them. I did it. Lisa and I shared a surprise glance. It turned out that 2 days ago, Lisa had given Vivi a challenge: activate multiple magic circles simultaneously and incorporate her unique magic circles using her own formulas. Now, Vivi returned to proudly showcase her success in overcoming the set challenge. That was pretty fast, Vivi-chan. Did you get help from anyone? Lisa inquired, gently patting Vivi's head. Vivi shook her head, proudly declaring, I did it on my own. Lilith said I should be able to do that much if I want Papa's praise. Once again, astonishment gripped both of us. A feat achieved in a mere 2 days by someone of her age. Could we confidently call Vivi a genius? Aaron would undoubtedly take keen interest in her growth and future prospects, although he probably already did so simply because she was his child. In the midst of our contemplation, Royson entered the room, a giggle escaping her lips before she remarked, Vivi has been hard at work. After all, something like this would be easy for her. Big sis Frida has also been helping me with other things. I could do multiplication now, she proudly boasted. Frida cringed inwardly at the title. Vivi usually addressed us by our names or mama, but for some reason, she had bestowed the big sister role on Frida, much to her displeasure. Despite Frida's attempts to correct her, Vivi insisted on the label. Finally, in an attempt to redirect the nickname, Frida proposed a scenario: what if she and Aaron got married? To this, Vivi responded that, in that case, she would gladly call her mama. So, for the time being, she stuck with being called Big Sis. The unexpected casualness of Frida's feelings towards Aaron caught us off guard, especially as she confessed it to his or our daughter. There was an underlying concern that Vivi might inadvertently spill the beans to him about Frida's revelation. Royson, has Aaron reached out to you yet? Lisa queried abruptly, and Royson nodded in confirmation. Yes, he has. Currently, they're exploring a new planet called Titan Crest. Apparently, he envisions transforming it into a haven for everyone, especially the elderly, as sort of vacation planet. He even sent me a photo of it. Royson shared, displaying the image for us to see. Lisa's eyes lit up as she expressed her interest, saying, I'd love to go there. It looks beautiful and seems like a lot of fun. However, a sense of resignation soon replaced her excitement. Royson chuckled before elaborating. He also mentioned that after liberating Phantasma, he plans to take everyone on a tour. The same goes for Evie Atold and possibly Fatter Fedora once their liberation is achieved. Did Papa make that? Vivi inquired, her eyes filled with wonder as she gazed at the captivating image. Yep, Papa's talents know no bounds, right? Royson exclaimed, displaying various other photos captured by Aaron. The images showcased different perspectives, some taken from within, while others offered external angles. The snapshots also featured the companions who accompanied Aaron on his journey. Although some faces were unfamiliar, the assumption was that they were part of the resistance in that distant place. A fresh message blinked into view, this time presenting a video message from Aaron. Intrigued, Royson tapped on the notification, triggering the playback. The footage unveiled a captivating scene set on an artificial ocean, capturing the group's attempts at surfing. Most grappled with the challenge, struggling to maintain their balance and frequently succumbing to falls and wipeouts. One notable exception was Aaron, effortlessly navigating the waves, a clear testament to his likely utilization of powers, enabling him to swiftly master the skill. As the video played out, a wistful sigh escaped Vivi's lips. "I wish I could be there," she muttered longingly. Royson's gaze shifted to her phone, and with a thoughtful expression, Royson began tapping away. A few seconds later, a smile adorned her face. "How about talking to Papa? Would you like that?" She proposed to Vivi, who readily agreed. After a few rings, Aaron answered, and they engaged in a phone conversation that spanned a while. She radiated joy in their conversation, her happiness evident, yet a hint of teary-eyed emotion lingered throughout. As the month approached its midway point, their absence resonated, leaving an unmistakable void, particularly felt by those close to them. Even Azazel occasionally voiced his discontent about missing his banting partner, acknowledging the frequent banter he and Aaron shared. Despite the apparent shade thrown at each other, they both understood it was all in good humor, and they could share a laugh about it at the end of the day. My thoughts on the matter were interrupted when, out of nowhere, a new magic circle materialized, revealing Penemu. She promptly collapsed onto an unoccupied couch, emitting a groan of exhaustion. "Is Aaron back yet?" she asked. "No, there's still a lot on our plate." Aaron's voice came through the phone, prompting Penemu to spring back up at the sound of his voice. "Awen, sweetie," she cooed in an excessively saccharine voice, trotting over to Vivi. With surprising strength, she plucked Vivi from Lisa's arms, settling her on her lap as she took a seat. "Yeah? What's up, Penemu?" Aaron responded, sounding a bit bewildered by Penemu's behavior. "I'm coming there with Azazel. I convinced him, damn it," she declared, her exclamation startling Vivi, who looked at her with wide-eyed admiration. The rest of us were equally caught off guard by this unexpected announcement. Several weeks prior to their departure, Penemu had requested to join, and Aaron had given his approval. However, Azazel had firmly denied her request, citing Grigori's need for her presence. She had tried to argue, but Azazel remained steadfast. So, it leaves me wondering what had changed. Had Penemu managed to wear down Azazel's resistance with persistent nagging, or was there something else at play? We cast inquisitive glances at Penemu, seeking an explanation. Unperturbed, she engaged in conversation with Aaron and Vivi. The call was put on speaker, allowing us to eavesdrop on their exchange. Amidst the dialogue, a hint of commotion reached our ears. As the call reached its conclusion, Vivi chimed in, "Papa, do your best." "I will, Vivi." "Fufu. I feel even more motivated than before," responded Aaron. "We'll get going then. I love all of you, and take care." He bid farewell before disconnecting. With the conclusion of the call, Penemu returned the phone to Royson, and a quiet settled over the room. After a brief pause, Vivi broke the silence with determination in her voice. "I want to train more. I want Papa to praise me even more when he gets back," she declared, a fiery determination shining in her eyes. With that, she leaped off Penemu's lap and darted out of the room. "She's undeniably a daddy's girl, isn't she?" I remarked, eliciting chuckles from everyone. "She is. I'll go and supervise her, although I believe she's gone to get Artemis and Frida. Oh, and I plan on going out on an outing with her soon. So, if you want to come with us, just tell me," Royson declared before exiting the room. Following her departure, we delved into various discussions, encompassing not only Royson's invitation, but also exploring the motivations behind Penemu's desire to visit the Phantasma beyond simply wanting to be with Aaron. All things considered, the day unfolded with a sense of relative normalcy. Sarah Falls Leviathan's soliloquy, "Yes, yes, thank you. We'll make sure to go over there within the week." "Yes, yes, thank you very much." Until then, I uttered, concluding the communication circle. As it dissipated, I slumped back into my seat. The workload had intensified since Aaron and Team DXD departed for the Phantasma, while everyone managed to cope in their absence. The void left by their departure was palpable. It reminded me of the time when Aaron was hospitalized and out of commission during the war. Though the current situation wasn't as severe, it prompted a realization that we heavily relied on his efforts and those of DXD. It made me ponder how the world even functioned without their influence. Even the android fairy Aaron had gifted me last year seemed a bit overworked. Contemplating solutions, I considered asking him to upgrade it further or perhaps provide another one to ease the workload for all of us. Adjusting my posture, I returned my focus to the paperwork at hand. As a Satan, slacking off wasn't an option, and I delved back into my responsibilities with renewed diligence. In the midst of my work, another communication circle materialized beside me, momentarily diverting my attention. Intrigued, I responded, and to my surprise, it was Altaria accompanied by Layla. "Hey, you two, is there something you need?" I inquired casually, settling back into my chair. "Have you happened to hear anything from Aaron-sama?" Layla interjected, abruptly halting Altaria. Even with her blindfold on, the tension in Layla's demeanor was palpable, and I could discern the strain in slightly shaky voice. "And no, but just a few minutes ago, Royson sent me some pictures and a video detailing what he and everyone else are up to. It seems he's currently making upgrades to a few planets," I conveyed, noticing Layla visibly deflated at the information. Altaria beamed with a smile and spoke. "I came here to discuss the upcoming event we're planning for the East and West Yukai factions in Kyoto. Some Irish gods and deities from the Philippines pantheon will be joining too." Layla expressed her interest in seeing the images and videos related to it. "Would it be all right if she visits your office?" Returning the smile, I replied, "Certainly. I've been intending to gather opinions on that. I also have it playing on a small projector, looping continuously. Feel free to drop by whenever." In a matter of moments, Layla vanished and materialized beside me. She gracefully lowered herself to her knees, clasped her hands together, and tears welled in her eyes. "Oh, Aaron-sama, everyone," she softly exclaimed, emotions bubbling to the surface. Layla harbored a profound fixation on Aaron, perhaps even surpassing Antares in intensity, though the exact details eluded me, having only crossed paths with the guy a handful of times. Within the group of the Electa, Layla and he stood out as the most ardent devotees. I found myself occasionally drawing parallels between Layla's infatuation and her affection for him, wondering if it rivaled or even exceeded the love exhibited by Lavinia, Suzuku, Royson, or Aoife. The comparison oscillated between being eerie and commendable, leaning more towards the former than the latter. "Is this place called Titan Crest?" Layla inquired, redirecting her attention toward me. I nodded, engrossed in my paperwork. "Yes, it's supposedly a resort and retirement home of sorts." Royson texted me the specifics. "I've uploaded the photos and videos on that screen, but the specifies are still in our text," I informed her, extending the device in her direction. She swiftly glanced at the content, absorbing the details laid out by Royson. After several minutes of quiet, my attention turned to Layla, who appeared teary-eyed as she stared at my phone screen. Puzzled, I inquired, "Is something wrong? You sent Aaron-sama a lot of selfies and pictures, didn't you?" she asked, a hint of pride coloring her voice. Blushing slightly, I admitted, "Yeah, since I wouldn't be there, I thought he could use some pictures of me. Although everyone else is with him, including Sotan, we decided to have the occasional phone SC. Never mind. Anyway, he'll be fine without me. As for me, I'm running low on Aaron energy. I wonder if he'll fall if I send him things like this." Layla pondered aloud. "You shouldn't unless Aaron explicitly told you that you couldn't fall at all," I reassured her, detecting a note of concern in her musings. Layla appeared dissatisfied with my response, yet she returned my phone and settled onto the ground beside me. Together, we perused the pictures spread out before us. I resumed my work, and between tasks, we engaged in casual conversations about everyday matters, exchanged updates on various news, and found ourselves forming a deeper connection. Although I hadn't conversed much with her before, I discovered a unique enjoyment in these shared moments. Our time together continued seamlessly until the lunch break arrived and Layla decided to join me. Third-person point of view. Daniel moved swiftly toward his enemy, employing a precise karate chop to the neck that swiftly rendered the opponent unconscious. Presently stationed in the underworld, Daniel found himself in the company of several devils affiliated with DXD. Their current mission, though not of substantial scale, involved tackling a small group of devils who had opted to rebel without apparent cause. "Daniel-san, everything is clear over there," reported one of the devils. "Great job and thanks. Take any old relics or items you've come across to the surface, and we'll have EXE handle the processing before passing them on to the Satans and government," replied Daniel. "Roger." The young man responded with enthusiasm before departing on his assigned task. "This is Tobio. We're done in our spot 2. Heading over to you," Tobio communicated through their transceiver. "Got it. And moving into where their 2 leaders are. I'm minding it before you get here," Daniel replied, prompting a chuckle from Tobio. The team found themselves in the clandestine underground recesses of the Kame clan of devils. While this particular clan was thought to be extinct, a handful of devils had managed to elude discovery and continued to linger in hiding. However, a schism had fractured their unity at the onset of the previous year, giving rise to 2 opposing factions. On one side were those aligned with the current government, predominantly comprising the younger generation who had departed the underground base. On the opposing front stood a faction dedicated to upholding the old government and maintaining the established order. Refusing to abandon their subterranean sanctuary, they initiated a small-scale rebellion, thrusting the clandestine world into turmoil. As Daniel entered the expansive room, the walls and ceilings adorned with countless candles and elegant chandeliers, he found himself surrounded by an ambience of antiquity. Old steel armor stood proudly on stands, reminiscent of eras long past. Aged carpets from bygone times lay beneath, weaving a tapestry of history. The focal point of the room was a lavish oval table, exuding an air of grandeur. At the room's pinnacle, 2 devils stood prominently, a man and a woman. The man donned a flowing white dress, accentuated by a crimson cape that gracefully draped over his upper half. His blonde hair cascaded with long bangs framing his face, and piercing blue eyes held a certain intensity. A sword hung at his hip, and a red cape adorned his shoulders, adding to his regal presence. The woman, with long blonde hair fashioned into twin tails, concealed part of her face with the golden strands. Clad in a daring black skin-tight suit, she sported black claws on her wrists, emanating an aura of danger. Black ribbons adorned the ends of her twin tails, and a crimson cross-like necklace adorned her neck, completing her appearance. "The audacity of a monkey gracing our home, defeating our brethren," remarked the man. "Indeed, although he doesn't seem bad-looking," she replied, running her tongue across her lips. The man shot her an incredulous look, but shook his head. Let us before he could complete his sentence. Daniel appeared in front of him, thrusting his sword into the man's shoulder, a move that left both the man and woman in a state of shock. Attempting to counter, the man found himself on the receiving end of a swift punch from Daniel, collapsing with a caved-in face, knocked out. Meanwhile, the woman's attempt to evade was swiftly thwarted by another devil. She appeared in front of her, seizing her head, and forcefully slammed it into the ground. Following this, she unleashed a point-blank demonic attack, the ensuing explosion obliterating the immediate surroundings. Once the explosive aftermath settled and the smoke dispersed, the woman's head was notably absent, a void filled by a substantial crater where she once stood. Daniel gazed at the lifeless form of the female devil and let out a sigh. "Severa, what on earth was that for?" he queried. Severa, nonchalant, tilted her head as if considering his question. "I thought it would be better if we sped this up. We didn't need their names, did we?" She responded, "Not necessarily, but it would have been easier to find out from them rather than resorting to this," Daniel remarked. Severa extended her ring towards the woman. activating the appraisal ability. She's Vuliasa came, and he's a Vornis came, or Lady and Lord came. Fufu, we took down the two heads of the household, Severa declared, a note of amusement in her voice. You two finished, huh? I guess you were right, Imperia, Tobio accused remarked from behind. Both Daniel and Severa turned to see them at the entrance. See? Even if I'm the more violent between us, Severa can act like that when a fight breaks out. She's a battle maniac through and through. I can only imagine what the hell will happen during the tournament main stage, Imperia commented, shaking her head. Severa blushed, but refrained from speaking. Her demeanor had swiftly changed after defeating her opponent. Daniel approached the lifeless woman named Vuliasa, reaching out to touch her shoulder with the intention of reviving her. Upon regaining consciousness, she immediately launched herself at Daniel, intent on an attack. However, he swiftly countered with a sleeping spell, causing her to slump into a peaceful slumber. With the threat neutralized, he efficiently applied anti-magic cuffs to both of them, preparing to transfer them to the Alliance's secure jails. As the teleportation magic enveloped them, Severa, a fellow member of the Alliance, voiced her inquiry. Were you planning to listen to their side of the story? I did put a stop to it before you could, didn't I? Daniel shook his head, offering an explanation. No, I had already gathered information from the other faction of Kame. I discovered them beforehand, engaging in a lengthy conversation. They've decided to return to their territory after negotiating with the Satans and establishing relationships with them. The Kame household of devils is on the verge of an official return, marking the transformation of 32 devil clans into 33. As their mission in the underground base concluded, Daniel rose to his feet. Anyway, let's head back and report everything since we're done here, he informed the group. Walking out of the room, he casually clicked his fingers, mending the damage inflicted on the base. By the way, Daniel, how's everything in the Phantasma? Tobio inquired as they reached another room in the base. Boss is currently touring a new planet he transformed into a colossal space station. He named it Titan Crest, essentially a giant vacation spot and retirement home. Meanwhile, Chow Chow, Rias Gremory, and Aldrich's group are in the midst of a mission. They should be wrapping it up soon, unless they're aiming for a spectacular explosion along with the planet. However, their success will deal a significant blow to Fumara's organization, Daniel explained, providing a detailed update on the ongoing activities in the Phantasma. Tobio pondered with a finger on his chin, contemplating the situation before voicing his thoughts. So, they're not close to completing their mission in the Phantasma. Huh? Daniel shook his head, providing insight. It's a vast universe with enemies more formidable than what we encounter here. The influential figures in Fumara's organization are at the very least Dragon God class. Meanwhile, some untamed creatures can ascend to Satan class, reaching the pinnacle of God class, or even achieving Dragon God class in certain instances. He continued, delving into the complexities of the Phantasma and not even considering the presence of other rogue groups with their distinct agendas. It's a lawless place where only the strongest can endure. To be frank, only a mere 5 or perhaps 10 of our world would survive if the two universes were to merge. That's the magnitude of the contrast. As they strolled away, Daniel found himself immersed in a lively conversation, delving deeper into the vast expanse of the universe. Imperia and Severa, intrigued by the unfolding revelations, continued to inquire, prompting Daniel to share more intricate details and insights. "What the hell are you?" echoed the shout from a young boy, directed at Rias as he regained his footing. The boy, adorned in a stuffy blue coat, black pants, and multicolored shoes, with black fingerless gloves, had short white hair and dull red eyes. Perched on his shoulder was a peculiar bird, its body engulfed in dark blue darkness. Rias, maintaining her composure, tilted her head and responded, "A devil? What else would I be? Now let's continue, shall we?" Demonic fire flickered to life in Rias' hands, and she directed it toward the young boy, who skillfully evaded the incoming attack. "Stanley, that woman is dangerous. She's definitely stronger than Lord Sagarif, blurted out the bird perched on the boy's shoulder. I can sense that, damn it. Let's just summon more of those creatures, Stanley exclaimed, slamming his hands into the ground. In response, additional creatures materialized around them, and he conjured another one beneath him, confidently standing on its head. Attack her, Stanley commanded, and the creatures he conjured launched a barrage of attacks at Rias. Yet, she skillfully shielded herself with her power of destruction, effortlessly obliterating any incoming attacks. Stanley, bewildered, exclaimed, "What the hell is that? It seems like anything it touches is instantly destroyed. It's a troublesome ability, but if that's the case, then she likely relies on her powers and may not excel in hand-to-hand combat. We can exploit that," suggested the dark blue bird. Stanley grinned, determined. "I'm good at that. Let's do it then." With a touch to the beast's head beneath him, he initiated a merging process. Stanley, initially standing at 55, transformed after merging with the creature. Now towering at 611, he sported 4 additional arms, a tail with a poisonous tip, and fleshy armor enveloping him. Darkness added another layer of protection, creating a formidable and altered version of Stanley ready for the intensified confrontation. Rias responded with a gracious smile, dissipating the residual signs of destruction surrounding her form. Observing this, Stanley wasted no time closing the distance, launching a swift punch towards Rias' face. Confident that victory was within his grasp, he believed this fight was practically won. To his astonishment, Rias effortlessly evaded his initial strike, inviting Stanley to intensify his assault. However, this proved to be a futile endeavor as Rias continued to dodge each subsequent attack with apparent ease. The repetitive sequence persisted for a full minute, with Stanley growing increasingly frustrated at his inability to land a hit. In an unexpected turn, Rias evaded another of Stanley's punches, swiftly countering by delivering a powerful kick to his cheek. The force of the blow sent him sprawling backward, leaving him momentarily dazed. "I thought you said she didn't excel in hand-to-hand combat?" Stanley questioned, his frustration evident in his voice. "Well, that was the only logical conclusion," the blue bird responded. "You're only operating at 80 efficiency, right? Use a hunter now, and let's see how she fares," it ordered. Stanley acknowledged with a nod as his power surged, reaching its zenith in this particular form. With newfound strength, he propelled himself towards Rias. Swiftly arriving in her vicinity, he executed a series of feint attacks, only to reappear behind her and launch a punch toward her back. However, Rias, displaying remarkable agility, contorted backward, deftly avoiding the punch. Seizing the opportunity, she retaliated instantly, striking him with her shoes in a forceful backflip that sent him hurtling away once more. Recovering swiftly, Rias gracefully stood, flicking her hair to the side with a confident air. In response to Stanley's resilience, she harnessed the formidable power of destruction, forming a small ball that rapidly expanded, obliterating everything in its path. The destructive force unleashed wreaked havoc, tearing through a significant portion of the planet. As the cataclysmic ball approached its target, Rias patiently observed. Upon impact, it erupted in a spectacular explosion, demolishing a large chunk of the planetary terrain. Teleporting to the epicenter, she discovered that Stanley's protective armor had shielded him, albeit barely. His left arm hung limp and unresponsive, the left side of his face numb and vision impaired. "That's not good." "Bah, who cares at this point? Stanley, merge with me, and let's put an end to this woman. We said we'd try to capture one, but this one is way too troublesome," squawked the bird. "Yeah, got it," Stanley responded, his breaths coming in pants. The bird ascended, radiating a brilliant glow that emitted an eerie blue darkness, encompassing their surroundings. Descending back down, it merged into Stanley, transforming him into another substantial orb of blue darkness. The expanding ball captured Rias' interest as she stood there, observing the unfolding spectacle. The ball reached its zenith before erupting into a spectacular explosion, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Dark blue shadows danced and flickered around the point where Stanley had stood. From the remnants emerged a colossal dark blue humanoid, featuring a prominent black beak resembling that of a bird, 6 feathered wings, razor-sharp claws, and a star-shaped gem adorning its chest. The entity locked eyes with Rias, its 2 pairs of glowing orbs piercing through the aftermath as it assumed a fighting stance. Suddenly, 15 feathers shot out from behind the creature, creating an ethereal spectacle that surrounded Rias. In a mesmerizing transformation, each feather manifested into a miniature version of the humanoid bird, unleashing a synchronized screech before launching a barrage of attacks towards Rias. The attacks were diverse and relentless, a dark blue wind in the shape of a crocodile's head, a barrage of blue lightning, and even a torrent of blue flames. Yet Rias stood her ground with unwavering confidence, seemingly unfazed by the orchestrated assault. In response, she effortlessly enshrouded her body with the power of destruction, rendering the attacks futile as they crumbled against her defense. Amid the chaos, Rias found herself contemplating the words of Comptoir, emphasizing the capture of enemies for potential future use. She said to capture the enemies so they can be used for something. Rias mused as the attacks kept coming. Stanley's powers are interesting. I wonder what they'll turn into and who'll get them. It's still not working, mumbled Stanley, frustration etched on his face. He turned to Vlor, seeking guidance. What should we do, Vlor? Vlor, the bird with wisdom in its gaze, responded confidently. There's weaknesses for everything. I refuse to believe that she doesn't have any with that power of hers. Rias maintained her calm demeanor and smiled at the duo before vanishing. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared in front of Stanley. Before either of them could react, she unleashed a point-blank shot of power of destruction, obliterating everything in its destructive path. Rias stepped back, a satisfied expression accompanying her as she admired the aftermath of her power. The transformation of both Stanley and Vlor had been brutally undone. The scene was one of devastation. Both were now severely injured. Vlor's majestic wings were missing, and half of its once regal beak had disintegrated. The bird struggled to breathe, emitting strange sounds with each laborious breath. Stanley, now lying on his back, faced a grim fate. Both of his eyes were missing. The lower half of his jaw melted away. He had lost both his arms and legs, yet, strangely, there was no life-threatening bleeding. Neither of them were bleeding to death. Comptoir, is this enough? Rias inquired, her gaze still fixed on the 2 figures before her. Yes, that's fine. Good work. Please make your way to the tower where Citrina was. I believe you'll be needed there. Unless Chow Chow makes it there before you, Comptoir informed Rias. With those words, the pair vanished from Rias' sight, redirecting her attention to the towering structure that held Citrina and Sagarif. Rias sensed the familiar auras of Asia, Zenobia, Irina, and Aldrake. However, there were also 4 other auras intertwined within. Contemplating her next move, Rias weighed the option of heading directly to Citrina or joining the others to handle the subordinate first, then go towards Sagarif together. As she pondered, she unfurled her wings and gracefully soared towards the towering structure, the uncertainty of the situation propelling her forward. Rias swiftly reached an opening that had been carved out by Asia's collision with a hen. Scaling her way up, she joined the others who, upon sensing her arrival, turned to find Rias looking a bit perplexed. Former Prez, Zenobia exclaimed with excitement. I'm here, but who's that? Rias inquired, gesturing towards a white-haired, armored woman. Aldrake stepped forward, explaining, she's a royal guard we used to have. Apparently, she survived and had been serving as a subordinate for Sagarif, awaiting the opportune moment to rescue Citrina and escape this place. The revelation surprised Rias, and she nodded in silent acknowledgement. As they continued together, they found themselves in another expansive room, where 2 figures stood near the opposite end, adjacent to additional flights of stairs. Azius and Felera. They're powerful. I've beat both of them before, But they're tied for being the strongest and Sagrif's subordinates before I came here, Irelis admitted. Azius, a towering figure standing at about 63, sported short white hair and eyes. He adorned himself in a sharp, lined dark blue suit, a black tie, gloves, and shoes. In his right hand, he wielded a dark purple spear, its tip ablaze with flames. A confident grin played on Azius' face as he eagerly anticipated the forthcoming confrontation with Aldrake's group. Standing beside Azius was Felera, a woman with long white hair, piercing red eyes, and a human skull serving as an ornamental accessory on the side of her head, akin to a mask. Black horns adorned her head, and she donned a mostly gray kimono, holding a skull of an animal. The ensemble created an eerie and distinctive presence as she stood alongside her intimidating counterpart. Rias began to formulate a plan, but Azius didn't wait. He immediately charged at them, thrusting his spear menacingly. To their astonishment, the spear suddenly expanded in size, its tip engulfed in purple flames. Acting swiftly, they leaped away, narrowly avoiding the imminent attack. He primarily uses his spear in combat, complemented by purple elemental attacks, and possesses some influence over space, though his mastery in that area isn't particularly high, elucidated Irelis. Felera raised the skull of a peculiar creature, prompting it to emit an eerie black glow. From a floor, a multitude of creatures materialized, initially formed from bones and then clad in a dense armor of darkness. Due to the room's limited height, Felera exercised caution in her summoning, not wanting to incur the wrath of Sagrif, a mere 3 floors above them. Among the notable creations were 2 towering giants, each wielding a distinct weapon, one brandishing a sword, and the other an imposing axe. Felera uses her summons in battles, but there's another form she can use as a last resort, and it's quite powerful, so be careful. If you're familiar with Yunuyo, a former Eradicator, you might get a sense of what her abilities entail, explained Irelis. Aaron has faced Yunuyo in combat before, and Yunuyo himself has shared details about his powers with us. So we have some understanding, responded Zenobia. What? Didn't he perish while battling the Outer God? Inquired Irelis, her expression betraying a hint of surprise. No, it's alive. Aaron managed to do something that compelled him to switch sides, replied Zenobia, offering a brief yet fake explanation. We can't go into specifics right now, perhaps later. Azius surged forward, spear aimed menacingly at them. However, his attack came to an abrupt halt as another spear soared through the air, colliding with his own and sending it crashing to the ground. The unexpected interruption left Azius bewildered as he looked up to find a man standing confidently atop the newly arrived spear, surveying him with a commanding gaze. Meanwhile, the shadow creatures conjured by Felera found themselves ensnared by vivid wind-red restraints emerging from the ground. Simultaneously, a barrage of numerous light blue arrows descended upon them, striking the ground and forming small cylindrical walls that imprisoned the shadowy entities. Chow Chow San and Isaitha San, Asia exclaimed, her healing abilities already in action as she tended to the 2 figures caught in the midst of the clash. Leave these 2 to us. Keep going to the top. Rias, he'll entrust Sagrif to you. If you haven't beaten him by the time we reach there, they'll lend a hand, Chow Chow declared, his authoritative tone resonating through the room. You think we'll let you pass so easily? Challenged Azius, a mischievous grin playing on his face. In response, Chow Chow raised his hand, pointing upward with his index finger. Instantly, Aldrake's group surged towards the stairs, propelled by the single gesture. As Azius and Felera lunged to intercept them, Chow Chow executed a move so swift that neither opponent could follow. Effortlessly, he knocked both his enemies away, sending them crashing into the room's walls. The diversion created a window of opportunity, allowing the remaining members to make a safe retreat towards the stairs and ascend, leaving the room behind. I told you, you're facing us, Chow Chow remarked, twirling his spear before casually resting it on his shoulder. A fiery, purple-hued spear swiftly rebounded toward Cao Cao, aiming for his head. However, he skillfully parried the attack with his own spear. Azius, sporting a maniacal grin, exuded an air of either being a battle enthusiast or simply bordering on the psychotic. Undeterred, Cao Cao retaliated by delivering a forceful kick to Azius, only to be taken aback as his foot met an unexpected obstacle, a solid wall of purple ice. Seizing the opening, Azius unleashed a point-blank breath of scorching purple fire directly at Cao Cao from his mouth. A triumphant grin adorned his face, convinced he had gained the upper hand against the young man. However, his elation turned to astonishment as a veil of purple mist materialized before Cao Cao, thwarting his intended attack. Unfazed, Cao Cao harnessed the mist of dimension lost, strategically using it as a shield. The spear in his hand emanated a brief glow, harnessing the power of boosted Gear S boost. Swiftly transitioning to Barato, he shattered the encroaching purple ice, propelling Azius backward with a well-timed kick. Yet, Cao Cao's assault didn't end there. With relentless determination, he followed up by bringing his spear down, unleashing an aura-infused slash that surged towards Azius with formidable force. Azius swiftly raised his spear, intercepting Cao Cao's oncoming attack and generating a vibrant purple slash as their attacks clashed. The collision resulted in a brief but intense explosion, showcasing the raw power unleashed in their battle. Seizing the moment, Cao Cao wasted no time and closed the distance, dashing towards Azius. With his spear pointed skyward, Cao Cao activated Absolute Demise S Balance Breaker, unleashing a chilling blizzard within the confined space. Though Azius and Felera possessed inherent elemental resistances, the frigid onslaught of Cao Cao's blizzard posed a tangible challenge. Even as the two warriors fought against the icy currents, their movements slowed under the relentless assault. In this diminished state, Cao Cao deftly maneuvered, reaching Azius with calculated precision. Azius attempted to counter by swinging his spear, but the encumbering effects of the blizzard exceeded his expectations, leaving him sluggish. Capitalizing on this advantage, Cao Cao adeptly dodged Azius' attack. Seizing the opportunity, Cao Cao thrust his spear into Azius' shoulder, the sharp weapon Barato flesh. A deft swing followed, severing Azius' shoulder from his body. With a swift kick, Cao Cao sent Azius tumbling backward. To further assert his dominance, Cao Cao manipulated the air behind him, conjuring a barrage of thunderbolts and lightning bolts that streaked towards the wounded Azius. To Cao Cao's astonishment, a radiant purple arm materialized, encircling the absent limb of Azius. As he lifted the regenerated limb, purple lightning bolts crackled, countering Cao Cao's own attacks. The clash resulted in a spectacular explosion, leaving both combatants momentarily obscured in the aftermath. Seizing the opportunity, Azius swiftly advanced, spear in hand, aiming for Cao Cao. Responding with agility, Cao Cao intercepted the incoming thrust, compelling Azius' spear downward. A surprising twist unfolded as Azius, undeterred, caught the other end of the spear with his jaws, effectively halting Cao Cao's attack. Unfazed by this unconventional defense, Cao Cao's smile widened, and with a deft move, he unleashed flames from the spear's opposite end, scorching Azius' head at point-blank range. In a fluid motion, Cao Cao retracted his spear, swiftly redirecting its sharp end toward Azius' other arm. The blade sliced through the air, severing the limb effortlessly. Seizing the momentum, Cao Cao executed a dynamic combination of Barato and Divide, slashing Azius across the chest with precision. The force of the blow left a substantial wound, propelling Azius backward. As Azius conjured yet another limb from the swirling purple energy, a sly grin played on his face as he faced Cao Cao. It doesn't matter his words were abruptly cut short as, in a swift movement, Cao Cao appeared in front of him, spear arcing towards Azius' neck, severing his head from his body. Chow Chow's relentless assault didn't conclude there. With a quick turn, he swung his spear, cleaving the rest of Azia's form into millions of pieces. Azia's life met its abrupt end under the decisive blows of Chow Chow's relentless onslaught. Chow Chow's attention shifted to Felera, who found herself entangled in a skirmish against Isatha. With Grimoire firmly gripped in Isatha's hand, she effortlessly countered Felara's every move. The inherent prowess of Isatha's abilities served as a natural foil to Felara's unique skill set, creating a challenging dynamic in their confrontation. Meanwhile, the colossal giants, confined within their imprisoning barriers, remained immobilized. Attempts to break free proved futile, as their weapons had been rendered useless in a prior failed endeavor to escape their confines. Approaching Isatha, Chow Chow extended an offer. "Do you need help?" "No, I'm fine," Isatha responded, a determined shake of her head accompanying her words. Undeterred, she continued unleashing a relentless onslaught of attacks at Felera. In response, Felera conjured an army of bony creatures, attempting to intercept Isatha's attacks. Chow Chow, observing the skirmish, couldn't help but share his insights. That woman claimed they were as strong as her. The man, he'll admit, displayed some skill but lacked true strength. He possessed elements but lacked the power. Yet this woman, she doesn't seem to align with Sagrif's definition of strongest subordinates. Although, I sense she still holds an ace that remains untapped. As if prompted by an unseen cue, Felara's body ignited with a potent aura, her countenance twisted into a visage of rage. Froth formed at her mouth as she dropped to all fours, and from her back, spiky appendages of darkness burst forth, coalescing into hands that enveloped her form. Gradually, she expanded in size, transforming into a humanoid creature of darkness. The silhouette resembled a deer, yet it bore sharpened fangs and claws in place of hooves, exuding an aura of primal menace. Is this what that woman meant? The ace or hidden form she had? Isatha inquired, her gaze fixed on the unfolding spectacle. It seems more like a berserker state. Almost on cue, Felera lunged toward them, generating numerous clones that unleashed a barrage of attacks. Isatha swiftly erected a shield, warding off the onslaught, but the force behind Felara's strikes left visible cracks in the protective barrier. A wild animal can be more unpredictable, add in a human's unpredictable nature, then you'll have something like that. It wouldn't be a stretch to have some trouble facing against a creature like this. I see, so that's what you meant. I'll assist you, Isatha, Chow Chow declared, offering his support. Chow Chow rhythmically tapped his spear on the ground, employing boost twice to enhance his capabilities. He then placed his hand on Isatha's shoulder, activating transfer. Empowered by the augmented strength, Isatha intensified the protective shield enveloping them and manifested ghostly hands from its ethereal confines. The spectral hands surged towards Felera, who skillfully evaded, retaliating by unleashing formidable bullets crafted from darkness and bones. Isatha's ghostly hands intercepted the bone projectiles, crushing the dark bullets with an eerie efficiency. Felera, caught in the throes of her berserker state, found herself increasingly frustrated by the resilient defense mounted by Isatha and Chow Chow. As Felera cast a glance back to where Chow Chow and Isatha stood moments ago, she discovered their sudden disappearance. Alarmed, she swiftly scanned her surroundings, but they seemed to have vanished without a trace. Before she could make sense of their mysterious disappearance, both Chow Chow and Isatha reemerged behind her, their silent arrival adding an element of surprise. Isatha, with swift precision, conjured a crimson bow and arrow, unleashing the projectile towards Felera. Simultaneously, Chow Chow harnessed the time-stopping prowess of Aeon Baylor, ensuring Felera had no chance to evade. Seizing the frozen moment, he thrust his spear menacingly towards her. Unexpectedly, colossal hands composed of shadows materialized behind Felera, intercepting both attacks. However, The shadow hands proved feeble against the relentless assaults of Cao Cao and Isatha, shattering under the intense pressure. Sensing an opportune moment, Cao Cao conjured a hole beside him, forcefully plunging his spear into its depths. In tandem, another hole materialized beside Felera, and Cao Cao's spear pierced through her side, eliciting a sharp cry from the beleaguered woman. How did she manage to stop our attacks with those hands? Were they not just a part of her power, but rather an entirely different entity? Inquired Cao Cao, both of them alighting on the ground while casting watchful gazes upon the injured Felera. As his question lingered, a mysterious creature manifested behind Felera, a spectral entity that seemed to manipulate her like a puppet with shadowy strings. It materialized as a swirling mass of shadows adorned with menacing pink eyes and a colossal, grinning mouth that radiated a matching pink glow. "It's one of those," Isatha exclaimed, her realization echoing through the air. Swiftly, she and Cao Cao were enveloped in a teleportation, whisked away to the other side of the room, leaving behind the mysterious and ominous scene with Felera and the shadowy puppeteer. Cao Cao narrowed his eyes as he observed the creature looming behind Felera. In a hushed tone, he inquired Abyss puppeteers, weren't they supposed to only appear at the darkest points in this universe? Typically, yes. However, the people here, driven by desperation for power, sometimes venture into the recesses of our universe to find and attempt to control these entities for their own gain. It appears that this woman managed to do just that. However, considering our current advantage against her, she's allowing to seize control of her now, isn't she? Cao Cao finished Isatha's statement, and she responded with a confirming nod. Don't get ensnared in its darkness, Cao Cao, or you might find yourself trapped in a nightmarish realm. Winnie, don't worry, I have a plan. I can probably take it on. Can I count on you to support me? He inquired, and Isatha, wearing a reassuring smile, nodded in agreement. Abyss puppeteers, originally feeble entities in this universe, confined to the darkest corners where they preyed on the vulnerable. However, with the arrival of Magnum Tenebrosum, darkness manipulation, shadow manipulation, and other forms of dark powers, their existence took on a new potency. The universe itself seemed to respond to their presence, amplifying their capabilities in unforeseen ways. In response, the Abyss puppeteers discovered a surge in their own powers, intensifying their aggression while tethering them closer to their homes. This newfound strength, however, became a beacon for those dwelling in the phantasma who sought to enhance their abilities. A wave of curious souls ventured out in search of these creatures, yet the outcome proved grim for many, with only a handful returning. Those who managed to return were bestowed with heightened powers over darkness and shadows. Yet, the delicate balance with the Abyss puppeteers rested on a knife's edge. If the Seekers failed to maintain control, the creatures would assert dominance or, with the individual's consent during a life-threatening moment, seize control. Once the Abyss puppeteers took charge, the host relinquished control permanently. From that fateful day onward, those under the sway of the Abyss puppeteers wielded their host bodies at their discretion until inevitable destruction. Liberation would follow, allowing the puppeteers to roam the cosmos in pursuit of fresh hosts, perpetuating a cycle of empowerment and subjugation. Gao Gao, Isha, eliminate that entity. We have no need for it, commanded Comptoir. Very well, responded Cao Cao. He positioned his spear to the side, uttering, balance break, true Longinus Alpheca tyrant. Balls of light appeared behind Cao Cao, accompanied by the appearance of a rusty crown on his head and a belt adorned with rusty nails on his hips and wrists. Simultaneously, Isatha raised her hands, forming a cross with both of her index fingers. A small white cross manifested above Cao Cao's head, gleaming briefly before fading away. White feathers also materialized on the sides of his shoes and arms. It'll attempt to neutralize any darkness it uses. That's the extent of my contribution from this point forward, Isatha informed him. That's fine, thank you, acknowledged Chow Chow before sprinting towards the Abyss Puppeteer. The Abyss Puppeteer, wielding control over Fellera, manipulated her form to unleash tentacles of darkness and shoot bullets formed from shadows, each bearing razor-sharp teeth. Accompanying these attacks were spine-chilling shrieks that echoed through the surroundings, compelling Fellera's body to sprout additional limbs made of the same oppressive darkness. These unconventional appendages emerged from her eyes, mouth, ears, and any available orifices. Amidst the chaotic attacks, Chow Chow pondered the effectiveness of his strategy. I don't know if this will work, but it's worth a shot. Gene Aaron helped me evolve it this way after all, he thought. Swiftly, he skillfully sliced apart the approaching onslaught of darkness with practiced precision. Seeking to divert the attention of the formidable foe, he invoked Gahapadaratana, summoning ethereal warriors to engage and distract the menacing Abyss Puppeteer. The warriors, propelled by determination, sprang into action, closing in on the Abyss Puppeteer and Fellera with swift attacks. Amidst the chaotic engagement, Chow Chow seized the opportunity to summon a solitary rusty nail into his grasp. In a meticulous display of skill, he infused the nail with a blend of lightning and wind magic, ensuring that its trajectory would reach the targeted duo without causing harm beyond disruption. With the makeshift projectile prepared, Chow Chow carefully considered the potential consequences of employing his physical strength, recognizing that excessive force could inadvertently harm the Abyss Puppeteer and Fellera. Brimming with strategic insight, he opted for a controlled approach, blending magical finesse with precision. As the tension heightened on the battlefield, Chow Chow flicked the rusty nail towards the intertwined enemies. The projectile soared past his fellow warriors, finding its mark with pinpoint accuracy, piercing the crucial connection point where the Abyss Puppeteer and Fellera were linked. Suddenly, both the Abyss Puppeteer and Fellera came to an abrupt halt, prompting Chow Chow's warriors to cease their movements as well. The young man approached the duo, fixing his gaze upon them. At that moment, the Abyss Puppeteer released its grasp on Fellera, lowering itself to the ground and assuming a trembling stance on all fours. Following the transformation of Alpheka Tyrant into one of the new Longinus, a significant alteration occurred, albeit one that went unnoticed due to Aaron's vigilant protection against any harm to DXD members. Chow Chow, however, took advantage of the century spent in Aaron's training facility to hone each sacred gear and devil trait to a refined level of proficiency. The result of this dedicated training manifested in the unique and powerful display witnessed in the encounter with the Abyss Puppeteer and Fellera. One of these was Alpheka Tyrant. As it transitioned into one of the newer Longinus, its abilities underwent a significant transformation. No longer affecting regular humans, it now possessed the capacity to rewrite the perceptions and concepts of sacred gear users struck by its nails. This specialization allowed it to influence and manipulate even Longinus owners without the need for special techniques or a balance breaker. Over the course of a century, Chow Chow successfully unlocked the regular crest-side balance breaker of Alpheka Tyrant. This breakthrough bestowed upon him the capability to alter reality, concepts, and perceptions to a certain extent. Unlike before, its influence extended beyond sacred gears, impacting a broader spectrum of existence, though not entirely encompassing everything. While this newfound power came at the cost of considerable stamina, Chow Chow could deploy a nail every 5 minutes, providing him with a versatile tool to reshape the reality, perceptions, and concepts in any way he wanted. Chow Chow harbored uncertainty regarding the effectiveness of the modification he applied to the nail. To his astonishment, it yielded results. His alteration to the Abyss Puppeteer and Fellera were deceptively simple yet profound. Erase all evil within these two people and make them cowards. This subtle transformation in their essences manifested in their altered demeanor towards Chow Chow, leaving him with a sigh of relief as he observed the changes. However, the exertion took a toll on a substantial portion of his stamina, approximately 15, even though he experienced a considerable increase in its overall capacity. This development led him to a thoughtful reflection on the judicious use of his Alpheka Tyrant Balance Breaker, mindful not to deplete his stamina reserves too hastily. The delicate balance between power and endurance prompted him to strategize for optimal efficiency in facing the challenges that lay ahead in the future. Have we completed our task? Isa inquit, joining Cao Cao. Yeah, we just need to eliminate them, he responded, directing his spear toward the Abyss Puppeteer. Wait, can't we transform this into one of those sacred gears you guys use? Isn't it possible for Aaron? Isatha proposed, interrupting Cao Cao's intention to dispatch the creature. Cao Cao gazed at her for a moment before reaching for his transceiver and inquiring, "Well, is it possible, Kuntuar? There are already many darkness or shadow-based sacred gears, but I will ask him." "Give me a moment," replied Kuntuar. The two stood in anticipation, observing the creatures in front of them still trembling on all fours. After a brief wait, Kuntuar communicated with them once more. Aaron has decided to incorporate the Abyss Puppeteer into Lyoden. We'll transport it. However, the woman beside it serves no purpose. Handle her as you see fit, she conveyed before the Abyss Puppeteer vanished. Cao Cao and Isatha stood in silent contemplation as they observed the frightened woman before them. Her terror intensified, reaching a point where she even involuntarily soiled herself. Cao Cao, his gaze fixed upon her, pondered their next course of action. Now then, he calmly spoke, his eyes never leaving the distressed figure. "What should we do with you?" "Ho-ho, to think what'd come across you lot." Vasco Strata chuckled, his team merging with George's at a designated spot. "Everything's unfolded as planned, but time is slipping away." "They've reached the summit," remarked George, gesturing toward the towering structure. At its zenith, various powers clashed, causing the sky above to tremble with the intensity of their battle. George, Leonardo, and Mamono Kibitsuhiko comprised one team, while Aquino, Vasco Strata, and Zhuge Liang formed another. However, the planet beneath them rumbled once more, catching them off guard. "Hey, check out what?" inquired Mamono, his voice carrying a weariness that echoed the fatigue of everyone present. After battling numerous enemies throughout the day, exhaustion threatened to envelop him, casting a shadow over his stamina. Out of nowhere, a resounding explosion echoed in the distance, captivating the attention of everyone present. Their gazes converged on an unusual sight, a robotic creature, resembling a dragon, standing proudly in front of the planet. This mechanical marvel emanated a captivating blue glow, its structure defying conventional norms with menacing eyes staring down at them. The dragon-like entity displayed a mesmerizing array of features. Two wings gracefully extended from its back, while glowing crystals adorned its shoulders. A radiant gem adorned its midsection, and a prominent crystal graced its forehead. And finally, its size was 3 times bigger than the planet. A voice resonated, cutting through the stunned silence. "Please be advised that the entity called YWRTSD has been deployed by Sagarif as a last resort for defending his planet. Engineered to adapt to various attacks, rendering itself immune, it exploits the weaknesses of its enemies. However, I've disabled its adaptive capabilities. Your mission is to destroy it. Its power level reaches the pinnacle of Dragon God class," conveyed Kuntuar to the assembled teams. "How are we supposed to confront that?" Mamono exclaimed, his finger trembling as he pointed at the colossal mechanized dragon. Before anyone else could respond, Krumkruch soared toward the metallic behemoth, his laughter resonating across the planet. Mamono's eyes widened in astonishment as the evil dragon unleashed his might, delivering a powerful punch that only managed to nudge the mechanical giant back slightly. The immense size and formidable capabilities of the dragon presented a daunting challenge. Mere brute force would not be sufficient to manipulate its movements. Despite the odds, Krumkruch remained undeterred. As he poised for another attack, a massive bolt of lightning struck the mechanical creature. Aquino was the architect of this electrifying intervention. She wore a slight pout as the attack appeared to have minimal impact. I just wanted to see its reaction, but it seems like it absorbed it. Oops, Aquino admitted, accompanied by a nervous chuckle. Following this, Krumkruch unleashed another burst of vitality, relentlessly pummeling the colossal robotic dragon. His powerful blows gradually nudged the mechanical behemoth away from the planet, creating a considerable distance. With a determined wind-up, he slammed his fist into its chest, propelling it even further into the void. "How hard is this thing's body?" Krumkruch inquired through his transceiver. "You need to exert even more power than your current output, Krom. I can create a barrier covering the planet and a designated perimeter, ensuring minimal impact on the broader universe. However, it seems some assistance has arrived for us," announced Kantor, a touch of amusement in her voice. "Huh?" Krumkruch, perplexed, felt a shiver down his spine. He turned around to behold another colossal shadow looming behind him. The sight left him momentarily speechless as he tried to comprehend the unexpected aid that had presented itself. Office," Irina exclaimed, her voice echoing across the battlefield as she pointed towards the sky. The ongoing battle came to an abrupt halt as everyone turned to witness the unexpected arrival. The colossal Ophis announced, flashing a peace sign to the astonished onlookers. The unexpected aid came in the form of a colossal Ophis, donning her lowly form. Her size matched that of the colossal robotic dragon they were facing. Earlier, Aaron's group had been briefed on the unfolding situation. Before anyone could respond to Kantor's suggestions, Ophis declared her intent to lend assistance. The revelation left the group in awe as they pondered the implications of this unexpected alliance. The battlefield now held a momentary pause, the air charged with a mix of surprise and confusion. "Aaron, Kantor, is something wrong?" Aaron inquired, tapping his ear as he rose from his seat. The group had halted at a charming restaurant in Titancrest, and Aaron, along with his clones, had prepared lunch for everyone. As they stepped outside, Ophis accompanied him. Kantor then conveyed the situation, and just as Aaron prepared to respond, Ophis spoke up. "Ilgo," she proposed, surprising both Aaron and Kantor. "Are you sure? I can get it done quickly, you know?" Aaron offered, but Ophis gently shook her head. "It's fine. I want to lend them a hand," she affirmed, kissing Aaron before turning on her heel. "Ilgo, Kantor, teleport me, and make me big, please." "Big? Like the robotic dragon?" Kantor sought clarification. "I want to face it like in those shows, you know, like Power Rangers," Ophis remarked with a touch of amusement. Aaron and Kantor found themselves momentarily dumbfounded by the unexpected remark. However, Kantor, with a chuckle, responded, "Foo-foo. All right, make a spectacle then." In response, Aaron placed a hand on Ophis' head and assured, "It'll reward you when you get back." With a playful tone, Ophis suggested, "Make it something special, please." "I shall," stammered Aaron, caught off guard by the unexpected proposal. Ophis, without waiting for a response, teleported away, leaving Aaron standing there in a state of mild shock. "Sex, huh? I've had a lot of the girls ask me for that lately, but sure, why not? I've kind of left her hanging for a long time like Gabriel and Reiko. She's been giving me the same looks too," he mused to himself, contemplating the unexpected turn of events. With a thoughtful expression, he made his way back into the restaurant. Suddenly, a melodic tune filled the air, perplexing everyone on the planet of Shadenvar Machinara as they struggled to pinpoint the source of the music. George, thoroughly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, inquired, "Kantor-sama, just to double-check, Ophis was the one to request this, right? And not Jean?" "That is correct. Leave that giant thing to Ophis and focus on the opponent that came for both your groups," Kantor clarified, guiding their attention to the impending threat. "Wait, what?" George questioned, but before he could receive an answer, colossal metallic roots emerged from the ground, menacingly advancing toward both groups, forcing them into evasive maneuvers. "Well, you guys can dodge that, huh? I can't underestimate the Outer Gods team after all," Haha, echoed a playful voice. From the shadows emerged a humanoid figure, wearing a predominantly white helmet with adorable animal ears, a white top featuring the number 04 in the center alongside a paw drawing. The figure paired this with black pants and vibrant pink shoes. A mostly white fox-like tail with pink and dark red ends gracefully swayed behind him. A kitsune? A robot kitsune? Aquino questioned, her gaze fixed on the peculiar figure that cheerfully waved at them. Super awesome Livich is here, and I'm here to take you guys down, the figure announced, twirling around and playfully pointing his fingers at them like a gun. Metallic roots emerged from the ground, shooting towards the group. Vasco Strata swiftly summoned his Durandal X, effortlessly obliterating the metallic roots in a single powerful swing. The man, clearly surprised, exclaimed, "Seriously? What's up with that old man? What kind of bullshit is that?" The humanoid figure, seemingly undeterred, stomped its foot on the ground, causing flames to erupt all around him. However, these flames were no ordinary spectacle. They flickered in and out of reality, presenting a mesmerizing display of multicolored glitches. Green, pink, red, white, purple, and various hues of flames danced simultaneously, creating a surreal and captivating scene. "Iching alive," he shouted, and the flames surged toward the two groups once again. George, adjusting his glasses, remarked, "This is idiotic. Let's end this quickly. I don't want to explode along with this planet. That will be incredibly painful." He extended his arm, conjuring a substantial wall of mist before them, halting the advancing flames. However, upon the explosion of the flames, they displayed an unusual tendency to consume the purple mist barrier generated by George's sacred gear, Dimension Lost. Zhuge Liang observed, "What strange flames. It's as if they possess a life of their own. Normally, I would suggest we devise a plan, but the person before us doesn't seem that intelligent." "Hey, I heard that," Livich retorted with annoyance, his voice reaching them from amidst the chaotic scene. Before Livich could react, a potent lightning bolt descended from above, causing him to convulse momentarily. However, after a few seconds, he halted the convulsions and, surprisingly, gave both groups a thumbs up. "I didn't think I'd get randomly helped. Am now even more energized. Thank you, whoever you are," he exclaimed with enthusiasm, punctuating his gratitude with a spontaneous dance. Aquino, standing there in shock, realized that she had unintentionally helped him by unleashing the lightning attack. Contrary to her intentions, it hadn't weakened Livich. Instead, it seemed to have invigorated him. With a hand on her cheek, Aquino remarked, "Era, I can't use my signature ability on him. How troubling." "It's fine. I can just use mine," Leonardo declared, conjuring several boosted gear and divine dividing scale mails with the power of a sacred gear. "Get him," he ordered, directing the armors to assail Livich. What the hell are they?" Livich exclaimed in panic, leaping away to evade the punches and kicks from the approaching scale mails. When he glanced back, significant portions of the ground were missing. "I'm not good with hand-to-hand combat." "Screw you guys," Livich shouted, creating more metallic roots and directing them towards the scale mails in a desperate attempt to defend himself. The scale mails, their eyes glowing with determination, responded by creating blades just above their wrists. They charged towards the metallic roots, expertly hacking and slashing away at them. Eventually, the armors reached Livich, who conjured glitched flames and hurled them towards the scale mails in a last-ditch effort to fend them off. To his surprise, they skillfully sliced through his flames, leaving him momentarily speechless. Reacting swiftly, he leaped away, conjuring a series of intricate pink and white magic circles. As the scale mails passed through them, their velocity significantly slowed. "Phew, at least you guys aren't attacking our crap," Livich exclaimed, glancing beside him to find Vasco Strata, wearing a smile and a glowing right fist. With a swift motion, the seasoned warrior unleashed his signature Holy Fist, connecting solidly with the side of Livich's head and sending him flying. Aquino, Zhuge Liang, and George seized the opportunity, launching a barrage of magic attacks towards Livich as he crashed to the ground. Seizing the moment, Mamono leaped towards the scene, wielding his sword, and unleashed a flurry of aura strikes. Simultaneously, his loyal raven sent out razor-sharp wind blades, creating another explosive display that pushed their adversary back. As Mamono landed beside his team, they all fixed their gaze on the aftermath, a shared anticipation lingering in the air. After the dissipating smoke revealed Livich's figure, it became apparent that he was severely injured. The helmet on his head bore the scars of battle, with a portion shattered, exposing the lower half of his face. Despite the visible wounds, a grin adorned his face, adding an eerie touch to his demeanor. Who would have thought you guys would go that far, sheesh? I was just having fun, you know? He remarked, his words carrying a mixture of surprise and amusement. As he initiated the process of repairing himself, a sense of curiosity enveloped everyone present. Drawing energy from the core situated below them, Livich's damaged form swiftly underwent reconstruction, prompting a collective sense of intrigue and awe. With a relieved sigh, he declared, "And now I'm 100. Anyway, they'll beat you guys in an instant if I do this." He pointed dramatically to the sky, capturing the attention of everyone in the vicinity. The moon, hanging above the planet, responded to Livich's gesture. Its luminosity intensified, culminating in a burst of flames that mirrored the fiery spectacle Livich had unleashed earlier. "I am the moon," he exclaimed, his declaration echoing through the space, but Ophis' voice reverberated above them, a forceful sound that accompanied her swift action. With a resounding slap, she sent the moon hurtling into the far reaches of space. Kuntuar swiftly opened the barrier she had erected, ensuring that the celestial body wouldn't collide with it. The inhabitants of the planet, including Aquino and George's group engaged in their confrontation with Livich, were left in stunned silence. "My moon, what the hell?" Livich's horrified scream echoed through the chaos. Ophis, looking down at them, cheekily flashed another peace sign before delivering a powerful slap to the giant robot in front of her, sending it tumbling away. Facing the group as he began to panic, Livich desperately pleaded, "See, can we talk this out instead?" However, instead of words, Vasco Strata, Aquino, and Mamono responded with decisive action. Charging forward, their fists infused with their respective powers, Vasco utilized his holy fist, while Aquino and Mamono channeled their Tuki. Swiftly closing the distance, they landed a barrage of blows, rendering Livich unconscious in the face of their combined might. They swiftly bound Livich, securing him with anti-magic cuffs to neutralize his powers. Once restrained, they positioned him on the ground, and to rouse him, Aquino created a small ball of flames, directing it towards his crotch area. The fiery wake-up call elicited an immediate, ear-piercing reaction from Livich. "Jaya? What the hell? Why is my Super Glupper 9000 on fire?" he screamed, attempting to rise, but hindered by the restraints. Put it out! Put it out! You fuffa make it worse?" "Okay," Aquino playfully exclaimed, intensifying the flames, causing Livich's screams to reach even greater heights. Surrounding onlookers hesitated, uncertain about how to respond, until George addressed Aquino, suggesting, "I think that's enough. I believe he gets it." Aquino feigned innocence, casting a sly smile toward George, who couldn't shake off a shiver running down his spine. After a while, Aquino extinguished the flames that engulfed the man, but the damage was already done. Parts of his lower body had melted, and he slumped over, lost in his own despair. Observing the pitiful sight of the humanoid figure, George inquired, "Kuntuar, do you need him?" "Yes, I will transport him now," responded Kuntuar with a deliberate pause. Livich, wearied and disheartened, cast a final look at the group before disappearing. Now, what about before George could comment on the unfolding events, another powerful earthquake rattled the planet. This time, when they looked up, Ophis stood resolute, effortlessly blocking an attack from a colossal robotic dragon. "Should we assist her?" questioned Leonardo, his army of scale males gathering beside him. I think Ophis will be fine. Kromkruch is already up there, fighting alongside her. Even if she doesn't need the help, they've got it covered, reassured Aquino, her confidence in Ophis and Kromkruch evident in her words. Very well. Aquino, can you and your group join up with Rias? Well, remain here, as our abilities offer broader coverage than yours, suggested George. All right, we'll head up there and support Rias, replied Aquino, her team nodding in agreement. They gathered around her, and with a swift teleportation, they vanished from the current location. With Aquino's team departed, George took out an item on his wrist, creating a holographic map for examination. There are a few spots I want to investigate. Leonardo, can you summon your Bandersnatch and Jabberwocky to deal with the remaining enemies here? He asked. Leonardo nodded, and with a wave of his hand, numerous Bandersnatches, Jabberwockies, and additional scale mails of divine, dividing, and boosted gear materialized. He instructed them to hunt down any remaining adversaries. All right, let's get going, declared George, and the group set out for their new destinations. Why haven't you destroyed that thing yet? Kromkruch queried as he approached Ophis. I'm hungry, Ophis mumbled, her attention seemingly diverted. Perplexed by her response, Kromkruch inquired, What? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought, asking instead, What about the moon thing you slapped away? Was that really okay to do? Won't it affect other planets near us? It held immense energy and power. Its absence might also impact this place significantly. It will be fine. This will end soon, Ophis reassured, maintaining her calm demeanor. She directed her gaze towards the robotic dragon, which responded with a flurry of speedy punches. Ophis effortlessly caught them with one hand, nonchalantly swatting away the other attempts to harm her. Maybe. Ophis hesitated, her enigmatic nature leaving Kromkruch curious. Maybe, prompted Kromkruch, seeking clarification. Maybe I should turn this into a toy for my daughter in the future, Ophis remarked, arriving at an unexpected and peculiar conclusion that left Kromkruch even more puzzled. With a subtle nod, Ophis allowed a small smile to grace her face. In the blink of an eye, she vanished and reappeared beside the robotic dragon, her touch triggering a rapid reduction in its size. Kromkruch, observing the entire transformation, floated there in mild surprise. As the once enormous robotic dragon now stood diminished in size, Ophis returned to her more usual, lowly-sized form. Swiftly, she reappeared above the mechanical creature, slamming her foot onto its head. The force of her blow sent it hurtling towards the planet, crashing into a specific district and demolishing the surrounding structures. Ophis and Kromkruch followed the trajectory of the robotic dragon, only to find it miraculously intact after Ophis' powerful kick. Surveying her handiwork, Ophis couldn't help but express a bit of uncertainty. Aaron won't get angry? He probably won't, since this place is destined to blow up soon, reassured Kromkruch, prompting a nod from Ophis. She then activated her transceiver and inquired, Can I keep it as a pet? What do you mean by that? Queried Kuntwar in response. Ophis shared her idea with Kuntwar, and after a brief pause, Kuntwar responded, It can be possible, but we'll need to store it somewhere, probably the dimensional gap or sanctuary. We'll also need to tweak it, since it's quite violent. Are you fine with that? I don't mind. Make it safe, replied Ophis. Okay, defeat it or even destroy it like many things. It has a core or cube in the middle of its body. Take that out, and ITLL power down, informed Kuntwar. With a nod of understanding, Ophis reappeared in front of the robotic dragon. The mechanical creature wasted no time, summoning several cannons from various parts of its body. Cannons emerged from behind its back, on its shoulders, sides of the stomach, and its mouth. Instantly, the cannons charged, firing a barrage of projectiles at point-blank range towards Ophis. The cannons unleashed a devastating force, obliterating everything in their path as they propelled into space, causing ripples in the air with each firing. The robotic dragon, having endured the assault, relaxed in the aftermath, only to discover Ophis was nowhere to be seen. It mistakenly assumed it had erased her from existence, but to its surprise, it felt a gentle poke from behind. Upon turning around, the robotic dragon was confronted by Ophis, who calmly declared, "Okay, I win." With a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap to its cheek, sending the metallic creature crashing to the ground. The impact created yet another planetary earthquake. However, the robotic dragon, propelled by its own boosters, swiftly ascended, attempting to execute a headbutt maneuver towards Ophis. Anticipating the move, Ophis intercepted it with a deft hand, countering the attack. With a forceful motion, she slammed the mechanical creature back down and skillfully creating distance between them. Undeterred, the robotic dragon, identified as YRTSED, regained its stance and fixed its gaze upon Ophis. It uttered mechanical instructions, declaring, "Eliminate, intruders, eliminate." As the metallic enemy prepared for another offensive, a small white light materialized above it. Gravity intensified around the robotic dragon, and feathers formed around its legs, reaching down to anchor themselves to the planet's core. Ophis and Crom Crutch shifted their attention to their side, discovering Stellar and Elisand, the individuals responsible for employing these techniques to immobilize YRTSED. "Ophis, Chromie, are you two okay?" Elisand inquired with genuine concern, lacing her voice, expressing a sense of worry for their well-being. "We were doing just fine. Hell, we were on the verge of finishing it," retorted Crom Crutch, his irritation evident. Despite his distaste for the nickname given by Elisand, he decided to grin and bear it, unwilling to start a needless fight. Ophis nodded, her gaze fixed on YRTSED, before raising her right arm. With a swift motion, she applied anti-healing and anti-regeneration to it. Closing the distance rapidly, she threw a punch towards the robotic dragon, stopping just inches away from its stomach. The shockwave from the punch destroyed its core, the power resonating through space, shattering a part of Kuntuar's barrier. However, she promptly repaired it, restoring equilibrium. The once menacing YRTSED now lay motionless, its eyes dulled. "Thanks, but do you have any food?" Ophis inquired, rubbing her stomach. The sudden shift from battle to a more mundane request added a touch of humor to the situation. Elisand and Stellar exchanged surprised glances in response to Ophis' unexpected request. However, Elisand giggled, producing some pizza from a ring. Elisand and Aldrake had developed a fondness for the draconic deus cuisine, with pizza being a universally enjoyed treat. Approaching Ophis, Elisand offered the pizza, and Ophis graciously accepted it. "Thank you," she expressed before savoring the food. Meanwhile, their attention turned to Crom Crutch, who observed them. Ophis extended the invitation. "Do you want some?" However, Crom Crutch clicked his tongue disinterestedly and took off into the skies. Kuntuar then relayed information to Ophis. "I will retrieve YRTSED's body now. I will make many modifications, Ophis, but it will take a bit of time." Ophis, engrossed in her meal, nonchalantly responded, "I don't mind." As they lingered for a moment, their focus shifted to the tower. Sensing the clash of two powerful forces, one emanating crimson energy and the other shrouded in jet black. "Sagrif and Citrina are up there. Let's go," suggested Elisand. Ophis agreed, and together they took to the skies, soaring toward the source of the heated battle. Rias Gremory and Sagrif hovered in the skies of Shadenvar, Makanara. In the earlier stages of their fierce confrontation, the remainder of her group had been engaged in the battle, but as the intensity escalated, Rias requested to face Sagrif alone. The other members of her group, Zenobia, Irina, Asia, Aldrake, and the recently rescued Citrina, had teleported away and were now safely back on the ground. Currently, they were in communication with Kuntuar, arranging their transport back to the spaceship. "Once I'm done with you, I will slaughter the rest of you insects," declared Sagrif, his words seeping with venom. "And I will eliminate you. Right here, right now," retorted Rias, determination in her voice. "Not by yourself. You're not," interjected Chow Chow, appearing alongside Isatha in the aerial battlefield. "We're here too," exclaimed Elisand, arriving with Ophis and Stellar, adding their presence to the unfolding confrontation. More weakum? Well, if it isn't the hero of the resistance and those brats from back then I see, no wonder I recognized that fool from earlier. Ha ha ha. To think you survived the destruction of your planet. Sagrif exclaimed with a mix of surprise and exhilaration. In an instant, he vanished, appearing beside Elisand, his hand reaching for her throat with the intent to crush it. However, Chow Chow materialized next to them, intercepting the attack. Rias swiftly joined the scene, unleashing a demonic attack that sent Sagrif flying. Elisand, still processing the sudden turn of events, stood in shock before managing to catch her breath. Collapsing onto the ground, she muttered, "I knew I should have stayed on the ship. My combat level isn't high enough for this yet." Concerned for Elisand, Rias quickly formulated a plan. "Ophis, can you take Elisand back? Stellar, please stay with us. Your recent upgrades should make this encounter more manageable. Stealing Sagrif's abilities would be beneficial to us. I think it would work well with my powers," uttered a familiar voice. As they turned, Lysanvar stood there, a smile playing on his lips. "Apologies for my delay. The allure of joining Aaron and the others tempted me, but I opted to come here instead. Now then, shall we commence the final battle in this dying planet?" he proposed, conjuring a barrier beside him just as Sagrif returned, colliding with it. Sagrif presented a strange sight, a mostly black, shell-armored entity. His form featured two piercing red eyes, menacing horns crowning his head, a crimson crystal embedded in his chest, and a shroud of purple aura enveloping his entire being. Strikingly devoid of distinct facial features, he lacked a nose or mouth, yet defied expectations by possessing the ability to speak, leaving everyone perplexed by this mysterious creature. The protective barrier of Lysanvar shattered, and Sagrif, seizing the opportunity, lunged at him. However, the man skillfully deflected Sagrif's attack with a cane, deftly parrying the lightning-fast strikes directed at him. Sagrif, initially bewildered, found amusement in the unfolding confrontation and decided to play along. Despite Lysanvar's evident inferiority in strength compared to Sagrif, he managed to keep up when Sagrif only utilized 70 of his overall power. This unexpected resistance heightened Sagrif's excitement. While not entirely obsessed with battle, he relished the challenge of facing formidable opponents. Undeterred, Sagrif continued his assault, relying solely on his physical prowess without using any additional abilities. However, the rhythmic exchange was interrupted as Stellar intervened, sending a formidable blast of white flames toward Sagrif. In response, he swiftly dodged the attack, realizing that a direct confrontation with the unleashed flames was not a risk he was willing to take. The group's assault didn't conclude with there. Now, Rias and Chow joined forces in the concerted attack against Sagrif. Chow wielded his spear with precision, surprising even Sagrif himself as the Umbra felt the searing pain from the relentless strikes. Simultaneously, Rias unleashed a barrage of elemental demonic attacks, creating a synchronized onslaught that forced Sagrif to move with increased agility. Despite his attempts to evade, a few strikes from both Chow's spear and Rias' attacks found their mark, inflicting visible damage. Oddly enough, Sagrif found pleasure in the chaos. The combined might of his enemies filled him with a sense of vitality. Despite harboring desires to marry Citrina and bind her with an oath, he couldn't deny that the exhilaration derived from this battle surpassed the allure of mere romance or love. After another forceful thrust of his spear, Chow unleashed a point-blank fireball directly at Sagrif, who skillfully intercepted the attack, causing it to explode in a burst of fiery brilliance. Seizing the opportunity, Rias swiftly maneuvered in front of Chow, enveloping herself in a shroud of demonic aura. With a fierce strike, she delivered a powerful fist into Sagrif's defensively positioned arms, sending him flying into the air. Sagrif, preparing to counter, sensed a new presence behind him. Before he could pivot, Vasco Strata emerged with a confident smile, delivering a resounding holy fist into Sagrif's vulnerable back, leaving behind a searing impact. The Umbra recoiled, crashing onto the tower's platform. Aquino capitalized on this opening, summoning her holy lightning dragon that crackled with powerful energy and unleashed its potent force upon Sagrif. The surrounding allies shielded themselves as the attack further ravaged the top of the tower. Zhuge Liang, Cao Cao's skilled bishop, added another attack to it all, launching a barrage of wind blades in an attempt to inflict more damage. The collective effort resulted in the tower's catastrophic demise, crumbling and exploding in a chaotic display of destruction. Members of the resistance, aligned against Sagrif, took to the air to avoid the impending collapse. As the tower disintegrated, taking Sagrif with it, anticipation hung in the air, each onlooker eagerly awaiting any sign of movement from the fallen enemy. As the smoke and debris gradually cleared, the figure of the entity materialized, revealing Sagrif standing resilient amid the aftermath. His injuries, inflicted moments before, seemed to mend themselves as a confident grin adorned his face, met with the intense gazes of those confronting him. Vasco Strata proposed, "We should use the anti-healing technique on him." Cao Cao chimed in, "I can utilize Alpheka Tyrant's abilities or even enter Balance Breaker to counteract his healing. Also, do we need the entire group, though? It might be a bit overkill." Rias interjected, correcting, "I was the first to arrive with my group, Cao Cao. This fight is mine to finish." A note of caution entered the conversation as Aquino spoke up. "Rias, don't let overconfidence cloud your judgment. It's crucial to approach your opponent with caution and avoid underestimating them." Aaron, Aurelia Sensei, and our other teachers emphasized that point repeatedly. Rias blushed, stammering, "That's not what I meant, Aquino. I just wanted to defeat him quickly, so we can leave because from the looks of things..." She turned her gaze back at the core, noticing its intensified glow. This planet might explode at any moment. It would be faster if we all fight him together. It seems like he's very weak to holy or light attacks, so we can utilize that. Cao Cao and I will engage in close-quarters combat. Everyone else, support us. Cao Cao, utilize the holy relic's sacred gears to defeat him. Aquino, we'll rely on your holy lightning and thunder, and Stellar can use her light and holy powers too, elaborated Vasco Strata. I will employ my sacred gears traps as well. I've scattered them across the planet, though many might have already been destroyed due to the ongoing fighting. But if I spot you near one, I can inform you, Zhuge Liang added, contributing to the tactical discussion. Rias inhaled deeply and nodded, saying, "All right." She turned to Lysenvar and requested, "We'll leave Elisand here. Please look after her. We'll be done soon." Lysenvar, with a light chuckle, assured, "Fufu, of course. They'll keep a watchful eye from up here." Zhuge Liang, I might ask you to set up more traps with your sacred gear. I plan to guide everyone through various points across the planet. Does that sound good? Zhuge Liang, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly nodded in agreement. Addressing the assembled group, Lysenvar declared, "Let's commence the final battle, then charge." With those resolute words, the collective momentum surged as everyone propelled themselves towards Sagrif, who displayed palpable excitement about the impending confrontation. Chapter 18, Part 5, Iliacident Ephemero Eteruro, Glaziarco, third-person point of view born into weakness, the feeblest among his kind. His early life was a harrowing tale of survival against the odds. Bullied and on the brink of death due to his frailty, he clung to existence with a tenacity reminiscent of a cockroach. His supposed parents abandoned him when they discovered the extent of his weakness, dismissing him as even weaker than the feeblest they had known. In this unusual species, births occurred through jet-black pods on a tree. Upon emerging, the newborns faced the judgment of their parents, who decided whether they were worthy of care. For him, this judgment led to abandonment, a fate shared by others deemed unworthy. The subsequent struggle for survival became an intrinsic part of his existence, a relentless battle against the odds. Fate, however, smiled upon him, offering him a thread of hope in the face of adversity. To persist, he resorted to unsavory means: killing, stealing, doing whatever it took to see another day. The price of survival often manifested as brutal beatings that brought him to the edge of death. Yet he interpreted these ordeals as fate sparing his life. Then there came a day when everything shifted for him, a moment that might have been the stirring of his latent powers or a sudden awakening within him. Caught once again in the torment of others, he chose a different path, opting to fight back instead of enduring the relentless beating. With a single punch, he ended the life of one of his tormentors. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, witnessing a transformation in him. This newfound strength fueled his confidence, propelling him to dispatch the others with a cold determination. As life left their bodies, a sinister smile, like a pink slit, crept across his face, an expression that mirrored the satisfaction of newfound power and control. From that pivotal day onward, a shift occurred. No longer a passive victim, he met every attempt at instigation from his previous tormentors with lethal retaliation, as he simply killed them. The cycle continued until the strongest among them, the leader of that ominous faction on that section of their planet, issued a challenge that would alter the course of his fate once more. In the midst of the crowd, it was evident that no one stood in his corner. Even his parents, avid supporters of the so-called strongest, didn't lend him their encouragement. This reality fueled a bitter resentment within him. Unbeknownst to him, deep within the recesses of his heart and mind, a desperate desire for their approval lingered, a twisted yearning for the peculiar love his species bestowed. The final blow came when he witnessed their unequivocal support for his opponent. It shattered the last remnants of the humanity he clung to. That fateful day, a single punch marked the demise of the strongest in their section of the planet, leaving behind a stunned and somber audience. But he didn't stop there. With a chilling smile, he turned his attention to the spectators, beginning a merciless massacre. Some attempted to resist, but their feeble attempts proved futile. The young man spared no one, saving his parents for last. Despite the father's futile attempts at negotiation, it all led to a tragic confrontation between parent and child. In a mirror image of the earlier challenger, a single punch sealed the father's fate, extinguishing his life. The final plea came from his mother, who begged desperately for her life. He listened, amusement flickering across his eyes, but the entertainment waned, and a capricious notion crossed his mind. With an offer that carried a sinister weight, he proposed to his mother a deeply inappropriate and forbidden arrangement. However, she resisted, refusing the ominous proposition, and her fate was sealed mere moments later. In their species, incest bore no novelty. It was a long-standing tradition, fervently encouraged to maintain pure bloodlines, ensuring the perpetuation of strength within the family and preventing it from branching out to others. Yet, due to his belated awakening, he found himself cast aside, deemed weak, a dismissal that would later haunt his lineage. Completing his dominion over that sector of his planet, he perceived the remaining members of his species as feeble. A new mission unfolded, a mission with a dark purpose to annihilate the rest of his kind. Aware that their presence extended beyond the confines of their home planet, he plotted to seek out and eliminate the others scattered across the vast expanse of their universe. After spending weeks traversing his planet and successfully executing part of his mission to eradicate his own species, he prepared to venture into their universe. However, an unexpected dilemma loomed before him. He grappled with the desire to shed the dehumanizing label of that thing, the name his people had assigned him during his exploration of the planet. Bereft of an original name, he decided to christen himself before embarking on the journey to exterminate the remaining members of his species. Sagrif, he declared, choosing a name that resonated with him. In the preceding weeks, he encountered a myriad of things, particularly books and various gadgets that provided him with valuable information. This exploration prompted him to merge two words, crafting a name that held personal significance and provided him with a sense of identity as he delved into the unknown realms of the universe. The name Sagrif bore a fusion of two elements, sage and griffin. In the intricate corridors of this young man's thoughts, the name represented a harmonious blend of wisdom and mythical strength. It conjured up images of sagacity intertwined with the majestic prowess of a griffin. In his self-imagined realm, the name bestowed upon him visions of possessing sharp intellect, judicious decision-making, and a hint of mystical or legendary might. Empowered by this newfound identity, he took his first steps away from his home planet, embarking on a journey that would define him. The name he had chosen for himself became the banner under which he commenced his quest, fueled by the aspirations of embodying the qualities he attributed to Sagarif. In the passage of years, as he approached the culmination of his personal mission, he encountered a man. Initial intentions to swiftly eliminate the man shifted when, to his astonishment, the man not only survived but also engaged in a battle. In a surprising turn of events, for the first time in his life, he faced defeat. The man he confronted revealed himself as Infursos, the inaugural and mightiest member of the Umbra. As Sagarif lay defeated on the ground, awaiting what he assumed would be his imminent demise, an unforeseen proposition emerged. "Join me," Infursos proposed. Perplexed, Sagarif questioned, "What?" "Lady Fumara is seeking powerful and wise subordinates, and you fit that description," explained Infursos, going on to elucidate the goals and intentions of Fumara's organization. The unexpected encounter unfolded into a pivotal moment, presenting Sagarif with an unforeseen opportunity that promised a divergence from his anticipated fate. Sagarif's laughter echoed through the space, resonating with a tinge of madness. "Ha! Ha! What a crazy woman! She wants to do that! Ha ha ha!" He continued until the laughter subsided. He then inquired, "If I join, where will I stand?" Infursos, with a sinister grin, responded, "With my group. I may be the only member right now, but if you join, it will be the both of us. We will be called the Umbra. Our purpose will be to carry out the nefarious tasks for Lady Fumara, plunging this universe and the multiverse into an endless pit of suffering, chaos, and darkness." As Infursos outlined their plan, the atmosphere grew heavier with a palpable sense of impending darkness. Sagarif, with a twisted smile, revealed the eerie slit on his face again. "Deal. If I can cause more suffering and beat up powerful people, then I'm in. I don't care about anything else," he exclaimed, his eagerness for chaos and destruction apparent in his fervent declaration. Thus began Sagarif's odyssey within the realms of Umbra and Fumara's organization. As the years unfolded, Infursos recruited 2 more members, meeting Sagarif's modest expectations. With each planet obliterated and diverse universes raised across the Omniverse, Sagarif's enthusiasm for his role only deepened. His enjoyment derived from toppling the self-righteous and powerful. Witnessing the supposed heroes of those universes muster their strength against them stirred a disdain within him. Despite their valiant efforts, their powers ultimately proved insufficient, leading to the conquest or destruction of the targeted planet or universe, dictated by their orders. Yet, as the years elapsed, Sagarif encountered a particular planet that sparked a newfound interest in numerous aspects of his existence. One day, in the vast expanse of his universe, Sagarif stumbled upon a planet. From a distance, it radiated an unusual brilliance, teeming with vibrant life. The inhabitants seemed content in their existence, a sight that irked Sagarif to the core. Consulting his notes, he mumbled, "Infursos mentioned this place as Il Regno della Luz Brillante. What a weird-ass name. Whatever, it's time to destroy this place and kill them." Sagarif conjured a small purple ball of energy at the tip of his fingertip, directing it toward the unsuspecting planet. From a celestial vantage point, he observed as the orb gradually diminished, fading into nothingness. However, just before his attack reached the planet's surface, a small spaceship emerged, departing the besieged world. As it approached Sagarif, its occupants beheld the strange intruder with confusion etched on their faces. Within moments, pandemonium erupted on the planet. Massive plumes of lava, fire, and darkness surged forth, engulfing and annihilating structures that once stood proudly on the surface. The serenity that once defined the planet now succumbed to the merciless chaos unleashed by Sagrif's destructive force. With heightened senses, Sagrif couldn't ignore the anguished cries and screams emanating from the planet's beleaguered inhabitants. As a cruel finale, he conjured an even larger ball of ominous purple energy, launching it mercilessly toward the unsuspecting world. Simultaneously, the ship pivoted, offering its occupants, which were Aldrake's group, a front-row seat to the catastrophic spectacle. Il regno della luce brillante erupted into a vibrant burst of purple luminescence, leaving a devastating aftermath. Aldrake and his companions, aboard the spaceship, were initially on a different mission assigned by Aldrake's father. The day was intended for a routine retrieval task on another planet. The close-knit group, bound by friendship, accompanied Aldrake, unaware of the impending calamity that awaited them. The explosion unfolded before them, an unforeseen catastrophe that triggered an overwhelming surge of rage within Aldrake. Despite lacking combat prowess, he impulsively propelled himself out of the spaceship, hurtling towards Sagrif with fury. However, Sagrif, seemingly amused, merely laughed and effortlessly seized Aldrake by the neck, extinguishing any hope of immediate retaliation. A weakling trying to retaliate against me? You're funny, Sagrif sneered, his disdain evident as he scanned the group behind Aldrake. The others seemed mundane to him, but his interest peaked when his gaze fell upon a particular woman. She possessed long, light blonde hair, deep yellow eyes, and adorned herself in a flowing white and gold dress, complemented by white gloves and gold heels. Unlike the other passengers who regarded Sagrif with fear, she was the exception, meeting his gaze with equal fury. For some inexplicable reason, this woman triggered something within Sagrif, stirring an unusual curiosity. In the vast expanse of his experiences, he recognized a feeling that closely resembled love or romantic interest in someone else. With a sly smile, Sagrif swiftly directed a punch at Aldrake's stomach, robbing him of breath. Before the rest could react, he efficiently dispatched them, seizing the furious Citrina from her seat in a fluid motion. As he lifted her, a spark of fascination glinted in Sagrif's eyes, fueled by the unexpected allure of the woman who had captured his attention. You will fall in love with me and marry me in the future. Come, we have much to do, Sagrif declared eagerly. He turned back around and addressed the group, saying, right you lot. I will thank you for letting us meet. With an evil grin, he punched the spaceship, sending it hurtling toward a large planet mostly composed of lava and flames. Aldrake was thrown into the spaceship as well, indicating Sagrif's intent to eliminate them all in that fiery environment. If Irelis were here, she would have ended you, hissed Citrina, her frustration and anger evident. No one can fight me evenly. I am one of the Umbra. We tried to coax your planet to join us before, but you refused, so now they died. Cuckoo, Sagrif taunted with a sinister grin, reveling in his perceived superiority. Unbeknownst to the rest of the group, Irelis had also departed from the planet after their group, assigned to a different task along with a few others. Initially intended to accompany Citrina, Irelis had been convinced that she would be safe, and reluctantly, she agreed to fulfill her separate mission. The Umbra? So, you're those unruly lot from before. I knew Father should have dealt with you after encountering that disgusting group, Citrina hissed with a venomous tone. Sagrif grinned, his expression darkening. A feisty one, aren't you? I like it. We're a good match for each other, he remarked before swiftly incapacitating her and taking off into the vast void of space. As Sagrif flew away, his mind was focused solely on Citrina. He cared little for what fate awaited Aldrake's group. In his perception, they were as good as dead. Convinced that they would come after him in the future, Sagrif harbored sinister intentions. He planned to execute them one by one in front of Citrina, relishing the opportunity to mock and torment them further. Little did Sagrif realize, in that moment of apparent triumph, that this decision would have severe consequences, consequences that would come back to haunt him in a not-so-distant future. The seeds of his actions were sown, and the repercussions loomed ominously on the horizon. Cao Cao and Vasco Strata launched a synchronized assault on Sagrif, their strikes executed with deadly precision. Despite their efforts, the Umbra adeptly evaded many of their attacks, with a few that landed merely grazing him, causing minimal harm. While Sagrif lacked intricate knowledge of their specific strategies, he could sense a familiar pattern. Numerous enemies in the past had attempted to exploit his vulnerabilities by sealing his potent healing ability. Unperturbed by the prospect, Sagrif welcomed the challenge, anticipating that such a hindrance would only enhance the thrill of the battle. Amidst dodging yet another series of strikes from spear and sword, Sagrif contemplated the unfolding situation. He sought an opening to retaliate, only to narrowly evade a potent ball of power of destruction hurled by Rias. In the heat of such close-quarter combat, Sagrif instinctively relied on his well-honed instincts rather than strategic acumen. This reliance on intuition had proven invaluable in past encounters, such as those with powerful abilities like Infursos and Ive. Cao Cao and Vasco Strata meticulously adhered to the instructions transmitted through the transceivers by Lysenvar. Their mission, as specified by Comptoir, was to capture Sagrif rather than outright defeating him. The success of this endeavor remained uncertain, considering the unwavering loyalty of many individuals within Fumara's organization. The commitment of these followers was such that the prospect of them switching sides seemed implausible. A significant portion of them had been indoctrinated since childhood, rendering them incapable of entertaining the thought of betrayal. For them, the mere suggestion of defecting or turning against their cause was met with immediate rejection, often culminating in self-destructive actions. Sagrif, fully aware of the situation, taunted his enemies with a mocking tone. "Smart of you to attempt using those powers against me, considering my inherent weakness to them. But if you can't even land a hit, what's the point?" He sneered, reveling in the perceived futility of their efforts. "Ho-ho, young one, it would be wise to assume we're holding back because—" Vasco Strata's arm vanished, and Sagrif found himself back on the ground in a giant crater, utterly confused. Both men landed in front of him, and Vasco Strata asserted confidently, "We could end it at any time we wish." Sagrif frowned, determined not to be underestimated. "If you think you can overpower me at my highest, you're sorely mistaken." His power surged, causing the planet to shake even more. Facing both Cao Cao and Vasco Strata, Sagrif issued a challenge. "Try me." With that, he vanished and reappeared in front of them. To his utter surprise, both of his fists were caught by the Cao Cao and Vasco Strata, and they didn't budge. It left him questioning, "They're not budging?" The realization struck him that this battle was far from over. "Ending it so soon, Sagrif? Why not enjoy a bit more fun with us?" After all, didn't you have your way with Citrina? With a swift and forceful kick to Sagrif's stomach, he sent the devil soaring in a particular direction. As Sagrif soared over a specific region of the planet, positioned between two arches, large spikes coated in a toxic venom suddenly jutted out, grazing his back and eliciting a wince. The spikes seemed to materialize out of nowhere, leaving Sagrif momentarily perplexed. However, he quickly dismissed the notion, attributing it to their interference. Unbeknownst to Sagrif, Zhuge Liang was the mastermind behind this unexpected turn of events. Utilizing her sacred gear, strategy trap, she had strategically placed traps throughout the planet, with Comptoir's assistance in teleporting her to various locations. In total, she had set up 12 traps, and one of them had just been triggered, catching Sagrif off guard. Out of nowhere, two figures materialized above Sagrif. It was Rias, holding Ophis in front of her. The dragon god of infinity extended her arms, as if beckoning for a hug, and let out a resounding roar, "Gao!" This peculiar gesture triggered a potent blast emanating from Ophis' mouth, slamming into Sagrif and pinning him to the ground. Despite his best efforts, even with the planet quaking beneath him as he struggled, Sagrif found himself immobilized. "What the hell is this?" he exclaimed in frustration. "Gravity manipulation?" The friendly duo of Ophis and Rias remained silent, withholding any explanation. Instead, they directed their attacks at Sagrif. Rias conjured a sphere of destruction, while Ophis replicated her, forming a light blue ball charged with draconic energy. Together, they unleashed their combined might upon the helpless Sagrif. Yet another explosion resonated across the shattered remnants of the planet, tearing through it and leaving behind a gaping hole. Sagrif emerged seemingly unscathed, but a sense of unease crept over him. "I can't see," he muttered, frustration lacing his words. "What the hell did you do?" "I can't use my healing ability, so that's just goddamn shit." Rias, standing resolute, had honed her mastery over the power of destruction over the years within Aaron's pocket dimension and training facility. While uncertain if her skill matched her older brother Surzek's, she had painstakingly refined her abilities. As she unleashed her attack on Sagrif, she specifically targeted the nerve connected to his eyes. Unfamiliar with the anatomy of the creature before her, Rias also directed her destructive force toward other critical points, inadvertently affecting various aspects of Sagrif's body. Fortunately, one of these attacks successfully struck his eyes, nerves making him blind. In a strategic move, she employed an anti-healing and anti-regeneration ability, ensuring that Sagrif remained incapable of healing the internal damage caused by her precise attacks. Ophis extended her fingers like a gun, pointing them at Sagrif with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "No more flying for you," she declared. "Huh?" Sagrif responded, attempting to use his powers to take flight. To his surprise, he found himself grounded, unable to soar through the air. Though he still possessed other means of mobility, doubt lingered in his mind about their effectiveness in protracted combat, especially considering the poison coursing through his veins. "Vasco stará acompanhando Cao landed on a pile of rubble nearby, observing Sagrif with a stern gaze. "Don't forget about the poison you just received, young man," Vasco warned, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. While each of these formidable fighters possessed the capability to swiftly end Sagrif's life, an unspoken agreement hung in the air. They intended to prolong his suffering, ensuring he experienced the same torment he had inflicted upon his victims. This calculated approach aligned with Kuntuar and Lysenvar's overarching strategy, a plan to weaken Sagrif significantly before teleporting him away to the confines of their spaceship cells. "Hey, Hara, fine. You want my everything? Then you can have it." Sagrif's bellow echoed, and a surge of his power rippled through, compelling everyone in proximity to leap away. However, the force was so powerful that escape meant taking flight, as the very half of the planet where Sagrif stood crumbled into instant destruction. "Please be advised that I have teleported everyone who was on Sagrif's side. I will commence the evacuation of everyone else, as the planet is about to explode. Sagrif will most likely chase after us." To those still engaged in combat with him, "I will create a field above the ship to provide ample room for the battle. Please prepare yourselves," warned Kuntuar. A few seconds after her announcement, everyone found themselves teleported back to the safety of the spaceship. With a graceful wave of her hand, Kuntuar eradicated the reinforcements that had arrived at Shadenvar Makinara to aid Sagrif and his allies. Chow Chow, Vasco Strata, Rias, Ophis, Stellar, and Lysenvar materialized at the pinnacle of the Resistance spaceship, while the remaining members found themselves transported within. Lysenvar, his voice laced with amusement, remarked, "Who would have thought things would turn out like this?" Vasco Strata, responding with a chuckle, said, "Foo-foo, life is full of surprises, after all." Their banter, however, was abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of a figure on the ship's deck. Kuntuar, with no intention of returning to the Resistance's planet, propelled the spaceship at full speed, opting to navigate aimlessly through this section of the universe until the impending confrontation reached its conclusion. Before them stood Sagrif, his visage dominated by a fiery red hue. Muscles and veins bulged across his body, and menacing crimson eyes glowed fiercely. A mouth, filled with razor-sharp teeth, had formed on his face, exuding an aura of ferocity. Various sharp protrusions adorned his body, accentuated by glowing lines that traced intricate patterns around him. Rias started. His vision isn't back, but her words were cut short as Sagrif abruptly lunged towards her, attempting to deliver a powerful punch to her head. Reacting swiftly, she arched herself backward, skillfully evading the incoming blow. Seizing the opportunity, Rias countered by unleashing a barrage of demonic aura bullets in Sagrif's direction. In a nimble display of evasion, Sagrif leaped backward, skillfully avoiding the oncoming onslaught. However, Vasco Strata materialized below him, wielding his formidable Durand Alex. With a swift and forceful swing, the holy blade connected with Sagrif. Despite catching the blade, he couldn't escape the searing pain emanating from the holy energy. The blade even managed to leave a slight cut on his hand. Pushing himself off the blade, Sagrif landed near the end of the ship, assessing the situation. In a swift motion, Chow Chow disappeared, reappearing directly in front of Sagrif. With precision, he hurled a lone rusty nail at the menacing foe. Chow Chow had initiated his balance breaker, Alpheka Tyrant, hoping to alter the fabric of reality around Sagrif. To his astonishment, a dense, crimson aura enveloped Sagrif's arm, deflecting the projectile away. TCH, I can't employ another one for a few minutes, and my stamina is only at half. We can't rely on it too much, Chow Chow informed his team, a note of caution in his voice. Out of nowhere, crimson and ebony tentacles erupted from Sagrif's back, lurching menacingly toward the Resistance's group. Lysenvar's urgent voice cut through the sudden chaos. Don't get hit by those. Without hesitation, everyone leaped away, unleashing a barrage of attacks to obliterate the approaching tentacles. The efforts proved successful for most, but Lysenvar found himself in a precarious situation, only to be promptly rescued by Stellar. Stellar, however, wasn't as fortunate. The corrosive nature of Sagrif's attack had taken its toll, damaging her robotic form. Witnessing the consequences, the group observed as the arm hit by Sagrif's attack instantly melted away. Concern etched on her face, Rias inquired, "Is it corrosive?" Lysenvar, nodding solemnly, confirmed her suspicion. "I've witnessed a similar attack from a different species before. Whatever this new form of his is, its abilities are integrated. Moreover, we remain ignorant of his original capabilities, so exercise caution against those as well," Lysenvar warned, emphasizing the need for vigilance in the face of Sagrif's strange and unknown powers. So, it's safe to assume that Sagrif himself underwent experimentation, gaining new powers from Fumara's organization. How troubling, voiced Chow Chow with a hint of concern. Vasco Strata nodded in agreement. Indeed, that seems to be a reasonable assumption. Nevertheless, our initial plan remains unchanged. Rias Gremory, we will rely on you and your powers. Do what you did earlier. If, by any chance, you end up killing him, we can seek Kuntwar's assistance to bring him back. The group acknowledged the plan and collectively moved towards Sagrif. The formidable foe responded by unleashing his tentacles once again, accompanied by the creation of sharp crimson spears swirling menacingly around him. With a powerful roar, he hurled the deadly projectiles towards the approaching fighters. Undeterred, Chow Chow took the lead, pointing his left hand towards the spears. "Half dimension," he shouted, causing the space around the crimson spears to distort. Despite Chow Chow's efforts, Sagrif's relentless attacks pressed on as the deadly projectiles were unleashed upon the group. Rias skillfully countered the attacks by unleashing bullets of the power of destruction, each projectile obliterating the incoming threats in an instant. Stellar, recognizing an opportunity, swiftly joined forces with Chow Chow, employing a technique reminiscent of Jinchur Usaji's sacred gear. Golden lines shot out from her body. In a nimble dance of evasion, Sagarif appeared to successfully dodge Stella's lines. However, to his surprise, he soon discovered that several unseen lines had stealthily ensnared him. Stellar had ingeniously made some lines invisible, deploying them in a strategic manner to create a wider coverage area before attaching them to Sagarif. This unexpected tactic caught the cunning foe off guard. Following that, sizable bells materialized around Sagarif, emitting resonant chimes that sent ripples of concentric circles through the air. Instantaneously, Sagarif's agile movements were hindered, forcing him to shield his ears while emitting a pained screech. The architect of this disruptive assault was none other than Lysanvar. He tapped his cane onto the ground, conjuring an array of holes surrounding Sagarif. From these openings emerged inky appendages, resembling arms made of darkness, which swiftly ensnared the man. However, in a surge of power, Sagarif shattered the ethereal binds and, with unparalleled agility, reappeared behind Lysanvar in the blink of an eye. To Sagarif's surprise, Stellar stood poised and ready, positioned to defend Lysanvar, who wore a confident smile. With a tap of his cane, Lysanvar conjured several boxes around him, each harboring a mysterious secret. The boxes unfolded, releasing a multitude of small creatures that swiftly amalgamated into an imposing 1111 creature. This creature bore a striking resemblance to a giant bee or wasp, and, with a vibrant hum of its wings, launched needles toward Sagarif. Anticipating the Umbra's retaliation, Lysanvar and Stellar employed duplication and illusion magic on the projectiles hurtling toward Sagarif. Simultaneously, Chow Chow and Vasco Strata joined the fray, unleashing a barrage of holy slashes aimed at their formidable enemy. As Sagarif prepared to evade the onslaught, he found himself ensnared. White feathers, seemingly animated and alive, coiled around his legs, securing him firmly to the ship's roof. Desperate to break free, he lunged and attempted to obliterate the ethereal bindings with his formidable powers, but to his dismay, they resisted his efforts, holding him captive in their feathery grip. The needles found their mark on Sagarif, sending waves of pain coursing through his body. However, the torment didn't conclude there. Chow Chow and Vasco Strata's holy slashes severed his arms, provoking another anguished scream from the beleaguered foe. Despite the excruciating pain, Sagarif persisted in his futile attempts to break free. Lysanvar, closing in on the incapacitated enemy, remarked, "Did you forget about the poison coursing through your veins? Even in this transformed state, escape eludes you. It originated from that place, and its effects are inescapable." Sagarif's struggle ceased as he gazed at Lysanvar, who wore a triumphant smirk. However, Sagarif, undeterred, retaliated by expelling a stream of crimson liquid from his mouth. Swiftly, Ophis intervened, erecting a protective magic circle in front of Lysanvar, preventing him from falling victim to the malevolent attack. "Be careful," Ophis warned, her eyes narrowing with concern. Taking heed of the caution, Lysanvar gracefully stepped back. With a nod and acknowledgement, he responded, "My apologies, I will. Rias, please do the honors. We should end this." Rias joined Lysanvar, a solemn determination in her eyes. She conjured a sizable ball of the potent power of destruction in her hands, its ominous energy casting an intense glow. With deliberate precision, she directed the destructive force towards Sagarif, who began to show signs of renewed struggle. Lysanvar seized the moment to deliver a cutting observation, his voice carrying a mix of reflection and reproach. "The poison from the planet you destroyed. They called it Ilioccident Ephemero, or Ephemeral Sunday. It's quite ironic, isn't it? A planet that could naturally counter beings of darkness was destroyed by you. Yet, in a twist of fate, years later, their own poison became the instrument of your defeat. Think of it like this, Sagarif. It's what some might call poetic justice." Lysanvar began to explain, his tone measured and deliberate. "This poison originates from the planet of Il Regno della Luz Brillante. It emanates from a specific tree, releasing its venom at the conclusion of each autumn season. If properly neutralized, it transforms into a delicacy akin to a flavorful sauce. His eyes glazed over momentarily with a distant reminiscence. I have first-hand knowledge of this. Years ago, I visited the planet with my father long before its tragic demise. The poison always stuck in my memory because, when treated correctly, it became a delectable addition to our meals. I even implored my father to procure some in a jar, and thankfully, the benevolent people of Il Regno della Luz Brillante obliged. Their kindness was truly memorable. Lysanvar wore a determined smile as he declared, "This is for the people of that planet. Their light will never be extinguished." With those words, Ria's destructive ball surged forward, homing in on Sagrif like an avenging tide. Sagrif's screams echoed, piercing through the air as the attack enveloped him. The violent convulsions of his body seemed uncontrollable, and he expelled crimson liquid, a gruesome testament to the intensity of the attack. His chest rapidly decayed, unfurling to reveal a bizarre heart, a grotesque amalgamation of crimson and black mist. The surreal sight intensified the macabre nature of the moment. Then, in a sudden and eerie stillness, Sagrif ceased all movement. The once formidable enemy had succumbed, and silence replaced the cacophony of his demise. Sagrif had met his end, the culmination of the fierce battle and the relentless pursuit of justice. It's done, though he's dead. They'll transport him to the cell, since I prevented his soul from leaving his body. Please make your way back to the ship, Kuntuar informed the group. Chow Chow, feeling the exhaustion in his bones, remarked, "I was expecting a much more epic finale. Still, I'm fine with this, especially since I'm running low on stamina after using Alphecatyrannus Balance Breaker." He found a spot to rest on the spaceship's roof. Vasco Strata, a seasoned warrior, offered his perspective. "Not all battles will end with a grand finale, young hero. And like this," he said, gesturing towards the space where Sagrif's body once stood. The aftermath of their confrontation left a solemn air, a reminder that victories could sometimes be quiet and unceremonious. Rias Grimmery's soliloquy, "Several minutes had elapsed since our triumphant battle against Sagrif and the subsequent explosion that reverberated through the planet's Shadenvire, Machinara. The aftermath of such an event would typically send shockwaves and debris hurtling into space, affecting neighboring planets. However, thanks to Kuntuar's foresight, she had enveloped the planet in a protective barrier, preventing collateral damage. Kuntuar explained that without her intervention, the explosion would have posed a significant threat to the surrounding planets in this part of the galaxy. Curiosity led us to inquire about the moon Ophis had slapped away, and Kuntuar cryptically mentioned that she had taken care of it, leaving us to speculate about her intentions. Continuing our journey back home, the vastness of space stretched before us, and time seemed almost suspended. Curiosity piqued, I made my way to the cockpit, where I found Kuntuar deep in her contemplations. "Kuntuar, may I ask you something?" I inquired, cautiously approaching her. As I reached her side, I was taken aback to see that she was tightly embracing a body pillow featuring an image of Aaron. The craftsmanship of the pillow was remarkable. Unfazed, Kuntuar met my gaze and questioned, "What's on your mind, Rias?" "I want to know about what Lysanvar mentioned earlier regarding the poison he used. Was everything he said true?" I inquired, seeking clarification on the revelation from earlier. Kuntuar nodded, conjuring a holographic video that unfolded before us. "This right here is Il Regno della Luz Brillante before its destruction and demise. As you can see, these are the trees that Lysanvar mentioned, and by fast-forwarding to autumn, you can see liquid seeping out of it. It's quite poisonous, hence why they're using special gloves and equipment to extract it." On the holographic display, I witnessed a scene of several individuals clad in suits and advanced equipment, diligently extracting copious amounts of golden liquid from the trees. The place resembled a farm dedicated to this extraction process, with hundreds of workers involved. It appeared that they could extract from each tree 3 times before no more liquid could be obtained. Fascinated by the unfolding scene, I inquired, "Do the trees naturally do that?" My attention remained fixed on the video, trying to comprehend the intricacies of the process. "No, a different species regularly inhabits the tree. Look," she said, guiding us to a different time of the year. There we witnessed some peculiar creatures flying towards the tree, inserting their, well, tongues into it and expelling a liquid. Kuntuar elaborated, "Those are bazuin. It's a curious blend of a baboon and a bee. They pollinate the tree from spring to summer, only to go into hibernation during the autumn and winter months. Afterward, the cycle repeats. The optimal time to extract the substance is in autumn, usually between September and December. However, for this specific liquid, the process is best initiated 2 weeks before the end of October." As we absorbed this information, Kuntuar continued, "Any other month after that is still feasible, but the taste won't be as optimal after processing and removing the poison. Regardless, that's how it's made. If you're curious, yes, it's still being produced, but now on different planets and at a slower rate." Il Regno della Luz Brillante had the equipment and methods down to the T, so when they were wiped out, most of those methods and equipment were lost. "The current method is slower, but it still achieves the same results," Kuntuar explained. She continued, delving into the intricacies of the production process. "These days, the manufacturing is handled by planets controlled by Fumara's organization. Many people appreciate it, including Fumara herself." However, Kuntuar paused, adding a layer of suspense to her words. From somewhere in her belongings, Kuntuar produced a bottle containing the familiar liquid we had saw earlier. Her gaze rested on me, and a warm smile played on her lips. "This is the same liquid that Lysanvar tasted when he was a child. Aaron, Azathoth, and I can easily replicate it. If you wish, you can give this to him. I also believe everyone else will savor the taste of a bit of nostalgia." She handed me the bottle, and for a moment, I examined it thoughtfully. "All right, I can go and make some lunch with Aquino and a few others then. Join us in a few minutes," I suggested, and she nodded before returning to hugging the body pillow. Exiting the room, I headed straight for Aquino's quarters. Since our mission had concluded, she had retreated there. Without bothering to knock, I entered, only to discover her engaged in a similar activity, hugging a body pillow featuring Aaron's image. How she acquired it remained a mystery, but I suspected Kuntuar had a hand in it. "Aquino, get up. We have some work to do," I informed her as she rolled over to look at me, still clinging to the pillow. "Work? Didn't we just finish?" she inquired, her expression reflecting confusion at the sudden request. I lifted the bottle, its contents swirling within, and decided to share my idea. With a cheerful grin, I suggested, "How about making lunch for those from Il Regno della Luz Brillante, Lysanvar, and everyone else?" Aquino seemed hesitant, so I added, "And, of course, we can prepare a delightful meal for Aaron. I'm sure he'll appreciate it." Aquino, catching the scent of an opportunity to create something special, immediately sprang up from her bed, got dressed, and approached me. With her usual lively personality, she exclaimed, "What are we waiting for, Rias? Let's go and whip up some delicious lunch for everyone." Fufu, there are moments when I can't help but wonder if Aquino's vibrant energy stems solely from her connection with Aaron. I occasionally question whether we've become too reliant on him, but deep down, I know that's not the case. Is our current dynamic a healthy one? Despite being apart for a few days, these thoughts linger. Aquino turned back around, having walked ahead of me, and asked, "What's wrong, Rias? Aren't you coming?" Her question brought me back to the present, urging me to join her. "Yes, let's go," I replied, and together we strolled towards the kitchen. Feeling the need to coordinate with others, I summoned a communication circle and reached out to a few individuals. To my surprise, they agreed to join us in our endeavor. I expected rejection since many would be tired, but this was surprising. Adding an unexpected twist, His Eminence Strata also decided to lend his assistance to our cause. After an hour and a half of preparation, Lunch was finally ready, and we began serving the eagerly awaiting group. Having called everyone in beforehand, they gathered, anticipation evident on their faces, especially for the dessert we crafted, inspired by the Iliocident ephemero. We weren't sure if it retained the same name in its sauce form, but it was our attempt to recreate it. As everyone delved into the meal, praises for the diverse array of dishes filled the air. The effort to cater to various tastes seemed to pay off. Soon after, we brought out the dessert, making our way to Aldrake and his sister, Citrina. Their expressions shifted to sheer surprise as we presented the dessert to them. Aldrake stammered, "I isn't this?" We nodded in confirmation. "It's Iliocident ephemero, though we're not sure about the name you guys gave it after removing the poison," I replied. They took a bite of the dessert, a simple lemon ricotta cake adorned with the special sauce. Almost instantly, tears welled up in their eyes, a quiet yet poignant expression of emotion. Despite their tears, they continued savoring each bite, a blend of pleasure and nostalgia filling the room. When they finally finished eating, they turned their attention back to us. Citrina, still visibly moved, shared. "We call it Eterioro Glaziarco after turning it into a sauce. We haven't tasted this in a long time, and you somehow replicated how my mother created her own little version of this recipe." The revelation surprised me. Earlier, Comptoir had casually handed us a recipe for the cake, and at the time, we didn't give it much thought. Now it dawned on us. Comptoir had delved into their memories to retrieve this cherished recipe, ensuring it would evoke the profound emotions we witnessed. It was a thoughtful touch, connecting them to a taste from their past and bringing back precious memories. Speaking of Italian dishes, Lavinia, Asia, and Zenobia were Italians too, so I wonder how they would think of it. After the members of Il Regno della Luce Brillante enjoyed their fill of the cake, everyone received a portion. The impact of the cake was evident, even on Lysenvar, who appeared emotional after partaking in it. He couldn't help but mutter, "Just like how I ate it back then," before indulging in more. Curious about their thoughts, I approached Asia and Zenobia, asking, "What do you think? We found out not too long ago that both of you have Italian roots. What are your thoughts on the cake?" As the question hung in the air, I noticed a mixture of emotions on their faces, perhaps a blend of surprise and nostalgia. Asia, engrossed in her meal and sharing bites with a hen, paused to acknowledge Rias. Looking up with a cheerful expression, she exclaimed, "Ah, yes, it's wonderful, Rias ne sama. I haven't tasted this yet, and I think it's very delicious." A hen, the dragon companion, emitted a satisfied sound beside her. I think a hen agrees too. Zenobia, not particularly fond of overly sweet foods, made an exception this time. "I'm not the type to eat too many sweet foods, but it's fine every now and then." But I agree with Asia. It's delicious, former prez. I think, no, we should ask Aaron to try to make this too. Wait. "Did you make this so he can try it when we get back?" she asked, her curiosity piqued by the thought. "Yes, I thought it would be a good idea for him to try this, perhaps even incorporate it into the desserts at his restaurant." Aquino was the most eager to let Aaron have a taste of it. I explained, eliciting chuckles from those around. "By the way, where's Irina?" Zenobia replied with a slightly puzzled tone. She's getting some advice from his eminent strata about something." The notion of Irina seeking advice from his eminent strata wasn't unusual, as many sought his guidance on various matters. However, the uncertainty in Zenovia's voice made it seem like she wasn't entirely sure about the specifics. Despite my curiosity, I chose not to delve further into the matter. "I see. Well, enjoy your food, and if you want more, there's plenty by that table and in the kitchen, so don't be afraid to ask," I told them before walking away. The ambience was light, filled with laughter and the clinking of cutlery against plates. It seemed like a perfect moment for everyone to unwind after the recent events. As the day progressed, the anticipation of dinner filled the air, and I found myself contributing to the kitchen hustle alongside Elisand and Citrina. "Leonardo Cohen, could you bring me those?" I directed, pointing at the array of vegetables. Without hesitation, he swiftly fetched them. In the kitchen, we were accompanied by Chow Chow, Isaitha, His Eminent Strata, George, and Heracles, all lending their hands to prepare the evening meal. Isatha, with a touch of frustration, couldn't help but guide Chow Chow on proper technique. Chow Chow, how many times have I told you this? Hold it like this, not like that. We're not trying to fight a potato. Chow Chow, in his defense, replied, even if you tell me that, old habits die hard. Besides, I've made plenty of food like this. Jean and Tobio told me that it was fine. The kitchen banter added a lively atmosphere, filled with the clatter of utensils and the comforting aroma of cooking ingredients. By the way, Citrina started, capturing our attention. We turned to look at her. I've been mostly sleeping and catching some rest. I didn't get a chance to ask, but where's this Aaron person you all talk about? He doesn't seem to be here. A glint of interest shimmered in Citrina's eyes, despite her headstrong and strong-willed demeanor. Even she needed some rest after enduring the insane trial Sagrif had subjected her to. If one were to describe her, it would be as a mix of a tomboy and a princess. Elisand responded, he's back on the planet of the Resistance, or he might be on a new mission, perhaps even repairing the planets they have now. Either way, you'll need to wait until we get back, Lady Citrina. Citrina nodded thoughtfully and expressed, well, Aldrake has shared a lot about him, so I'm quite curious to meet this Aaron. Despite Aldrake's refusal to repair our planet, I'm determined to reclaim it. Even if we don't have our people, we can repopulate and welcome newcomers once things settle down in our universe. George interjected, raising a point of caution. You do know about his strict rules on bringing people back, don't you? There are certain limitations that might prevent him from resurrecting individuals. With a confident nod, Citrina responded, I'm well aware of the rules. Aldrake has thoroughly explained them to me. I simply wish to discuss it with Aaron again and see where we can go from there. She then turned to us, especially Aquino and me, and posed a question, you too? Well, should I say most women here are part of his harem, correct? Why? Before I could respond, Aquino tilted her head and stated, what do you mean why? I can't speak for everyone, but I love him, that's why. If I stood here and explained why, would be here for a year or more. I found myself taken aback. Aquino's love was undeniably profound, comparable to that of the Fated Ones, and maybe even Lavinia's. Perhaps she was evolving into a Yandere. The thought lingered in my mind, a mix of amusement and concern. Sensing the tension building as Citrina and Aquino exchanged stares, Elisand intervened. We've been with them for quite some time. I can say that many of the women in his harem truly love him. While I don't know the exact reasons for all of them, they've gone through a lot together, which led to romantic feelings. In their supernatural universe, harems are quite normal, and not many question it. Citrina closed her eyes, diverting her attention back to the food preparation in front of her. I will ask him this too then. I'm curious about his reasons. Perhaps I should call him Playboy? She mused, throwing the question into the air. However, her ponderings were met with silence from those around her. The remainder of that night carried a subtle tension, though it remained manageable. Aldrake, sensing the shift in atmosphere, inquired about the underlying unease. After sharing the reason, he extended an apology on Citrina's behalf, explaining that his sister was always like this. She enjoyed engaging people in conversations about various topics, unabashedly posing questions that some might find uncomfortable to answer. In Aldrake's perspective, she didn't care if the queries caused discomfort. She was practical, seeking straightforward and factual responses rather than indulging in wishful or naive thinking. From our brief interaction with her, that was the impression I gleaned from Citrina as well. Aaron Toole's soliloquy contemplating the expansive space around me, I began to entertain the idea of bringing my family here in the future. While our indoor and outdoor pools back home were decent, the thought of introducing them to this place crossed my mind, and I couldn't shake the notion that it would be an improvement. The pools here were not just pools. They were vast bodies of water, almost titanic in scale. Here, entertainment options were abundant, with slides and various amenities to keep everyone engaged. The artificial beaches, both indoors and outdoors, added an extra layer of charm to this already impressive vacation spot. As I surveyed the surroundings, a sense of pride welled up within me. Sona, standing beside me. Couldn't help but notice my content expression. "You look very smug, Aaron," she remarked. "Did you think of something new again?" I responded with a strained smile. "You make it sound like it's a bad thing." "Well," she began, inching closer to me as we observed the lively scene of everyone enjoying themselves in the water. Both of us were clad in our swimwear, and Sona looked stunning in her cute bikini, showcasing her grown features, no longer as flat as before. Her bust had progressed from B77 to B87, a change that put her on par with Irina's earlier size before she, too, experienced an increase. Most of your ideas tend to spiral into chaos, even if you didn't intend for that. Others just jump on the bandwagon until it erupts into pandemonium, she explained, her tone carrying a hint of amusement. Sona then playfully grabbed my arm, not so subtly placing it between her breasts. "And, might I add, you're not exactly subtle with your glances either." I glanced at her, then at the stylish bikini she wore, and finally met her gaze with a grin. "I can't exactly look away from my cute fiancé. Can I? Thanks for the service, by the way." Sona blushed in response, shooting me a half-hearted glare, but she didn't pull away. I then said to her, "Lati is not letting up even now, huh? You guys did mention that you were done." "She's just like that," Sona explained, a touch of frustration in her tone. "Even after knowing her for many years, she's meticulous about these things. She needs to show that she's capable, not like Diodora. She also has to live up to her uncle's legacy, being the Satan Beelzebub and a super devil." I sighed, acknowledging the complexities of their responsibilities. "We all have a lot on our plate, huh?" I mused, observing Latia in the distance, clad in a bikini, diligently jotting down notes on her holographic pad. "We'll all be busy in the future, huh? Once everything settles down, I mean, dealing with the underworld, heaven, with the humans after we reveal ourselves. And I have to handle DXD and any disturbances in the multiverse," I shared with Sona. Wanting to emphasize my commitment, I gently forced Sona to face me, placing my hands on her shoulders. "I'll try my best to be home every day, even if I have to delegate some of my tasks to my clones and avatars. I don't want to be absent in our children's lives." Reflecting on Issei's story in the What If X side story by Ichii Ishibumi, where he was almost never around for his kids due to a busy schedule for the next few hundred years, I expressed my determination to avoid a similar fate. His kids with his harem were mostly raised by others, and I don't want that for myself. I want to be there for our children, present in their lives as they grow and learn. "You're worrying too much, Aaron, but I think everyone else will agree with me that what you're saying is admirable, but..." Sona's brow furrowed again. She reached over, pinching my cheeks and stretching them slightly. "Don't try to constantly do that, all right? Don't abuse your powers just to end the day quickly." After letting go, she sighed and wrapped her arms around me. "I understand your worries, but like I said, don't overthink it. Things will happen naturally. You've shown that you try your best at many things, and we know you'll be fine. Remember, you also made a promise to Vivi that you'd be a hero, right? You can't break that promise." I'm still desperately trying not to be like my dad, my biological father. Maybe I'm overcompensating, but honestly, right now, I don't care if I am. If I could be on the opposite side of that coin, then I'm fine with it. The determination to break away from a dark legacy fuels my every action, even if it means overcompensating at times. It's a conscious choice to be different, to be better, and to keep the promises I've made to those who believe in me. Well, I began to speak, but Sona interrupted me. She looked up at me, her blush deepening, and glared. "What are you doing right now?" I chuckled nervously, attempting to diffuse the awkwardness. Huh. Well, how can I say this? I'm a guy. It's a natural phenomenon," I explained, hoping to lighten the mood. However, Sona remained unamused. Velgrind, joining our conversation, remarked, "I didn't think you'd be the type to show this much affection in the open public, Sona Citri." She had arrived with a few others after Lavinia's group earlier on the day. Observing Sona's stiff demeanor, Velgrind asked suspiciously, "Why are you like that?" Without waiting for an answer, she walked over and separated us. As she looked down, a realization crossed her face. Oh, so that's why. Well, she at least tried to protect your dignity. It would be bad to show this to the rest of them, Aaron, Velgrind explained, addressing the unexpected situation with a mix of understanding and amusement. Velgrind turned back around, gazing at the horizon ahead. She then nonchalantly backed up toward me, inadvertently pressing her behind against me. It seemed like an attempt, though not a very convincing one, to hide it. Sona, equally surprised by this unexpected turn of events, appeared unsure of how to react. Strangely, I didn't mind and made no effort to intervene. Velgrind-san, are you sure about doing that? Sona asked, finally regaining her composure after the initial shock. Velgrind lazily looked at her and shrugged. Is it wrong? I'm one of the fated ones, so, in a way, aren't I already married to him? Doing this kind of thing is normal for one of his wives. Her logic didn't exactly make sense, but I merely shrugged, accepting the unusual situation. However, Sona seemed even more dumbfounded by Velgrind's rationale. Unexpectedly, she grabbed my arm, pressing her breasts into it once again. While I appreciate your help, I was fine on my own, said Sona, directing a glare at Velgrind, who smirked back at her. A silent showdown unfolded among us, becoming more complex as my other free arm was gently taken away, and I felt another soft sensation. Azathoth had replicated what Sona was doing, though it seemed Azathoth herself was puzzled by the gesture. You like this, right? Azathoth inquired. Maintaining a deadpan tone, I replied, yes, very much so. Please continue. Aaron, Velgrind, and Sona chided simultaneously, attempting to pull me away. However, Azathoth's grip on my arm proved stronger than they anticipated, and the intimidating look she shot at them made them hesitate. They settled for glaring at each other instead. Gradually, with not too much further stimulation, my Bodis reaction settled, allowing me to resume our walk as if nothing had happened. I moved away from the scene with the three of them, heading towards the water. Well, we might as well enjoy ourselves here. Go ahead, I instructed them, and, with some reluctance, they left my side. Left alone, I found a quiet spot on the sandy beach, gazing at the rhythmic dance of the waves. Suddenly, a translucent transceiver materialized on my right ear, carrying Aquino's voice with it. Aaron, Aquino's voice reached me, sounding weak and troubled. Aquino, is something wrong? Concern laced my words, unsure of what news awaited. I'm dying, she whispered through the device, sending a shiver down my spine. What? My response was a mixture of shock and disbelief. Give me that. Ria's urgent voice burst through the transceiver, accompanied by the sounds of fumbling. After a brief struggle, Rias reassured me, saying, sorry about that, Aaron. She's a bit upset and lonely after some things happened here. Don't worry, she's fine. Is that so? Then, can I do anything to help her? I inquired, eager to offer support. No, it's fine. She can survive. Aquino is a big girl, right? Rias redirected her question, and in response, I heard a muffled naos or something akin to that from Aquino. Sorry for bothering you. We'll be back in a few days, and I miss you too. It's a bit strange seeing Chow Chow and Isatha being lovey-dovey, though. Rias added, well, it would be strange seeing Chow Chow be like that. I wish I could see it, I replied, engaging in a conversation with Rias. Aquino attempted to join the discussion a few times, but her contributions were mostly upset grumblings. As I continued chatting with Rias, thoughts of how to comfort Aquino lingered in the back of my mind. I decided that I would spoil her when they returned, hoping to ease any lingering tension. Eventually, the call concluded and the transceiver disappeared. Returning my attention to the surroundings, I noticed Suzaku swimming over to me. It seems like Aquino is still upset about what I did, she inquired, a hint of guilt in her tone. I think she's upset for different reasons, but I'll make sure to talk to her about it. Don't feel too guilty, I reassured Suzaku. In response, she scooted closer, and I wrapped my arm around her waist. Suzaku laid her head on my shoulder, finding comfort in our shared presence. Warning, warning, Tidal God King Wave Monster Mode has been engaged. I repeat, Tidal the sudden blaring announcement startled the onlookers, and panic ensued. Someone in the crowd shouted, capturing the general sentiment. I couldn't help but facepalm at the unexpected turn of events. Latia, teleporting beside me, voiced her confusion. What is this? This wasn't in your notes. With a sigh, I explained it was meant to be a surprise for when this place opened to the public. Think of it like those world events in video games or MMORPGs. Anyone strong enough can participate. In short, they'll be facing off against a water monster from, well, either reality or a video, just for some fun. Latia, clearly concerned, had her hand on her head as she asked, is there some kind of prize? Setting up an event like this has to have some incentive. Otherwise, it's utterly pointless and can get people hurt. Of course, the rewards can vary, ranging from a set amount of money to a couple of months of free stay here. It all depends on the current difficulty of the monster that's brought up, so it's not always too lavish. For weaker challenges, they might enjoy a few days or weeks of free time or receive a modest sum of money. On the other hand, if it's a power enemy, they could earn a few months to a year of complimentary stay or a substantial amount of money. And yes, it's all coming out of my pocket, I explained to her. She looked at me, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. Tell me you're not just creating money out of nothing, she asked, almost pleading. I hesitated, glancing away, but Suzuku's blank and unamused gaze met mine, causing me to freeze momentarily. And no, it's from my own saved-up money. Like I said, by the time this opens, it'll have a lot of money by then, I exclaimed, attempting to clarify my reasoning. Yes, I was planning to conjure up money from nothingness and distribute it. The uncertainty of the future economy lingered in my mind. It could improve, or it might worsen. The unpredictability kept me on edge. Yes, you do, replied Drayig, the heavenly dragon. Shut up. I try my best not to know, I retorted, feeling the weight of the responsibility and the unpredictability of the situation. At times, you're good at lying, and at others, you're completely horrible at it, Aaron Latia said with a wry smile, reaching over and playfully pinching my cheek. Will you join them? I asked, attempting to steer the conversation away from the earlier one since I didn't want to answer it. No, I will observe them from here. How powerful will this dummy monster be? Latia inquired, letting go of my cheek and stepping closer. If I remember correctly, I modeled it after Luska, and it should be around low-tier god class, I replied. Luska? She echoed, a hint of confusion in her expression. In Caribbean folklore, the Luska is a name given to a sea monster said to exist in the region of the Blue Holes nearby Andros, an island in the Bahamas. It's described as a giant octopus, a giant cuttlefish, or a half-shark, half-octopus. The Luska is said to grow over 75 feet, 23 meters, long, I explained, providing her with a brief background of the mythical creature. After my explanation, a large puff of smoke billowed above us, revealing the Luska. This particular one was designed with a hybrid appearance, resembling a combination of a shark and an octopus. The upper half portrayed the features of a shark, while the lower half emulated an octopus. With the imposing creature now in our midst, I proceeded to make a quick announcement. Attention, everyone! This is a special and mini event I had planned for the grand opening of this place. Originally, it was intended to be less challenging, but for you guys, I've made it a bit tougher. It's classified as low-tier god class. Now, the prizes for taking on this challenge are a free stay here for a set amount of time or cash. However, today, whoever deals the final blow will be rewarded with money, or if you prefer, I can send it to your family back home. So, good luck and let the fun begin, I declared, adding an element of excitement to the occasion. Money, echoed the excited members in unison. See? They love money, I remarked, gesturing toward the eager DXD members charging enthusiastically toward the prize. Some others, amused by the spectacle, decided to join us. However, notable heavy hitters chose to remain on the sidelines. Nya, I can buy so much stuff, Kuroka screamed, charging with unrestrained enthusiasm. You were saying? Teased Drayig with a snicker. I sighed, shaking my head as I observed everyone else engaging with the creature. I deliberately kept them in the dark about whether this place could withstand their full power. They were likely adjusting their abilities to match the creature, ensuring a prolonged and entertaining battle. In the midst of the chaos, Lavinia leaped towards me, and I caught her in my arms. Curious, she inquired, if one of us kills it, what would be the prize? I guess I'd change it to, you can ask anything from me, but it has to be reasonable, I replied, noticing a twinkle in her eyes. However, the glimmer quickly faded upon hearing the qualifier reasonable. What in God's name did she have in mind? Well, I didn't expect that to happen, I remarked, the surprise evident in my tone, eliciting a few chuckles from those around me. As the intense battle unfolded, an unexpected turn of events occurred. No one emerged victorious. The Luska, on the verge of defeat, faced an unusual dilemma. Instead of delivering the finishing blow, the combatants turned on each other. A paradoxical conflict ensued, each participant opting to attack their rivals rather than deal the decisive strike against the sea creature. A crucial detail I omitted was the existence of a time limit. Unfortunately, that limit expired before they could vanquish the Luska, resulting in a lack of a clear winner. The participants, caught in the absurdity of their actions, displayed evident disappointment. Even Kuroka, typically composed, found herself swept up in the bizarre turn of events, floating on her back in the water. Her demeanor akin to someone who had witnessed an unexpected and perplexing spectacle. So what happens now? Suzaku asked, the curiosity evident on his face, and the others turned their attention toward me. Nothing really. No one won, so they don't get the money. I might host another one in the future, so they should learn from this, I replied, my words carrying a hint of contemplation as I considered the peculiar turn of events. The day's conclusion was indeed unconventional, leaving a unique impression on all of us. Later that night, just before dinner, while exploring or enjoying a small date with Ravel in Ivory Ilum, the translucent transceiver appeared on my ear. We moved to a more secluded spot, creating a quiet atmosphere as I prepared to answer the call. This is Aaron. What's up? I inquired. This is Elisand. Earlier today, we completed our mission and are on our way back. I apologize for the late report, because some things happened, Elisand explained. It's fine. Just give me a summarized version, so you can keep resting, I reassured her. We rescued Citrina, defeated and captured Sagarif, and the planet was destroyed. We also managed to retrieve various items we can use, although we did come across a former ally of the Resistance. Chow Chow will speak to you about it. There are other things, but it's better to be said in person and in more detail, Elisand reported, leaving a sense of anticipation and curiosity hanging in the air. All right, let's leave the rest for when you guys come back. Good work, I replied over the transceiver. Yes, thank you very much. I will get going then. After the acknowledgement, the transceiver disappeared. I turned my attention back to Ravel, who was looking at me with anticipation. What? I inquired, noticing the eagerness in her gaze. May I join the meeting in the future? She asked, her eyes shining with an unusual anticipation. Sure thing. You were never banned from doing so, Ravel. You just never asked before, I responded, and she seemed to freeze, absorbing the realization. She closed her eyes, turned around, and stomped her foot on the ground, having a quiet but small tantrum to herself. I observed her muttering, stupid, while lightly tapping her own head, an amusing display of frustration. Ravel, despite her efforts to maintain maturity, occasionally reveals her true age, adding a touch of charm to her character. In one such moment, I couldn't help but find it endearing. I extended my hand and gently placed it on her head. Don't let it bother you too much, Ravel. If you're starting today, just make sure to inform Aurelia. I know you usually train with her during the night for a few hours, right? Did you check in with her before joining me? I inquired, my tone comforting. Aurelia, her team leader, had a certain level of flexibility when it came to her team's activities. However, for matters related to official business or my involvement, there was a protocol. Aurelia would usually allow some leniency, but proper communication was crucial, especially considering the team's preparation for future challenges and tournament games. Yes, I informed her of my activities with you tonight, she replied, her tone sounding rather peculiar. Pausing for a moment, she blushed and stammered. And no, I didn't mean it like that. We can't do that yet. Curious, I tilted my head and asked, what do you mean? Sensing an opportunity to tease her, I gently moved my hand from her head to her cheek and leaned in closer. What kind of things? To my surprise, Ravel's face turned completely red, but instead of fleeing or fainting, as she might have done in the past, she remained in place. She became somewhat shy, glancing nervously between me and the ground. See, can I have that again? She asked in an almost whisper. Internally amused, I continued to play along. What do you mean by that, Ravel? You have to be more specific. 10k-15kThis. I want a kiss, she mumbled, her words carrying a hint of vulnerability, and she closed her eyes. How cute, I thought, amused by her request. I leaned in, capturing her lips for a brief moment before pulling away. She opened her eyes, a look of shock on her face. And more. A bit longer, please, she begged, a desire evident in her voice. I obliged and kissed her again. This time, Ravel's grip on my shirt tightened, forcing me to stay, prolonging the sweet exchange. Was this the side of Ravel that sought more affection? Over the past year, I noticed a shift in her demeanor, a departure from the princess-like attitude reminiscent of Rias. Ravel surprised me by poking my mouth, and I complied by opening it. She seized the opportunity to explore, playfully licking my tongue. I reciprocated, sensing her effort to overcome any clumsiness. As the kiss deepened, my hands naturally found their way around her, trailing down her back as I held her close. This caused her to jolt, and she pulled back slightly from our lingering kiss. Sensing the approach of others, I gently broke the kiss, and she gazed at me with a longing expression. I couldn't help but smirk and playfully gave her ass 2 light squeezes, deepening the blush on her face. Some people are coming, and we still have a few hours of our date left, I informed her, leaning in once again. If you're up for something more adventurous later, Ravel, come to my room. Ravel's face momentarily turned blank at the suggestive remark, but eventually, she shook her head. I want to be in a relationship with you before we consider anything like that. It's not very proper of me, considering I'm a daughter of the Phoenix clan. Even though you did that back then, with Lu Fei, I teased, a knowing smile playing on my lips. Ravel's blush deepened, and she avoided responding to my mischievous question. TT, that was a one-time thing, she replied, her gaze averted. I chuckled, straightening myself up. That's fine. Although Rias and I had similar experiences before we got together, I understand that each princess from different clans has her own standards, I said, extending my hand to her. Let's continue, then. You don't want to go to that place, right? I asked, and her enthusiastic nod signaled her agreement. However, a communication circle suddenly materialized beside me. Aaron, Rias, and Chow Chow's ship just landed. They arrived a few days early. Savina's voice echoed through the magical interface. But something's wrong. It seems like Comptoir and Citrina fell ill. Please hurry. Ravel and I exchanged shocked glances. Comptoir sick? It felt like a cruel joke. This was the last thing I expected from someone as powerful as her. Without hesitation, I scooped up Ravel, and in an instant, we arrived at the docking area, ready to uncover the mystery behind their unexpected illness. Many people had gathered at the ship, their anticipation palpable. Azathoth, in particular, appeared eager to uncover the unfolding events. We navigated our way onto the vessel, and quickly located both Comptoir and Citrina. As we approached, I noticed Aldrake, kneeling beside his sister with an unmistakable worry etched across his face. Reaching out, I placed a comforting hand on Aldrake's shoulder, offering reassurance. Aldrake, leave her to me. It shouldn't take too long, I assured him. His pleading gaze met mine, silently urging me to help his sister. I nodded in understanding, crouching down to examine Citrina. Gently touching her arm, I initiated a thorough scan of her entire body. Swiftly, I identified the source of her illness. The culprit behind Citrina's condition was likely Sagrif. Questions about how Comptoir had not detected this earlier flickered in my mind, but I surmised that her own affliction might have obscured her senses. Nuis, also known as Nuis malady, was a disease believed to have been eradicated from the universe. However, somehow, Infursos managed to create a variant along with numerous other viruses and illnesses. Among them, Sagrif obtained Nuis and decided to inflict it upon Citrina. Sagrif himself was smart, and he had modified the disease to only affect Citrina. He programmed specific triggers, such as his own death or certain planetary conditions. Nuis malady targeted the brain and heart, a slow and insidious attack that led to the eventual demise of the carrier. Yet, Sagrif's scheme didn't account for my intervention. As Citrina succumbed to the disease, I stepped in, initiating the process of healing and removing the malicious influence. The room bathed in a brief glow as I worked, the subtle hum of energy filling the air as the healing process unfolded, countering the effects of Nuis malady within Citrina's body. After the radiant glow dissipated, Citrina stirred, her eyes slowly fluttering open. Members of IL Regno della Luz Brillante rushed to her side. I graciously made space for them and approached Contour, whom Azathoth was eyeing intensely. Aldrake began expressing his gratitude, but I raised my hand, halting his words. "You can thank me later. We still have one more person left to wake up," I informed him. Concern etched his face as he looked towards Contour, acknowledging the urgency. As I prepared to examine Contour's condition, Azathoth placed her hand on my shoulder and leaned in to whisper into her consciousness. "It's not an illness. It's something else." Her suggestion lingered in the air for a moment before I nodded in agreement. Azathoth's insights might shed light on the mysterious ailment, and perhaps Contour herself held some knowledge, considering she had managed to teleport them back before succumbing to unconsciousness. Taking a final, profound breath, I dove straight into the realm of Contour's consciousness. The place I arrived in was my old home in Ireland. The familiarity of the surroundings hit me instantly. As I took in the sights, it felt like a nostalgic trip back in time, even though I was aware that I was inside Contour's consciousness. Walking around, I found myself drawn to my former residence. Following an instinct or maybe a gut feeling, I entered the house. The details inside mirrored my memories, creating a sense of déjà vu. Yet, the awareness of being within Contour's consciousness kept it from feeling entirely real. Reaching my bedroom, I pushed the door open. There, I discovered Contour seated on my bed, engrossed in reading some books. A smile automatically formed on my face, and I joined her, taking a seat beside her. "You had us worried there. If they knew you were just reading my books in your consciousness, they'd probably scold you, you know?" I teased, breaking the silence. Contour responded with a smile, still engrossed in her reading. The room held a tranquil atmosphere, and the interaction between us felt comforting in this surreal setting. After another minute of lingering silence, Contour gently closed her book, fixing her gaze on her lap. "Do you remember when Azathoth and I spoke for the first time after your evolution?" she inquired, her tone carrying a hint of nostalgia. "Are you referring to your conversation during my dream?" I sought clarification, and she nodded affirmatively. "Do you know what I am?" she questioned, the query resonating more as a rhetorical musing. "Yeah, you're Contour, my partner, someone who has been by my side throughout my journey, one of my lovers, and, well, I suppose you were a small fragment of Azathoth," I replied, my words punctuated by a hint of hesitation. Contour giggled at my response, acknowledging, "Yes, that's right. I embody all those roles. Yet, in the grand scheme of things, I am just an infinitesimally small part of Azathoth, a mere fragment. However, being a part of Azathoth, I must return to her." "What?" "I thought that because I gained a name, my own personality, and my own will that I can stay, that I wasn't Azathoth anymore, and I could continue like this." She finished my sentence, and I stayed silent, absorbing the weight of her words. She smiled sadly at me, and a somber atmosphere enveloped us. Her voice carried a mix of resignation and understanding as she continued. "I wish it were that simple, but I knew from the start that this would eventually happen. You've needed me less and less for tasks, Aaron. Even then, I still extended my life after we spoke that day. That was the point of our conversation. With her help, we extended my life without putting each other in harm's way. But we've reached the end. A chill swept through my body. The mere thought of losing Comptoir left my thoughts unsettled. The idea felt wrong, unfair, and I couldn't accept it. As I opened my mouth to voice my concerns, Comptoir approached me, her finger gently pressing against my lips to stifle my words. Refusing to be silenced, I took hold of her hand and moved it away. In beyond reason, I can turn anything into reality, so it'll prevent that from happening. Call me selfish, I don't care. Rarely do I force others or exploit the selfish and greedy aspects of my dragon nature. But today, I will. There's no way I'll just let you leave me. My words were laced with an angry determination to defy fate and cling on to what mattered most to me. Comptoir appeared surprised by my declaration. Her expression caught in a moment of uncertainty as she stared at me. You should have seen this coming. You know his personality better than the rest of us. As you inhabited his soul, Azathoth's voice resonated through the room. As our attention shifted to the entrance of my bedroom, there stood Azathoth, hands crossed, a silent observer to the unfolding situation. He may not outwardly say or show it much, but he's very selfish and greedy. His harem is one way of showcasing that. The peace he seeks too, if he had his way and didn't have his morality, he would force it on everyone, am I right? Azathoth asked me, her gaze piercing. I remained silent. Her words struck a chord of truth. I couldn't deny her observations because the man I should call my father still had some lingering influence on me. Even in this new body, traces of him remained: the greediness, the forcefulness he exhibited toward others. While I redirected these traits toward different aspects of myself, they persisted. A part of him was ingrained in me, an inescapable reality. However, as I mentioned, I could channel that energy into something else. I glanced at Azathoth, then at Comptoir, and nodded in reluctant acknowledgement. From the start, I wanted everything and everyone. But in the back of my mind, I knew I was too naive to get it all, so I tried to look at it from a different perspective and approached it logically. I've never claimed to be the smartest person in the world, but I strive to learn every day and grow, I shared with her. Reflecting on my journey and transformation, I continued. Having gone through all of that, I now know what I want. You were by my side through it all, and there's no way I'll let you just leave me. You're staying with me. And that's an order, I declared, my eyes fixed on her without a blink. I sensed a shift within myself, my pupils changing and a hint of my aura leaking out, adding an unspoken intensity to my words. Comptoir looked down at my bed, her expression a mix of astonishment and amusement. I didn't think you'd be this selfish. How hard were you trying to hide this? Even I wasn't aware, she sighed, her voice carrying a note of flabbergast. I chuckled in response, a casual demeanor masking the complexity of my thoughts. To be fair, I wasn't hiding it that hard. Like Azathoth said, my harem, the peace, and I guess the powers I use. They can range from logical to nonsensical. As long as I can think of it, I'll use it. Whether it fits human logic or not, it doesn't matter to me. My opponents can cry about it for all I care. What will you do then? Azathoth asked us. Confusion painted our expressions as we considered her questions. Your powers are limitless. How do you intend to handle her? What are Comptoir's desires? Do you seek a return to the previous state of things, or do you envision something entirely new? I understand that by the end of it, we will become different beings, but will it merely revert to what it was before? Comptoir and I exchanged glances, pondering the profound implications of our actions. What do we truly desire for the outcome of this situation? Before I could voice my thoughts, she leaned in and shared her vision, whispering her desires. As she pulled away, a mischievous grin adorned her face. Are you serious? I asked, seeking confirmation, and she nodded enthusiastically. A sigh escaped me as I rubbed the back of my head. All right, if that's what you want. I want to make it dramatic, Comptoir suddenly announced, breaking the silence that hung in the room. Before I could react, she pushed me off the bed and instead of landing on the familiar surface, I found myself on grass. Surrounding me was a vast meadow, the change in scenery taking me by surprise. Kuntor joined me on the grassy ground and kissed me. Her eyes communicated a desire, a request that I couldn't ignore. Responding to her unspoken wishes, I utilized my powers to separate Azathoth and Kuntor from each other. In that moment, a significant transformation occurred. Kuntor ceased to be a part of Azathoth, evolving into her own person, a distinct entity with a newfound independence. She had requested more than just separation. She sought a new appearance. Intrigued, I agreed to her plea, and she showed me a glimpse of the image she envisioned. It wasn't a drastic departure from her previous form, but a subtle refinement, a symbol of her rebirth. Kuntor's body emitted a soft, white glow, enveloping both of us in its ethereal light. Our lips pressed together, continuing the kiss as her transformation unfolded. The radiant glow persisted until, at last, it subsided, signifying the completion of her metamorphosis. Throughout this process, I adhered to her request, keeping my eyes closed in anticipation. As Kuntor rose, I also pushed myself up, my curiosity piqued to witness her new form. When I finally opened my eyes, the sight before me left me utterly speechless. Her once short hair had transformed into long, silver-white strands, perfectly straight and devoid of any curls, gracefully cascading down to her knees. The hair seemed to possess a faint, mesmerizing glimmer. Her eyes, now a striking shade of gold, exhibited a clarity that held no trace of cloudiness. The newly transformed Kuntor stood at about 5'11", adorned in pristine white vestments that complemented her ethereal appearance. "Aaron," she shouted, her voice cutting through the air. With a radiant smile, she leaped toward me, her arms outstretched. I chuckled, reciprocating her joy as I held my arms open, ready to embrace her. In those fleeting moments, the world around us faded away, and the only thing that mattered was the warmth of our connection. "It seems you chose a mix of the two answers then," remarked Azathoth, his gaze fixed on us. Breaking the embrace, I stepped back and Kuntor approached. "Yes, we did. I have more freedom now, and I can still return to Aaron's soul if I wish, continuing my previous role. However, I desire a new appearance, a symbol of my rebirth." Once standing before Azathoth, Kuntor embraced her, catching the former ruler of the Omniverse off guard. Azathoth glanced at me for advice, and I gestured for her to reciprocate the hug. Tentatively, she did. We didn't see eye to eye on many things before Aaron came into our lives. Your methods were questionable, but I can't deny that we reached this point because of them. So, I just want to thank you, and I forgive you, expressed Kuntor sincerely. Azathoth's eyes widened in surprise, and unexpectedly, tears began streaming down her face. It appeared as though she wasn't even conscious of it, revealing a weight she had carried for a long time, a burden of guilt towards the system she had created and burdened others with. For Kuntor to express gratitude and forgiveness meant a great deal, touching Azathoth in a way she hadn't anticipated. I stood there, allowing them to share a poignant moment, the warmth of their connection palpable. However, the tranquility was short-lived as Kuntor, with her usual enthusiasm, swept Azathoth into a tighter hug and then insisted on including me in the embrace. I hesitantly joined them. "You were having an emotional moment. Did you seriously need me in this?" I exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected inclusion. Kuntor, instead of providing a straightforward answer, laughed heartily, prolonging the shared moment between us. We stood there, entangled in a peculiar group hug, savoring the bonds that had brought us together. As the minutes passed, the realization dawned that we couldn't linger indefinitely. There were others who would be concerned about Kuntor's well-being. "Let's get going then," I suggested, signaling the need to leave this place. "Yeah, let's go," replied Kuntor, still holding Azathoth's hand, who remained a bit teary-eyed but now with a content smile. Azathoth nodded quietly, and with that, We bid farewell to the intimate space of Kuntuar's consciousness, stepping back into the external world. As we transitioned back to reality, Kuntuar underwent a striking transformation. She gleefully flashed a peace sign, her grin radiating a newfound energy. The sudden change left the rest of them in stunned silence, processing the unexpected shift in her appearance. Breaking the quietude, I spoke up. A few things happened when I entered her consciousness, but everything is fine now. Meet her new appearance, I guess. With grace, the reinvigorated Kuntuar addressed the group. The new and reborn Kuntuar is here. Let's get along again, everyone, bowing in a gesture of goodwill. The Grimmery peerage, overcome with relief, surged forward, their cries a testament to the genuine concern they held for her well-being. On the sidelines, Chow Chow's team, except for Jean, observed with supportive smiles. Even Leonardo, usually composed, couldn't conceal a trace of concern. Feeling a sense of normalcy returning, I proposed, I guess we can start our meeting a bit early. Can't we? The leaders who had gathered concurred, and together we made our way back to the meeting room, the atmosphere lighter with the assurance that Kuntuar and Citrino was back among us. Chapter 19, Part 1. Advent of Belief, third-person point of view. Sagrif died? I knew he was weak. If he didn't even bother training, then had surely become weak. Pathetic, Abyssner exclaimed with a scoff, revealing his disdain for the fallen comrade. Kita, addressing the members of Umbra, particularly Infursos, inquired, "We need to find someone to replace him?" Sagrif, the first member recruited by Infursos, held a certain significance for the group. While their connections weren't deeply personal, his absence had an impact, especially on Infursos. Infursos, maintaining his usual stoicism, responded to Kita, "Finding the right candidate will take time. I have my own criteria for the kind of individual I want, so, for now, the position will stay vacant." Eleanor interjected, emphasizing the urgency. Positions don't matter right now. What matters is their next move. The Resistance's overall power has increased due to the involvement of the Outer God and DXD. Every single one of us must be prepared and get ready. We don't know who's next on our list. Abyssner rose to his feet, a triumphant grin lighting up his face as he clenched his fist. They better come to me, because I'm itching for a fight. A few members, accustomed to his impulsive nature, rolled their eyes, choosing to maintain a stoic silence. Ihiled, holding the prestigious rank 12 of the Wayboroughs, interjected thoughtfully, "If we need to detect their movements, why don't we use that for a better range and detection ability? It could help us sense them before they get anywhere near our planets." Fadra, a member of the Umbra, countered, "Using that would consume too much energy and resources. We'd burn through at least 100 cubes within a week, and it wouldn't be worth the investment." Acknowledging the practical concerns, Ihiled nodded and inquired further, "Then what alternative do we have? We're facing an Outer God, and I'm surprised he hasn't simply wiped us all out with a flick of his wrist." Echelles chimed in, offering insight. "It's because he wants the Resistance to take the credit of freeing them, as well as the hero of the Resistance, Chow Chow. He has no desire to have the spotlight on him." One of my subordinates overheard someone say that. Eleanor, intrigued, mused, "The strongest among them taking the support role? How cute. He wants others to shine and not him. Should we call this humility or stupidity on his part?" Echelles countered, "He's still participating in their missions. I doubt he'll take a supporting role. He doesn't seem like the man to do something like that." Sakutia broached the discussion, saying then, "How about we use Nevely's Nebula? It's easy to extract, and we can shroud our planets with them. It's nearly impenetrable, and the vulnerable spots can have the highest guard and defense." A thoughtful air settled in the room as everyone contemplated Sakutia's proposal. Nevely's Nebula, a white mist renowned for its near impenetrability, had the potential to be a game-changer. Fumara herself utilized this mist for various purposes, particularly finding it effective on smaller objects. In their universe, a few planets relied on this mist as a last line of defense when their usual systems faltered for various reasons. produced at rapid rates on a specific planet. Niveli's nebula was abundant in nature. Despite its effectiveness, it had distinct weak spots that required heightened security to prevent infiltrations. Due to these vulnerabilities, it wasn't a widely used defense mechanism and was reserved for emergency situations. Eleanor contemplated the situation, her thoughtful expression hinting at a plan taking shape. If we utilize it carefully, then the vulnerable spots can be reduced to at least just 3 or even 1. Let's ask a few others about this and go from there. We never really took time to refine it because of those weaknesses it had, she suggested, eyes glinting with determination. Infursos, demonstrating a proactive stance, asserted, I will personally look into it too. I will go straight to the planet after this. If any one of you wishes to come with me, I will wait at my ship for 10 minutes before departing. The room collectively nodded in agreement, signaling a shared commitment to resolving the issue. The ensuing discussions unfolded, extending for several more hours as ideas were exchanged and plans solidified. On Infurso's ship, after the conclusion of the meeting, a handful of individuals gathered around him. Eleanor, Zanrob, rank 3 Wayburrows, Scariosa, rank 11 Eradicators, Ecthrois, and the remaining members of Umbra. As the ship sailed through the cosmic expanse, Eleanor initiated a conversation, her curiosity evident. I sense you hesitating to answer that question from a few hours ago, Infursos. I believe you do have someone in mind for the vacant spot, don't you? The revelation piqued the interest of everyone in the cockpit, their attention turning to Infursos. With a quiet sigh, he admitted, I do. However, due to her recent odd behaviors, I am having my doubts. Odd behavior? Eleanor inquired, prompting an explanation. Perhaps you're familiar with Zyra, given her widespread fame, Infursos remarked, seeking acknowledgement from the group. Scariosa burst into laughter, her amusement echoing as she playfully smacked her sides. Mel Psycho Sula. Who hasn't heard about her? She's psychotic to the extreme. Taking a moment to gather himself, Infursos chimed in, yes, but in the last few years, her behavior has taken a calmer turn. I've conversed with her a few times, and she claims to have gained control over her powers. The psycho phase, as she puts it, was merely about of going berserk. A thoughtful expression crossed Scariosa's face as she inquired, So it was something like that, huh? Why the hesitation then? This sounds like good news. Infursos, however, couldn't shake a lingering uncertainty. Call it gut feeling, but something doesn't feel right. It might be nothing, but he'll reach out to her now and extend the offer. Perhaps my unease is unfounded. As he spoke, he dismissed the odd sensation, preparing to make the crucial call to Mad Psycho Zyra. A monitor materialized beside Infursos, and he swiftly initiated contact with Zyra. After a few rings, she picked up the call. Hello, Infursos? Did you need something? Zyra inquired. It's been a while, Zyra. I wish to discuss something with you. Will you listen? He asked, and Zyra on the other end agreed. Infursos then laid out his plans and the specific role he envisioned for her. Can I think about it for a few days and get back to you? She requested. That's fine. I don't expect an immediate response. I know you're busy, Infursos replied. Good to know, old man. I'm in the middle of something, so it'll get going. But I'll definitely contact you in a few days. Anyway, bye, exclaimed Zyra, and just before the connection ended, distant explosions resonated in the background. Eleanor, with an amused glint in her eyes, remarked, if Zyra does join us, it will be quite an interesting thing. The resistance may even struggle for a bit because of her. Scariosa, grinning eagerly, interjected, I want to fight her. I haven't gotten the chance yet. Zanrob directed his question to Infursos, asking, that would be the first female in your group, wouldn't it? Infursos, nodding affirmatively, responded, it would be. It was not on purpose, mind you. I just never saw a capable enough woman before I recruited the other 3. However, with the new groups under Lady Fumara, I would have added a few into ours if given the chance. Eleanor would be one of them. Eleanor gracefully declined, stating, flattering, but he'll have to decline, prompting a rueful shake of Infurso's head. Amidst the banter, Ecthrois remained silent, absorbing their conversations. Having crossed paths with Zyra before, he had engaged in a formidable battle with her. As the rank one among the Eradicators, he easily emerged victorious, but also acknowledged her prowess and strength. Ecthrois mulled over his thoughts, reflecting on the earlier encounter. Good feeling, cool? Back then, nothing seemed out of the ordinary since she was going wild while she fought me. But seeing her now, she's a lot calmer. I would be interested in facing off against her again. If she is in control of it, it would be troublesome for me too, he contemplated. As their small and unusual ragtag group traversed through the cosmic expanse, conversations flowed on various topics. The journey led them to the planet responsible for the creation of the Nevles Nebula. In the heart of the Draconic Dais, Kyoto, and the West Yukai faction, the daily routine rolled forward, seemingly untouched by the outside world. Yet, beneath this facade of normality, an unsettling tension lurked. As was becoming a sadly familiar occurrence, a fresh group infiltrated the Yukai faction, their initial guise as harmless tourists unraveling after a mere hour. With their true intentions laid bare, they initiated an assault on the faction. But this threat found quick resistance. Aaron Toole shadow soldiers, backed by steadfast comrades from Electa and DXD, swiftly neutralized the intruders, restoring a semblance of order. A self-appointed spokesperson for the infiltrators tried to make a menacing announcement. Listen up, you fucks. We're the gang Orca. We're here to take over, however. His proclamation was abruptly cut short. A kangaroo Yukai, recognizable from a previous encounter with Aaron, intervened with a well-timed strike, knocking the would-be instigator off balance. The owl Yukai's grand declaration ended with an undignified thud as he hit the ground. I've got a place in DXD, and I won't let them down. Know your place, you wannabe terrorist, asserted the kangaroo Yukai, projecting an air of authority that reinforced the faction's resilience against external threats. The owl Yukai's boastful words were abruptly cut short as Tobio accused, in his regular balance breaker form, swooped in with precision. His fist connected with the Yukai's cheek, sending him hurtling through the air, unconscious. Checking on his fellow comrade, Tobio inquired, "Are you okay, Kazu?" The kangaroo Yukai, Kazu, responded, "Dog San, I'm fine. I didn't think he was that resilient. But what about the leader? Daniel should be taking care of him." Although the leader was dumb enough to face Yasaka-sama, who's with Sharon-san and Kunaheim, Tobio relayed. Glancing around, he added, "Let's focus on our own mission and deal with the rest. There aren't too many of them left." With that, Tobio vanished, ready to put an end to this minor attack on the faction. Got it, Kazu affirmed, his form enveloped in Tuki as he gracefully vaulted into the air. In the backdrop, the distant voices of Imperia and Severa resonated, signifying their active involvement in the mission as fresh additions to DXD. "Your pastimes could use a serious upgrade," remarked Daniel, unsheathing his sword with a determined air. A defiant Orca Yukai retorted, "We don't care about your opinions. We're here to take charge of the Yukai realm, and human sentiments won't sway us." The creature, adorned in a sophisticated three-piece white and black suit, showcased the distinctive head of an orca. A weapon crafted from water, fashioned like a baseball bat, was wielded with intent as it pointed towards Daniel, Yasaka, Kunu, and Sharon. Daniel, unimpressed, fired back, "Your logic is almost laughable. Ever watched anime? Because right now, you're embodying the cliched villains from them." The trio behind Daniel couldn't stifle their laughter at his witty retort, causing the Orca Yukai's face to flush red. His response was swift as he expelled a jet of water from his mouth, directed squarely at Daniel. Daniel casually swatted away the lackluster attack, a yawn escaping him. "Please do try harder. Defending the world right now is quite boring, but also fulfilling since I can humiliate people like you. I'm the Orca, the leader of Gang Orca. I'm a goddamn ultimate-class Orca." The Orca roared, charging towards Daniel. With a facepalm, Daniel quipped, "I feel bad for your parents. That's the best they could come up with for a name for you?" Undeterred, Dorka swung his water baseball bat at Daniel, who effortlessly dodged the clumsy attempt. Dorka retorted, I named myself this, you piece of shit. Who would want their name to be Shilly? That's not intimidating at all. Daniel couldn't help but smirk, his amusement evident. Shilly? Seriously? You know what? I take it back. Yeah, stick with that name, dude. Kunu expressed a hint of pity as she observed the peculiar-looking individual. Her compassionate demeanor, however, shifted into confusion, and she questioned, can't you just legally rename yourself? Did you really need to become a terrorist? A sudden hush fell over the room, halting even the ongoing clash between Daniel and Dorka. Daniel, considering Kunis' words, turned to Dorka and remarked, she has a point, you know? Fuck logic. God damn it, I messed up. Dorka's frustrated outburst echoed through the space. In response, he conjured a chainsaw using his water-based jujitsu and lunged at Daniel, swinging it wildly. Daniel deftly avoided the attacks of the enraged Orca Yukai. Yet, as the confrontation unfolded, he couldn't help but notice the Orca's diminishing stamina and the evident lack of efficiency in his mastery of jiu-jitsu. An internal thought crossed Daniel's mind. Why did they even form this group if their leader was this weak? He barely has any stamina, and his mastery over jiu-jitsu isn't even that high. Through our transceivers, Tobio's voice echoed, this is Tobio. We've subjugated the rest of the group. We're making our way to you. Roger that, replied Daniel, swiftly advancing toward Orca. With a decisive stroke, he severed Orca's hands, causing the latter to crumple to the ground, writhing in agony. Aya! My hands! Aya! Dorka's screams filled the air as he futilely attempted to touch his face with his severed hands, blood trickling down his cheeks. Kunu approached calmly and, with a touch of magic, induced a deep slumber in Dorka. Some people are not equipped for violence or blood, Kunu commented, her gaze fixed on the unconscious Dorka. Maybe it's because he just lost his hands. Kunu, Daniel interjected, attempting to provide a rationale. Kunu contemplated this notion, nodding thoughtfully. I suppose you're right. I might have a similar reaction if someone cut off one of my ears or tails. Daniel couldn't help but feel a faint twitch in his lips at Kunis' remark, choosing to keep his own comments to himself. Just as the moment passed, Tobio and a few others entered the room, joining the group. Maintaining his balance breaker, Tobio removed the shadowy helmet surrounding his head and inquired, we're finished then? His gaze shifted to the unconscious leader. Pretty much, confirmed Daniel. Weariness crept into his expression as he added, we have to make reports again. Ugh, what does the boss even do this stuff? Laughter rippled through the group as they teased him, and Tobio said, Gene's just used to it. I would think he had the same reaction as you when he had to start giving out reports to all the leaders. He did. I saw it a few times, and he seemed very visibly annoyed by it. But by the time he graduated, he had already gotten used to it and was quite quick at completing them without using his powers, Yasaka shared, providing a glimpse into Gene's journey of adapting to the responsibilities that came with leadership. Daniel released a sigh, his shoulders lifting in a nonchalant shrug. Whatever, let's get this done and over with, he remarked before strolling away. With a subtle manipulation of his powers, the unconscious and bleeding Yukai floated alongside him. Latia Astaroth's soliloquy, several hours had elapsed since our comprehensive meeting with everyone. Though the pressing topic of our upcoming mission lingered, we collectively decided to shelve discussions for the day, opting instead to rejuvenate ourselves. The decision to reconvene for tomorrow instead was unanimous, allowing some of our double agents to attend their own clandestine meetings, capitalizing on the news of Sagrif's defeat that had already spread far and wide. Grafia, with her customary efficiency, approached my desk, placing a neat stack of documents before me. Latia-sama, here are the documents you asked for. She stated, Thank you, Grafia. They'll delve into the details tomorrow since dinner is about to commence. I replied, my attention drifting to another matter. By the way, do you know where Aaron is? I've been meaning to speak to him. A subtle cough escaped Grafia's lips, accompanied by a faint blush. He's in his bedroom with Akino-sama and Ryo-sama, she disclosed, her eyes turning away to afford a semblance of privacy. I acknowledged her response with a nod. No need for further details. I'll make my way there. Thank you very much, I expressed, swiftly departing the room in pursuit of the conversation I sought. Hastening my steps, Graphia trailed quietly behind me as we approached Aaron's room. The presence of a barrier was evident, a tangible shield that separated us from the unknown within. A deep breath steadied my nerves before I grasped the handle, turned it, and gently pushed the door ajar. As the door swung open, a scene unfolded before my eyes that I hadn't anticipated. Aquino lay on the bed, overwhelmed by the moment, while Rias rested nearby, her form still as she recovered. The room was filled with an intense atmosphere, sending a flush of embarrassment to my cheeks. I couldn't help but half-heartedly shield my face from the scene in front of me. Her loud, distressed sounds persisted, intensifying my embarrassment. Turning away to the right, avoiding direct eye contact, I summoned the courage to speak. "Aaron, can we talk for a bit?" I managed to utter. Aaron shifted his gaze towards us, a hint of surprise crossing his features. However, a smile quickly replaced it as he agreed with a casual tone. "Sure thing, just give me a..." His words were abruptly cut off when Aquino swiftly turned around. She leaned in close to him with a playful expression. Her eyes met mine in Graphia's, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Aquino, we can continue in a few minutes. I have to go," and Aquino redirected her attention back to him, smiling as she held his gaze. After a few tantalizing seconds, she released her grip, her gaze fixed on him as she opened her mouth before closing it. I assumed she had taken something in privately, and it was rather improper. Licking her lips, she remarked, "I have to take care of my husband's needs as one of his wives. Hurry up." "Okay, that's enough for now, although Rias might feel otherwise. You'd get a bit rough with her foo-foo." Aquino eased onto the bed, and Aaron, rising, conjured clothes onto his form. Exiting the room, we found ourselves in the hallway, where I took a moment to broach a topic that had been on my mind. Still blushing, I voiced my thoughts to Aaron. "You provided me and a few others with a list of the Eradicators, Wayboros, and Umbra that Yanuyo shared. I think it would be worthwhile to discuss this during our meeting tomorrow. Perhaps we can consider targeting Abyssner next, the demon god of cosmic storms." Aaron nodded, his expression shifting to one of contemplation as he considered my suggestion. "I can't decide for everyone, but let's bring it up first thing tomorrow and gauge their opinions. If they agree, we can proceed with that plan." However, his words trailed off, and a thoughtful look crossed his face, signaling there was more on his mind. "You're thinking about Hanazura Ion and its moon, Hashitori, right? Many members of DXD from Japan are eager to liberate it," I added, recognizing the complexity of our upcoming decisions. He inclined his head and shared, "Yeah, Kiratsa mentioned she's been tirelessly trying to assemble a group to infiltrate, but the leader's fearsome strength makes it challenging to gather enough supporters. Rank 14, a Sisfid, right?" I recall some notes suggesting a connection with rank 16 Eleanor. Although the details about their relationship were sparse, I responded, conjuring the relevant information and scanning through it. It seems their connection is merely labeled as friendship, if we can even call it that. Fumara's right hand, and Eleanor, though there might be romantic sentiments between them, he revealed, dropping a revelation that caught me off guard. "Two women. Interesting. So those two? It might sound somewhat callous, but do you think we could provoke a reaction by either kidnapping one of them or perhaps imprisoning one?" I inquired, fixing my gaze on him, exploring the possibilities of stirring the waters to achieve our goals. "As much as I appreciate your willingness, achieving that won't be a walk in the park. Ive and Fumara are both exceptionally intelligent, and fooling them won't be a simple task. Ive, especially, is known for her elusive nature, often staying close only to Fumara or the location where Magnum Tenebrosum is kept. Our best chance lies in catching them off guard in the future," he explained, his words carrying a sense of strategic foresight. I nodded in understanding, recognizing the complexity of the situation. "I see. Well, that covers everything I wanted to discuss. Thank you for your insights. You can return to your, activities, I said, a hint of awkwardness in my tone as I turned away. His chuckle resonated in my ears as his hand found its place on my shoulders, drawing me closer. Would you like to join, Latia? His sly smile accompanied the question, intensifying the crimson hue of my blush. As he pulled away, a lingering warmth remained, and I stammered, in no need. I would prefer a one-on-one situation. Attempting to escape my embarrassment, I hastily walked away, stealing a glance back to find Graphia lingering behind. Curiosity got the better of me, and I queried, "Are you not coming, Graphia?" She averted her gaze, head down, and a blush adorned her cheeks. I would like to stay behind for a bit," she admitted, her words marked by a subtle stutter. It became evident what she desired, and respecting her choice, I nodded in agreement before departing from the scene. Aaron Toole's soliloquy, I gently held Graphia's chin, a mischievous smile playing on my lips. Did my little maid want some alone time with me too? Blushing, she met my gaze without averting her eyes, nodding slightly. A chuckle escaped me. "All right then, FIA, join us." We were far from done. I invited, taking her hand as we made our way back to the room. Earlier, Aquino and Rias had shared some intriguing details to me. Although Aquino skirted around the events between her and Suzaku, I resolved to address it later in the day. Upon our return to the room, Rias was still asleep, and Aquino appeared flustered when she noticed us. She giggled. "Graphia-sama is joining us," Aquino teased, and while Graphia remained silent, she quickly got ready. Following suit, I prepared for another long session with the four of us, knowing that the upcoming hours would be busy. The day's dinner had concluded, leaving a few hours of free time for everyone to pursue their activities. Deciding to find Aquino, who had left earlier, I meandered through the halls. Suzaku had attempted to strike up a conversation with her earlier, but Aquino had hastily retreated. Observing Suzaku's hurt expression, I assured her that I hadn't had the chance to talk to Aquino yet, but promised to address it tonight. She reluctantly agreed, still wearing a pained expression. The urgency to resolve the situation gnawed at me. Aquino and Suzaku were more than just family. They were like sisters. Witnessing their avoidance of each other felt unsettling, a departure from the usual relationship. Determined to mend a rift, I sought out Aquino to initiate the much-needed conversation. Sensing her aura resonating in Paiwalvin, I promptly teleported to the location. Her presence led me to one of the larger lakes in the area, so I made my way there. The journey took me a bit further from the town, guiding me through a small wooded area. Curious, strange creatures observed me, maintaining a cautious distance as they seemed aware of my presence. Upon reaching the lake, I discovered Aquino positioned towards the eastern side. As I approached, I couldn't help but notice the evident melancholy that hung around her. It surprised me that she would be so affected by a scolding from Suzaku. Reflecting on my time with them, I never witnessed any conflicts between them, not in the pocket dimension, not in the training facility, and not in my home or anywhere else. This sudden confrontation must have been a significant shock for Aquino. I contemplated the nature of Suzaku's reprimand and decided that understanding the details would be crucial in helping Aquino through this difficult moment. As I reached Aquino, my gaze shifted between her and the enchanting scene of the moonlit lake. The moon's glow painted the water's surface, casting an otherworldly ambience. Towering trees surrounded us, providing a shield from any prying eyes that might intrude on our private moment. "Aquino," I called out, but she remained fixated on the lake, not turning to face me. With a resigned sigh, I settled beside her and ventured, "Can you share what Suzaku said to you? Why did she scold you?" To my surprise, Aquino's demeanor shifted. She appeared more ashamed and embarrassed, turning away from me. In a soft murmur, she confessed, fetish. Perplexed, I sought clarification. "What?" "Suzaku Wani-san didn't like that Kuroka and I were making you like weird fetishes. She's fine with you having them, but if they're too strange, she disapproves. Thankfully, so far, you haven't really got one, but you're open to trying a lot of things, she explained, her tone carrying a tinge of sadness. What? All this fuss is about my weird fetish? Seriously? I was expecting something serious, but it boils down to my goddamn fetishes? As Aquino glanced back at me, tears welled up in her eyes. She rose, attempting to flee, but I swiftly intercepted her. Aquino, this seems a bit absurd, doesn't it? I inquired, and she hesitated, frozen in place. Gently turning her towards me, I continued, I understand the shock from Suzuka's scolding, but all this drama over my preferences? I think both of you should sit down and talk it out. But it's important. Everyone has personal preferences. I enjoy certain activities in private, and we do that sometimes. Kuroka is just a pervert, so you guys do literally everything except for a few things you refuse to do. Suzaku-san is a pervert too. She's always asking for inappropriate things, she exclaimed, her words echoing as Suzaku materialized to our right, prompting a blush from both of them. Suzaku stammered. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Aquino, what are you talking about? Aquino's revelation hung in the air, and she continued, Suzaku-san also asks for that kind of thing sometimes. We've done all sorts of stuff together, and I know that. I'm not the only one here with unusual interests. I was so shocked when she scolded me because of it. I thought we were just both perverts, she mumbled, tears welling up. The unexpected confession left an awkward silence, and even Drake chimed in. I don't even know how to respond to this. Albion's voice intervened. Don't interrupt. Just shut up and watch the show, Red One. Suzaku approached us with an awkward smile, reaching out to gently grasp Aquino's shoulders as she silently wept. A heavy sigh escaped Suzuka's lips, and she spoke. I admit I may have been a bit harsh with what I said, but please don't turn Aaron into an open pervert. The more you delve into the stranger sides of fetishes, I just fear the worst. Okay? Aquino continued to cry, her response a subtle nod. I couldn't help but wonder, was I truly that bad? Maybe earlier last year, but I believed I'd mellowed down quite a bit. Despite my efforts, the persistent presence of my own perverted thoughts lingered, an aspect I had doubted could ever be entirely changed. Tears streamed down Aquino's face as she uttered a heartfelt apology, and she sought solace in a hug with Suzaku. Suzaku, in turn, wore a gentle smile as she reciprocated the embrace. I'm sorry too, she whispered, her hand gently stroking Aquino's head. The unexpected turn of events left me at a loss for words. The emotional reconciliation unfolded before me, and I stood there awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Once the tears subsided, Aquino turned towards me, releasing Suzaku. She grabbed both of my hands, mirroring Suzuka's actions, and looked up at me with a smile. Come on then, I'm not done yet, Aquino declared, leaving Suzaku flustered. Suzaku attempted to intervene, but Aquino, with a mischievous grin, stuck her tongue out and dashed away. No, it's okay since we're engaged. Aquino's laughter echoed as she continued her playful escape. There's a time and place for everything. I know that you, Rias, Grafia, and Aaron were doing it for a couple of hours from Grafia and Latia. You need to stop for the day. Suzuku's protest echoed as she chased after Aquino, leaving me in a state of bemusement at the unexpected turn of events. This is fine. Peaceful times like this are fine, I murmured to myself, acknowledging the somewhat naive sentiment. In a peculiar manner, it helped us momentarily escape the harsh reality of this universe. Even the inhabitants of this planet seemed to gradually let go of the hardships that had defined their lives after we made it better. Bathed in the gentle glow of the moon, the two Hymajimas playfully chased each other, evoking a sense of childlike joy. It was as if, for a brief moment, they were reliving the more pleasant aspects of their childhoods. The carefree laughter echoed, casting a soothing spell over the quietude of the night. The following day unfolded, and after finishing breakfast, Radelia sought me out and guided me to a quiet, secluded spot. What's up? I inquired, curious about the reason for this discreet rendezvous. This might come up during the meeting, but I wanted to give you a heads up about someone named Zyra. There's a chance she might become a new Umbra, and she's pretty psychotic based on the information I could gather, Radelia explained. Taking in this information, I nodded thoughtfully and asked Zyra, got it. Unexpected for you to warn me about her. Can I ask why? Radelia's expression turned serious as she replied, I suspect Savina wants to recruit her. Zyra is quite eccentric and unpredictable, so it's uncertain whether she'll accept or not. We can't predict what kind of response she might give. All right, they'll keep that in mind, Radelia. Thank you. Let's head to the meeting room. I conveyed to her, and she readily agreed. Swiftly, we reached the designated space, finding everyone already gathered, including Aldrake's group. Apologies for the delay. I got sidetracked. Regardless, let's begin, I announced, directing my attention to Latia, who nodded in confirmation. I'd like to initiate the discussion if it's acceptable, Latia declared, receiving affirming nods from those present. For our upcoming operation, I proposed targeting Abyssner. After conversing with those who attended the meeting yesterday, I believe it could be a worthwhile endeavor. He has expressed a keen interest in facing the Resistance and Aaron. Abyssner? Indeed, he has been vocal about confronting the Resistance and Aaron. However, why do you suggest dealing with him next? Except for one planet under his oversight, the others are largely lawless and of little use to us, Secudia inquired. Latia concurred, expressing her concerns, while I agree. He possesses a certain power that might pose challenges in the future if it remains unchecked. After conversing with Comptoir, it's evident he still has room for growth. Are you all aware of his title? Every head nodded in acknowledgement. Abyssner, renowned as the demon god of cosmic storms, wielded the ability to manipulate cosmic winds and storms. His powers extended to creating and controlling cosmic storms crafted from cosmic matter or energy, with the potential to obliterate planets and unleash chaos on a cosmic scale. Despite his formidable capabilities, it seemed peculiar that he held only the rank 9 position. Perhaps Fumara's selection process didn't account for potential and instead focused on current power. Nevertheless, eliminating Abyssner could prove advantageous for all of us. As all eradicators pose a cosmic-level threat, I'd argue that he is even more troublesome. My preference is to eliminate him rather than recruit or spare him. Perhaps Aaron could abscond with his powers, redistributing them to a more worthy recipient, but my inclination is towards outright eradication, Latia stated, her words hanging in the air. A witty proposition. A contemplative hush enveloped the room as each individual grappled with the implications of Latia's suggestion. Seizing the opportunity, Latia settled back into her seat, allowing the silence to stretch as she awaited their response. Considering the gravity of this situation, it seems prudent to organize 2 teams for this operation, proposed Astrid, breaking the quiet deliberation. One will venture to Ardvoria Deferild's, Abyssner's residence. The other must head to Viraterra Remetura, although it's heavily fortified, given its significance to Fumara, her organization, and the broader universe. Viraterra Remetura? What significance does it hold for the universe and its inhabitants? Inquired Reiko, her curiosity piqued. Limber, eager to share knowledge, jumped in to provide insight. Viraterra Remetura is a haven of healing resources. Everything on that planet, from trees and grass to rocks and beyond, possesses the remarkable ability to heal various ailments and injuries. It's often regarded on par with Ferothos Prime in terms of its overall usefulness. However, much like Astrid mentioned, it's heavily guarded, making infiltration an annoying challenge. Latia, processing this information, remarked, healing any wound or ailment. That sounds incredibly useful. I'm surprised it doesn't garner more importance and security than even Ferothos Prime. Fumara, I began, capturing the attention of everyone present, values power and strength above all else. She tends to overlook the significance of healing or regenerative abilities, dismissing them as less useful. Unless an ability can wreak havoc on a large scale, it holds less importance in her eyes. Aaron is absolutely correct, affirmed Savina. Unless you possess a flashy power capable of causing widespread destruction, she won't consider it valuable unless you explicitly demonstrate and explain its worth to her. This sentiment extends to planets with items like Viritera Remetra. Additionally, most, if not all, of the Eradicators, Wayburrows, Umbra, and other smaller groups under her command possess some form of healing ability. Consequently, many of them may not see the need to rely on external items. Then why don't we proceed with this operation in a few weeks? Obtaining that planet with its valuable resources and having Aaron bring it closer to ours while establishing defenses would benefit us all. We won't have to continually rely on him to produce those slime pills, suggested Lysenvar. It appeared that everyone was on the same page. Even though creating the slime pills didn't demand much effort on my part, I decided not to mention it, as they seemed enthusiastic about the plan. I spoke up, so are we all in agreement? Our next target is Abyssner and Viritera Remetra? Yes, that seems the most logical. Let's aim for him and that planet to gain another advantage over Fumara. With that discussion concluded, I would like to share something, added Savina, capturing our collective attention. Not widely known, but a few months back, I enlisted the services of a woman named Zyra. She's our double agent, covertly gathering intel from various planets and groups. Recently, she's been offered a position among the Umbra, and if she decides to join, then we'll have an additional set of eyes within Fumara's organization, interjected a feminine voice from near the door. All eyes turned to find a woman there, wearing a grin that spoke of familiarity. Well, if it isn't Zyra, Savina said, a smile playing on her lips. Zyra, with her long black hair adorned with red highlights, yellow eyes, and accessorized with earrings and a necklace, stood confidently. Her professional-looking suit, red shirt, and white vest exuded sophistication, complemented by black pants and striking red heels. Yes, of course, ID make it. Even if a little late, Zyra affirmed, strolling over to Savina and settling into a conjured chair. I'm Zyra. You might know me as Mad Psycho Zyra or by other monikers, but I'm mostly out of that phase, so it's nice to meet all of you. Oh, so you're that woman. I want to fight you after this, proclaimed Brantar, prompting a collective facepalm from the rest of us. It seemed his reputation for challenging everyone new to a fight wasn't an exaggeration. He hadn't even faced all of DXD yet, and now he was extending the invitation to Zyra. Was he just overly eager for battles, akin to Valley, or did he harbor some other motive? Fufu, I don't mind, but our discussions do take priority, don't they? She inquired, her gaze fixed on Brantar, who stood frozen in shock. Fine, he mumbled, a surprising acquiescence that left everyone present taken aback. Brantar, the once assertive figure, had unexpectedly yielded ground. Observing this unfold, I exchanged a glance with Zyra, our eyes meeting. Taking the opportunity, I delved into Zyra's powers, finding them intriguing. Individually, they might not stand out, but their combined strength presented a formidable force. It became evident why she struggled with control. So he's the outer god. Huh, not bad-looking, and surrounded by an army of women. Ha, a harem-having bastard, I like it, she remarked, casting a humorous gaze in my direction, punctuating her words with laughter. I raised an eyebrow in curiosity, choosing to hold my questions for a moment. After pondering the situation for a brief interval, I inquired, "Are you considering accepting the position?" Zyra responded affirmatively, expressing her rationale. Yes. Despite their small number, being in close proximity to them could be advantageous. The Umbra occasionally have a closer connection to Fumara than the Eradicators, although not as close as I've. It might prove beneficial for the Resistance. I hope to be assigned missions to planets that can aid our cause, and I'll keep you all informed about them. I acknowledged her decision with a nod, opting to convey my thoughts silently. Sensing the need to fill Zyra in on our discussion, Savina offered a concise summary. After a contemplative pause, Zyra redirected her attention towards us. How about exploring the Abyss Deltas? Suggested Zyra, her eyes glinting with anticipation. It's an utterly dark region where no light can pierce through. Only a rank 1 ecthrois like Magnum tenebrosum can navigate it. But with Aaron by our side, we might uncover its secrets. Who knows what mysteries lie hidden in its depths? Abyss deltas? Rias inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion at the unfamiliar term. Lysenvar stepped in to elucidate. The abyss deltas are a region in our universe shrouded in pitch-black darkness. No source of light can barado its depths. It's a perilous place, occasionally inhabited by abyss puppeteers, adding to its danger. Due to its impenetrable darkness, few dare to venture into it, and much of it remains uncharted. We have yet to discover what lies within more planets. Or perhaps it's just an empty expanse in our universe. The truth remains elusive. Abyss deltas, huh? What can you tell me about them, Comptoir? I inquired, my curiosity piqued. Comptoir. Answer. It's as they say, not much is known about them, and the only ones that can navigate it are ecthrois, Fumara, Azathoth, and you. However, if you wish to know more about it, I can tell you. Please and thank you, I replied, eager to unravel the mysteries of the Abyss Delta. Comptoir. Answer. In total, there are 6 planets within that space. They are quite far from each other, and the Abyss Delta is expansive in itself. Ecthrois has only found 2 of them, and even he has trouble navigating through it because of the multitude of creatures of darkness that inhabit the region. Comptoir. Answer. All 6 planets hold significant value. Should you choose to conquer them, I recommend consolidating them into a single celestial body. This consolidation would streamline your efforts and benefit both you and the Resistance, considering your ongoing operations on various planets. Now, let's delve into the unique attributes of each planet. Comptoir. Answer. Let's work our way backward, saving the least resourceful for last. The final planet houses the lost relics of the Phantasma. Among them is the weapon wielded by the original Resistance leader, alongside a collection of powerful tools utilized by formidable individuals throughout the years before the takeover by Magnum Tenebrosum. As I absorbed this information, a sense of intrigue and amusement danced within me. These artifacts sound like something lifted from the pages of a fantasy novel, I remarked. Comptoir. Answer. Indeed, you could say that. Now, when it comes to the relics, I'll leave the specifics to your imagination. Consider them highly practical and useful. Some might even go as far as calling them god-grade weapons. Not all, however, are designed for combat. Their utility extends beyond the battlefield. Comptoir. Answer. As for the 5th planet, it serves as the linchpin connecting them all. Strangely, it functions as their singular energy source. Picture it as their core. This is where the others originated, and, in a peculiar way, it possesses a semi-sentient nature. If you aim to conquer it, engaging in communication with this core is essential. Comptoir. Answer. The 4th planet, on the other hand, presents a seemingly barren landscape, akin to our moon, a colossal rock suspended in the vastness of space. Yet, delve beneath its surface, and a different narrative unfolds. Here lies the inaugural bastion of the Resistance. It harbors more than just physical structures. It holds the key to lost histories, making it a treasure trove that could significantly benefit the Resistance. Is that why it's in there? Who placed the darkness there? Was it extracted from Magnum Tenebrosum and placed over that area? I inquired, seeking clarity. Comptoir. Answer. No. The darkness has always existed in that place. However, Magnum Tenebrosum's influence heightened its intensity. The Resistance deliberately selected that area for its inherent challenge, ensuring that only a chosen few could venture into it. Moreover, the first leader of the Resistance possessed a weapon that aided in navigating through the darkness. Comptoir. Answer. The 3rd planet holds a unique significance. One person resides there. Have you heard about the oracle that Fumara occasionally visits? Oracle? Like those weird old ladies who predict the future and such? They live on the 3rd planet? I'm surprised she hasn't been dealt with by Fumara, I remarked, finding the situation even more intriguing. Comptoir. Answer. Fumara heavily relied on her in the past, but now that you're here, she doesn't need her anymore. Despite that, she chose not to end her life, a decision rooted in respect. The second planet in this universe harbors more potent resources, such as rare metals, and is home to formidable creatures born from the very essence of darkness. Comptoir. Answer. On the other hand, the first planet stands as a haven for abyss puppeteers. Though not their original birthplace, many of these enigmatic beings flock there with a singular purpose: to prove their mettle in the crucible of battle. The puppeteers are peculiar entities, and the planet holds a unique core that has eluded the awareness of both Ecthrois and Fumara. A core? Similar to the ones we encountered previously? I inquired, my curiosity piqued. What makes this one so special? Comptoir. Answer. It would be more meaningful for you to discover it yourself. Explaining its uniqueness doesn't do it justice. Trust me on this. Venture to the heart of the planet, much like the fourth one, and unveil its secrets firsthand. Suddenly, a gentle poke on my cheek interrupted my thoughts, and as I turned, I found Lavinia gazing at me with concern etched on her features. "Aaron, are you there?" she inquired, her tone laden with worry. "Sorry, I was conversing with Comptoir about the Abyss Deltas. I'm quite eager to explore that place," I responded with a smile. "The Abyss Deltas? Can you share the details with us?" Lysenvar exclaimed, rising with enthusiasm. "Of course, but I sense there's something else on your mind. What were you discussing before?" I inquired, scanning the faces around me. Aldrake hesitated before speaking. "I was suggesting, with your permission, of course, if we could return to your universe. I thought it might be a good idea to bring Citrina there, but..." He trailed off. Citrina, arms crossed, added with authority, "No, I'm not some damsel in distress. I can stay and contribute to the resistance. I'd be more useful here than lounging in DXD's universe." Citrina didn't seem that keen about leaving this universe to have a leisurely time back in ours. Even though I only met her briefly, I could tell that she was a strong person who liked taking control of her life. I can bet that her time with Sagrif was torture since her movements were limited by a lot. "Citrina, you still need..." Aldrake began, attempting to voice his concerns, only to be promptly interrupted by his determined sister. "No, Aldrake, listen to me. I can't, in good conscience, just leave our universe and hide away in another. I understand your circumstances and why you want me to go with you, but am staying, and am fighting with them," Citrina declared firmly. Drake interjected with a comment. "Well, she definitely has the upper hand in their sibling dynamic," followed by laughter. It seemed, according to Aldrake and everyone else in his group, that Citrina had always been the one wearing the metaphorical pants in their sibling relationship. This dynamic had persisted even before their 100,000-year separation, and despite Aldrake finding his own backbone, he still couldn't seem to go against Citrina, who had only become more resilient after her harrowing experience with Sagrif. Aldrake found himself at a loss for words, slumping back in his chair with a bewildered expression, while Citrina wore a triumphant smile. The unspoken understanding of what was to come lingered in the air, casting a subtle tension. Turning his attention to me, Lysenvar inquired about the discussion I had with Comptoir regarding the Abyss Deltas. Eager to share the information, I provided an elaborate account, delving into the details of our conversation. Yet, I chose to keep certain aspects vague, implying that Comptoir had deliberately concealed some information from me. Although those who knew me well could sense that I wasn't revealing the whole truth, they opted not to press further, allowing the unspoken nuances to hang in the air. "Ah, so that's where the Oracle resides. It's fascinating to learn that the first base of the Resistance was in such proximity. We should make our way there soon," remarked Lysenvar, his voice reflecting genuine interest after absorbing my explanation. Branhar, always practical, chimed in, "Isn't this an advantageous situation then? If only two people can enter on Fumara's side, and considering Fumara herself may not have fully explored the area, we hold the upper hand. Let's just go and claim those planets, adding them to our side." During the remaining duration of our stay, we delved deeper into the intricacies of the impending missions. Our discussions extended beyond the immediate tasks at hand, branching into explorations of the various planets, the mysterious relics scattered across the abyss deltas, and the fascinating array of creatures inhabiting these parts of their universe. After our lengthy meeting concluded, the members of our group dispersed, each embarking on their individual paths. Yet, an unexpected assembly formed around me, consisting of Lavinia, the church trio, and, surprisingly, Citrina, who trailed us with an air of curiosity. Our initial plan involved a visit to Ivory Ilum for a collective outing, a date of sorts with the entire group. However, Asia, in her characteristic enthusiasm, turned back and extended an invitation to Citrina. The latter, seemingly unfazed by her peculiar and borderline stalker-like presence, inquired about our destination. Asia, momentarily puzzled, sought clarification. "We're going to where are we going?" Asia asked, tilting her head in confusion. I laughed, rubbed her head, and said, "We're going to Ivory Ilum for a small date, and I want to check up on everything to see if there are any problems there. If there is, they'll fix it up quickly and then continue on this date. And then a group outing in your room, or is it a bigger group if Lavinia joins us?" declared Zenobia, injecting her characteristic humor. She then tilted her head in confusion, adding to the light-hearted banter. "Regrettably, Lavinia, we require your assistance," Suzuku stated, materializing beside us, accompanied by the other fated ones. Kuntuar, having earlier departed with Azathoth and Velgrind, had joined them too, a fact I hadn't paid much attention to until now. Lavinia, startled, sought refuge behind me, hesitant to comply with their summons. However, Azathoth nonchalantly snapped her fingers, instantly relocating Lavinia to stand among them. Rose and Danu, acting in tandem, seized her arms, leaving her with no recourse but to be reluctantly escorted away. "Aaron, help!" Lavinia's desperate plea echoed, but I merely raised my hand in a half-hearted gesture, silently conveying my lack of intervention. "You're evil," she accused, her tone shifting toward frustration. A mental note lingered about pampering her later to soothe any wounded feelings. "All right then, let's set out. Citrina can take Lavinia's place," I informed the group. "For the fivesome?" Zenobia teased. "No, not for that. I meant for a little date," I clarified, playfully karate chopping Zenobia on the head. Zenobia chuckled, and I shifted my gaze to Irina, who had been quiet throughout the conversation. Her eyes seemed to wander toward the skies of the underground base, distant and preoccupied. I couldn't help but wonder what might be on her mind. "Very well. I wish to observe and chat with you, so I don't mind joining your women's date," Citrina stated as she walked over to join us. I couldn't help but think she could have just said yes without the extra commentary. Citrina seemed a bit like a tsundere, though I kept that thought to myself. With a simple nod, we left for Ivory Ilum, our group now accompanied by Citrina. Upon reaching the bustling central square, our group embarked on a stroll towards the eastern part of the city. There, I revealed a meticulously prepared shop for Hephaestus to own and operate, complete with her trusted assistants, Kyoko and Sherry. Citrina, her eyes tracing the architectural marvels around us, couldn't help but express her awe. "How did you manage all of this?" she inquired, curiosity etched across her features. With a nonchalant shrug, I replied, "I just thought it would look good like this, you know? Each town and village on this planet has its own unique design. If you compare this city to the underground section, it's like venturing into two distinct worlds." Citrina nodded in agreement, acknowledging the stark contrast between the cityscape and the subterranean depths. The underground base resembles planets like Ferothos Prime, Cuverum, and Isvella. The mention of Cuverum and Isvella piqued Zenovia's interest, prompting her to seek clarification. "Cuverum and Isvella? Where are those places?" she queried, her curiosity mirroring the sentiments of the group. In my limited knowledge, I was aware of only one Cuverum, a celestial body predominantly composed of advanced technology akin to the subterranean part of our own planet. The skies teemed with compact flying vessels, and its inhabitants adorned themselves with various implants. Fumara and her organization sought to conquer Cuverum, Yet the inhabitants staunchly resisted integration. Ultimately, their resistance led to a devastating defeat, leaving only a handful of survivors. Those fortunate enough to be off-planet during the assault elucidated Citrina. The others, Vela, as per Sag Riff's erratic narratives, emerged as a creation of one of the Wayboros. It manifested a whimsical amalgamation of signs and structures drawn from diverse planets across this universe and beyond in the multiverse, echoing the eccentricity of a child's playground adorned with strange structures. She added, a touch of amusement lacing her words. "Are you acquainted with anyone from Kuvrum?" Asia inquired, and Citrina affirmed with a subtle nod. Yes, those Sagrif took care of them after our initial encounter. Despite allowing me to converse with them, he grew, I suppose, envious of our interaction and swiftly ended their lives as we spoke, she recounted with a bitter undertone. "Oh, I didn't mean to bring up painful memories," Asia apologized, lowering her head in a gesture of remorse. "No need to apologize. I've already grieved their loss and moved forward. Though I do harbor a desire to have played a role in Sagrif's demise, I was quite feeble at that time," replied Citrina, reflecting on the past. Asia and Zenobia were inquisitive, bombarding Citrina with a barrage of questions. Citrina, in turn, met their curiosity with an eagerness to share her knowledge. Meanwhile, Irina remained a silent observer, her gaze fixed on the sky. Our journey eventually led us to the blacksmith that I had crafted for Hephaestus. The blacksmith's exterior exuded a sense of normalcy, yet it stood larger than most in the area. A prominent sign proudly proclaimed its identity as Hephaestus Blacksmith. The structure featured a red-tiled roof, white walls, and the requisite equipment both inside and outside. The entire compound was enclosed by a sturdy fence, rendering theft an impossibility. Additional security measures were in place, fortifying the establishment against any illicit activities. Zenobia, expressing surprise, remarked, "It's bigger than I thought. Once the others join us, can we approach Hephaestus to inspect and enhance our weapons?" I considered her proposal and responded, "Of course. There's no reason why not. Hephaestus could make minor adjustments or upgrades to your weapons. I've received messages from my mom indicating that Hephaestus is honing her skills and crafting more weapons before departing for this universe." Within the confines of the edifice, we took our time exploring its inner depths. The initial space we found ourselves in served as a quasi-lobby, featuring a modest counter where patrons settled their bills for equipment repairs or purchases. Benches and chairs were strategically placed, providing spots for patrons to rest. Adjacent to these seating arrangements, shelves and hangers proudly displayed the meticulously crafted weapons and armor, showcasing the artisan's skill. As I strolled through the area alongside Citrina, I couldn't help but comment on the impressive size of the establishment compared to their shops in the Greek realm in Asgard. It's more expansive than what they have in the Greek realm in Asgard. I believe they'll appreciate the upgrade, I murmured to myself, observing the intricate displays, which were empty. Meanwhile, the church trio embarked on their own exploratory journey, leaving us to our own devices. Citrina, curious about my capabilities, inquired, "Can you create weapons independently without relying on your powers?" Reflecting on my limited forays into the craft, I responded, "I've dabbled in this art to some extent, so yes. However, I doubt my skills match up to Hephaestus. After all, she's a deity in this field." Citrina's eyes widened in astonishment. "A deity? A god of blacksmithing," she murmured, caught off guard by the revelation. "More like goddess, but yes, a deity," I responded. The resonating chime of the bells above the door interrupted our conversation, compelling us to shift our attention towards the entrance. Standing there was Gondel. Unlike the other members of the Mothers Association, she had joined us on our journey to the Phantasma. Despite her evident happiness, traces of lingering sadness clung to her, a remnant of the recent divorce from her husband. The aftermath of the separation weighed heavily on Gondel. Her husband, in a fit of resentment, expressed his disapproval of her newfound youthfulness. In an attempt to bridge the gap, I extended the same gift of rejuvenation to him, which he accepted. However, the consequence was unforeseen. He embarked on a revelry across his own pantheon and beyond, seeking a new romantic connection. The revelation of his actions left Gondal visibly shocked at the time, but now she's mostly fine. "Gondal, how may I be of assistance?" I inquired as she approached both of us. "Oh, I overheard from Little Rose that you were out today and was contemplating whether I could tag along. I'm mostly confined to aiding the youth in mastering magic, but today happens to be my day off," she elucidated. "Well, if it's your day off, why not? But are you sure?" "I'm just here to take the church trio out for a date, and Citrina is joining us," I conveyed to her, and she nodded affirmatively. "Fufu, I don't mind. A brief outing in Ivory Ilum isn't a negative proposition," she responded and joined our group. I swiftly briefed her on our plans, and she commented, "I've exchanged messages with Hephaestus as well. She appears to have a gift prepared for the leaders." Hephaestus, the master craftswoman, was secretly crafting a gift. This revelation caught me completely off guard. Faye hadn't breathed a word about it. Evidently, she aimed to shroud it in mystery, keeping me blissfully ignorant. Gondal, noticing my bewildered expression, remarked, "Maybe I shouldn't have spilled the beans. You seem entirely clueless." "Hell yeah, I am," I replied, feigning innocence. "Maybe I should inform Faye of this unexpected surprise he told me about," I teased, earning a playful yet gentle tap on my arm from Gondal. In the midst of our ongoing interactions, Citrina keenly observed the dynamics unfolding. Eventually, she inquired, "Isn't she Ross Weiss's grandmother? I heard she recently went through a divorce. Aaron, does this mean you're attempting to capture her heart?" As I prepared to respond, Gondal sported a mischievous expression, seizing the opportunity to clasp my arm affectionately before embracing it. With a playful smile directed at Citrina, she remarked, "Aaron pursues anyone who isn't married. Did you not realize that? Fufu, he has even tried to get with Venelana Gremory, Ria's mother, Kaisis Gremory, her grandmother, and Runia's Gremory, the progenitor of their esteemed clan." Citrina's gaze lingered on me, a pregnant pause preceding her words. "You're just a pervert, aren't you? Although I can somewhat respect it since you're not going after married women. Although to go after the entire female lineage of Gremory is a bit, how do I put this, over the top?" I found myself unable to refute her assessment. Before entering Phantasma, in those preceding weeks, I found myself engaged in a series of, let's say, heated encounters with those women mentioned by Gondal. The most assertive among them were Venelana and Runia's, while Kaisis, though somewhat reserved, displayed an unexpected level of affection towards me, on the same level towards her son, Zeoticus. Even in her moments of fervor, Kaisis managed to rein it in when I was present, casting me glances filled with a mix of guilt and horror. It wasn't difficult to discern her conflicted feelings, creating a peculiar dynamic. However, my ability to read minds remained unused on her, leaving me to speculate on the intricacies of her thoughts. "I can't say for sure," I responded, playfully pinching Gondal's nose. "But let's not spread misinformation," I added with a light tone. Gondal chuckled, her laughter lingering in the air. "What's wrong with a little fun?" she questioned, finally releasing my arm from her playful grip. Suddenly, a sharp screech pierced the air, followed by the clatter of something hitting the ground. Our eyes met, and we exchanged a glance before swiftly heading toward the source of the commotion. As we arrived, we found Irina seated on the floor, surrounded by fallen stands. However, amidst the chaos, a small surprise I had prepared for Hephaestus was also revealed. Approaching Irina, I offered a helping hand to lift her from the ground. Concern laced my words as I inquired, "Are you all right? You seemed a bit off all day, Irina. Is there something on your mind?" "Ashul? I'm fine. I'm just thinking. Why, I'm just thinking," she stammered, attempting to maintain her usual energy. "Thinking? Now that's rare. Even for you, Irina," Zenobia remarked, a smirk playing on her lips. Irina retorted, "All three of us get the same grade, and more or less." Asia, dismissing her friend's banter, inquired, Aaron, what is this? A hammer? A hammer, gently levitating above a pedestal, emitted a soft glow, positioned before us. Initially, I had considered placing it in a box, but I opted for this display, incorporating a touch of illusion magic. It created a deceptive wall, and if Hephaestus happened upon it, she'd discover this hidden surprise. Yeah, it is. It's a gift I prepared for Hephaestus since she'd be visiting, along with Sherry and Kyoko. I also have hammers for them, but they're located in different parts of the building. These hammers should streamline their tasks, ensuring both efficiency and convenience, I elucidated. I seized the moment, clutching the tools in my hands, and inquired, interested in witnessing it in action. Their enthusiasm was swift, and we navigated to the rear, the designated arena for our endeavors, where an array of implements awaited their turn in the dance of blacksmithing. Prepping for this modest exhibition, I arranged the tools meticulously, each finding its place. Positioned before the anvil and forge, I took hold of the tongs, securing a fragment of searing metal. The hammer, intended as an offering to Hephaestus, hung poised in my grip. With a purposeful swing, I descended upon the heated metal, eliciting a cascade of sparks and flames. The ritual repeated, a rhythmic symphony of craftsmanship unfolding before our eager eyes. After dedicating a good chunk of time, the hammer's impact, combined with the tools scattered around my workshop, allowed me to successfully fashion the blade. Surprisingly, the end result was quite pleasing to the eye. Harnessing my own magical abilities, I skillfully cooled down the newly created blade, proudly presenting it to my assembled group. Usually, this whole process would drag on if we were using the regular tools blacksmiths rely on. But with the preparations I made, it's a lot quicker. Of course, knowing Hephaestus, she might put it through a bunch of tests before deeming it perfect for her needs. Still, this should significantly cut down the time she spends on her craft, I shared with my group. Even though I've seen this a few times already, the entire process never fails to captivate me. Maybe I should consider picking this up as a hobby now and then. Who knows? Maybe I could craft blades for our future children? Mused Zenobia as her gaze lingered on the blade I presented. I might join you on that. Sounds like it could be fun. Irina chimed in, breaking her silence after a day of being relatively mute. Curiosity tinged Asia's voice as she questioned, is the process of creating armor the same? If it is, I might give it a shot too, though I wonder if I'll get it right. Citrina observed me and the blade intently, leaning in for a closer look. After a moment, she remarked, interesting. I had my doubts about your earlier words, but this doesn't look bad at all. You're full of surprises, Aaron. Gondel applauded me with a cheerful smile, and I couldn't help but chuckle in response. As I mentioned, I'm more or less an amateur at this, so don't set your expectations too high. Despite having the ability to effortlessly create things with a mere snap of my fingers, I found it somewhat unimpressive. Personally, witnessing blacksmiths craft objects by hand held a greater fascination for me. Of course, opinions vary, and who's to say what truly impresses each individual? Without much ado, I swiftly snapped my fingers to tidy up the workspace, and soon enough, the blade rested securely in my hands. Allowing it to remain idle seemed like a missed opportunity. So harnessing my powers, I decided to use it as a foundation for a new sword. A radiant glow enveloped the blade, followed by a captivating transformation as it shimmered in a resplendent golden light, emerging as a fully fledged, magnificent weapon. The sword's handle transformed into a gleaming silvery white, while the blade boasted a harmonious blend of gold and steel accents. A delicate Eastern golden dragon design adorned its blade, and upon completing the meticulous details, I proudly presented the finished product to Citrina. Here, a little gift. If you're gearing up for battle with us, might as well have something for close quarters combat, right? I know you're an all-rounder, so having this should be beneficial, I casually remarked. Citrina scrutinized the gift for a brief moment, her expression shifting into a thoughtful smile as she accepted it from my outstretched hand. Stepping back, she wielded the sword with a practiced grace, causing small golden and silver lines to shimmer around her with each skillful swing. I like it. It's lightweight with a solid grip. Suits me well. Thank you, Aaron. She expressed her gratitude. To compliment her new weapon, I fashioned a belt with a scabbard and handed it over. Citrina smoothly sheathed her blade into the scabbard and declared, I will name it Golden Lotus. Why Golden Lotus? Gondel inquired, her curiosity evident in her expression. A wistful smile graced Citrina's face as she replied, It used to be everywhere back on our planet. When I was younger, I'd give it to my mother whenever she felt down. Despite the memories, I'll proudly use it. It's a reminder of those days. Ah, dat touching. You're a resilient woman, Citrina, Gondel remarked. And the two strolled away, engrossed in conversation, seemingly exiting the building. Meanwhile, the church trio lingered, directing a series of inquiries my way about the intricacies of the blacksmithing profession. I tried to answer their questions to the best of my ability. Yet, I humbly suggested that for more comprehensive insights, they should seek the expertise of Hephaestus, Kyoko, and Sherry, as they possess superior knowledge and hands-on experience in the craft. Our next stop led us to a kind of museum, a repository for the numerous lost items and tech scattered across this vast universe. Whatever the Alliance and our group, DXD, had managed to recover would find its home here. Following our initial missions, we had accumulated a respectable collection, not overwhelmingly significant, but sufficient to inaugurate this establishment. Situated conveniently close to the central plaza where we had initially teleported, it was just a short walk from Hephaestus' workshop, adding to its accessibility. In an attempt to blend the old Roman architectural charm with futuristic technology, I took the creative liberty to design the structure, and, in my humble opinion, the outcome was rather satisfying. The exterior boasted a massive spherical shape, while the interior unfolded across 3 levels. Ascending was made easy with a swift ride in a compact marble elevator, its magical propulsion adding an element of enchantment. Holographic stands or magic circles suspended the various lost items and documents, creating an impressive visual display. Illumination, emanating from the core of the structure, was also achieved through the judicious use of magic, adding a cool but mysterious glow to the entire setup. Aren't these from my planet? Citrina inquired, her gaze fixed on a certain golden lotus. And this and that. Where did you even get these? She questioned again, turning to me with a face full of shock. Yeah, someone from your planet, who wasn't there during its destruction, had been cultivating them for a while now. They reached out to us, offering these and some golden lotus seeds to be planted on Cosmosilica terraflora. I've selected that planet since it's connected to nature, and they'll be showcased in the public garden for everyone to see. I explained to her. Citrina found herself rendered speechless by the revelation, her gaze fixed on me in disbelief. Gondel, however, intervened, breaking Citrina's trance with a direct question. Citrina, what insights can you offer regarding the applications of the Golden Lotus in your universe? Stepping in on her behalf, I provided the response. When it comes to our universe, the flowers, seeds, leaves, and components of the subterranean stem, rhizome, find application in medicinal concoctions. Lotus is utilized for addressing issues like bleeding, cough, fever, liver and stomach ailments, among others. It's important to note, though, that these uses lack scientific backing. But, interjected Zenobia, we got the scoop from Zhang Mei and the 8 divas that the lotuses they use are infused with magic and mystical arts, giving them extra medical and other benefits. One of those perks includes fending off low to middle-class evil spirits. Citrina cleared her throat discreetly before returning to the conversation. It doesn't quite work that way for us. However, it does have a soothing effect on the soul and brings a sense of calm to people when they catch a whiff of its aroma. Unfortunately, we can't test it right now. My guess is it's shielded by some sort of protective invisible barrier or power. With that being said, Citrina added, having it in a tiny bottle for a quick dose of calm during high-stress situations wasn't an uncommon practice in the past. Even though we didn't have enemies, it wasn't a bad idea to keep some handy for those unexpected moments. She elucidated. What about that thing? Irina inquired, pointing toward a unique flower colored in gold and was sprouting. A smile crossed Citrina's face as she responded. It was a widespread craze across the entire planet. People of all ages were into it, but it came with a hefty price tag because it supposedly revealed your one true love. The catch, though, was that it might indicate more than one, making the whole affair a bit tricky. It was called Fiore dell'Incontro Fato, or Fateful Encounter Flower, right? That's a pretty neat little flower, I interjected, and Citrina affirmed with a nod, her gaze fixed on the unique rock. Seems like your world has a thing for flowers and nature. Everyone listened intently, absorbing the details of this intriguing cultural artifact. Yes, and it's how my parents met, or so my father told us. He was initially a coward, the biggest one that my mother saw, but once she glimpsed the future they could share, she pursued him because it promised prosperity for our planet, Citrina explained. For some inexplicable reason, everyone, except Citrina, fixed their gaze on me and the golden-colored flower. Their curiosity wasn't subtle, and they clearly sought answers. Admittedly, I was equally intrigued. However, being a soul transplanted from a different universe, I pondered about the identity of their one true love. While it seemed likely that the fated ones would connect with me, the mystery persisted for everyone else. I want to see, Asia exclaimed eagerly, her hand shooting up. Me too, Irina practically screamed with excitement. I'm also curious, added Zenobia, voicing her interest. Well, it wouldn't hurt, would it? Chimed in Gondel, embracing the playful spirit of the moment. I sighed, exchanging a glance with Citrina, who returned the look with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Dismissing the moment with a shake of my head, my gaze shifted to the golden-colored flower. With a mere thought, I conjured a replica of it in my hand, deliberately nullifying its powers over me. One person, one flower. That's the rule. Seems like you're guarding yourself from its effects. Choose wisely who gets it first, Citrina advised. Promptly, the four of them initiated a rock-paper-scissors game. The atmosphere was charged, their eyes displaying a fervor, and in the end, Irina emerged victorious. A triumphant whoa echoed as she joyously celebrated her win before I handed her the flower. Instantly, its enchantment took hold, casting her eyes in a profound shade of gold as she stared at the flower with a trance-like expression. I can whip up more of these, so there's no need for gloominess, folks, I reassured them. They nodded in agreement, and we resumed our intense gaze at Irina. However, the spell of our scrutiny was short-lived as she soon rejoined us, the once vibrant flower in her hand, now reduced to a wilted state. What took us aback, though, was the sudden appearance of tears in her eyes, followed by an impulsive leap toward me. "Ewa, thank goodness!" she exclaimed, burying her face in my arms and breaking into inconsolable wails, leaving me bewildered. Attempting to make sense of the situation, I started to inquire, Irina, what only to be cut off by her fervent outburst. "I want our twins to be hybrids of humans and angels," she declared, stunning the rest of the onlookers. Seeking clarification, I turned to Citrina and asked, "How far into the future does it show?" Citrina, the one who knew more about this than us, responded, "It only reveals aspects of your love life, but it has the capability to bring you to any point in time." My guess is that Irina requested a glimpse into when you two have kids, or if she's pregnant with any. "Aaron," Asia and Zenobia exclaimed in unison, their eyes lighting up as I conjured 2 additional replicas of the delicate flower. I handed the floral creations to them, spreading smiles across their faces. Gondel, a bit reserved, subtly pulled at my sleeve, expressing her desire for one, and I gladly extended the gesture to her. Turning my attention to Citrina, I inquired, "Would you like one?" Her reaction mirrored surprise, but after a brief contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, I fashioned another flower and presented it to her. The enchanting effect of these blossoms soon enveloped all 4 of them, casting them into a mesmerizing trance. I shifted my gaze back to Irina, curiosity etched on my face. "So, what happened back there? Could you share the details?" I prompted. Don't you already know? She replied, her own curiosity evident. Yes and no, I responded, delving into a conversation about my recent discussions with Lavinia and Suzaku regarding the future, as well as how I navigate using my future sight ability. Adding a layer of transparency, I questioned, can you shed light on why you remained unusually quiet throughout the day? Irina hesitated initially, her uncertainty evident in her demeanor. After a pause, she finally opened up, saying after our operation in London, I had a talk with Papa and Mama about us. They conveyed their blessing, which I must admit was a tad awkward, but it did make me happy. However, I've been wondering, have we not progressed any further since that day? The day Irina referenced was the one where she, Griselda, and Gabriel had, for lack of a more delicate term, been surprisingly forward with their affections toward me. However, Irina's perception was slightly off. Since that day, she and I had grown much closer, much like with Zenobia. We had shared many tender moments and become more affectionate with one another. Despite this closeness, we hadn't taken the next big step in our relationship. I had my doubts, So, I went around asking everyone for advice. I even went to His Eminence Strata for some love tips. He gave me some, though it felt kind of unclear, she said, a blush creeping on her face. Well, color me surprised. I never thought Vasco Strata had a romantic side. I mean, considering the whole church vibe, it seemed like romance was a big no-no, especially back when things were different and before we changed the whole status quo in our world. Well, no, we haven't. Sure, we've shared some, intimate moments, Irina, you can't deny that. But, yeah, we haven't taken a last step. Don't worry, though. I've got plans to add another angel to my list soon. I informed her, giving her plump ass a playful squeeze, which only deepened the crimson hue on her face. Oh, please be gentle with me, she stammered, even more embarrassed than before. Before our conversation could progress further, Asia and Zenobia dropped to the ground, expressions of horror and despair etched across their faces. Who the hell is Antonio? Questioned Zenobia. But, I'm glad I met you then, Aaron. My life seems so dull with him. She exclaimed. We have a single daughter, and she wields her own Durandal. So, I'm content with that. I was alone until my death. I don't like that, yuh. Aaron, please marry me. Asia muttered in a distressed tone. I don't know what futures they glimpsed, but Asia's appeared to be the bleakest. Supposedly, she'd be all alone until the end if our paths didn't cross. Rainier and her crew played a part in that. Though it's not a topic they'll bring up casually, they carry the weight of shame from that chapter of their lives. Zenobia, on the other hand, seemed to have led a somewhat regular life, according to what she saw. Her days were mundane with a person called Antonio around, and there's a hint that he might have been a fellow exorcist. But did that peculiar flower reveal alternate realities as well? If it did, it's one potent flower. Perhaps it could serve as a formidable weapon in the times to come. I shifted my gaze to Gondal, finding a serene smile adorning her face, accompanied by a subtle blush on her cheeks. Catching me looking, she turned away, leaving me to ponder the nature of the future she saw. What about you, Gondal? I inquired, broaching the topic with a sense of curiosity. She turned to me, offering a smile. Oh, it's a wonderful future. Please don't mind me. Acknowledging her response with a nod, I refrained from pressuring her for more details. My attention then shifted to Citrina, who wore a noticeable frown. Concerned, I gently probed, is something wrong, Citrina? I have no one, she declared bluntly, causing a mix of confusion and shock among the group. Can you elaborate? Zenobia inquired, seeking clarity. Citrina nodded and began to share. It was blank. I witnessed my brother getting married to an angel in your universe, and the rest finding their own partners. However, in my glimpse of the future, I found myself alone. It was kind of shocking. I had never tapped into this flower's ability before, and though I had entertained the thought when younger, actually seeing it unfold is a bit overwhelming. Before I could utter a word, Gondal's voice cut through the silence, asserting, we can shape our own future. A collective gaze fixed upon her, prompting an elaboration. Much like magic, We possess the power to mold it according to our desires and enhance it for our benefit. Don't permit a solitary flower to wield control over the formation of your destiny. Alter it, just as you never surrendered hope of being rescued from Sagrif. Citrina emitted a light-hearted chuckle in agreement. Absolutely. I won't allow this minor hiccup to dictate the course of my future. I'll mold it to my liking, just as I've always done, she declared with unwavering determination. With those words, we departed, eager to explore other exhibits within the museum. The next spot we reached revealed a small playpen designated for non-aggressive creatures who had gathered to nurture. To ensure their well-being, the Resistance had enlisted the expertise of someone well-versed in the diverse species of this universe, alongside a couple of additional caretakers. Engaged in light-hearted play, the church trio immersed themselves in the joy of interacting with the animals. Irina, in particular, shed her melancholic demeanor, embracing her usual lively self. Meanwhile, Citrina, Gondol, and I opted for a bench a bit away, though both ladies flanked me, each with an animal nestled on their lap. I, too, cradled Shin in my arms, with the sounds of laughter and the gentle rustling of creatures creating a comforting backdrop. Citrina turned to me and said, "Aaron, there are a few things I'd like to discuss with you." "Sure thing. I'm all ears," I responded, my hand absently stroking Shin's head, creating a calm ambience amid the lively scene. "Why do you have a harem?" she inquired, her curiosity evident. "'Cause I'm a pervert," I deadpanned, watching as my response rendered her momentarily speechless. "That was a bit unexpected," remarked Drake, his surprise apparent. Amused by her reaction, I couldn't contain my laughter. After regaining composure, I decided to share the genuine reason behind my unique situation. I omitted certain details, assuring her that I would reveal those missing parts if we grew closer as friends. To my relief, she accepted this proposition. A big family? I didn't expect that kind of reasoning, although before she could continue, I interrupted and presented a photo of Vivi nestled on my mother's lap, a picture she had sent me just hours ago. "Is that one of your lovers?" she inquired. That's my adopted daughter and mother. Are you just going to assume whoever I show you is someone part of my harem? I questioned, a hint of incredulity in my voice. "Yes," she deadpanned, prompting me to face-palm at her straightforwardness. "Huh, she's just like you, I like it," chimed in Drake, acknowledging the shared sense of humor between us. "Well, they're not, and she's my mother, so nothing's happening between us," I asserted. "Oofed, you're right, keep on thinking like that, partner," chimed in Drake, his laughter resonating in the background. I chose to let his comment slide, opting not to engage. But you two look nothing alike," she observed, her face displaying a puzzled expression. "As I mentioned earlier, if we grow closer as friends, they'll share the complexities of my existence with you. Nevertheless, she's my mother, and there's no room for any romantic entanglements," I affirmed resolutely, though her curiosity seemed unyielding. "Are you against incest?" she inquired, catching me off guard. The question left me momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. "Well, yeah, I guess. Aren't most people against it?" I replied, seeking clarity. "Yet, I've heard that it's sometimes common in the supernatural side of your universe, and even in some of the older eras of the human world, incest wasn't uncommon," she pointed out, leaving me without a satisfactory response. Citrina let out a sigh, and then she said, "Let me put it this way. If your mother were to enter another romantic relationship, would you make sure they were deserving of her? No ordinary person will become her future husband. They'll conduct a thorough background check and use my powers to glimpse into the future, assessing what kind of person he might be," I responded earnestly. A hint of my aura escaped, causing her to stiffen in horror. Gondol, seated beside me, couldn't help but giggle at my serious proclamation. I turned to her with a questioning look, and she explained, "Royson anticipated a response like that from you. She's informed the Mothers Association that the likelihood of her entering a new relationship is nearly impossible, considering the criteria you've set." I felt a flush creeping on my cheeks, and I averted my gaze before uttering, "She only deserves the best. I don't want to put her through that again." This includes Cindy. Like hell, they'll make them go through that hell again. Gondel responded with a gentle smile, laying her head on my shoulder without uttering another word. Citrina, curious but aware I wouldn't disclose more, let the matter rest. What about the peace you desire? Not many attempt that, you know. It's nearly impossible to achieve without significant power, backing, or influence, she inquired. That's why I've been working hard to gather as much of that as possible. I don't want to be a tyrant, but there are moments where I have to be forceful and am prepared to take that step. Not everyone will be on board, but in the grand scheme, ITLL be beneficial for everyone. Am willing to make sacrifices. ID sacrifice 1,000 to ensure 1,000,000 prosper. I conveyed solemnly, my gaze fixed on Shin, who nestled into my hand. You're willing to sacrifice people, huh? She repeated, casting her eyes over at the church trio. I followed her gaze, and she inquired, even your lovers? My response slipped out of my mouth before I could fully grasp it, a sentiment known to only a few. I'd destroy the Omniverse 1,000,000 times over before I sacrifice any of them. The weight of my words hung in the air, met with an unsettling silence. Citrina's gaze remained fixed on the church trio, and even Gondel, sitting beside me, seemed to freeze at the gravity of what I had just revealed. Feeling the need to elucidate, I pressed on, as much as I cherish everyone else who isn't part of my inner circle. My close family and friends take precedence over strangers. This is an unchanging reality. Perhaps it's what sets me apart from Aoife, because if you pose that question to her, she would likely seek a middle ground way to save everyone. The hush lingered among us until Citrina's gaze turned my way, accompanied by a warm smile. With sincerity, she shared, it's kind of reassuring, you know, that you come off more human than I initially thought. The fact that you're willing to rescue those close to you instead of playing the role of some all-knowing goody two-shoes god is comforting. It makes you feel more relatable, more human, just like the rest of us. Before I could utter a response, Asia darted toward us with an expression of concern etched across her face. Aaron, please come quickly. There's a little creature that needs help, and my sacred gear's healing isn't doing the trick. She urgently exclaimed before swiftly retracing her steps toward where Zenobia and Irina were stationed. Understand. We can delve into this conversation another time. For now, let me check out what's happening, I reassured Citrina, moving purposefully toward the church trio's location. Chapter 19, Part 2, Arrival's Aaron Tool's soliloquy approaching the scene. I noticed the collapsed creature bore a striking resemblance to the one Natsum had recently taken on as a companion or pet. Currently residing in our universe, they were slated to accompany Azazel's group when they visited in a few weeks a curious and mysterious being known as an Anos Kalba. These small creatures were powerful yet endangered to some degree. Observing its evident distress, I crouched down, gently placing my hand on its head to discern the source of its pain. Conducting a swift examination of its body, I identified the issue. Without hesitation, I initiated a quick teleportation, whisking away everyone in proximity, including other animals and staff. Reflecting on the situation, Comptoir and I realized we should have been more thorough in our assessments of these creatures. Yet, occasional oversights were inevitable. Concern etched on her face, Asia inquired, what's wrong, Aaron? In every practical sense, that Anos Kalba is not alive anymore. Something else has taken control of its body. I informed her, leaving her even more stunned. It's a Ramire in Shural. It's a creature that seizes control of its host's body, gradually extinguishing its life force from within before leaving to seek out another host. It's different from an abyss puppeteer, as they typically require consent or wait for a vulnerable moment to take control. For instance, if the host loses the will to live, the abyss puppeteer seizes the opportunity to take control then, Citrina elucidated. What she said, ITLL the Oros Kalba body burst apart, scattering blood and entrails in all directions, giving way to the emergence of a new creature. The newcomer had a peculiar appearance, to say the least. Its head resembled the skull of some unidentified animal, while a discernible ribcage and skeletal limbs adorned with bony hands and fingers constituted its upper body. With a total of 4 arms, the rest of its form was composed of an eerie blend of darkness and shadows, complete with a trailing tail. "Aaron, mind if I throw in a suggestion?" Citrina inquired, and I signaled my agreement with a nod, not bothering to turn around. "I'm thinking of capturing this creature for a more in-depth study, perhaps even experimenting with it. And what if we merge it with what your team snagged during the last mission to craft a whole new sacred gear?" Huh? The idea of fusing an Abyss Puppeteer and Aramir and Shurol to birth a new sacred gear piqued my interest. "A fusion like that does sound intriguing. Let's go ahead and give it a shot," I responded. "Great. Allow me to handle its defeat. I'm itching to put my new sword to the test," Citrina declared, positioning herself in front of us. With a nod, I silently approved and cast a barrier around us. "Go ahead and let loose." "I've got us covered with a barrier," I assured her. Citrina acknowledged with a nod before sprinting toward the Aramir and Shurol. In an instant, her sword became enveloped in a radiant golden energy, and with a swift movement, she vanished, reappearing behind the creature to deliver a downward swing. The Aramir and Shurol emitted a shriek, responding with several dark hands materializing to intercept Citrina's sword mid-swing. Undeterred, she unleashed a brilliant golden blast, enveloping the formidable creature. Another anguished cry echoed as a pillar of darkness and shadows erupted from the Aramir and Shurol, compelling Citrina to leap back to our side. The Aramir and Shurol does have a few vulnerabilities. You might already be aware, but it's susceptible to holy, light, gold, silver, and cosmic energies. Similar to other creatures of its kind, their resistance can vary based on their strength, and this particular one is quite ancient, having likely faced numerous battles, making it exceptionally troublesome, Citrina elucidated. "Are you going to be okay?" Gondal inquired, a hint of concern lacing her voice. Citrina responded with confidence, "Yes, I've dealt with a few of these before. No need to fret. These creatures are well documented, much more than those Abyss Puppeteers." With that assurance, she swiftly darted back towards the looming threat. The Aramir and Shurol unleashed dark, shadowy hands in a menacing manner, attempting to ensnare her. However, Citrina adeptly wielded her sword, effortlessly cutting through the looming appendages. Witnessing her skill, I couldn't help but be impressed by her remarkable swordsmanship. She sliced through several attacks, closing the distance to the creature once again. Abruptly, the monstrous entity adorned itself with sharp bone spikes that protruded menacingly from its body and the surrounding ground. Forced to leap backward, Citrina found herself airborne, seizing the opportunity to unleash a barrage of golden aura slashes towards the Aramir and Shurol. Much to the creature's astonishment, Citrina's slashes cleaved through its body spikes and the encroaching darkness, landing true on its form. The initial strikes hit their mark before the remaining slashes collided, resulting in a spectacular golden explosion enveloping the space around us. As the radiant aftermath settled, the creature bore significant damage, emitting another ear-piercing shriek before conjuring a wave of darkness and unleashing it in all directions. Reacting swiftly, I erected a small protective barrier, shielding us from the impending attack. Meanwhile, above our shelter, Citrina harnessed her powers to craft resplendent golden wings, elevating herself gracefully. With a confident smile directed at the creature, she soared towards it, executing a precise horizontal golden slash that obliterated the encroaching darkness wave. Quickening her pace, Citrina deftly severed 2 of the creature's right arms before executing a nimble pivot and thrusting her weapon into its back. However, a sudden expression of surprise graced her face as a hand wrought from darkness struck her across the face, sending her tumbling backward. Your age played a part, huh?" she teased, and the creature responded with a silent, intense glare. Raising her sword, she remarked, "You shifted your heart before I could strike it. Who knew you had that move in your arsenal?" "Moved its heart?" That wasn't your typical creature ability. If what Citrina mentioned earlier held true, then the extensive age of this creature must have granted it some rather unconventional skills. The saying you can't teach an old dog new tricks doesn't seem to apply here, at least not in this universe. Swiftly advancing toward the Aramire and Shurol, she initiated another series of golden slashes, met in resistance by the creature's ominous darkness. The clash of the two opposing forces created a spectacle, and in the aftermath, Citrina reappeared behind the creature. Since you can move it, might as well hit every part of your body, right? She remarked, a mischievous grin playing on her lips. Drawing her sword back, an even more intense golden glow emanated from the blade before she propelled it toward the Aramire and Shurol. To the untrained observer, it seemed like a single thrust. However, owing to Citrina's exceptional skills and vast experience, that seemingly singular motion translated into 1,000 precise attacks. In the span of a mere second, a multitude of holes manifested all over the Aramire and Shurol's body. Among them, one proved fatal. The Aramire and Shurol emitted another agonized shriek before succumbing to the ground, its once formidable form now lifeless and defeated. Swiftly, I hurried toward the injured creature, breathing life back into it and ensuring it remained calm. Subsequently, I transported it to an alternate dimension, where it hung in a suspended state until the moment arrived for it to play a role in my carefully laid plans. In that same dimension, the Abyss Puppeteer resided. This specific pocket of existence was crafted with intent and intentional space distinct from the one where I stored items in my inventory. Placing living beings in that storage felt odd, prompting the creation of this new dimension. It stood in contrast to the lavender box, a container I still carried, designed not for safekeeping, but to inflict torment upon those confined within. Curiosity sparked within me as I turned my attention to Citrina. Aldrake's stories suggest that you were the more seasoned one between them before the 100,000-year separation. Did you start your training at a young age? I inquired. Citrina nodded in response, delving into her past. Yes, indeed. Aldrake, bless his heart, was quite timid during our youth, and remained so until our forced parting. He didn't immerse himself in any form of training. Instead, his responsibilities were geared towards assuming the throne once our father, the king, passed away. While he focused on these matters, I seized the opportunity to pursue my own interests, relishing the freedom that came with it. She elucidated. I picked up how to manipulate our inborn abilities and delved into swordsmanship. Irelis, our guard, taught me the basics, and we eventually connected with her master, who imparted the full spectrum of swordsmanship skills. Aldrake and I each have our strengths and weaknesses, but together, we compensate for any shortcomings. She glanced aside, exhaling as I dispelled the remnants of blood, destruction, and the protective barrier. Yet, it seems he's outpaced me in strength and technique during his isolation. He's matured considerably, although, amusingly, it still appears he's vulnerable when pitted against me. She shared, a mischievous grin playing on her lips. Suddenly, Asia pulled at my sleeve, her gaze directed towards where the Oro's Kalba once rested. Can you bring it back to life? She inquired, pointing at the now vacant spot. I extended my arm and gently ran my fingers through Asia's hair. I reckon Natsum's Oro's Kalba could use a companion. I shared with her before strolling back to the same spot. There, I proceeded to bring the little creature back to life. Asia approached, cradling the revived creature in her arms until it peacefully drifted off to sleep. That turned out to be more eventful than I expected in this place. They'll go check the rest to ensure there's nothing else like this. I informed them before heading off to where the other animals and staff were assembled. In a nearby building, as I arrived, the staff were attentively tending to the various creatures housed there. A staff member spotted me and hurried over. Sir Aaron, it seems there's some sort of ailment spreading among these animals. Would you mind taking a look? One of our staff members witnessed the earlier skirmish, and were certain it's not the Aramire and Shurol. The man in front of me relayed urgently. Sure thing, I agreed. We strolled over to one of the few animals present, and I conducted a thorough scan. Afterward, I extended my scrutiny to the others nearby, discovering the ominous presence of a local disease that claimed the lives of these creatures on an annual basis. Looks like Kosk repicks, judging by the symptoms. This is quite common, isn't it? I inquired, turning to the staff member for confirmation. His expression contorted into a frown as he responded, "That's troubling." Typically, Kosk repicks selects a specific species each year to prevent any overpopulation issues, and the following year, it targets a different one, maintaining a balance in all species populations. Nodding in understanding, I remarked, "So, the fact that multiple species are affected suggests that something is amiss. It's either an anomaly or a consequence of gathering these animals here, right?" "Yes, it's quite unusual to see such a diverse gathering of species like this. If the disease were present in one of these creatures, it could disrupt its usual cycle. However, we usually keep a vigilant eye on these matters, much like Fumara's organization. Unless something else is awry, the only plausible explanation is that it's an anomaly," the man explained. "Let's focus on these guys for now, so I'll proceed to eradicate this disease from these animals," I assured him, raising my hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. A small green orb materialized above me, and a beam of light connected itself to all the animals, swiftly purging them of the ailment. I presented the purified ball to the man, its form solidified. "We've got a team of researchers and scientists in this planet. Let's get them on the case. If they can't unearth anything, they'll give a shot myself." Eager agreement gleamed in his eyes as he nodded, taking the orb from me. He exited the building, presumably headed to deliver it to the Resistance's Scientific and Research Division. I gently tapped the side of my head, establishing a mental link with the man. "You guys have the rest of the day. If it's not sorted by then, they'll take a look. If the issue is widespread, it could become problematic," I conveyed through our mental connection. "Why, yes, sir," he responded, a hint of startlement evident in his reply. Diligently, I proceeded to check and recheck all the animals, ensuring that the disease had been unequivocally eradicated. Satisfied with the results, I made my way back to rejoin my group. However, upon returning outside, there was no sign of them, except for Gondal. Approaching her, I inquired, "Where's everyone else?" Having left Shin in her care, she cradled him gently in her arms. "They went with Citrina. Zenobia and Irina were eager to test their swordsmanship against hers, and Asia accompanied them to provide support with the Ano's Kalba," she explained. Letting out a sigh, I mused I should have seen it coming, especially after witnessing Citrina's impressive skills. Taking a brief pause, my gaze shifted to Gondal, who appeared somewhat perplexed by my sudden attention. With a light-hearted grin, I tossed out a proposition. "How about a one-on-one date, then?" Gondal, with a tired chuckle, responded, "If you don't mind spending time with an old woman like me. You're not old anymore, considering you regained your youth again. If we're discussing age, then in the one on the older side, combining the age of my souls and my physical years," I remarked, snorting at the irony. "Then it's settled, an old people's date," Gondal declared, seizing my arm with a wink, earning an approving bark from Shin. "Might as well," I agreed. And so, for the remainder of the day, Gondal and I opted for a more laid-back, albeit shorter date. As the day dwindled down, Gondal and I found ourselves approaching the conclusion of our date. We had engaged in the customary activities one would expect, deciding to cap it off at the amusement park in Cosmosilica Terraflora. Despite the park being open, the limited population on this planet spared us from enduring long lines. Presently, we found ourselves atop the Ferris wheel, gazing out at the sunset over Cosmosilica Terraflora. The view was truly remarkable, courtesy of a request I made to Kuntwar to alter the planetary conditions, ensuring our own worlds weren't perpetually cloaked in darkness. "Somehow, I feel more exhausted than after my usual dates," I remarked, stealing a glance at Gondal seated across from me. With a soft laugh, she confessed, "Foo-foo. I suppose a woman like me can sap your energy, can't I? After all, I did lead you around to everything that caught my interest," she added, chuckling even more. A tranquil silence settled around us as we observed the sun sinking on the horizon. Shin, who had been our constant companion throughout the day, now rested on my lap, worn out and peacefully asleep. I wonder what Rose would think when she finds out that I went on a date with her fiancé, Fufu. Gondal suddenly remarked, rising from her spot and joining me on my side. Well, I began, gazing out the side window with a nonchalant air. In a not-so-conspicuous location below, I noticed Rosweiss attempting to hide behind a wall. Catching her eye, she swiftly concealed herself again. I think she knows. She's been trailing us for a good part of our date, I pondered. Gondal, with a playful grin, clambered onto my lap, settled herself, and peered out the window. After a brief scan, she spotted Rosweiss cautiously poking her head out once more. This time, Gondal playfully waved at her granddaughter, causing Rosweiss to panic and hurriedly retreat. Once she completed the gesture, she lingered on my lap, effortlessly shifting Shin onto her own and taking a seat on mine. Her fingers found their way to Shin's head, gently stroking him. In that moment, her gaze met mine, and for an instant, it seemed like she might lean in for a kiss. Instead, I playfully poked her head. Consider the future, Gondal. Reflect on what you truly desire now. You're a woman with freedom, free to pursue what brings you joy. Be cautious about starting something based on a momentary decision or external pressures, I advised. A faint, wistful smile graced her lips as she withdrew slightly. Her gaze shifted towards the window, and with a tinge of sadness, she confessed, "You're right. I have my youth back, thanks to you extending it." Despite my efforts in the weeks preceding our arrival here, it seems my husband isn't inclined to reconcile. Despite her words, Gondal remained seated on my lap, and we lingered in that position until our ride concluded, prompting us to leave. Once again, she secured her place by latching onto my arm, making a playful request, "Please bring my granddaughter here. I'd like to tease her a bit." "You're quite the mischievous grandmother," I remarked, though I complied with her wish. Snapping my fingers, Rose was forcefully teleported before us. Gondal entrusted me with the still, slumbering Shin and seized Rosweiss's hand, pulling her in her direction. "Did you follow us during our date, young lady?" Gondal inquired sternly, causing Rose to freeze in her tracks. Rose shot me a panicked glance, silently pleading for assistance. However, I raised my hand, offering a reassuring smile, and wished her luck. Despite my encouragement, a sense of betrayal painted her expression as she turned to face her grandmother, nodding in acknowledgement. I bumped into Zenobia, Asia, and Irina. When I inquired about Aaron's whereabouts, they mentioned he was with Granny. So, thinking you two were on a date, I ended up accidentally trailing you. Rose confessed, her embarrassment evident. Accidentally followed us? No one accidentally shadows someone for anything. Rose, be honest with me. Why did you follow us? Gondal questioned, maintaining a facade of displeasure toward her granddaughter. Rosweiss shifted uncomfortably, clearly hesitant to unveil the true reason. However, under the weight of persistent stares, she reluctantly spilled the beans. I don't want my granny to steal my man," she blurted out in her familiar accent, the one she adopts when conversing with Gondal. Gondal, clearly puzzled, retorted, "Steal your man? What on earth are you talking about? He's got a whole harem, for crying out loud. Is there really stealing happening?" Rosweiss's unease lingered, her reluctance to share the underlying reason evident in her squirming. It's a silly fear, okay? I know he has a harem, but I can't help worrying about my granny swooping in," she confessed, her voice carrying a mix of insecurity and humor. "Don't fret, my little Rose," she uttered, prompting Rosweiss to lift her gaze. Gondal swiftly approached, planting a peck on my cheek. "Everything's fair and square between us," she affirmed, casting a reassuring smile at her stunned granddaughter. "Didn't we just talk about avoiding impulsive decisions?" I questioned with a hint of incredulity. Gondal shot me a look, accompanied by a wink and a playful sticking out of her tongue. "Well, I just wanted to tease my little Rose a bit. No harm done, right?" she inquired, playful mischief evident in her tone, eliciting a sigh from me. "Granny, why would you do that?" Rose exclaimed, rushing over and gradually pulling Gondel away. The commotion stirred Shin from his slumber, and he surveyed the scene with a tired yet perplexed expression. His gaze then shifted to me, head tilted in curiosity. "Don't worry about it, Shin. It's just the usual challenges that come with having a harem," I reassured him. He nodded in understanding before settling back into his slumber. And that's how my date concluded a surprisingly eventful experience that surpassed my initial expectations. However, it marked not the end but a transition, as a handful of matters awaited my attention before calling it a day. Dinner had wrapped up a few minutes ago, yet my day lingered far from its conclusion. Numerous matters awaited my attention, starting with the ongoing issue of the disease. However, there was another item on the agenda, a bit of personal time with the church trio. They had broached the subject earlier, and Rias surprised me with a mention of it. "Dear, are you busy?" Shigin inquired, making her way toward me. The three muscapos, like a playful entourage, raced towards me. In no time, they claimed their positions, two nestled in my arms, and one perched atop my head. "I'm somewhat busy. Is there something you need?" I responded, and she shook her head. "I was just wondering if I could spend some time with you before you join Asia Sands group," she confessed, a blush tinting her cheeks as she shyly averted her gaze. "Pooh!" Po chimed in from above, with Poon and Pon nodding in agreement. I couldn't help but chuckle at their playful antics. I smiled in response to her, affirming, "Sure thing." Extending my hand, I invited her to intertwine her fingers with mine, and with a smile, Shigyun accepted the gesture as we strolled away together. Curiosity sparkled in her eyes as she inquired, "What needed your attention?" I proceeded to recount the events of our recent visit to the animal enclosure and the revelations we stumbled upon. Concern etched across her features. She questioned, "Should I dismiss Po, Pon, and Poon due to this?" I shook my head, assuring her it shouldn't have any impact on them, but I took a moment to touch each of them, ensuring to envelop them in a protective barrier of infinity to ward off the potential threat of infection. That should keep them safe. Does that work for you? Thank you. She expressed her gratitude, squeezing my hand a tad tighter. Subsequently, she decided to transition from merely holding my hand to a warm embrace. Traversing the labyrinthine passages of the underground base, our journey took an interesting turn as we descended further into the planet via an elevator. The confined space provided an opportunity for casual conversation, and we engaged in idle chatter for the next few minutes until the elevator came to a halt, signaling our arrival at the Resistance's concealed research facilities. Having overseen the relocation of their research operations underground, Comptoir, and I aimed to create more room and ensure the safety of the planet's other inhabitants. This strategic move aimed to prevent any mishaps during experiments that could potentially affect the local residents. Surveying the surroundings, Shigyun expressed her surprise, saying, "I had no idea this was here. I knew about their research facilities, but had no clue they were situated in this hidden underground enclave." Acknowledging her curiosity, I provided some insight. There's a smaller facility on the surface, but it handles less risky experiments. The more hazardous and intricate research takes place down here, ensuring the safety of the broader population while allowing for more ambitious endeavors. Glancing around, I located the designated destination based on the earlier instructions from a man we encountered earlier in the day. Taking the lead with Shigyun in tow, we strolled down an extensive corridor adorned with numerous doors leading to various rooms. The distant hum of experiments echoed through the expansive space. After a while, we reached a specific door on the left side, and upon entering, I extended the protective embrace of infinity to cover Shigyun. Outside the door, clear signs reminded us to don suits. "Hey, I'm here. What did you guys find?" I inquired, catching the attention of a group of individuals clad in hazmat suits. "Oh, I quickly informed them about the capabilities of my infinity, and a visible relaxation washed over them as they absorbed the explanation. A woman in the hazmat suit motioned for us to join her, prompting our approach with the three muscapos in tow. I'd like to kick things off by emphasizing that it was an anomaly, not a natural occurrence. However, I must admit, we've encountered something like this in the past, and dealing with it proved to be quite a hassle, the woman stated. I go by the name Kyra, by the way. Now, regarding this matter, it's the handiwork of the Abstion Purgers. They're the group behind all this. Abstion Purgers? I echoed, seeking confirmation, and she responded with a nod. They're a small faction under the control of one of Abyssner's subordinates. Their main stomping ground is in Viritera Remetra, and they're led by a woman named Baxikara. Whether their actions were intentional or a mere coincidence, that remains uncertain, Kyra explained. As I mentioned, their usual hangout is Viritera Remetra, but every now and then they are dispatched for reasons unknown. Curiously, upon their return, a planet or a small group tends to meet a grim fate. Many of these incidents are marked by the victims suffering from strange and peculiar poisons, diseases, or other bizarre afflictions, Kyra added. Contemplating the Abstion Purgers and their unconventional methods of using poisons and afflictions as lethal tools, it occurred to me that the team heading to Viritera Remetra would face an intriguing challenge. It became evident that I needed to carefully select the individuals for this mission to ensure its success. Rudra chimed in with a piece of advice. You ought to grant them immunity to those threats while they're there, Aaron. Absolutely. They'll take care of that, I assured him. Turning my attention to the broader perspective, I declared, looking ahead, we need to be vigilant about potential threats within the creatures of your universe. Whether it's the Aramire in Shural, or any other hostile entities that might take residence in beings, we'll take measures to prevent their entry onto our planets. Curious, I inquired, are there individuals with those specialties in the current resistance? Kyra took a moment to ponder my question before giving a nod. Yep, actually there's this guy, well, he's a bit nuts, but he's got a knack for spotting these things. Right now, he's not around. He's off doing something specific on another planet. He assured us he'd be back before the operation kicks off. Kyra elucidated. Oh, and we call him Boom Boom. Weird, I know, but that's what he wanted us to call him. We don't even know his real name. Boom Boom. That's certainly an unconventional name, but he'll remember it. Where does he hang out? I pressed for more details. Not entirely sure. It used to be some run-down cabin on the surface of our planet, but since you made changes, we're a bit in the dark. I'd guess it's still in the same place, but you'll have to wait until he gets back, as he usually heads straight home, Kyra explained, leaving me with an intriguing yet incomplete picture. Got it. He'll remember that, I responded, prompting her to delve into further details about the peculiar disease. Apparently, it was a creation of Baxikara herself, designed with the sinister intention of obliterating any place the afflicted creature ventured into. Kyra also threw in a speculative twist, suggesting that someone within Baxikara's faction might be behind the entry of the Aramire and Shural into the Oros Kalba. However, her certainty was less than absolute, leaving room for ambiguity. It seemed like information worth sharing with the others, but that would have to wait for a separate gathering. After the meeting concluded, I granted Kyra the freedom to do as she pleased with the ball I had bestowed upon them earlier, albeit within reasonable limits. With that settled, we bid our farewells and departed. Shigyun, ever curious, inquired, where are we heading next? Just one more stop. I was supposed to visit earlier today, but I had to reschedule. Fortunately, they were cool with it, claiming it's better timing this way. I explained, guiding our course to the next destination. This is a graveyard? Shigyun's surprise resonated in her question. Yes, I responded. The place we needed to visit before I joined the church trio was a vast expanse on the planet dedicated to a big graveyard, a somber resting ground for those who had sacrificed their lives in the resistance. You've heard about who Chow Chow and Isatha encountered during their mission to rescue Citrina, right? Shigyun nodded, recalling a researcher for the resistance, someone named Natasha. I heard she was well-liked. Yeah, I confirmed. It seemed like Isatha had a close bond with her, as did Savina and the other leaders. Anyway, Chow Chow and Isatha asked me to come here to see if there's anything I can do to bring her back. But from what I gathered from Chow Chow, bringing her back is nearly impossible. Her soul was obliterated, Bringing her back seems like an insurmountable task. I explained, although what I said was a lie. I could bring her back since I brought back Aoife and Azathoth, but in resurrecting someone from a parallel timeline, even if it's almost identical to ours, isn't truly bringing back the same person, right? Shigen inquired, and I acknowledged her query with a nod. Pawn, nestled in my arms, emitted a mournful sound, seemingly sensing the somber undertone. I've had some encounters with Isatha, and Chow Chow has shared a few insights about her as well. I don't think she'd make such a demand from me, but I can't be entirely certain. Grief has a way of driving people to do unexpected things. I responded, contemplating the uncertainties surrounding Isatha's potential wishes. Finally, we could no longer postpone the inevitable, and we entered the graveyard through the gate. Sensing their distinct auras, we hurriedly navigated our way toward their location. Our destination led us to a specific corner of the graveyard, where a sizable tree stood as a silent sentinel. Under the canopy of branches, we discovered Chow Chow and Isatha. Isatha, in a crouched position, engaged in conversation with the grave. As our presence registered, they both turned to look in our direction. I raised my hand in acknowledgement while providing support to Pawn and Poon. Chow Chow offered a nod of recognition, and we promptly approached them. Apologies for the delay. A few things cropped up, I explained. Isatha, with a gentle smile, reassured, no worries, Aaron. Natesha always appreciated nighttime visits. They'll cut to the chase then. Is there a way to bring her back to life? Gao Gao in Guit. Without beating around the bush, I directed the question back at him. Pretty simple, but you know the other rules. Are you okay with that? Chow Chow gave a nod, signifying his understanding. There's no need. Isatha interjected abruptly. Kuntuar tended to her botus injuries, and it looked like she was alive when we brought her back to our ship. After the mission, I sat by her and spoke to her. There was no way for her to respond, but I recalled a conversation we once had about death. Isatha shifted her gaze to the night sky. Continuing, it was a hypothetical discussion. We pondered if one of us were to die and had a chance to return to life. What choice would we make? Remain in the eternal slumber or come back to the living? I said I'd come back. I vowed to keep coming back until the battle ceased, and only when peace reigned would I gladly embrace permanent oblivion. But she paused, a sigh escaping her lips. Natesha, she chose a different path. She wished to remain in eternal rest. Despite her love for life, the constant turmoil of battle became overwhelming. A quieter existence was what she yearned for. Listening, I acknowledged, I get where you're coming from, but have you considered asking her again? My question prompted a puzzled gaze from Isatha. Somebody in DXD mentioned that once a soul is extinguished, it can't be resurrected, Isatha explained. True, that was how things worked before, but let's just say I found a workaround. Given this new information, what's your decision? I can temporarily bring her soul back, allowing her to choose. If she opts for resurrection, it'll make it happen. If she prefers eternal rest, her soul will fade away again. How does that plan strike you? I inquired of Isatha. After contemplating for a few moments, Isatha gave her agreement, prompting me to approach Natesha's grave. Placing my hand on the burial site, a small green wisp materialized, gradually taking on a human form, though missing its lower half. Whoa, where am I? Isatha? Gao Gao. Is this a graveyard? What the heck? Natesha exclaimed, her voice filled with bewilderment. Before her panic could escalate, I extended my finger towards her, delivering a crucial update to her knowledge. As the information settled in, her expression shifted to one of somber understanding. Oh, so that happened. Huh? How did I forget about that? Natesha, I don't want to prolong this, so let me ask you, do you still harbor the same sentiments as before? Recall our hypothetical scenario. If we were to die, would we return to life or remain in the realm of the deceased? Isatha inquired with a touch of gravity in her voice. Well, Natesha paused, pondering the question. After going through a bunch of stuff and biting the dust, it's not exactly a walk in the park. Plus, that jerk Westlock tortured me. And damn it, I want payback. Bring me back. Let me at him. Her voice reverberated with raw anger, sending shockwaves through everyone present. The sudden outburst left the gathering in a state of stunned silence. But instead of joining the solemnity, I erupted into laughter. After a brief moment of amusement, I composed myself and remarked, "I guess your earlier speech became a tad redundant, huh? Grudges seem to pack more punch than sentimental decisions." Isaitha, with an embarrassed facepalm, blushed, drawing a smirk from even Chow Chow. "I don't even know anymore." Shifting my attention to Natasha, I inquired, "So, just to double-check, you're keen on making a comeback to the land of the living?" "Heck yeah. Bring me back, Daddy Tool. I need to lend a hand to the Alliance and give that Dada brain a good ass-kicking," Natasha exclaimed with infectious enthusiasm. I couldn't help but chuckle, playfully pointing my finger at her. Utilizing my powers, I swiftly ushered her soul and body back into the realm of the living. As the life returned to her, so did her vibrant color, and she found herself clothed once again in her previous attire. Natasha, brimming with newfound vitality, struck a pose forming two peace signs in front of her left eye, cleverly concealing her right eye before leaping into Isaitha's arms, the two sharing an embrace. Now, I'm intrigued to see how she and the other Grigori, along with the DXD scientists and researchers, will interact. "Can't wait until they arrive. Cuckoo," I mumbled, prompting glances of unease from Chow Chow and Shigyan. Even the three Muscapos emitted worried sounds. Isaitha and Natasha took the lead, intending to showcase Natasha's return to everyone. The potential chaos this might unleash in the late-night atmosphere was anyone's guess, but I figured it was probably okay. Meanwhile, Chow Chow chose to remain behind. Approaching me, he greeted with a fist bump to the chest. Expressing his gratitude, "Thanks." I playfully teased, "Seeing your significant other smiling beats, seeing them sad, doesn't it?" The question brought a blush to Chow Chow's cheeks as he stammered, "We were not dating, but yeah, it's better that way," before vanishing into shadows. Suddenly Po, and Poon exclaimed, "Puh," and promptly vanished, leaving me a tad bewildered. Before I could seek an explanation from Shigyan, she firmly took hold of my hand and declared, "I'm sorry, dear." My head tilted in confusion, prompting her to clarify, "I will be monopolizing your time for the rest of the evening. I've informed Asia-san, Zenovia-san, and Irina-san." I found myself in a moment of surprise, my gaze fixed on Shigyan with a hint of bewilderment. Swiftly, she guided me away, and in the midst of this, messages pinged on my phone from all three of them. Asia expressed her nonchalance about the situation. Zenovia echoed a similar sentiment of not minding, and Irina mentioned she would have preferred a one-on-one setting rather than a group setting. In an unexpected twist, things seemed to fall into place. Shigyan guided us into my room, swiftly ushering me onto the bed with an oddly assertive demeanor, a behavior that strangely didn't bother me at all. Her eyes, fixed on mine, gradually flushed with a reddish hue as she continued to gaze intently. In a hushed yet fervent tone, she expressed, "Please, dear, stay close to me." Lemon start without any intention to turn her down, I settled comfortably on the bed, shedding my shirt in a playful manner. I tapped the mattress, invitingly stating, "Hell yeah, Shigyan, come on." He made an encouraging remark. "Partner, never change," remarked Drake before abruptly severing our link. Undeterred, Shigyan vigorously nodded, ready to proceed. However, as she began to disrobe, an unforeseen mishap led her to stumble and face plant onto the ground. Suppressing a smirk, I rose to her aid, assisting her back to her feet and offering help in removing her clothes. "I'm sorry. Even though we're about to do something intimate, I felt like that," she apologized with a touch of embarrassment lingering in her voice. "It's all right. Just take it easy, Shigyan. I'm not planning on making a quick escape," I assured her, and she nodded, though her cheeks flushed even deeper as I helped her out of her shirt. "Why are you blushing so much? We've been close before," I inquired. Because, we've never really taken the next step before, and now it's about to happen, so I'm feeling a bit nervous," she explained, her breath a tad uneven. Gently moving Shigyan onto my lap, I gently held her shoulders while using my powers to help her relax. No need to stress, Shigyon. Let's take it slow, just like we always do. I reassured her, giving her a comforting pat on the back, eliciting a small smile. As the tension in the room eased, my body pressed close between her thighs, eliciting soft gasps from her. I continued to explore, caressing her, kissing the back of her neck, occasionally adding a teasing touch. NNGH, you. Hiya, Shigyon murmured under my touch. Her gaze shifted downward, where she gently reached toward me, beginning a slow and enticing moment. She shifted her thighs closer, sharing in the closeness. Unable to contain my amusement, I chuckled, capturing Shigyon's attention. You know, you certainly get my attention with those thighs of yours, I remarked with a smirk, causing her to blush even more. It just happened naturally, and you seem to enjoy it, dear, she responded, and I responded with a quick kiss on her lips. Well, I can't deny that, I expressed as we continued to dance together, moving in sync while playfully smiling at each other. Continuing my exploration, Shigyon tugged on my arm, and we shared another passionate kiss. I held her close and gently caressed her, our bodies moving together in a slow rhythm. The closeness felt warm and tender between us. She pulled back from our kiss and paused, holding me still. I'm ready. Don't keep me waiting, dear, she urged, a sense of desperation in her voice. I affirmed with a nod, my own excitement palpable, gently placing Shigyon on the bed. A blush deepened on her face as she attempted to shield herself with her hands. Despite her attempt at modesty, she peeked through her fingers, watching as I leaned over her. Leaning back, I gently removed her hands, replacing them with a tender kiss. Unfazed, I continued the motion. Gradually, we drew closer until a more intimate threshold was crossed. A momentary discomfort registered on Shigyon's face, but it soon softened into quiet acceptance. A small trace of blood appeared where we had just been joined. Breaking the kiss, Shigyon expressed, surprisingly, it didn't hurt as much as I expected. I was just taken aback earlier. Well, considering what everyone has been through, a little discomfort probably doesn't compare to the pain we've all endured, I replied, eliciting laughter from both of us. Shortly after, Shigyon moved closer to me, asserting, "Go ahead. I can handle it, dear." In compliance with her request, I stepped back briefly before moving forward again with her. Shigyon let out a slight pained grunt, but conveyed, through her expression, that I should continue. And continue I did. Similar to my initial experiences with other partners, I started carefully, taking care not to cause any discomfort or distress. Despite Shigyon's assurance of being fine, I was mindful that the beginning could be challenging, based on what others had shared with me in the past. Much like the previous times, after maintaining a steady, unhurried pace for a full minute, Shigyon gradually eased, and the initial discomfort subsided. She no longer seemed so tense after each movement. Occasionally, she exhibited small involuntary reactions, a phenomenon that puzzled me momentarily. Nevertheless, I persisted in my steady rhythm, seamlessly transitioning between tender motions and the intimacy of our shared kisses. In response, Shigyon reciprocated by wrapping her arms around my neck, deepening the connection between us. Breaking our kiss, I slowly leaned in closer to her. Engaging with her in an intimate moment, I alternated between gentle touch and playful interaction. My attention moved between different points of connection, where I used a variety of techniques, adding a layer of intensity to the growing rhythm between us. Shigyon's voice filled the room, her hand gently resting on my head, encouraging me as I continued. Suddenly, she tensed and called out, "Wait, dear." Her body trembled as the moment overwhelmed her, compelling me to pause in my movements. With a mischievous smirk playing on my lips, I raised my gaze to meet hers. "I didn't think you'd give in so easily, Shigyon. Maybe I should push you even harder using my powers? And no, please don't. I wouldn't last if you did that," she stammered, her face growing warmer as her breath became ragged. As I continued, Shigyon stopped me with a desperate plea. "Wait. Give me a moment, oh." Ignoring her request, I pressed on, prompting an unexpected sound that escaped her lips, prompting a chuckle from me. My focus returned to her, where I resumed my attentiveness, alternating between gentle touches and soft kisses, all while holding her close. Despite her initial attempt to push me away, Shigyun's arms remained wrapped around me. She maintained a consistent rhythm as she moved alongside me. It was intriguing. I hadn't affected her sensitivity with my powers, yet she responded with remarkable closeness. This bond, typically shared with Akino, Kuroka, and surprisingly Graphia, took an unexpected turn with Shigyun. The notion crossed my mind, contemplating bringing up this aspect with the others one day. Witnessing their expressions contort in pure joy filled me with a heightened excitement. Shigyun's soft voice echoed as her body trembled beneath mine once more. Unexpectedly, she extended her tongue towards me, a silent plea for a kiss. I found myself surprised by the sudden turn of events, discovering a side of Shigyun that was both erotic and insatiable. Responding to her unspoken desire, I smiled and playfully stuck out my tongue. Our tongues engaged in a dance, a subtle battle for dominance. Despite Shigyun's efforts, I skillfully suppressed her tongue and claimed another kiss. The exchange of saliva intensified, and she tightened her embrace, wrapping her arms and legs around my waist and neck. With a teasing smile, I murmured to her, "You're quite greedy, Shigyun." "Well, I suppose it makes sense." She pouted in response, but deepened our kiss again. Reflecting on her background, I couldn't help but connect her voracious appetite to her family's gluttonous tendencies. This inclination seemed to extend to her affections for me, hidden beneath her usual shy and reserved demeanor. Taking the bold step of addressing me as dear, Shigyun had, in her own way, declared her passionate intentions over the months we had known each other. Feeling the moment building, I whispered "I'm almost there," and intensified my movements, provoking heightened gasps from Shigyun. "Please, with me," she almost pleaded, her desperation evident in her voice. No more verbal cues were necessary. My intentions were clear. As our embrace tightened, our passionate kiss deepened, and the moment between us grew more intense. A symphony of moans filled the air as Shigyun's overwhelming emotion manifested in vocal expressions. Simultaneously, I reached my own peak, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, releasing myself within her. She screamed into our kiss, her eyes losing focus as the feeling consumed her. I grunted involuntarily, the remnants of pleasure lingering in my limbs. Shigyun's tongue continued its playful dance with mine as I held her close. A shiver coursed through both of us, and as the intensity waned, we reluctantly parted from our heated kiss. Breathing heavily, Shigyun shot me a glance, a faint smile playing on her lips. I pulled away from her gently, and the quiet stillness that followed marked the aftermath of our intense moment together. Phew, that was quite something. I began, but the bed creaked as Shigyun shifted. When I turned my gaze toward her again, a captivating scene unfolded. On all fours, she arched her back, boldly turning toward me. "I want all of you," Shigyun declared with a desperate edge to her voice. Using her left hand, she touched her own hip. "There too, give me that." This unexpected request left me momentarily speechless. The raw desire in her eyes created a charged atmosphere, and the invitation was both thrilling and unexpected. A satisfied smile stretched across my face as I took hold of both her buttocks, playfully delivering a light smack to the left one, prompting a moan from Shigyun. Gently positioning myself between her cheeks, I then sought out her back entrance, proceeding to carefully ease my way inside. "Yuck," she grunted, a mixture of discomfort and pleasure evident as I pressed forward. Despite my efforts to ease any discomfort with a combination of my own essence, her natural readiness, and a touch of magic, the process remained visibly challenging for Shigyun. As we joined together fully, she instinctively pushed me back, making me sit cross-legged while still holding her close. She then rested her head against my chest. "This sensation, it's strange. There's this pressure in my belly and back," she murmured, the words slipping out between measured breaths. "We can stop if it's too much," I suggested, but she vehemently shook her head. I want every inch of my body to familiarize itself with you. Don't you dare stop now, dear, she asserted, a hint of anger in her tone, provoking a chuckle from me. That's all right, because I doubt it'll last for too long. Having just finished, and you're really tight, I confessed to her, making her blush even more. I leaned close and whispered in her ear, I'm gonna move, Shigeon. Please, she responded, sealing the moment with a gentle peck on my cheek. Lifting her up, I repositioned us both. Re-entering the area, I noticed her reaction was a peculiar sound. Undeterred, I persisted with a steady rhythm. It's still strange, she murmured, uncertainty lingering in her voice, though she seemed to settle into the experience. Casting a glance backward, she initiated her own movements, syncing with my rhythm. A pervert? She questioned. We're all perverts, Shigeon. The fact that we're being so close right now shouldn't bother you. Just enjoy the moment. I reassured her, my hands gently resting on her shoulders, gradually increasing the intensity of my movements. With a deliberate squeeze and a teasing pinch, I prompted soft sound from her. I'm sorry. I can't hold on much longer, I admitted. Me? Too, she whispered in response. Shigeon, seeking more connection, pressed her lips to my neck. A silent request for another kiss. Obliging, we kissed once more, the moment growing more emotional and shared between us. Reaching over to the front, I maintained my hands positioned to steady Shigeon, gently holding her close. Hiya, be both. Wait, Aaron. She panicked, her voice showing surprise as her body stiffened. I gasped. The sudden tension from Shigeon sent me over the edge. Hiya, NNNG. She reacted, her body responding to the intensity. The closeness between them felt almost overwhelming, as if the moment might last forever. It was evident she, too, had reached her own peak as her body shivered at the same time as mine. The intensity of the shared release mirrored the depth of the connection between us, leaving us both in the same position, taking a moment to regain our breath. Eventually, Shigeon's body slumped back against my chest. As I checked on her, a chuckle escaped me. Geez, passing out on me, huh? Well, I can't entirely blame you, I whispered. Even in her slumber, she responded with a contented moan. Lemon and good morning, sleepyhead. I warmly welcomed Shigeon as she roused from her slumber. Following our intimate moment together, she stirred to consciousness. While awaiting her awakening, I busied myself by exchanging messages with my mother and a few others back in our own universe. How long was I out? She inquired, weariness evident in her gaze. I stowed my phone in my inventory, reclining beside her and embracing the comfort of each other. Just a bit over an hour. I took precautions, setting up a barrier around us once things got heated. There's a slim chance someone might have overheard us, but I scanned the vicinity, so I doubt it, I reassured her. Shigeon's cheeks flushed once again, and she playfully landed a series of light punches on my arm. Considering what I just mentioned, let's make preparations because everyone is going to join us shortly. Would you be interested in joining us tonight? We could accommodate one more person, I inquired. Yes, please, and thank you, she responded, placing her head on my arm. In agreement, I contacted Graphia to make the necessary arrangements. The ensuing hours of the night unfolded with a certain degree of commotion, marked by Shigeon's friends playfully teasing and extending their congratulations. Several weeks had elapsed, and today heralded the anticipated arrival of the remaining members of DXD to the Phantasma's universe. Positioned near the designated teleportation area, we stood in anticipation. As the designated time approached, I initiated the teleportation sequence. A substantial portal materialized before us, serving as the gateway for the rest of DXD to step into this universe. Many of them displayed eager expressions, casting curious glances at their new surroundings. Joe, glad you could join us, I remarked, extending a warm welcome. Azazel, their leader, approached me, attempting a playful hit that I skillfully intercepted. Glad to know you haven't changed, I quipped, sharing a grin with him before sealing our camaraderie with a fist bump. This place isn't as, how do I put it, gloomy? Depressing looking? Well, whatever. It's a lot more lively than I thought, Azazel commented, his eyes scanning the surroundings. It was when we got here, but I worked my own magic and changed it. Anyway, let's go. I teleported Valis equipment to one of the hangars, so it should be ready to deploy anytime, I informed him. Wait, what? Valley exclaimed, rushing over to me. It's there already? When? How? Can I go to it? Can I go on a test run? When they teleported in, I transported it. Just use the designated field with the hangar, all right? Don't go overboard too, since you might need it during our next operation, I cautioned him. He eagerly agreed and dashed toward the hangar with his team, excitement evident in his every step. Azazel shook his head, an amused smile playing on his lips, as he observed Valley and his team departing. And he's still acting like a kid. Geez, he remarked. So, I'd like to meet with the leaders and afterward go to the research facilities. Yeah, I know. Just follow me. We have a lot to talk about, so don't expect to see those places for a bit. I informed him, setting the tone for our conversation, and I began strolling away. In the background, the other new members of DXD were spirited away by those already present. This place looks like a fantasy world from those books, he commented, eliciting a chuckle from me. That was the design I was going for. Just wait until you see the underground portion, I teased, guiding him toward the teleportation pad. As we activated it, the surroundings shifted and we found ourselves beneath the surface. Holy shit, it's a sci-fi city, he exclaimed in surprise, his eyes widening at the futuristic marvel around us. Azazel, language, chided Avetsa, her disapproval evident in her tone. Azazel expressed his dissatisfaction with a subtle click of his tongue, yet we persisted in our forward movement. All around, fellow members maintained a vigilant scan of their surroundings. The journey led us to the meeting room, where a swift commencement of discussions unfolded with the inclusion of new members. Azazel began, but I interjected before he could elaborate. They already know Azazel. I informed them in advance. Now, let me introduce you to the team and provide a glimpse of our upcoming plans. Share your thoughts. We value your input, and will disclose as much information as possible, I conveyed, cutting short his introductory statement. He displayed a subtle hint of surprise, but ultimately nodded in quiet agreement. Consequently, we proceeded to divulge the intricate details of recent events and outlined our forthcoming strategies. As we shared this information, he, along with the rest of the group, contemplated the nuances of our plans for a brief period. Well, why not? It appears that you all have a firm grasp on the situation, and your plans seem meticulously thought out. In essence, any contribution or insight from me or us would be redundant at this stage. Maybe it's best for us to adhere to our roles as scientists and researchers, providing guidance, when necessary, responded Azazel with a dismissive tone, underlining his confidence in our capabilities. Are you sure? Latia's voice carried surprise. Azazel nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. Yeah, we'll stick to our roles, but when it comes to this universe's sacred gear system, let me be part of the operation. I can't wait around for you to finish it. So, I want to witness how it functions when the time comes, Azazel expressed with palpable excitement. His enthusiasm earned him a light smack from Avetsa. But, I'd advise letting Valley accompany you for your next mission. It would serve as a good test run in an actual battle against a powerful opponent. If he combines everything, he should reach the pinnacle of a dragon god's power, or perhaps even surpass that. I'm not entirely sure. Use your unique ability to gauge it when it happens, and inform me upon your return, Azazel suggested. I don't mind, I responded, my words carrying a nonchalant air as we delved further into a discussion about the prospective operations that loomed on the horizon. An hour had passed since the conclusion of the meeting, and I found myself on the tranquil shores of Pywalvin's Lake. Anticipating the upcoming events, I sought solace amid the serene surroundings. The constant buzz of activity and the eagerness of others to explore the locale had become a tad overwhelming. A moment of quiet reflection seemed like a welcome respite. Drake and Albion were notably absent, as was Contour, each engrossed in their respective tasks. Vermara had Drake entangled in some matter, while Albion and Kuntuar were busy contributing to the planet's endeavors. The recent transformations in Kuntuar's appearance had sparked surprise among those who had recently ventured into this universe. Grasping a pebble, I took aim and sent it skipping across the lake's surface. It danced and skidded, reaching the heart of the water before gradually descending. As I settled back onto the shore, gazing up at the sky, I unexpectedly locked eyes with someone. "Perhaps you're a stalker?" I quipped, breaking the silence with a playful tone. "I've recently been released from your prisons, and I wanted to speak to you," declared Galahad. Beside him, Mietet, his lover, stood visibly nervous. Rising from my spot, I faced them with a reassuring tone. "You don't need to be so nervous. I've received the directive from Kuntuar, and I look forward to working with both of you. For now, your task will be to help the people on this planet become better fighters. All right?" They both nodded in response. These two were entrusted with the crucial mission of training the people of the Resistance. In their universe, possessing potent abilities was common, but most couldn't harness them due to malnourishment and the constant pursuit by Fumara's organization. It was their responsibility to guide these individuals, enabling them to unlock and refine their formidable powers, a vital step in fortifying the Resistance against the looming threat. I gestured toward them, marking their shoulders with a subtle dragon insignia. "This mark is your shield, a sign of your loyalty as my subordinates," I explained, making sure they understood its significance. "It sets you apart from others and serves as a safeguard, especially since I need to witness your commitment firsthand and ensure you're not mere spies for Fumara." Expanding on the idea, I added, "These markings come with unique effects designed to support you in various scenarios. Rest assured, they're not just for show. Now, any questions from you two?" Their eyes met, and Galahad, after a moment of contemplation, nodded hesitantly. "Lady Kuntuar mentioned your potential focus on Viritera Remetra and Ardvoria Deferils. If that's true, exercise caution," he advised, his concern evident in his words. I pondered for a moment before posing a question. "What do you mean by that?" Galahad began to enlighten me. "Our understanding of them is limited, but aside from Abysner himself, his right-hand woman poses a significant threat. Although we're uncertain about the extent of her abilities, there's a belief that she wields powers related to miracles, akin to one of your monikers." Mietet chimed in. "There's speculation that she can either neutralize these miracles or even create her own, making her a formidable enemy. Additionally, she's said to possess gravity manipulation, and, though it's less substantiated, some suggest she has access to infinite energy." Infinite energy? That's intriguing. So, theoretically, she could unleash an endless barrage of attacks. But then, why hasn't she become an eradicator? Could it be restricted to specific scenarios? I inquired, seeking clarity on this mysterious foe's capabilities. "We're unsure, I'm sorry. Besides that, the rest of them are mostly unknown. Even Baxikara, known for her use of poisons, diseases, and curses. There's no information on the others, much like how the Eradicators and Wayboros handle their subordinates' knowledge is power. After all," explained Galahad. "Understood. Thank you for what you know. They'll ensure the others are informed," I replied, and with a swift teleportation, they vanished. Returning my gaze to the serene lake, I muttered, "Before we start the operation, I should conduct my own research." Glancing over my shoulder, I inquired, "How long do you plan on hiding there, Layla?" The bushes rustled behind a cluster of trees, and Layla, one of the angels I had created for heaven, tumbled toward me. "Eem Soda," she exclaimed, her voice quivering, and she nearly fell over. Reacting quickly, I rushed to catch her. "Sully," she repeated, her distress evident as she began to shake. "Why are you here?" "Honestly, I didn't see that coming," I said, guiding Layla to be straightforward. She began to mumble and stutter, struggling to form coherent words, so I intervened. "Just be honest with me, Layla. I won't get upset," I reassured her. After a moment of hesitation, she reluctantly disclosed her true reason for being there. I want to help you," she mumbled, still not fully truthful. With a vehement shake of her head, she admitted, "I missed you. I wanted to be close to Aaron Sama and be of use to him. So I came here. Altaria is aware and gave me permission, but I'm afraid Antares will be furious if he discovers it, she declared, her breath quickening as anxiety took hold. I embraced her, enveloping her in a warm hug, and gently ran my fingers through her hair. See, that wasn't too difficult. Don't worry. He'll explain to Antares that I needed your assistance for something important. That way, he won't harbor any ill feelings towards you. Of course, they'll have to craft another angel to fill the void you're leaving behind. Heaven's going to miss two of its most powerful angels, I reassured her. Layla's eyes widened in surprise, and she inquired, a new Electa? You're creating a new one? Will it be a female angel? Yeah, I suppose so, I responded, contemplating the gender of the new angel. Michael, Uriel, and Raphael are all male, and you, Gabriel, and Altaria are females. I wanted to maintain balance, but after creating this one, we'll have 4 females to 3 males. Perhaps it'll even the odds and create 2 new angels instead, I declared, nodding thoughtfully to myself. Bending down, I etched 2 intricate magic circles onto the ground. Channeling my energy and replicating the method Comptoir employed before, I breathed life into 2 new entities. On the right materialized a towering male angel. Standing an imposing 7 feet 6 inches, he possessed long gray locks, dull yellow eyes, and a flowing white beard. His attire comprised a white poet shirt, brown pants, and sturdy boots. A prominent scar adorned his forehead, and at his side, a shield stood ready. On the opposing side emerged the female angel. Cascading white hair framed her features, complementing her striking red eyes. She adorned herself in predominantly silver armor with accents of white, red, and gray clothing. Gripped firmly in her hand was a gleaming rapier. Gesturing towards the male angel, I declared, Zerelius, that shall be your name. Turning to the female, I pointed and announced, as for you, Ithaline. Concluding, I opened the floor to questions. Any questions? I inquired. They both shook their heads, and I acknowledged with a nod. All right, now that you have the necessary information, they'll send you back to the Draconic Dais. Oh, and take this, I said, tossing them a small bracelet. Zerelius inquired, what might this be, Aaron Sama? It's just a little something to let the others know who you are. That way, Heaven, Michael, and the rest won't mistake you for random enemies planning to attack them. I explained. Ithaline, your task is to protect Altaria, while Zerelius, am assigning you to take up Gabriel Layla's position. Both of them nodded once again as I initiated the teleportation sequence. Good luck, and pass my greetings to them. I wish them before they vanish from our universe. Turning to Layla, I said, now, you can stay here without worrying about your position back home. You am grateful, but what will happen to me once we get back? She asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Nothing? Well, if you're keen on reclaiming your position, then that's fine. If not, Zerelius will continue in that role after we get back, I explained, noting a glimmer of hope in her expression. Then, can I stay with you when we get back? She asked hesitantly. I don't see a problem with that, Layla. There was never a restriction against it. Although, I suppose your responsibilities kept you quite occupied during that time, didn't they? I inquired, to which she enthusiastically nodded in agreement. Anyway, let's head back. I've had my share of relaxation here. We need to prepare for the journey to Ardvoria Deferilds and Viritera Remetra. You'll be joining my team, Layla. Yes, Aaron Sama, she exclaimed joyfully as we departed from Pywalvin. Several days had elapsed, and our current journey led us to both Ardvoria Deferilds and Viritera Remetra. Each team assigned to liberate the respective planets traveled on separate ships. On my vessel, I commanded my team, accompanied by Aurelia's and Valis teams. On the opposing ship, the Slashdog team, a diverse group including Shizuna and a few others, shared space with the Valkyrie squad led by Gondel. Approximately 3 hours away, we were approaching Ardvoria Deferilds first, while the other spaceship continued its course toward Viritera Remetra, an additional 30 minutes away. As before, I occupied the cockpit, overseeing operations and taking a moment to relax. My team, expansive in its composition, comprised not only Valley and Aurelia's members, but also the formidable assembly of the Fated Ones, Aoife, Rainier, Gabriel, Aquino, Crumcrutch, and several others. Some people joined because they wanted to be with me or participate on a mission. People like Crumcrutch simply wished to fight powerful enemies, so he tagged along. And, of course, on this ship, Ine, Grafia, and Reiko joined us as I had promised them. They could join on the next operation. They'll keep an eye on a spaceship with Azathoth and give out orders from here. Aaron, if you're okay with that, mentioned Comptoir by my side. Yeah, that works for me, I replied. Did you notice Limber acting strangely? She seems quite eager to go on this mission. I mean, she did beg you, observed Comptoir, a hint of curiosity in her tone. I can only assume that she has some personal grudge against someone on Ardvoria Deferils. No one would act that way, without an ulterior motive, I responded, and Comptoir nodded in agreement. Hey, then why not just ask me? Limber interjected from behind as she entered the cockpit. She walked over, positioning herself on my other side. I've got someone to settle the score with on Ardvoria Deferils. She and I were once friends, but she chose to join Fumara's organization while I left to join the Resistance. She explained, a mixture of determination and unresolved history in her words. Comptoir directed a pointed question at Limber. Should we spare her, or is capturing the better option? Limber, thoughtful, gazed ahead without an immediate reply, adding an air of contemplation to the decision. This hesitation stirred curiosity, hinting at a deeper layer to their connection. In due time, Limber broke her silence, revealing her inner conflict. Ideally, I'd prefer capture, but realistically, I doubt she'd be swayed to change her allegiance or perspectives. Consequently, I'll take the responsibility of ending her life myself, she declared, exposing the intensity of her convictions. Concerned for Limber's well-being, I offered support. I'll arrange additional assistance for you. Galahad and Nietet mentioned her possession of troublesome powers, making extra support crucial. Despite initial reluctance, Limber eventually consented to the aid. After a brief pause, Limber broke the silence with a heavy sigh. Her name's no Cithra. We hailed from different planets, our homes obliterated by Fumara. We crossed paths on another planet, initially united by friendship and a shared disdain for her organization. A shadow crossed Limber's face, and a surge of her power escaped involuntarily. I can't pinpoint what triggered it, but something changed within her. She started aligning with Fumara's beliefs and actions, deviating from the principles we once shared. Despite my efforts to guide her back, she continued down that dark path. Eventually, she vanished without a trace. Limber's expression tightened as she continued. The next I heard, she had joined Fumara's ranks, becoming a subordinate to Abyssner, an Eradicator. Her transformation baffled me, felt utterly out of character. Today, I am determined to uncover the reasons behind her change. Regardless of the outcome, whether I emerge alive or not is inconsequential, she conveyed a mix of determination and a hint of resignation in her tone. As she finished recounting, a sense of calm settled over her. Well, the good news is, I'm not going to let you die, I reassured her, and a grin played on her lips in response. Really? You did manage to bring back Natasha, so my hopes are up for you, she remarked, giving me a playful smack on the back. Pausing for a moment, she seemed to contemplate something before throwing a proposition my way. How about a reward if you successfully get me and her out of this mess alive? Can an outer god's power handle that much? Her grin widened with a mischievous edge. I matched her grin, replying, sure thing. If that's the deal, then make those dumplings you whipped up before and share the recipe. They were surprisingly good. She appeared a bit surprised by my request, but chuckled it off. Deal. That's part of the reward. I'll spill the secrets once we're in the clear. Bye for now. With a wave, she strolled out of the room. Aaron, Comptoir sighed. Disappointment etched across her face as she gazed at me. I feigned ignorance, responding with a casual what, as if oblivious to the weight of her words. Frustrated, Comptoir seized my cheeks, giving them a firm squeeze and stretching them. You pretending you're clueless about what either of you said won't work on me. Nonchalantly, I retorted, I done Kyo way you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. She eventually released my cheeks, and I massaged them while asking, regardless of what we meant, was what they told us about Viritera Remetra true? I didn't get a chance to ask you before. Kuntwar confirmed, yes. What they said was accurate. Anything made on that planet can be turned into some kind of healing item. However, what they don't know, and I think Fumara and I've suspected, is that there are remnants of a god's power within the planet's core. Hence why they can turn anything into a healing item with certain properties, because that divine power is helping them. I see, so that's the situation. Huh. By the way, about gods, do they exist in this universe? I've asked around, but it seems like even people here aren't entirely sure. I've seen people with monikers that include God in them, but I haven't encountered anyone with true divinity or power close to it, I inquired. Kuntwar responded, there used to be gods here, but Fumara, along with Magnum Tenebrosum, wiped them out. They sealed some in trials and corrupted them. That's why some people venture into those trials to gain power, but the power they acquire comes with consequences. If you're wondering about active gods in this universe right now, there are two. However, they're in hiding, and their powers are quite feeble, so feeble that Fumara and Magnum Tenebrosum no longer consider them gods. She added, shedding light on the current state of divine beings. Kuntwar pondered, her question hanging in the air. What do you want to do with them? Help them? Free them? Help them gain back their divinity? Revive the dead gods? A chuckle escaped me involuntarily. In my previous world, gods were non-existent. The supernatural realm remained elusive, or perhaps it lurked in the shadows. But during my lifetime, such occurrences were sporadic and almost anecdotal. Despite this, I held on to my belief in them. They'll take a wait-and-see approach. I want to meet them first, hear their words, and gauge their honesty. I possess the ability to discern truth from falsehood. If they deceive me in any way, they'll know. Once that's clear, they'll decide my course of action, I explained, and Kuntwar nodded in understanding. Regardless, let's hold off on discussing this further until everything settles. It's crucial to inform the others. I conveyed to her, and a hush settled between us. Despite the weight of the conversation, Kuntwar found her place on my lap, and together we embraced the quietude. Third-person point of view, we're closing in on Ardvoria Deferilds, our destination. The Nevles Nebula shrouds the planet, a cloak of protection they've cleverly employed. I can navigate through it effortlessly, so brace yourselves. They'll take up the rear, allowing the rest of you to disembark first, Aaron relayed to his ship. Addressing the occupants of the other vessel, he added, Azathoth will temporarily join you to dispel the mist when you reach your designated planet. Keep in mind, though, that you'll have to leave someone or a group behind to guard the spacecraft, as reinforcements are likely to appear. The response from the other ship varied, and Aaron's vessel came to a halt just at the edge of the mist detection range. To enhance their stealth, he had rendered both spaceships silent and invisible for this mission. Every planet on their target list had become wary of their group, making discretion and surprise crucial elements of their strategy. I'm initiating the teleportation sequence, and also, Valley, don't just use your new toy right away. Okay, we need to do some things before we blow up the planet, he advised his little brother. Following that, a brief countdown initiated, and Aaron positioned himself next to Kuntwar, who had claimed his spot in the cockpit. What happened to the reinforcements for the mission you undertook with Rias and Aldrake's group? Aaron inquired. A smile played on Kuntwar's lips as she responded. I dispatched them with a mere wave of my hand. Aaron, weariness etched across his face, managed a nod, choosing silence over further words. His thoughts dwelled on the fallen enemies, contemplating their power, particularly those of Dragon God class and beyond. They didn't meet their demise through a powerful punch or an extravagant power, but through a simple flick of Kuntwar's wrist. Pity washed over Aaron, envisioning the humiliation they faced. The realization of their inglorious end might even drive them to contemplate ending their own existence. Everyone got teleported to the planet. Aaron, are you heading there too? She inquired. They'll hang back for a bit, watch things unfold, he replied. Kuntwar conjured an array of holographic monitors. each keeping a vigilant eye on individuals and teams spread out before them. Let's see how they handle Abyssner's underlings. We're clear on the plan. I'm going ahead, Vala declared, eager to take the lead. However, his impulsive move was swiftly halted as both Jinbu and Calantha intervened, putting a pause on his momentum. What's the deal? He inquired, a hint of irritation in his tone. Calantha, adopting a menacing demeanor, reminded Valley, "You remember our agreement, right?" "Indeed, Valacoin. We're in this together, the three of us," and the entire group, including Malakota-san and Godmagavin. Jinbu added, a note of disappointment tinging his voice. Biko chimed in with a teasing tone, "Can't say no to your harem now." "Huh, Valley?" His amusement evident as he applauded. Vala Lucifer, his patience tested, sighed in reluctant acceptance. Fine. Let's move out. Just don't hinder me when I unleash my new transformation." "That is suicide mission if anyone tries," Calantha warned. Jinbu added thoughtfully, "I've grown stronger, but even I find that new form a bit too much." "Good," Valley responded affirmatively. Without hesitation, he activated his Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive, his go-to balance breaker. In a swift motion, he took flight, leading his team into action. Despite still having access to his original balance breaker, Vala found comfort in the familiarity of his enhanced Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive. Its stamina consumption had become virtually non-existent with his increased strength, allowing him to sustain it effortlessly for months. As they progressed, two mysterious figures appeared in front of them. Both resembled colossal, white humanoid dogs adorned in red and blue armor. The blue-armored dog began introducing themselves, but Valley interrupted, commanding, "Compress." His outstretched arm signaled the activation of a powerful technique. Albion echoed, "Compression Divider Max." The air crackled with energy as the compression magic took hold. A sense of unease crept over the two white humanoid dogs. The one in red armor started to panic, attempting to convey a message that was abruptly cut off as he vanished into thin air. The blue-armored figure, in a state of confusion and panic, began to utter, "Wah." "So." However, before he could finish his sentence, he too dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind an eerie silence. Vala's strategic use of compression had swiftly dealt with the unexpected foes, showcasing the prowess of his evolved abilities. "Two down, let's keep going," he declared, picking up speed with his team close behind. Vala Lucifer had mastered his compression divider, now able to half his target instantly. This ability reached new heights in his Diabolo's Dragon Lucifer form, especially with his enhanced Satan compression divider. The attack originated from within, gradually erasing opponents while keeping them firmly rooted in place. This improvement provided a significant advantage, especially if the first attempt proved unsuccessful. Despite the intense battle, Biko couldn't help but observe their peculiar surroundings while riding on his Jindo Yun, the Golden Cloud. "This place feels a bit strange, doesn't it?" Lu Fei, flying on her broom with Arthur beside her, responded, mostly swampy terrain with trees and enormous metal spikes jutting out from the ground below. The location they found themselves in, transported through space, was a swampy expanse on the planet. Similar to Abyssner's unconventional lifestyle, he granted autonomy to his people. Their survival or demise rested solely on their own actions. The only mandate he imposed was a prohibition against attacking his abode. Adherence to this rule allowed them the freedom to live, contingent upon their strength. As Abyssner observed, civilizations ebbed and flowed on the planet, providing him with a source of amusement. Concurrently, he quietly cultivated a select group, forming a cadre willing to assist him unconditionally. The area that the Vala team traversed once thrived as a bustling community, complete with its own set of laws, towns, and a small city. However, the eruption of a civil war one day shattered the harmony, leading to a catastrophic collapse. Eventually, monstrous entities native to the planet seized control, reducing the once prosperous region to its current desolate state. A massive, tentacle-like appendage shot out from the murky swamp, but Arthur swiftly sliced it apart using his trusty weapon, Caliban. The monstrous creature shrieked in pain and burst forth from the depths, revealing not just one, but a multitude of them, around 20, each varying in size. "Looks like our journey through here won't be a walk in the park," remarked Calantha, floating alongside Valley, who had come to a halt. Vala grinned and exclaimed, "Well, it would be dull if it were easy. This is what I live for." He urged his team, "Kill them. No, capture one. Aniki might want to experiment on it, and maybe Azazel too." His team chuckled, realizing that such a suggestion would have been unlikely from Valley in the past. The team members were well equipped with items designed for capturing specific enemies reminiscent of a pokeball, a device they had encountered in recent months and had been available since the previous year. His team swiftly dispersed, engaging the monstrous creatures encircling them. These beings bore a resemblance to colossal krakens, but possessed an additional set of 4 legs, enabling them to traverse the land effortlessly. Intriguingly, they could also breathe outside the water. Adorning their heads were 2 imposing eyes capable of unleashing devastating beams, a perilous feature currently targeted at Valley. Valley, undeterred, promptly used his ability Reflect, redirecting the lethal attacks aimed at him. With agile finesse, he soared toward the largest creature, the one fixated on him. Initiating a relentless barrage of demonic attacks, he exploited the vulnerability of the creature's tentacles, swiftly obliterating them. A triumphant grin played across Vala's face as he closed in on his enemy. Standing before one of the creature's eyes, he declared, "You may have killed lives in this town and claimed other travelers in the past, but we're not as weak as you think. See ya." With a grin on his face, he drove his fist into the creature's eyes, shattering it. The creature unleashed a piercing shriek, writhing in pain as it desperately thrashed about, attempting to attack Valley with its menacing tentacles. Unfazed, Valley coolly extended his arm toward the encroaching appendages and uttered, "Compress." A resounding command echoed through the chaos. "Compression divider max." Albion's voice rang out, and in response, the tentacles surrounding the creature swiftly diminished, halving in an instant. Amidst the fading chaos, Albion's voice resonated once more, delivering unexpected insight. "Valley, those things are Satan class at best. In our world, they could have been very dangerous for the average person." "Huh? Satan class, huh?" Valley mused with a hint of intrigue. "No wonder they've taken out so many people already. They're anything but weak." "Well, regardless, they'll capture this one since it seems to be the largest," he declared, conjuring a pokeball from his necklace. Valley swiftly hurled the pokeball at the frenzied creature, deftly capturing it in its confines. The ball, having fulfilled its purpose, zipped back to Valley's grasp, and he scrutinized it with curiosity. "Aniki mentioned we could peer into this thing. I think you pressed this?" He mused, pressing an additional button on the ball's side. A petite screen appeared before him, revealing the creature's confinement and its healing process. So that's how it works. I wonder if these can be used on people. Did Aniki mention that?" He pondered aloud, contemplating the broader applications of the device. "You weren't attentive midway through the meeting, likely too engrossed in thoughts about your new form. But yes, he mentioned it works on everything, even inanimate objects," Albion retorted, his response laced with a subtle reminder of Vala's distraction. A hint of a blush adorned Vala's cheeks as he remarked, "Can you blame me? It looked cool, you know? Whatever, it doesn't matter." His gaze shifted towards his team, who had just concluded their individual battles and regrouped around him. Their brief reunion, however, was abruptly interrupted by a colossal purple slash tearing through the landscape, compelling their attention. Arthur swiftly unleashed a holy energy slash, while Valley countered with a large ball of demonic energy. The clash of these powerful forces echoed through the air before culminating in a dazzling explosion, casting a radiant wave across the sky. What the hell? An enemy?" Biko exclaimed, surprise evident in his voice. I was wondering who killed my little pets, but I guess we're finally being attacked, eh? A feminine voice chimed in. Hey, Abizbice, we got invaders here. Better sound the alarm and inform everyone. Before them stood a woman, adorned with prominent, radiant blue horns crowning her head, accompanied by piercing blue eyes and cascading locks of vibrant blue hair. Clad in a blend of black and purple armor, her boots oozed out an eerie glow while hovering there, and in her right hand, she wielded a large, glowing purple sword. Grinning, she emitted an ominous energy, intensifying the atmosphere as she addressed them. Hey there, Imdurina. Ready for a showdown? Her words hung in the air, laced with a challenge, while the aura surrounding her sword flickered with powerful intensity. Biko, wide-eyed and intrigued, couldn't help but voice his uncertainty. A devil? Or wait, do they even exist in this universe? His gaze remained fixed on Duruna, seeking answers. Before anyone else could reply, Arthur, with an almost ethereal presence, hovered in front of the group. With decisive authority, he proclaimed, "She wields the sword with skill. He'll take on this challenge. The rest of you, make your exit." Arthur shifted his attention to Duruna, his inquiry laced with a hint of madness. As a fellow wielder of the sword, will you engage in a one-on-one battle with me and let my comrades pass? Amused by the proposition, Duruna took a moment to mull it over before a sly grin adorned her face. Not many ask for a respectful duel in our planet, considering it's often seen as stupid. However, I'll indulge you. Go ahead, and I assure you, I won't harm your companions, she declared with a playful grin. Reluctantly, the remaining members of Valis' team cautiously maneuvered past Duruna, who observed them with a calm demeanor. As they cleared the space, she redirected her attention to Arthur, who stood composed with his blade, Caliban, at his side. "Let's see what you're made of, then," she exclaimed, her energy intensifying and casting a deep shade of purple over their surroundings. Chapter 19, Part 3, Embers of Fortitude, third-person point of view on the spaceship housing the Slashdog team, Zhang Mai's team, and the Valkyrie squad. A mere 5 minutes separated them from their destination, and the majority had already completed their preparations. Within the cockpit, Latia found herself in the company of Astrid and Iliovan, who had chosen to remain on the ship to provide defense. Azathoth, a temporary addition, stood in silence, gazing ahead with an air of quiet contemplation. The cockpit's doors swung open abruptly, allowing Natsum and Kanami to enter. Kanami, with an infectious energy, darted toward Azathoth, leaping on her back and embracing her, leaving the cosmic being momentarily puzzled. "Azizi, I have a question," Kanami exclaimed with childlike curiosity. Azathoth, looking back at Kanami, replied, "What is it?" The innocence of Kanami's next question caught everyone off guard. "Can you get pregnant?" she asked, tilting her head with genuine curiosity. Natsum, in the background, face-bombed while blushing, leaving the rest of the group momentarily stunned by the unexpected inquiry. "If you're talking about Aaron, then yes. If you're referring to anyone else, it's just not possible," Azathoth responded in a straightforward manner. Kanami released her grip on Azathoth and turned triumphantly to Natsum, exclaiming, "See, I told you." Natsum, visibly fatigued and disheartened, shook her head while casting a disappointed gaze at the others. I warned her not to ask Azathoth a stupid question, but she went ahead anyway. Kanami playfully spun around and suddenly halted, redirecting her attention to Azathoth, who maintained a steady gaze. "So, does that mean you're, bound to Aaron because you can only conceive his children?" Kanami, Latia interjected, turning to face her with an intense stare that made Kanami take a step back. People can still form romantic relationships, even if they can't have children. Look at gay couples. Kanami tilted her head in contemplation before nodding rapidly. "Oh, right. I forgot about that. Oops, huh?" She chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of her head with a hint of embarrassment. "We're approaching it," Latia announced, disrupting their casual conversation. Every occupant in the cockpit halted their activities, diverting their attention to the view beyond the window. Wouldn't Aaron mention that most, if not all, planets are perpetually in darkness? So why Why is this planet so bright? Kanami queried, her finger gesturing towards Viraterra, Remetra. It needs it, Azathoth responded, capturing their focus. Aaron will contact us soon. Right on cue. Aaron's voice filled the air. Everyone on Latia's ship, I just found out something interesting about Viraterra Remetra. Do your best to enter the core. A god, or the powers of a remnant god of this planet resides near its core. That's how, and where most of the planet's items draw its healing powers from. Wait, what? A god's power is on this planet? Iliovan exclaimed, a mix of disbelief and awe coloring his expression. I've only ever heard stories and rumors about gods existing in our universe, not including the outer god. Latia inquired, her curiosity evident. When you mentioned it needs it, do you mean the planet requires the light? Azathoth nodded in response. Yes, precisely. This planet holds a unique status. It thrives on the power of a god. It requires light to sustain itself, a characteristic that sets it apart from most other celestial bodies in this vast universe. The god, whose essence forms the core of this planet, was exceptionally powerful. To put it in terms familiar to your universe, it would be akin to the strength of 2 Shivas at the peak of his power. The revelation left Natsum astonished. T2 Shiva Samus? That's pretty amazing, isn't it? Iliovan, unfamiliar with the reference, sought clarification. Shiva? Who's that? Gondal stepped in to explain. Shiva-sama is a deity from a pantheon in our universe, renowned as the strongest god. He's deemed capable of standing up against 666, the creature we mentioned earlier. Iliovan pondered, skepticism lingering in his gaze. But aren't most eradicators and influential figures in Fumara's organization stronger than that? I mean, using Aaron's system, they're mostly Dragon God class, right? He questioned, still unconvinced by their assertions. Latia took a moment to address Iliovan's doubts. Let me break it down for you, Iliovan, she began. Shiva-sama has not only existed for an extensive period, but has also amassed both strength and wisdom. He imparts his knowledge to his pantheon and occasionally extends his guidance to humans on Earth in subtle ways. According to Aaron, everyone in the multiverse possesses a predetermined potential. In Shiva-sama's case, he has reached the pinnacle of God class, and that's as far as his growth can go. She continued, shedding light on Aaron's insights. However, Aaron speculates that these fixed potentials can be shattered through rigorous training and significant life changes. Shiva-sama, being the strongest god in our universe, might have altered his potential at some point in his existence. That's what sets him apart and solidifies his reputation as the most powerful god in our universe. Iliovan contemplated for a moment, acknowledging the power that longevity could bring. Well, knowledge is power, and someone living that long is bound to be smart and possess vast wisdom. I'll take your word for it. One day, I'd love to visit your universe and meet these great gods myself, he expressed, a trace of excitement in his voice. Latia shifted the conversation to the impending mission. We should get everyone ready to go in. Aaron disabled the mist's ability to detect any infiltration techniques, especially teleportation in our case. Azathoth, can I rely on you for this? She inquired. Azathoth nodded in agreement. Yes, it's a straightforward request, but I must warn you. Once you're spotted on that planet, what I did may not matter much, she cautioned. We're prepared for that, Latia assured. He'll support everyone from here and defend alongside Iliovan and Astrid when reinforcements arrive. I doubt they'll target Ardvoria Deferild since Abyssner is stationed there. Latia's voice resonated through the spaceship's speakers, addressing all aboard. Everyone, the teleportation sequence will begin shortly. Please prepare yourselves, she announced. She shifted her attention to those gathered around her, offering words of encouragement. Good luck, and give your best to reach the core. Once things settle on the surface, we'll be right there with you. We just need to identify a suitable landing spot first. The occupants in the cockpit nodded in agreement. Azathoth took charge, initiating the process to deactivate the mist powers. Sparks and auras danced in the air, a vibrant display of energy clashing as the swords of Arthur Pendragon and Daruna collided. The force pushed Daruna back, yet she met the challenge with a smile. While Arthur possessed superior raw power, Daruna, undeterred, was determined to savor the encounter. Swiftly retracting her sword, Arthur's subsequent strike missed its mark, leaving him momentarily surprised. Prepared for the unexpected, Daruna swung her sword at him, but with an almost agonizing slowness that left Arthur bewildered. "What?" Arthur began to voice his confusion, a hint of insult in his tone. To his astonishment, numerous cuts materialized around him, prompting quick defensive maneuvers. The perplexity deepened as he blocked and parried, realizing that was a slow swing, but it cut me. It wasn't anywhere near me. He pondered, still in shock, while maintaining his vigilant defense. Daruna, in contrast to Arthur's past enemies, opted for silence, a wry grin playing on her lips. She had no intention of divulging the intricacies of her abilities. That would be foolish. Her deliberate swings persisted, and Arthur found himself continuously defending against them until he unleashed a burst of explosive power, obliterating the remaining onslaught of Daruna's attacks. This unexpected turn left her momentarily taken aback. Swiftly, Arthur repositioned himself, appearing behind her with a swift sword swing. To his astonishment, the barrage of attacks persisted from his original position. Reacting instinctively, he conjured a magic circle that propelled him away from Daruna, creating a strategic distance between them. "You're not planning on using that circle thing again?" she inquired, casually resting her sword on her shoulder. "I requested a duel as swordsman, but if you're keen on utilizing everything at our disposal, then I won't hold back either," responded Arthur. "For now, let's keep it simple with just our swords. A battle with just these can be quite fun in its own right," Daruna remarked before swiftly disappearing. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared above Arthur, unleashing a torrent of purple energy slashes from her sword towards him. Arthur met the onslaught with fervor, countering the strikes with his own slashes infused with the purity of holy energy. The clash culminated in another explosive burst, forcefully propelling them in opposite directions. Swiftly discerning the impending danger, Arthur skillfully maneuvered through the air, narrowly evading Daruna's retaliatory strike. A moment of confusion clouded Arthur's thoughts as he grappled with the unexpected challenge. "I'm supposed to be faster than her, so how is she nearly outpacing me?" he pondered, swinging his blade to intercept Daruna's, the collision echoing through the sky. Sensing an escalating threat, Arthur swiftly pivoted, summoning a less durable blade to parry an oncoming attack. However, the summoned blade proved fragile, shattering upon impact, leaving Arthur vulnerable to invisible cuts that sliced across his body. An audible click of his tongue conveyed his frustration as he forcefully swung his sword in a defensive arc, creating a protective circle of slashes. The powerful motion not only repelled Daruna, but also destroyed the invisible attacks, dispersing the imminent threat surrounding him. Daruna's smile graced her features before she vanished, leaving Arthur to catch only a glimpse before her sword hovered dangerously close to his face. Reacting with instinct, he arched his body backward, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Swiftly recovering, he pivoted around, only to be greeted by a relentless barrage of purple energy slashes unleashed by Daruna. Once more, Arthur danced with agility, narrowly dodging each attack. Utilizing his full speed, he reappeared beneath Daruna, who greeted him with a confident smile, swinging her sword downward. This time, a colossal purple slash surged toward him, mirroring the earlier assault. In response, Arthur wielded his sword with determination, conjuring his own formidable holy slash that clashed with the Ori-infused attack from Daruna's weapon. The clash resonated with power, creating a brief, intense moment of equilibrium. Maintaining her calm demeanor, Daruna remarked, "You're confused, aren't you? In terms of technique, strength, and even speed, you surpass me by leagues. Yet, somehow, I managed to hold my ground against you. It's a confounding situation." isn't it? Many of my enemies in the past remain confused until their eventual death. I don't need a rundown of your technique. You'll overcome it and emerge victorious. Simple as that, Arthur retorted, maintaining his calm demeanor. I like your spirit. Let's continue and bring everything to the table, Daruna responded, conjuring purple flames that coalesced into a small ring behind her. With a sudden burst of speed, she vanished, reappearing behind Arthur, leaving him momentarily stunned. All I've got is my speed, and that's all that matters, she declared, swinging her blade with swift precision. However, to her surprise, Arthur not only parried the attack, but also delivered a powerful blow to her face, sending her reeling. Arthur smiled confidently. If speed is all you have, then I'm good. Victory will be mine. In Arthur's strategic mind, relying solely on one aspect of power was a fatal flaw. He understood that firsthand from his own experiences. If an opponent limited themselves to a single source of strength, it would inevitably lead to their downfall, just as it had for him in the past. As Daruna redirected her attention forward, Arthur seemed to have vanished. It wasn't until she touched her face that she discovered blood trickling down. A realization struck her. Direct hits from Arthur were a swift path to defeat. I can't afford any more direct blows. I have to rely on my ability, paramount shift, or else victory slips away, she pondered, the urgency echoing in her thoughts. Anticipating a new attack, she pivoted to her left, swiftly wielding her blade. However, what manifested was the formidable sword Caliban, clashing against hers with a resounding clang before spiraling upward. In an instant, Arthur materialized above her, seizing his weapon and bringing it down in a powerful swing. With a grin, Daruna intercepted the strike, yet the force overwhelmed her, pushing her downward alongside Arthur. Their clash continued as they descended, colliding into the murky swamp below. How is he even stronger than before? I thought he was already unleashing his full might. Did I miscalculate? Panic surged within her, questioning the limits of Arthur's strength and the accuracy of her own calculations. With swift agility, Arthur reappeared beside her, launching a knee strike in her direction. Reacting promptly, she sought to deflect the blow with her sword, but time betrayed her. In a last-ditch effort, she harnessed the power of her darkness to fashion a small shield before her. Despite her attempt, Arthur's knee found its mark, crashing in her face and sending her tumbling away. As she struggled to regain composure, a wave of realization swept over her. This isn't going to end well. If this continued, defeat is imminent, and the consequences are dire. Capture, death, or worse, falling victim to Abyssner. She pondered, a sense of urgency gripping her. With a decisive halt, she braced herself with her sword, determined to turn the tide of the battle unfolding before her. Daruna unleashed a sudden burst of speed, propelling herself forward with even more energy. In a swift motion, she aimed a lightning-fast strike at Arthur, narrowly missing him but managing to graze his cheek. Undeterred, Arthur retaliated with a flurry of insanely fast strikes, each one aimed with precision. Daruna skillfully parried most of them, displaying her own prowess with the blade, but one managed to find its mark, piercing her shoulder. As the clash unfolded, Daruna couldn't help but be impressed. His strikes can pierce my armor, she pondered, acknowledging the unexpected strength of the Outer God's companions. Despite the intensity of the battle, a curious thought crossed her mind. I expected them to be strong, but not this strong. Well, if he does end up killing me, it's not a bad way to go, she mused, maintaining a sense of grim appreciation for the strong opponent before her. A smile appeared on Arthur's face in the wake of Daruna's sudden acceleration. Swiftly, she attempted to land a blow on his chest, but Arthur effortlessly deflected it. I've grasped your ability, now you won't be able to catch up with me anymore, he declared, leaving her visibly surprised. You can increase your speed up to a certain point at specific intervals. Once you've utilized this ability, there's a cooldown period, which explains why you revert to standard combat after the initial burst of speed. However, you've taken a step further, haven't you? Not only can you boost your speed, but you've also enhanced your strength temporarily and other facets of yourself, correct? He inquired, executing a forceful kick to her stomach, sending her tumbling backward. A bead of blue sweat dripped from Darina's cheek as she fixed her gaze on Arthur. Only a handful have identified my ability, Lady Fumara, Lady Ive, Abyssner, the other Eradicators, and one adversary from the past. They came close to ending me. And now, you're the latest addition to that list. Impressive, she admitted with an awestruck tone. He'll take that as a compliment, Arthur retorted, his words hanging in the mostly silent air. It marked the final exchange between them, a tacit understanding of the imminent confrontation. Abruptly, they vanished, colliding in the middle of the unseen battleground. Like in their prior encounter, Arthur's strength prevailed over Darina's. Darina harbored a crucial limitation in her ability, a threshold beyond which dire consequences loomed. If she exceeded this limit, the price to pay was steep. Her heart would explode, a fatal drawback tethered to her unique power. Typically, she ended her fights quickly, conscious of her limitations. However, sensing the complexities of dealing with Arthur, especially in the presence of his team, she opted to embrace the challenge. The decision to engage in a duel with Arthur meant more than a simple clash of blades. If she emerged victorious, her strategy involved defeating Arthur's team one by one, a process lacking in fairness, as she would slowly ambush them. Another motivation behind accepting the duel was her yearning for a fair fight, an experience she had been deprived of for an extended period. Little did she realize that this desire would soon become a catalyst for her own undoing. Darina summoned her vibrant purple flames, launching them towards Arthur, who skillfully sliced through the fiery assault. Undeterred, she unleashed orbs of darkness, only to witness a repeat performance as Arthur nullified them with the holy properties of his sword. Closing the distance, Darina and Arthur clashed blades once more. This time, a subtle shift occurred in Arthur's expression. Your strike lacked the force from earlier. Are you nearing your limit? He inquired, noting the change in her offensive prowess. In response, the woman before him grinned, evading a direct answer. I don't retreat, sword-bearer of the outer god. Let's continue this dance until my flames flicker out, she declared, charging back into the fray with renewed determination. Once more, her powers surged, a vivid display of their might. However, this time, an ominous sign manifested. Blue blood seeped from her eyes, nose, and mouth, signaling a perilous strain as she pushed beyond her usual boundaries. Very well, Arthur responded calmly. In an instant, he reappeared behind her, a swift movement that shattered both her arms and sword into countless pieces. Damn it, she muttered, the defeat evident in her voice as she started descending toward the murky ground below. Amidst her descent, she caught sight of Arthur, his piercing blue eyes seemingly peering into the depths of her soul. Crashing to the ground, Darina sensed the warmth escaping from her body. With the remnants of her fading strength, she extended her hand above her and uttered, "What a shitty life." Her voice, almost lost in the echoes of defeat, carried the weight of resignation. Her very existence was a product for combat, a creation molded by the scientists of Fumara's organization. The essence of her being underwent profound alterations, a testament to the manipulative hands that crafted her. Originating from a different universe, she was an outsider, part of a small group abducted and subjected to ruthless experiments before being thrust into the harsh reality of this unfamiliar world. Her ability wasn't a natural gift, but rather artificially bestowed upon her. Regardless, she had to navigate the challenges of survival from a young age on this unfamiliar planet, relying on her adeptness at wielding this bestowed power. However, she was acutely aware that each time she harnessed it, she chipped away at her own lifespan. I want to see all of you again, she uttered, her words hanging in the air as she closed her eyes. Darina's origins traced back to a separation from her parents in her original universe, transmuting her into the entity she had become. Unbeknownst to her, her parents had long met their demise, victims of the relentless demands imposed by the subordinates of the Weiboros. Their passing occurred well before hers. Yet, amidst the bleakness of her circumstances, a glimmer of hope emerged. Upon reaching that place, she was reunited with her parents, patiently awaiting their turn for reincarnation, an eventuality that demanded a substantial amount of time. Arthur descended to the ground, lowering himself beside Durina. His expression contorted into a frown as he expressed his discontent. Despite defeating you, I can't shake this dissatisfaction. Whatever the cause, perhaps overcoming it will come after we defeat Abyssner and his entire faction. With these contemplations swirling in his mind, Arthur conjured a petite flower and gently placed it on Durina's chest. Utilizing his magical abilities, he soared into the air, swiftly departing to rejoin his team, determined to catch up as they continued their mission. Haru, standing amidst fallen adversaries, remarked, "The closer we get, the more water we come across." Yuru, vigilant, turned northward, cautioning, "More coming." Roygun, joining forces with the Dragon Sisters, advised, "Let's remain alert. We don't know what other unknown factors we may encounter here." As if in response to their collective focus, large roots erupted from the earth, launching a surprise assault. The trio swiftly retaliated, a seamless display of power and precision. Haru and Yoru, channeling their draconic energy, shattered the encroaching roots. Roygun, utilizing a blend of demonic powers and her crack ability, disintegrated the giant roots into smaller, manageable vines before finishing them off with a surge of demonic power. Following their successful defense against the attacks, a distant sound of applause caught their attention. Turning toward it, they spotted a man perched atop a peculiar creature. This mysterious figure possessed medium-length white hair, piercing red eyes, and adorned himself in a regal ensemble of black and red coat with a matching cape, paired with black pants and boots adorned with accents of red and gold. "He looks like a vampire, or whatever they are, like that, Esselin," Haru remarked, her gaze fixed on the mysterious man. "It appears the resistance has graced our planet. We received word of your arrival earlier. How about we engage in a civilized discussion?" The vampire-like man grinned, baring his sharp fangs. Haru's body trembled at his proposition. "Now that just sounds skeevy. I'd rather fight death itself over engaging in a civil discussion with a creep like you. Then die," he declared, commanding his grotesque minions to launch an attack. These creatures, not typical beasts but rather large and bloated individuals, charged towards Haru, Yoru, and Roygun, their screams and cries echoing through the air. Upon reaching the trio, the creatures exploded, their grotesque demise accompanied by the man's maniacal laughter. As the blood explosion subsided, he observed with a wicked grin that Haru, Yoru, and Roygun emerged unharmed. "I expected no less from the resistance, aided by an outer god. I, Emer, shall entertain you for a while," he announced, conjuring humanoid creatures formed from blood. These eerie creatures, comprised entirely of blood, manifested without faces, but boasted a peculiar amalgamation of human-like teeth, crimson tentacles entwined around their bodies, and razor-sharp blades protruding from their arms. Their collective shriek reverberated through the air as they charged at Roygun's group. Roygun, taking charge, directed her companions, Haru, Yuru, handle the blood-spawned entities. "They'll confront him." "Roger," Haru acknowledged with enthusiasm. She lifted her arms, conjuring a substantial ball of flames. "Let's do this, Yuru. Eat this," she declared, sending the blazing sphere hurtling toward the approaching blood-formed enemies. The massive fireball collided with a dense cluster of these grotesque entities, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Its impact not only obliterated the blood creatures, but also wrought havoc on the environment, evaporating nearby water and leaving the ground beneath charred and molten. Capitalizing on the chaos, Yuru seamlessly joined the onslaught, unleashing a barrage of silver crescent moon-shaped attacks from her hands. With precision and swiftness, she sliced through the remaining assailants, leaving a trail of defeated enemies in her wake. From the remains of the defeated foes, a resurgence occurred, giving rise to creatures even more formidable, taller, larger, and exuding an aura of enhanced strength. Another collective shriek echoed as these upgraded entities charged with renewed vigor towards Haru and Yuru. Wow, they're not going to stay down that easily. Huh? Does that mean we gotta wait until Roigun defeats that weirdo? Haru quizzically remarked, enveloping her body in 10k and swiftly darting toward the advancing blood creatures. Probably? Yuru responded, her uncertainty mirroring Haru's. Regardless, she joined her sister, both unleashing a barrage of strikes fueled by their 10k and draconic energy upon the encroaching enemies. Despite the upgraded strength of the blood creatures, Haru and Yuru's prowess proved overwhelming. As one of the creatures swung its razor-sharp blades, attempting to inflict harm, the sisters effortlessly countered with their 10k, halting the attack with finesse. "Hell, weaklings!" Haru exulted, her voice echoing as she delivered a powerful palm strike to one of the creatures, following it up with a fiery explosion from a conjured fireball. "Haru, don't get conceited," cautioned Yu, her movements fluid as she danced around, wielding blue 10k blades to effortlessly slice through her enemies. "I know. Aaron drilled it into me," Haru responded, prompting a strange look from Yuru. Blushing, Haru hastily clarified, "Not like that." In the distance, Roigun and Emer stood locked in a tense confrontation. Emer, perched atop a colossal blood-formed creature, peered down at Roigun. You're not bad looking. Why don't you become one of my concubines?" Emer lecherously inquired, licking his lips. "Unfortunately, I'm already interested in someone else, so we'll have to pass on the offer," Roigun retorted, her response accompanied by the summoning of a small ball of demonic aura. With a swift motion, she hurled it towards Emer. Chuckling dismissively, Emer attempted to swat away the incoming attack. To his surprise, he found himself unable to deflect it, and before he could react, Roigun's demonic attack connected, sending him hurtling backward in a blast of powerful energy. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed the aftermath. The creature Emer had been seated upon lay in ruins, a victim of Roigun's cunning use of her crack ability, ensuring its permanent destruction. In the distance, Emer rose from the debris, an expression of disbelief etched across his face. His jaw hung on by a precarious string of flesh, a testament to the severity of Roigun's attack. However, harnessing his supernatural powers, Emer swiftly mended the damage, grinning defiantly as he propelled himself back toward Roigun. Undeterred, Roigun observed his regeneration and formulated a strategic plan. She resolved to incorporate anti-healing and anti-regeneration elements into her forthcoming attacks, aiming to counter the supernatural resilience displayed by her vampire-like enemy. "I didn't expect that level of power, but unfortunately for you, I can simply heal myself like this. It's pretty powerful, right? If I keep improving this ability, I can instantly repair any damage and hopefully evolve it for my brain, heart, and soul. Then it'll become a future eradicator, Cuckoo," Emer explained arrogantly, boasting of his regenerative prowess. Crossing her arms, Roigun responded coolly, "I didn't ask for your future plans. Kekakahaha. We don't have many women like you. I really want you now. We need more like you on this planet," Emer exclaimed, his arrogance fueled by the belief in his godlike powers. In a sudden twist of events, he vanished and reappeared behind Roigun, intending to say something and then attack her. However, to his utter surprise, Roigun had already positioned her right arm's index and middle fingers behind her, ready to unleash a potent demonic attack. Emer swiftly conjured a small shield of blood in front of him, anticipating Roigun's impending attack. However, before she unleashed her move, she strategically used her clan's crack ability. Disrupting the flow of the blood shield, Roigun effectively dispersed it, leaving Emer defenseless against her impending attack. When Roigun turned to survey the aftermath, a substantial portion of the surrounding terrain lay obliterated. Emer, undeterred, had chosen to block the attack with his arms and cape. Despite the destruction, he maintained a grin, attempting to activate his healing abilities. To his shock, however, he found himself unable to do so. Confidence drained from his face, replaced by a growing sense of panic. Why isn't it working? Emer stammered, confusion etched across his face. Roy Gunn, having no patience for his bewilderment, declared, we've faced many arrogant idiots like you before. So, you acting like this isn't anything new. We've also come across some with the same powers too, so we can deal with them pretty easily. In a blink, Roy Gunn reappeared directly in front of Emer, her hand's finger pointing at him like a gun. And getting rid of them is pretty easy, she asserted before unleashing another point-blank attack. The demonic energy surged forward, obliterating Emer's head and bringing an end to his arrogant existence. The blood creatures that Haru and Yuru were engaged with immediately ceased their movements, collapsing to the ground and returning to their original state as ordinary blood. The dragon sisters released sighs of relief. Amazing job, Roygun-sama, Haru jubilantly shouted, rushing towards Roygun and enveloping her in a tight hug. Yuru silently followed her sister, expressing her approval with a subtle thumbs up. Smiling at them, Roygun humbly said, "It wasn't anything special, but I don't think we're done." Haru responded, turning back around in tandem with Yuru. As they did, an enormous and peculiar creature, comprised of blood-red shadows, emerged from Emer's lifeless form. "You think you kill me so easily? Me? The great Emer? Please, don't be so arrogant. I was merely surprised by your powers. They'll take you seriously now," he exclaimed angrily, a newfound determination burning in his eyes. "Oh, he's taking us seriously now. They always say that," Haru exclaimed cheerfully, pointing at Emer and laughing. Emer, irritated by Haru's nonchalant response, swiftly conjured enormous blood tornadoes, a total of 8, and directed them toward Roygun's group. "You shouldn't antagonize him, Haru," chided Yuru, expressing her concern. Nodding sagely, Haru remarked, I would have liked to see Valerie or Gasper take this guy on. I mean, they're vampires and all, right?" "Haru, it's time to stop joking around," warned Roygun, causing Haru to freeze and salute her. Aye, Captain. Yuru, let's go beat him up," exclaimed Haru, and Yuru, albeit reluctantly, agreed with her sister. "Why are you so energetic, Haru?" questioned Yuru, puzzled by her sister's seemingly carefree attitude in the face of danger. "Because I get a reward along with Ophis if I defeat a certain number of enemies, or if I beat a really strong person," Haru explained, shrouding her body with Tuki. "That's why I won't stop here." With determination blazing in her eyes, Haru raised her arm into the sky, conjuring a spear of flames that she gripped tightly. Aiming it at Emer, she unleashed the fiery projectile with all her might. The shockwave generated by her throw pulverized and annihilated the blood tornadoes heading their way, leaving both Roygun and Yuru astonished. With a confident smile, Haru turned to Yuru just before her attack connected with Emer. She declared, "I'm going to catch up to you." Emer, quick on his feet, conjured large walls of blood-red darkness in front of him, successfully blocking Haru's attack. However, the force of the impact still sent him reeling, a testament to the power of Haru's flames. Roygun, observing the scene from behind, shook her head. "What a strange way to motivate them, Aaron. Although I will admit that it's effective and works since you have most of us in your grasp," she mused. Approaching Haru, Roygun inquired, "What reward did Aaron promise you, Haru?" "That's a secret, because he said I can ask for whatever I want," Haru exclaimed, pointing confidently in front of them. "But we have to finish this mission first, so let's do it." With a swift motion, she unleashed several flame bullets from her fingertips toward Emer. Countless large blood spears materialized around Emer, and he hurled them toward Haru's fiery onslaught. The two forces collided halfway, resulting in a spectacular explosion of fire and blood. Within the dissipating smoke, both Roygun and Yuru reappeared behind Emer, poised and ready to deliver a decisive strike. To their astonishment, large bats made of blood swiftly emerged from Emer's back, hurtling toward them. The blood bats unleashed screeches, firing circular rings of blood followed by blood spheres. Roygun, ever vigilant, pointed her arm towards the onslaught, utilizing her crack ability to disrupt the attacks. Her strategic maneuver rendered the blood projectiles useless, transforming them back into regular blood. Yuru followed up by launching balls of 10k at the bloodbats, swiftly ending their threat. Yet, before they could refocus on Ymir, colossal spikes of blood erupted from the ground all around them. The menacing spikes aimed to strike them, forcing the Yoru and Roygun to skillfully maneuver around the attacks to avoid being hit. It would be pretty strange to see Valerie and Gasper do this, remarked Yoru, deftly evading the onslaught. I believe Valerie can do something similar, although I doubt Gasper can, since he hasn't shown any signs of blood manipulation or magic, Roygun replied, finding amusement in the young dragon girl's musings amidst the chaotic battle. Roygun, displaying her mastery of the crack ability once more, created tears in the blood spikes, disrupting their formation and turning them back into regular blood. With the immediate threat neutralized, both Roygun and Yoru aimed their arms at Ymir's back, unleashing streams of draconic and demonic auras in a combined attack. Their formidable attack struck Ymir's back, propelling him forward toward Haru, who swiftly shrouded her body with flames. With precise timing, she slammed her foot into Ymir's body, launching him even higher into the sky. As Haru observed Ymir ascending, she raised her left arm, mimicking the action of pulling back an invisible bowstring, prepared to unleash her next attack. A small memory played in her mind, momentarily giving her pause. 2 weeks before DXD ventured to Ferothos Prime, and Aldrake's group embarked to Shadenvar Makinara, many members of DXD were engaged in training within one of the newly constructed training areas courtesy of Eren. In this particular zone, Haru honed her skills near Yoru. Haru, Eren called out to her, prompting her to turn towards him. "Oh, Eren, how can I help you?" she asked, her head tilting happily. "I've been watching you train for a while now, and even back before we came here, I always wondered, did you have your own unique attack, move, or flames?" he inquired, leaving her slightly puzzled. Tilting her head even further in confusion, she asked, "My own flame? I'll admit I don't have any unique attacks or techniques since I just copy the ones I've already seen as they're effective. But creating my own flames seems impossible." She continued, "Some dragons may develop their own unique flame because of their inherent traits. Like Oleander-san, he has a more poisonous breath attack and flames since he's a poison dragon. I'm just a regular dragon, so I can't do anything like that." Haru then glanced at Yoru, who tilted her head in curiosity. Even Yoru developed her own flames and unique attacks since she's a bit more special than me. All I can do is make my flames a bit stronger than usual and make them melt things quicker, she explained, her tone carrying a hint of melancholy. Suddenly, Eren grabbed both of her shoulders, surprising her. "Then let's give you some new flames," he declared. "And new flames?" she asked, feeling a bit embarrassed as his face was unexpectedly close to hers. What do you mean by that?" He released his grip on her and explained, "It's as I say. I will give you new flames. These flames aren't new. They exist in another universe from a certain ability and eyes. But we'll just give them to you as new flames. Will you accept it? It's quite hard to control and master. Hell, you'll definitely injure yourself while trying to master them. But even then, will you accept it?" Haru didn't hesitate and shouted, "Yes, please. I want to be more unique." Eren chuckled at her enthusiasm and gently placed his hand on her head. "You're already very unique, Haru. You're like the sun, and you're quite easy to get along with. Many people here like you. With that said, they'll tell you what these flames are called from that universe. Actually, you're already used to this name. It's called Haru released the invisible bowstring, initiating her attack. In the subsequent moments, an eerie stillness prevailed, giving the impression that nothing transpired. However, as seconds elapsed, colossal black flames materialized, wrapping themselves around Ymir's form, consuming him entirely. Eren's voice reverberated within Haru's mind. It's called Amaterasu, Haru murmured, a droplet of sweat tracing a path down her cheek. Aaron mentioned that they blaze with the intensity of the sun, possessing the capability to incinerate other flames. Moreover, they defy conventional methods of extinguishing and persist until their target is utterly reduced to ashes. With that said, only I wield the power to extinguish these flames. Overhead, Emer's anguished screams pierced the air, a cacophony of agony and distress. His bewilderment intensified as he attempted to douse the flames, enveloping his body with the nearby water. However, his efforts proved futile, for as soon as he neared the water evaporated into nothingness. What the fuck is happening? What are these flames? It feels like my very soul is being burned. Emer cried out in pain, his descent to the ground inevitable. His limbs rendered powerless. The intensity of the mysterious flames left him immobilized, a prisoner to their unrelenting torment. Are these the flames Aaron gave to you? Yoru queried, joining Roygun by Haru's side. Haru nodded energetically. Yeah, they're called Amaterasu, apparently. They came from a world full of ninjas. I want to visit that world in the future. Do you think Aaron might take us? Intrigued, Roygun sought more information. A world full of ninjas? Did he elaborate on this world? Haru shook her head, a bemused expression on her face. Nope. Aaron just mentioned that these flames originated from eyes, which sounded kind of strange. But considering Aaron and the intricacies of different universes, it's probably way more complex than that. That's true. Roygun and Yoru chimed in unison. They returned their attention to Emer, vigilant until the last trace of movement ceased within his lifeless form. Roygun approached, confirming his demise before touching the body. Haru, with a decisive gesture, dispelled the ominous black flames that once consumed him. Roygun, upon careful examination, detected no lingering signs of life. She turned to her companions and declared, "It's over. He's dead." Yoru questioned, "What should we do with him then?" Aaron didn't mention bringing them to our side, and his powers seemed rather generic, so it didn't seem like he wanted them either. Roygun, in agreement, nodded and distanced herself momentarily to communicate with Kantoir and Aaron through her transceiver. After a brief pause, she returned, instructing Haru, "Burn him." Haru hesitated, locking eyes with Roygun, but ultimately acquiesced. She made contact with Emer's body, shrouding it once more in the same jet-black flames. They watched in silence as the remains slowly turned to ash, carried away by the gentle caress of the wind. All right, let's press on. It seems we're nearing Abyssner's personal base. Be prepared for additional bodies of water, maybe even an entire ocean to cross, Roygun cautioned, and the two dragon sisters nodded in unison, their readiness evident. I'm ready to chew gum and kick ass. And I'm all out of ass to kick. Ine declared triumphantly after dispatching yet another enemy. She teamed up with Rias, Aquino, and Rainier, who, in the distance, had also triumphed over a horde of creatures that appeared around them. The area they had teleported to could be described as an entire landmass dedicated to Graves, a literal graveyard continent. Tombstones dotted the landscape. Dead trees stood as solemn witnesses. Mutated crows circled above, and dilapidated buildings added to the eerie ambience. Fortunately, Ine's group, seasoned in confronting such unsettling environments, faced the grim surroundings with stoic resolve. The presence of headstones and the desolate atmosphere didn't faze them as they efficiently dealt with their enemies. I'm surprised we haven't stumbled upon zombies or something, Ine remarked, flying back to her companions. Rainier shot her a peculiar look. Do you really want something so cliché to happen? She questioned, a hint of skepticism in her tone. Yeah, I want like a giant zombie to appear and be, I don't know, God class or something. Would have to team up and take it down. Ine exclaimed with enthusiasm. Observing the reactions of her companions, she tilted her head and inquired, What's up, guys? Why are you looking at me like that? Aquino couldn't contain her amusement as she giggled and pointed behind Ine. As she turned around, Ine was met with the sight of a colossal, zombie-like creature. Countless smaller entities they had battled had amalgamated into a towering monstrosity. Whoa, does this place grant wishes too? Ine quipped, laughter bubbling from her. Rainier approached, seizing Ine's head and applying pressure. Don't go jinxing everything here, do you hear me? Yes, old hag Rainier Sama. Ine shouted, only to have Rainier tighten her grip. Aya, I was joking. I'm Sully. All right, calm down, you too. Let's deal with that thing first before we proceed. Kuntor mentioned there's an artifact here that could be advantageous for the Resistance, Rhea stated, clapping her hands to emphasize the urgency. Rainier released her grip on Ine and added, oh, right that. It looks like a tambourine, right? What a weird thing to make an artifact. Aquino produced a small device, projecting a hologram of the artifact. Kuntor mentioned that Abyssner just tossed it here, seeing no value in it. However, it has the potential to have the time crops take to grow, typically reducing it from 90 days to 45 days. Given the extensive farming areas on the main planet of the Resistance, it could prove highly beneficial for all of us. But will it reach the entire area and space? Ine questioned, simultaneously launching a ball of light towards the towering zombie-like creature. Ine's attack struck the zombie-like creature, tearing a substantial hole in its stomach. However, any sense of victory was short-lived as the creature swiftly regenerated, replacing the damaged portion with new, zombie-like enemies. Witnessing this, Ine placed her hands on her hips and tapped her foot in dissatisfaction. It will once Kuntor or Aaron makes modifications to it. But for now, in its current state, it won't cover even a quarter of the area, Aquino explained, stowing the device back into her ring. Upgrades, people upgrades, Ine exclaimed, conjuring countless balls of light around them. With a swift motion, she launched them towards the colossal foe. This time, the resulting explosion was significantly larger, obliterating a substantial chunk of the desolate landscape. Oh, come on. I added anti-healing to that. Ine shouted in frustration as the colossal entity mended itself once again. I don't think it has anything to do with healing, Ine. That has to be just those things infinitely coming out of the ground, Rainier remarked. A realization struck her, and she pondered, wait, the ground? Taking action, she aimed a ball of light towards the ground and unleashed it. Aquino, Rias, and Ine swiftly ascended to avoid the impending attack. The ground beneath them erupted, revealing a sizable chamber with a peculiar glowing orb that continuously spawned the unending horde of zombie-like enemies. Oh my god, they are zombies! Someone get the camera! Ine exclaimed with glee, retrieving her phone and recording a brief video of the orb and its ceaseless zombie creations. Rainier facepalmed, expressing her exasperation. It's like we're dealing with a child. Didn't Grafia discipline her? Rias offered an explanation. It's precisely because Grafia disciplines her that she acts like this when she's not within earshot. Aquino chimed in. Ine has been on her own for most of her life. She had to be an adult and was forced to skip out on her childhood and teenage years. So her acting like this makes more sense. Although she does take a bit far at times, They observed Ine, now hurling hundreds of light spears at the monster, her playful demeanor contrasting with the gravity of the situation. Rainier, still unconvinced, remarked, the rest of us didn't exactly have a happy childhood either, but we're not acting like that. Aquino, adopting a more serious tone, called out, Rainier, with a touch of unease. Rainier turned her attention to Aquino, prompting her to continue. Do you plan on having children with Aaron? Ashul? Where's this suddenly coming from? Rainier asked, a noticeable blush coloring her cheeks. Rias also regarded her friend and queen with a questioning expression. Just answer me. Please, Aquino insisted, maintaining her serious demeanor. Well, yeah, I guess I do. Why are you asking? Rainier responded, her curiosity evident in her reply. Do you want your child to have a past like yours? Or do you want to make a better one for them? Aquino's question left Rainier momentarily speechless. Aquino continued, drawing a comparison with Ine. It's like with Ine. She's older than Rias and me, but younger than you. Yet, she's experienced the same, if not more, loss and isolation than the rest of us. In a way, she's still a child in an adult's body, given that she was alone, unlike us. I had Rias and the rest of the Gremory peerage, and you had the Grigori along with your previous group. Ine had no one. She was provided with food and necessities to survive, but more or less had no one to interact with, Aquino explained, shedding light on Ine's unique circumstances. Aquino smiled and redirected her attention to the colossal monstrosity. She raised her arm, and holy lightning crackled around it. An immense bolt of lightning descended from the skies, striking the giant enemy and leaving it momentarily stunned. We can talk about this another time, but I hope you can understand why Ine acts like that from time to time, and also we're both hybrids since she's the daughter of Kokabeel, Aquino revealed. Rainier thought to herself, oh right, I heard about that. She's that asshole's kid, huh? But she doesn't seem bothered by it. I should ask her about it again. At the time, we were still getting to know each other, and she felt a bit dismissive about it. Rias offered a smile before conjuring several balls of power of destruction. She unleashed half of them on the monster in front of them, and the remaining on the glowing orb beneath. The section of the monster that Rias targeted didn't regenerate, as she ensured that the other zombie-like creatures couldn't breach it anymore. Balls of destruction hovered around, forming a protective barrier to prevent their reconvergence. Simultaneously, the targeted orb showed signs of damage, but wasn't completely obliterated by her attack, surprising Rias. I would appreciate it if you didn't destroy this magnificent object, kind intruders, a voice echoed, drawing everyone's attention. The source was a wolf monster with pristine white fur, adorned in sophisticated noble attire with a jacket draped behind him and a cane in his left hand. Rounded sunglasses shielded his eyes, and a golden metallic jaw added an intriguing touch to his appearance. "Who are you?" Aquino inquired, her gaze fixed on him. "Quite a fierce glare you have there, young lady." "I am Liadwick, the owner of this tranquil place you recently destroyed." He introduced himself with a bow. "So you're one of Abyssner's subordinates?" Rainier inquired. Contrary to their expectations, Liadwick shook his head. "I was captured for this device, as it was created by me and a friend of mine. It started as a joke and turned into this powerful contraption. One day, Lady Fumara found out about it and asked for it. My friend refused and was killed." Liadwick cast his gaze to the ground, his expression filled with guilt. "I am and was a coward. I didn't want to face death, so I accepted and was put here to keep working on it. However, I have delayed it over and over again, slowly progressing towards completion. But now, Lady Fumara is getting restless, as she thinks it will aid her in reawakening Magnum Tenebrosum. So they're forcing you to work on it?" Rias inquired, and Liadwick nodded solemnly. "I wish to join the resistance, but my life and soul are tied to this contraption. Once I complete it, I will die, but if it gets destroyed, I will also die. I lose regardless of what happens. But I implore you, please destroy it, as I see nothing good coming out of it," Liadwick pleaded. Rias pressed further, asking, "Why does Fumara think it will help reawaken the Outer God? My friend, Kielzen, was the one who made the blueprints for this and knew how it worked down to every part. I merely helped assemble it without asking too much about it. He was the brains between us, and I was the handyman," explained Liadwick. "So I'm sorry, I don't know how it truly works, but..." He pointed at the zombie-like monsters and explained, "I found these in a different universe and managed to input the necessary information to recreate them in mass. I don't know how it keeps running, but it feels like it has infinite energy." Aquino's eyes widened with realization. "Infinite energy? Wait, doesn't one of Abyssner's subordinates have infinite energy?" Her revelation struck a chord with the others, including Liadwick. "You don't mean Lady NOC," Liadwick began, but his words were cut short as a large purple hand pierced through his stomach. Shocked, he looked behind him to see a small portal had appeared, and the hand emerged from it. "You've run out of use, Liadwick. Go join your friend in the afterlife," said a woman's voice beyond the portal before the hand, and the rift disappeared. Liadwick fell to his knees, coughing up blood. His demise was sudden, a stark shift from his appearance as a potential ally. The group was left in shock, witnessing an abrupt turn of events. "I can't still," Liadwick attempted to utter, but his words were cut off. "No, you want," a voice echoed, and purple lines appeared all over Liadwick, sending shocks through his body. Despite the pain, he seemed to accept his fate. Turning his gaze towards Rias' group, frozen in shock, he pleaded, "Please stop this. I don't know what it can do, but a person with common sense knows it won't end well if left unchecked." In an eerie turn, Liadwick dispersed into purple particles, carried away by a chilling wind. The circular orb's light intensified, absorbing both the zombie-like entities and the giant merged creature. An explosion and a towering pillar of purple light erupted from the spot where everything merged, visible across the entire planet and from the spaceship where Aaron's group observed. As the aftermath subsided, a colossal monster loomed before them. It surpassed the size of the previous creature by 20-fold, its body a bizarre combination of bones and eerie purple flesh. Clutched in its hands was a purple crystal emitting strange energy. "This is Aaron. That thing is modeled after a monster from a different universe. Be careful, but you guys can still defeat it. The crystal it has is its weak point. Aim for it. You don't need to worry about capturing it or anything. Just kill it." Aaron's voice echoed in their minds, providing crucial information for the impending battle. "We didn't know him for too long, but it's better to carry out his wishes, right? Let's kick this thing's ass," Ine declared, a note of seriousness in her normally playful tone. Channeling even more power, she manifested 16 wings, half fallen angel wings and half Tengu wings. Without hesitation, Ine aimed her hand towards the crystal and unleashed a barrage of blue flames and light attacks. The giant monster responded by shaking the crystal in its hand, creating a strange yet oddly soothing sound. Subsequently, large purple energy beams shot forth from the crystal, intercepting Ine's attacks. To her surprise, the beams transformed into massive mouths, devouring her attacks and continuing towards the group. "Looks like it can eat our attacks. Since it's designed from a different universe, we need to find out its weakness first. Fire different attacks at it and inform us what works and what doesn't," Rias ordered. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Aquino took the lead. She launched normal lightning, demonic lightning, and holy lightning at the enemy. To her surprise, the colossal monster managed to dodge all her attacks. "I think it's weak to lightning. It avoided my attacks." Aquino relayed her observation to the rest of the group. Armed with the newfound knowledge about the monster's weakness, everyone unleashed a barrage of lightning attacks. However, the colossal creature swiftly evaded the attacks or used its crystal to conjure large shields, blocking the incoming lightning. The crystal then emitted a piercing shriek, destroying several ruined buildings around them. Suddenly, smaller versions of the monster emerged from the ground, approximately 15 of them, dashing towards Rias' group. Ine conjured a large axe made of water and swung it at the summoned monsters. 5 out of the 15 were swiftly vanquished, but the others managed to evade the attack and continued their relentless advance. In response, Rias clicked her fingers, conjuring minuscule balls of power of destruction. She sent them hurtling towards the approaching enemies. These tiny orbs went unnoticed by the monsters until they made contact. Upon impact, they rapidly expanded, obliterating the remaining foes and halting their advance. "It looks like it can't defend against my power of destruction. Aquino, let's defeat it." "Rainier, Ine, please provide us support," relayed Rias. "Roger that," exclaimed Ine. "Fine, responded Roinare." Rias and Aquino soared towards the monster, while Ine and Rainier provided continuous support with their light attacks. The monster attempted to strike Rias and Aquino with its free hand, but a barrage of lightning attacks swiftly intercepted, obliterating its hand. The monster shrieked in pain and frustration. Raising its bony, purple tail into the sky behind it, it conjured a large ball of purple energy and launched it towards Rias and Aquino. Just before impact, Rias raised her hand and fired a small ball of power of destruction, infusing it with demonic lightning. Her attack collided with the purple ball, and the demonic lightning obliterated it. The subsequent impact of the power of destruction struck the monster's face, tearing away a substantial chunk. Despite the group's relentless attacks, the enormous monster persisted, launching even more purple energy balls towards them. Rias skillfully dealt with the projectiles, intercepting and neutralizing each one. Once they closed in on the colossal creature, Rias and Aquino unleashed a coordinated attack. Bringing her hands together, Aquino conjured a large holy lightning halberd and hurled it at the monster, the weapon striking with formidable force. Yet the assault didn't end there. The holy lightning halberd split into smaller lightning chunks, which rolled down the monster's body, continuously shocking it. Simultaneously, Rias aimed her fingers at the creature, firing small bullets of power of destruction, gradually wearing down its colossal form. Unexpectedly, the monster responded by raising the crystal while still being shocked. It transformed the crystal into a sword and swung it down in front of it, slicing through the land and creating an enormous crevice that scarred that part of the planet. "Whoa! Be careful, mister, you might hit someone with that," exclaimed Ine as she created lightning using her jujitsu and magic, hurling it towards the monster. "Like ITLL, listen to us," replied Rainier. She conjured chains made of light, which grabbed onto the monster's legs, restraining its movements. "That should keep in place. Kill it already before it transforms or something. If you say that, it'll jinx us," Ine replied, grinning at Rainier, who shot her a threatening look. Yet, after their banter, the monster abruptly slammed its arms into the ground, unleashing a wild shriek. The crystal it held remained suspended in the sky, intensifying its light. Enormous bones and dense purple pillars erupted from the ground, aimed directly at Rias' group, adding a new layer of complexity to the already challenging battle. Rias maintained her position, shrouding her body with power of destruction, effectively neutralizing the incoming attacks aimed at her. Meanwhile, Aquino and the rest skillfully evaded the pillars, subsequently destroying them with lightning attacks once they moved a safe distance away from the monster. With calculated precision, Rias aimed her hand at the creature, unleashing 4 balls of power of destruction that obliterated large chunks of the monster. A look of shock crossed the monster's face, seemingly expecting its own body parts to regenerate, only to be met with the realization that they did not. The strategic insight dawned on Rias. Whatever it did, it expected its own body to heal, unlike earlier. Did it turn that crystal into some kind of healing pillar? If so, then using the anti-healing technique after its transformation was a wise choice, she pondered. "Let's end it then," announced Rias. "I had wanted to try to do something to bring back Lydwick, but it seems like only Aaron, Kuntuar, or Azathoth can do it right now." She aimed her hand at the monster once again, conjuring another ball of destruction. This time, Rias heightened the power, causing the ball to radiate a mix of usual crimson and jet black aura reminiscent of Aaron, along with streaks of yellow lightning. The attack also incorporated anti-healing and anti-regeneration elements, ensuring the monster wouldn't come back. It was an advanced version of her Extinguished Star technique, a lethal combination of destructive forces. The monster, despite its futile attempts to move, remained restrained by Raynar's earlier chains. However, it opted for a last-ditch effort, opening its mouth and raising its tail to gather even more energy. 2 gigantean balls of purple energy materialized before being unleashed in Rias' direction. The streams of energy merged, forming an even larger, more menacing one that tore through the air toward Rias. "Rias!" Ine couldn't help but shout in worry as she watched the attacks coming towards her friend. "It's fine," but Rias, calm and composed, reassured her. Pointing her extinguished star towards the incoming attack, she then fired the advanced technique towards it. Rias' attack sliced through the monster's attack, dismantling it and abruptly putting an end to the threat. Her attack then continued its trajectory, flying towards the monster and entering its chest. It expanded, growing to twice the size of the monster, swiftly obliterating it. The creature's body began to crumble away, signifying its end. Once Rias landed on the ground, she touched her transceiver and inquired, "Aaron, can we bring him back? Would he even want to come back?" "I doubt he wants to. It's not over yet. That thing was just stolen," replied Aaron. "Eh." Rias looked back at the spot where the sphere was and found that the rest of it was missing. "But it was just here," she exclaimed in a panic, but quickly composed herself. "Was it that woman?" she asked Aaron. "More than likely. If you want to face her, go with Limber, since she knows her. I can inform her about meeting up with you," replied Aaron. Rias cast a glance over her shoulder, finding unanimous agreement within her group. Ine, displaying solidarity, offered a salute that brought a subtle smile to Rias' face. "Please, I want to at least end her life, if Limber is fine with that." Rias voiced her thoughts. "It's bound to be more complicated than a straightforward confrontation. Have a conversation with her and reach a consensus." Having said that, "I'm on my way down." Aaron's voice resonated, and in an instant, he materialized beside Rias. His eyes fell on the sphere below, prompting him to leap down towards it. Amidst the wreckage of the room, he touched a fragment of the sphere, closing his eyes for a fleeting moment. Upon reopening them, he stood in contemplation, pondering something before leaping back up, only to be enthusiastically tackled by Aquino. Gently patting Aquino's head, he remarked, "They'll discuss it with him, but might be beneficial for you to join Limber now. She, alongside Roygun, Haru, and Yuru, is closest to Abyssner's stronghold. If you'd like, I can teleport you to Limber." "All right, we'll head to her." "Thank you," Rias acknowledged, and the group gathered around her. Aquino, however, seemed reluctant to leave Aaron's side, remaining in close proximity for a few extra moments. "Aquino," Rias called out to her friend. With a bit of a pout, Aquino finally separated from Aaron and joined the rest of the group. As they departed, Aaron overheard Rainier muttering something about not being the only one wanting to stay, eliciting a smile from him. He turned back to the sphere and leaped down to the chamber below. "Now, then, let's have a small chat, shall we, Kielzen?" he muttered, reaching out to the device and extracting a fragment of Kielzen's consciousness. A small, luminous blue orb materialized next to Aaron, fixing its gaze upon him. "Someone has finally contacted me. Is it safe to assume that things have gone awry?" "Formidable one?" inquired Kielzen. "Something like that. What can you tell me about this thing?" Aaron queried. "Whatever notions Fumara planted in your mind, it's not quite accurate. It's rather straightforward, and it might not necessarily contribute to awakening Magnum Tenebrosum. At the very least, it could potentially create a diminished replica of him, significantly weaker," elucidated Kielzen. He went on to explain, "This device essentially duplicates an item or person down to their molecular level and then reconstructs them. However, as I'm not the most powerful person in the world, I can only replicate the power to a certain extent. The power I've replicated was Fumara's, although not every copied item or entity will possess the same level of abilities as him. I made that alteration to prevent the possibility of an army of Fumara replicas becoming a reality. Fumara may have suspected that and altered it after I instructed her on its operation and subsequently killed me. Or she didn't suspect it, and it still functions on the same level. I am unsure. What has happened, Formidable One?" inquired Kielzen. Aaron pointed his finger at Kielzen, relaying the necessary information. "She hasn't suspected it, for better or worse. I believe her own greed has led her to believe that they can expedite the reawakening of Magnum Tenebrosum with it, for whatever reason she holds. Having said that, I have a question for you." "I see. So that's what happened so far. To think they would keep it here, of all places," Kielzen expressed with a tinge of disappointment. "What do you want to ask, Formidable One? Do you wish to come back to life?" Aaron posed the question. "I can bring you and Lydwick back to life. You both can return to the Resistance with us after today's operation." Kielzen contemplated the question, a silence stretching into what felt like an eternity. Finally, he responded, "If Lydwick is agreeable, Then I shall rejoin him in the realm of the living." Aaron chuckled in response, remarking, "You seem quite attached to him." "We were lovers before I met my demise," Keelzen revealed, catching Aaron off guard. "I see. I didn't expect that. Anyway, he'll bring his soul back, and you two can discuss it," Aaron informed him. He turned around, summoning Liadwick's soul before presenting it to Keelzen's consciousness. "Talk it out, and call me back when you're done," he instructed, then leaped back up to the surface. "What now, partner?" Drake asked. Aaron surveyed the scene, the echoes of battles reverberating across the planet. His attention shifted to the team deployed to Viritera Remetra, their mission underway. "The device they made is quite powerful. Maybe we can utilize it ourselves, creating our own army, or even just make replicas of fighters for training. Who knows? The possibilities are endless. It can even recreate items. I wonder if I use myself as a power source. We may be able to create anything we want," he mused, but then a furrow creased his brow. "It's powerful, way too powerful now that I think about it. If I were to be the power source, they'll more or less have my powers. We'll need to use someone else. I'll just make a replica of it for myself and put one in Sanctuary," he said, nodding to himself with a hint of contemplation. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, Liadwick's voice called out, drawing Aaron's attention. He gracefully descended and inquired, "Did you make your decision? What is it?" "Well, join the resistance. That's what we originally wanted to do. The whole reason for the creation of this device was for that purpose. Originally, we wanted to capture an Eradicator and have them become the power source for this and go from there, but reality wasn't kind to us," explained Liadwick. "I see. Then I'll bring you two back. I can create a replica of this. So we'll destroy for now. Is that fine with you?" Aaron asked, his tone reflecting a mix of understanding. "No need. Well, forge a superior one within the Resistance's stronghold, surpassing the current model. But, if my recollection serves me right, you mentioned in my memories that no Cethra has stolen the remaining devices and is utilizing them, fueled by her infinite energy. Am I correct?" inquired Keelzen. "Yes," affirmed Aaron. "Then please, end her and obliterate the contraption. Well, fashion a novel, enhanced iteration within the Resistance. But acquiring the essential materials will be imperative once more," elucidated Keelzen. "That's fine. I can procure the materials for you. If you need better components, consider it done." "Let me revive both of you for now," uttered Aaron, his hand making contact with the ground as he initiated the process of bringing the pair back to life. It took mere moments for Aaron to breathe life back into the duo, materializing their physical forms before him. What caught his attention was the intriguing contrast between Keelzen, now bearing a human semblance, and Liadwick, who retained his previous visage. Keelzen sported short, dark gray hair, and his eyes glowed a striking shade of red. His physique exuded a toned prowess, clad in a lengthy black coat, matching pants, and sturdy boots. The ensemble was completed with rounded sunglasses perched confidently. "You know, you look like a villain," Aaron remarked, his gaze fixed on Keelzen. Liadwick couldn't contain his amusement, erupting in a laughter as he affectionately patted Keelzen on the back, who responded with a wry smile directed at Aaron. "I get that a lot," Keelzen replied, a hand casually resting on the back of his head. "My personality is nothing close to my appearance, though. I am half what you call a vampire, so perhaps a damper?" "A damper, huh? I have a junior and a lover that are dampiers." "Anyway," remarked Aaron, tapping his head, and in an instant, Laronia materialized beside him. "You call boss?" Laronia inquired, his attention shifting to Liadwick and Keelzen. Aaron transmitted the necessary information to Laronia, who nodded in acknowledgement. Turning to the duo, he declared, "We'll transport you back to the Resistance's planet now. Take the time to recuperate. Provide me with a list of your requirements, and I'll ensure they're all gathered by tomorrow." Surprise briefly flickered across the faces of Keelzen and Liadwick, but they swiftly concurred and departed. Aaron leaped back to the surface, a casual flick of his hand obliterating the lingering sphere and the underground chamber. "Now then, where should I go?" He pondered, his gaze drifting towards the direction of the fated one. Aaron materialized at a specific location on the planet, surrounded by undulating mountainous terrain. The landscape featured hills and peaks, with rocky ground beneath his feet. Mere feet away stood the group comprising Velgrind, Rosweiss, Lavinia, Inu, Aoife, and Azathoth. As he observed them, realization dawned on him. Looking at them, it feels like the fated ones have expanded again after Rose, since Aoife and Azathoth are usually with these five, making them a regular seven, he mused. With purposeful steps, he approached the group, only to be met with a sharp turn from Velgrind, ready to attack until she recognized Aaron. Yo, he greeted them, hand raised in a casual gesture. Let's make our way to before he could finish. Lavinia and Aoife lunged at him and embraced him as their heads began rubbing against his chest. To Abyssner's base. We heard that Limber and Roygan's group are the closest to it, right? Suzaku inquired. Yeah, our group isn't too far from it either, but we are further away than those two. So let's make haste, said Aaron, swiftly catching up to the rest as Lavinia and Aoife continued to fawn over him. Earlier, Velgrind began, I felt something strange in the location of Ria's group. What was that about? Aaron nodded and proceeded to share the details of what he had discovered and the actions he had taken. We'll need to defeat No. We need to kill No-Cithra, or at least strip her of her powers. Rias could pull it off, but she'll need to inform Limber beforehand and then leave No-Cithra to me once she's captured, Aaron explained. You are going to put that machine in Sanctuary? Hasn't Contour only worked on it from time to time? Azathoth inquired. Aaron offered a reassuring smile to Azathoth and replied, You were preoccupied during those times, but we have been working on Sanctuary intermittently. It's making steady progress in becoming livable. Most rooms have been replicated from our home in Kuo, so it's already quite comfortable. We just need to add and adjust a few things to make it completely livable and sustainable. Do you plan on moving there in the future? Rosweiss questioned. Yeah, I want our family to move there. It will be the safest place in the Omniverse and beyond. After that, our home in Kuo and the Dimensional Gap. But I plan on giving our home in Kuo to our children in the future too, since they'll most likely want to go to Kuo for education. He explained. Is that so? Well, let's keep forging ahead. Velgrind suddenly exclaimed, striding away with the others, leaving Aaron momentarily perplexed. They're feeling a bit bashful, Aoife observed. Exactly, added Lavinia with a mischievous giggle. I mean, it's a natural part of life, right? I'm not sure why they're getting all flustered about it, mused Aaron. Some folks are just not ready for that kind of talk, you know? Suzaku and Danu seem fine with it, but Rose-chan, Velvel, and Azathoth seem a bit hesitant. Azathoth, in particular, seemed a bit off earlier, explained Lavinia. Well, fair point. Aaron shook his head. Let's put that on hold for now, and maybe have a chat with Azathoth later. With that, he effortlessly lifted Lavinia and Aoife, placing them on his shoulders, and dashed ahead of the group. Onwards our steed, Lavinia declared, prompting a collective sigh from the others as they watched the trio revel in their childlike antics. Are you sure that they'll be good future parents? Velgrind asked incredulously. Keeping a bit of that youthful spirit isn't a bad idea, Velgrind. It's a positive thing, you know? Some adults tend to forget they were once children, even those who swore not to replicate their parents' or grandparents' mistakes. Yet, some end up falling into the same traps. Some manage to catch themselves and correct their course, while others are too blinded by the notion of being an adult. Suzaku explained. If you put it that way, then it might work, Velgrind replied, and they quickened their pace to catch up with Aaron. On the planet, Viritera Remetra Latia's group had integrated with the teams, exploring its vast terrain. Before departing the spaceship, Azathoth had generously offered to craft duplicates of their ship and clones of themselves, providing additional protection in space. In the event of any conflict, Latia would be promptly informed, allowing her to decide the appropriate course of action. This region of the planet is remarkably expansive, and it boasts numerous bodies of water, Latia observed. She aimed her ring at the water and utilized appraisal before delicately touching the water and sampling it, leaving her companions perplexed. "It's sweet." "Eh, seriously? Let me try," exclaimed Zhang Mei as she scooped up the water with her hands and took a sip. "Sweet? It tastes like coffee," she remarked, tilting her head in confusion. Other team members joined in tasting the water, each providing their interpretations, prompting Latia to contemplate its true nature. The landscape surrounding Latia's group consisted of colossal rectangular rocks stacked upon one another, some adorned with grassy platforms, and smaller rectangular rocks perched atop them. These unique structures stretched as far as their eyes could discern, emphasizing the vastness of the planet. Although they couldn't determine its exact size, it dwarfed Earth, aligning with the scale of other planets disclosed by members of DXD. Curiosity sparked. Latia addressed Astrid and Leovan. "Are the rocks here different from regular ones? What about these structures surrounding us?" Astrid, drawing upon vague rumors about this locale, replied, "I don't have precise details, but what we shared earlier remains true. Let's see." Astrid surveyed the surroundings, producing an orange knife from a ring. In a surprising move, she cut herself, drawing the attention of those around her. She then scooped up some water and drank it. "Tastes like coffee with honey. And here," she remarked, displaying her healing wound, a testament to the peculiar properties of this mysterious place. "The rocks here, as far as I can tell, are nothing special. They originate from the planet. And aside from the healing properties bestowed by the god, they're just ordinary rocks you can find anywhere. As for their peculiar shapes, I can only speculate that a Bisner or someone else shaped them into this form," elucidated Leovan. Quan Xinyue, a member of Zhang Mei's group and one of the few representatives from the Chinese pantheon accompanying DXD, suddenly gazed up at the tallest rock structure in their vicinity. Observing this, Zhang Mei inquired, "What's up, Quan Xinyue?" Liang Meiying, also directing her attention upward with a smile, explained, "Quan Xinyue can easily sense other life forces when she's calm, and I believe there's something or someone up there." Liang Meiying pointed towards the towering rock structure, prompting everyone to follow her finger and focus on the highest point in their surroundings. The atmosphere around them shifted, prompting Latia to issue swift commands. "We've already discussed our approach to this planet and the Abshin Purgers. All other groups, proceed with your missions. The rest, stay with me." Her instructions were met with quick agreement, and the teams dispersed accordingly. The individuals left behind included Latia, Astrid, Leovan, and Zhang Mei's group. Zhang Mei's team comprised only a handful of members, including Zhang Mei herself, Quan Xinyue, Liang Meiying, Tiamat, Quan Xiaoying, Oleander, and Elsha. In the tense moment, Tiamat's keen instincts kicked in, asserting it's a person I'm 99 sure of it. I've come across a lot of people over my life, and that isn't a beast or anything close to it. Suddenly, a formidable barrier enveloped them, its dark green hue casting an eerie atmosphere. A mysterious mist started to permeate the enclosed space. As the mist thickened, Oleander analyzed the situation, stating it's some kind of poison being deployed in this barrier. "They're trying to kill us with it or knock us out. I myself am immune to most poisons, but this is foreign to me." It was a wise suggestion from Aaron Sama to grant us immunity to all poisons, diseases, and toxins for this mission. Their bodies were quickly shrouded in a faint and pale silver aura, and the green mist had no effect on them. Intrigue rippled through the air as a woman's voice echoed. "Oh, now it's interesting. None of you are affected by this. I guess the resistance came prepared to face us. I better inform back Sikora, Cuckoo." The members of DXD looked up, spotting a woman floating above them. Her presence exuded an air of mystery and authority. She possessed long, curly green hair, complemented by striking green eyes. Adorned with green earrings and a necklace containing a tube filled with a mysterious green liquid, she wore a long white lab coat over a black shirt, paired with white pants and black heels. Brown gloves adorned her hands. With a mischievous chuckle, she remarked, I see little Leovan and Astrid, but the rest I haven't seen before." I see, they're from the Outer Gods group, aren't they?" "No, No, this won't do. I have to retreat. Otherwise, they'll be defeated, cuckoo, before gracefully disappearing, leaving behind an air of uncertainty and a trail of unanswered questions. The once impenetrable green barrier shattered, and the lingering mist dissipated into nothingness. As they surveyed the surroundings, Tiamat began. "She's gone." Her words were cut short by an enormous explosion that resonated through the area, emanating from the very spot where Quan Shinua had detected something. With urgency in their movements, they swiftly flew towards the epicenter. Upon arrival, Latia and the rest were met with a disheartening sight. The platform they touched down on revealed the remnants of a once-standing building, now reduced to ruins. Scattered among the debris were various pieces of equipment, remnants of experiments and research. Latia, wearing a frown, carefully examined the surroundings. This must have been her base or a temporary hideout, right? She was likely the presence Quan Shinua sensed earlier. If only we had acted quicker, we might have reached here in time to capture her, voiced Zhang Mei in frustration, the missed opportunity lingering in the air like a bitter aftertaste. No, she didn't get too far, Quan Xiaoying chimed in, diverting everyone's attention. With a reassuring smile, she revealed a small, nearly translucent string made of water. "I attached this to her before she left. If we follow it, we'll find out where she went." "Nice, Quan Xiaoying," Zhang Mei exclaimed, expressing her approval with a warm hug. "Zhang Mei, take your group and defeat her. I believe we can use her if we capture her. The rest, stay with me. I want to explore this place a bit more. If she spent an extended amount of time here, there must be other things hidden. But before you go, who is she?" "She seemed acquainted with you too," Latia inquired, turning her attention to Ilioven and Astrid. "I've never met her before," Ilioven asserted, "so I have no idea how she knew me. She's Spekion. I came across her once when I went to another planet to buy some supplies. I thought I had disguised myself well enough, but we faced off over there. She nearly killed me, but I managed to escape thanks to Branhar and Ramlar helping me," explained Astrid. Furrowing her brow, Astrid added, "I don't know how she knows you, though." "Zhang Mei, can you ask her how she knows Ilioven?" Saluting her, Zhang Mei responded, "Roger that. Let's go, team," before leaping away, following Quan Xiaoying's string of water. Latia, Ilioven, and Astrid found themselves alone in the aftermath, their comrades dispatched for various tasks. The trio set out to explore the area, curiosity guiding their steps. Before long, Ilioven signaled them from another platform, drawing their attention. He held up a peculiar flower, prompting Latia to crouch beside him for a closer look. With a thoughtful expression, she employed her ring's appraisal function, unraveling the mystery of the seemingly ordinary plant. "It's a lever, one of 12 scattered here. Pull it like this," Latia demonstrated, her fingers deftly mimicking the action. A subtle click echoed through the air. "This triggers a mechanism opening something. So, we're on a lever hunt now, huh?" Astrid quipped, her tone laced with a hint of amusement. Latia, however, was quick to provide a strategic approach. "Don't rely on appearances alone. Use your ring and necklace to detect the other levers. We need to be efficient. They shouldn't be too far from this spot, considering the mechanism's design. Let's find them and unravel the secret Spekion is concealing," Latia instructed, prompting the trio to disperse in search of the elusive levers. The search proved fruitful as they efficiently utilized their appraisal ability to locate 10 of the levers. However, the 11th lever remained elusive, leading to a sense of frustration among the trio. Running in circles and exploring every nook and cranny, they eventually found themselves back at the original rock structure's platform. "I can't find it. Where did she hide the last one?" Ilioven exclaimed in frustration, venting his disappointment by kicking at the grass beneath him. "Don't let it get to you, Ilioven. We'll uncover it eventually. She's done a good job hiding it. We need to keep our cool. It wouldn't be ideal if it takes us the entire day to find it," Astrid remarked, attempting to soothe Ilioven's frustration while grappling with her own sense of irritation. As Astrid and Ilioven stood there, processing the situation, Latia delved further into the interior of the decimated building. With her ring's appraisal in action, she meticulously scanned the surroundings until her discerning gaze landed on a discreet pot adorned with a solitary flower. A subtle smile adorned Latia's face. Astrid, Iliovan. Latia's triumphant call beckoned them, prompting the frustrated duo to swiftly converge on her location. Without uttering a single word, Latia unveiled her revelation, revealing the concealed pot. Wait, it was here all along? When the all-living fuck heck is this? Astrid exclaimed, refraining from venting her full frustration. Iliovan, acknowledging the unexpected cleverness of Speckheim's ruse, remarked, I have to admit, it was a shrewd move on her part. By making it seem like she obliterated everything, she effectively diverted our attention, preventing us from exploring this area initially. At last, Latia seized the moment, grasping the final lever with certainty. The platform quivered beneath their feet as the mechanism initiated its purpose. Without a second thought, Latia rallied her companions, urging, let's fly up. Whatever Speckheim concealed is likely housed within this structure. In seamless agreement, the trio swiftly departed the remnants of the disheveled building, soaring into the open sky. As they ascended, the one solid rock beneath them began its transformation, dissolving into obscurity. In its wake emerged an imposing, luminous green crystal, suspended in midair, a spectacle that left them befuddled and intrigued. Puzzled, they approached the colossal crystal, their confusion escalating. Iliovan, unable to contain his bewilderment, questioned, is this all she hid, a massive crystal? Astrid, ever the witty one, chimed in, perhaps it's part of her weird pastime? Yet, Latia, with a furrowed brow, silenced her companions. Activating her appraisal, she directed her gaze at the enigmatic crystal. A hushed tension filled the air as Latia's eyes scanned the information on her display. A single bead of sweat traced a path down her cheek, signaling an unexpected revelation. Iliovan, sensing the gravity of the moment, inquired, what's the matter? Is there something extraordinary about it? Latia's revelation hung in the air like a heavy mist, casting a new light on the mysterious crystal before them. She spoke with a measured tone. This crystal holds the body of the god, assisting in powering the planet, but her soul is absent. I suspect it resides within the core, the very heart of the planet. Astrid, unable to fathom the concept, questioned, body? But I don't see any semblance of a body in there. Latia explained, it likely fell victim to the destructive forces of Magnum Tenebrosum and Fumara. However, rather than obliteration, it seems they left a remnant that Speckheim, in her own way, is preserving. Perhaps she has some ulterior motive, Iliovan interjected, finishing Latia's thought, maybe an attempt to resurrect the goddess for her personal gain? Latia nodded, confirming the shared concern among them. Latia considered the options, weighing the potential dangers. She responded with something else, or it might be Abyssner attempting to harness this power for himself, instructing Speckheim to manage it. This is all speculative for now. Let's reach out to Aaron or Kuntwar later and seek their insights. But in the immediate, we should contact Jean-Mai's team. Astrid expressed deeper concerns. If Abyssner gains divinity through this, the repercussions could be severe. Who knows what might happen? Iliovan questioned their course of action. So, what do we do with this crystal? We can't simply abandon it. Someone might exploit it if we do. Latia made a decision. You two can leave. He'll stay and keep watch. After both operations conclude, he'll request Aaron's presence here. Iliovan hesitated. Are you sure? We could ask Aaron to address this immediately. With a confident assurance, Latia assured her comrades. Don't worry. I will remain here defending this place, all the while issuing careful instructions through the transceivers we have in this. She unveiled a bracelet, and with a commanding gesture, she cloaked the vicinity in an impenetrable barrier. Go join any team you want, and leave this to me, she reiterated. Reluctantly, the duo consented and faded from view. Latia then engaged her transceiver, inquiring, this is Latia. Jean-Mai, Can you hear me? Lottie, what's the matter? Whoa. Hey, watch it. Zhang Mai's voice resonated, tinged with astonishment. Swiftly, Latia relayed the intricacies of their discovery and the strategic plan. Zhang Mai's nervous chuckle echoed through the communication. No wonder. After we found her in her little lab, she quickly lost her shit. We also found her playing around with some green liquid. Unfortunately, we don't know what the hell it is. I'll tell you more about it once we have more information after we beat her, exclaimed Zhang Mai. All right, they'll leave it to you then, said Latia with a reassuring tone before redirecting her focus to the enigmatic crystal. Let's delve deeper and uncover the mysteries surrounding you, she muttered to herself, lifting her ring to examine the crystal more closely. Chapter 19, Part 4, Sisterly Oath. Crescendo in Crescent Sky's third-person point of view, Aurelia faced three enemies, a defiant smirk playing on her lips. Well, never thought I'd have the pleasure of tangling with a trio of his subordinates, she quipped, conjuring her greatsword and resting it casually upon her shoulder. The battleground was an abandoned city, a desolate landscape bearing the scars of time. Amid the ruins, countless foes had succumbed to her blade, leaving these final three as the last obstacles in her path. Aurelia, undeterred and determined, had attempted to extract information from the vanquished minions about the whereabouts of Abyssner's stronghold. Their uncooperative silence met with swift elimination, leaving only the trio of city leaders as her remaining targets. At the far end of the scene, Aurelia's gaze zeroed in on the leader, a woman stationed at the rear, perched nonchalantly on a dilapidated chair. Cascading waves of cobalt blue hair were gathered into a ponytail, framing her pink eyes that exuded a sense of calculated malice. Draped in a form-fitting black dress, adorned with a stark white coat, and sporting long red socks paired with ominous black heels, she commanded an air of sinister elegance. Gripped in her hand was a grimoire, a tome of magical knowledge, and adorning her hips were syringes filled with an array of vibrant liquids, a detail that piqued Aurelia's curiosity. The enemies in her immediate vicinity were the two strange-looking brutes. To her left, a humanoid entity of shadowy gray complexion loomed, its featureless face concealed in a mystifying shroud. A normal right arm contrasted sharply with its left, transformed into a menacing crescent blade. On Aurelia's right, a striking figure stood, a man dominated by hues of red. Clad in little more than a crimson loincloth, he bore an almost primal appearance. Fiery crimson hair framed a face with piercing red eyes devoid of pupils, accompanied by menacing horns that adorned his head and a sinuous tail that swayed with his movements. The defining feature, however, lay in his right arm, a colossal flaming gauntlet that blazed with an otherworldly intensity, a stark contrast to his normal-sized left arm. The command of the confrontation shifted as the blue-haired woman, positioned at the rear, issued orders. You two, dispose of her. She's left our city in ruins. It's truly disheartening, she declared with a touch of disdain. The man, identified as No Smike, resounded with enthusiasm, declaring, she's strong. The great No Smike shall revel in the battle against her. With swift precision, No Smike and the shadowy figure lunged at Aurelia. Their attacks synchronized. No Smike, fueled by the blazing gauntlet, hurled a fiery punch, while the gray entity swung its ominous crescent-shaped arm toward her. In response, Aurelia surveyed her opponents. Utilizing Observe through Food Chain, she identified the gray entity's name as Winlow, a detail that sparked a momentary curiosity. Unfazed, she swung her greatsword with practiced skill, a dance of lethal precision that erected a protective barrier of constant slashes. The onslaught was repelled, sending No Smike and Winlow crashing into opposite buildings. Aurelia's grin widened as her gaze fixed on the woman before her, now identified as Zesla after using Observe on her. Closing the distance, she continued her advance with a casual walk, unfazed by the recovering No Smike and Winlow, who charged back at her with seemingly minor damage. Once more, the assailants launched their attacks at Aurelia. But this time, she countered with a display of her aura, effortlessly halting their advance. What? Her aura can stop our attacks. Only Abyssner, Lady Fumara, and I've possessed such power. Is she truly on par with them? Nosmike exclaimed, shock evident in his voice. Aurelia, maintaining her confident grin, halted her advance and delivered a bold declaration. Your leaders are weak. With those words, she unleashed an even more potent wave of her aura, sending both Nosmike and Winlow hurtling away. A bead of sweat trickled down Zesla's cheek as she observed Aurelia's casual stroll. What in the world is with this woman? How can she wield such power? It's reminiscent of the aura I felt when I encountered Lady Fumara in the past. Could she be their leader? In an instant, Aurelia propelled herself towards Zesla, the sudden burst of speed sending the leader tumbling off her rusty perch. Reacting swiftly, Zesla raised her grimoire, activating a spell that summoned a multitude of vibrant insects of various hues. Silently commanding them, she directed the colorful swarm toward Aurelia. However, with a maniacal grin, Aurelia effortlessly sliced through the magical insects as they approached, leaving Zesla in stunned disbelief. How can you cut apart magic? She exclaimed, confusion etched across her face. Because I can, Aurelia replied matter-of-factly, her tone unwavering. Closing the distance with unparalleled speed, she appeared in front of Zesla, delivering a powerful kick to her face. The force of the impact sent Zesla hurtling through several buildings, leaving a trail of destruction in her wake. Nosmike, undeterred by the previous setback, surged back into action, leaping into the air with flames dancing around his crimson form. The intensity of his power amplified as the fiery shroud enveloped not only his body, but also his colossal gauntlet. You're worthy of my full power, he bellowed, the declaration resonating with unrestrained enthusiasm. With a primal scream, Nosmike propelled himself toward Aurelia, hurling his flaming gauntlet with formidable force. As the gauntlet hurtled through the air, an enormous fiery aura emanated from it, casting a blazing spectacle that covered the entire sky. The sheer intensity of Nosmike's attack caused the remaining structures in the vicinity to succumb to the scorching heat, melting away under his heat. Unfazed, Aurelia's grin widened, a silent acknowledgement of the challenge posed by Nosmike's unleashed might. I will acknowledge you as well. Nosmike, Aurelia declared, her greatsword raised as she unleashed an even more powerful aura. The clash intensified as Nosmike pressed forward, delivering a fiery punch aimed at Aurelia. In response, she swung her greatsword, and the weapons collided in a spectacular clash. To an onlooker, it seemed that their powers were evenly matched, but a closer inspection revealed the truth. Nosmike struggled against the force, while Aurelia stood unwavering. With a hint of sympathy in her expression, Aurelia spoke, "If only you were part of the resistance, I could have trained you to be something more." Alas, it was not meant to be. Before Nosmike could fully comprehend her words, his once mighty gauntlet shattered, and a colossal slash tore through the land. The world seemed to split in half, yet it remained intact, a testament to the controlled power of Aurelia. Tragically, Nosmike found himself severed in two, a swift and decisive end to his formidable presence. Unexpectedly, Winlow launched a surprise attack from behind, but Aurelia swiftly pivoted, catching the shadowy entity's crescent-shaped arm in a vice-like grip. A wicked grin adorned her face as she taunted, "Not bad, but you're going to need to be faster than that." Without hesitation, Aurelia thrust her fist through Winlow's chest, the decisive blow punctuating her superiority. With a powerful throw, she sent Winlow soaring into the sky. A fleeting moment before she retrieved her greatsword and unleashed a lethal slash that brought an end to the shadowy entity's existence. Turning her gaze to Zesla, who had attempted to flee the scene, Aurelia observed, "A coward until the end, huh?" Now that's not a good sight to see. She mumbled disapprovingly as she instantaneously appeared in front of Zesla, catching her off guard. "Why do you run?" Aurelia demanded, her eyes piercing into the retreating woman. Silent defiance lingered in Zesla's gaze as she refrained from verbal response, instead channeling her elemental powers into different attacks. Shapes and sizes varied as she unleashed a symphony of destructive forces towards Aurelia. The golden Rakshasa, unwavering, stood in the midst of the onslaught, her aura effortlessly nullifying or deflecting each elemental attack. Zesla, frustrated, clicked her tongue and swiftly retrieved several syringes. Tossing them into the air, they burst open, releasing their contents. From a concoction emerged humanoid elemental beings, each absorbing the liquid with unique characteristics. The beings evolved, growing in size and gaining bizarre animal-like attributes. 7 in total, they manifested peculiar traits: a tail adorned with venomous mouths, wings bearing hearts that pulsed intermittently, multiple eyes with diverse effects, and a wide-mouthed creature capable of devouring anything. The creatures charged at Aurelia, each unleashing their unique attacks. The one with venomous tails launched them towards her, and the mouths oozed venom. But with a swift and decisive swing, Aurelia cleaved the creature apart in a single slash. The creature, adorned with pulsating hearts, generated rapid vibrations, creating a localized attack. Utilizing its wings to accelerate, it surrounded itself with wind blades for added potency. However, Aurelia, undeterred, swiftly dispatched this foe as well. With her free hand extended, unleashing a barrage of golden blade attacks that obliterated the incoming attacks. Closing the distance with unparalleled speed, she dashed towards the elemental being, slicing it in two with a fluid motion. The creature, adorned with numerous eyes, triggered its powers in a synchronized display. An abrupt surge in gravity enveloped Aurelia, intensifying 100-fold. Her once agile movements now sluggishly navigated the altered forces, and a significant portion of her abilities found themselves sealed. Elemental hands emerged from the ground, seizing and ensnaring her in their ethereal grasp. With this, Zesla began to boast about her successful capture, only to be interrupted as Aurelia countered with a smirk. Unleashing an even greater surge of her aura and power, she shattered the elemental hands that bound her. That's not possible. How can you have power comparable to Lady Fumara? Are you the outer god they boast about? Zesla's fury was evident in her question. Aurelia scoffed dismissively. Me? The outer god? Please, I don't need such fancy titles to wield strength. But no, I am not. That's my master, she clarified before swiftly dispatching the remaining creatures under Zesla's command with a decisive swing of her greatsword. Aurelia executed a swift maneuver, reappearing behind Zesla in a blur of motion. Confusion etched across Zesla's face, but as she attempted to raise her hands in defense, the realization struck her arms were gone, severed and lying on the ground. Time seemed to struggle to catch up with Aurelia's rapid actions, blood spurting from the stumps where Zesla's arms once were. "Aya, my arms!" Zesla's horrified screams echoed, abruptly halted as Aurelia reappeared in front of her. The tip of her great sword rested against Zesla's throat, tilting her head upward. Snot and tears mingled on Zesla's face as she gazed up at Aurelia. "Wait, PL, please let me live. I can be useful. I can heal people with my synergies. I'll join the resistance and be a doctor," she pleaded, her voice quivering as Aurelia loomed over her. "I detest people like you. Your words are empty along with your actions. You ordered your comrades to attack me, but as soon as I land my first hit on you, you immediately ran away, leaving your comrades to fend for themselves. You're a coward through and through. What's to say you won't just abandon the resistance after they start losing to Fumara, or if another opportunity arises for you?" questioned Aurelia. Zesla struggled to formulate a response, but the words eluded her. A self-proclaimed genius throughout her life, she now confronted an insurmountable barrier that shattered her perception of invincibility. Encountering the first Eradicator, Raria, marked a turning point. With unwavering confidence, Zesla had challenged her, anticipating an effortless triumph. However, that fateful day revealed the harsh truth: she was a big fish in a small pond, ignorant of the vast ocean that awaited, an ocean she lacked the power to conquer. The encounter with Raria laid bare the limitations of her abilities, leaving Zesla to grapple with the humbling realization of her own inadequacy. Attempting to challenge two more Eradicators proved to be Zesla's gamble, and fortune favored her as they, benevolent on that particular day, spared her life. The culmination of her recklessness came when she faced Abyssner. In defeat, he, on a capricious whim, chose to spare her. Seizing the opportunity, Zesla requested to become his subordinate, an offer that amused Abyssner enough to grant her wish. Since then, she had existed under his dominion. Zesla's life, however, was a pattern woven with threads of deceit and lies. Her existence was characterized by exploiting others for personal gain and status. Confronted with her insignificance in the vast expanse of the universe, she adapted to this truth, molding her life around manipulation and self-interest. Over time, Zesla succumbed to a self-imposed delusion, convincing herself of a newfound strength. While there was a kernel of truth to this belief, the reality was that her growth had been incremental, merely ascending a few tiers rather than achieving a substantial rise in ranks, a deceptive semblance of progress that fueled false hope. Today marked the shattering of this illusion as Zesla confronted Aurelia Le Guin, only to suffer a resounding defeat. Her so-called comrades met a similar fate, effortlessly dispatched by Aurelia's prowess. In a final, desperate attempt at retaliation, Zesla unleashed her grimoire, conjuring a multitude of ice spears behind her. However, Aurelia swiftly countered, driving her greatsword into Zesla's neck and seamlessly severing her head in a single fluid motion. Aurelia's gaze lingered on Zesla's dissipating form, a sight that stirred a measure of surprise within her. However, she swiftly redirected her attention as a colossal eruption echoed in the distance. Roygun's group is over there. I can sense Rias's group, and Limber too. Did their group encounter something over there? I should Oh, Aurelia, you're there. Aaron's voice interrupted her thoughts. Turning around, she discovered him and the Fated Ones, accompanied by a few others. Aaron-sama, I didn't know you were here, Aurelia remarked, closing the distance between them with measured steps. Well, we were on our way to Abyssner's base, but stumbled upon you first. Didn't notice, did you? You were pretty close, you know? Aaron inquired, his casual tone accompanied by Lavinia and Aoife still perched on his shoulders, waving at Aurelia. No, I was preoccupied by my small battles here. They might pose a challenge to the less trained, but for me, it was quite easy, Aurelia responded. Her attention then shifted to the two women on Aaron's shoulders, and she inquired, and why might those two be on your shoulders? We just felt like it. Anyway, want to join us? Aaron proposed. Very well. Some company wouldn't be bad, Aurelia agreed as they embarked on their journey toward Abyssner's base. Take this. You assholes. Branther's thunderous bellow preceded a barrage of powerful slashes that swiftly dispatched his opponents. Branther-sama, I would advise against unleashing such devastating attacks regularly. We must preserve our strength and stamina, cautioned Ravel. Her advice met with laughter from Branthar. It's fine, little Princess Phoenix. I can fight for days on end, Branthar exclaimed, reveling in the thrill of battle. Their odd group comprised Ravel, Branthar, Sakutia, and Reiko. Despite their disparate backgrounds, they had navigated the unfamiliar terrain mostly unscathed. I sense something, announced Sakutia, prompting a halt from the entire group. There are two of them, and they're powerful, Branthar added, his demeanor shifting to a more serious expression. A sudden and colossal wave of ice hurtled towards their group, catching them off guard. Ravel swiftly countered, unleashing her own flames to melt the ice. Branthar instinctively took a step back, avoiding the imminent threat. However, the attacks didn't cease. A massive purple slash followed, aimed directly at them. This time, Reiko stepped forward, intercepting the attack with a powerful counterslash that resulted in a mini explosion in the air. I have an idea of who these two are. Pohayaku, the Heavenly Ice Emperor, and Farong, the Demonic Sword. They're both quite powerful and were rumored to join the Weiboros at some point, but declined their invitations, Sakutia explained. Branhar, let's face Farong. I have some matters to discuss with him, and perhaps, with a slim chance, convince him to join us, Sakutia proposed. Brantar, though puzzled, agreed, and in an instant, they vanished from scene. Ho ho ho! Who would have thought that man had betrayed us? He's certainly brave to do that, chuckled an old man's voice. Pohayaku appeared in front of Reiko and Ravel. His long white hair framed glowing blue eyes, and a scar marked the left side of his face. He wore a white cap adorned with silver stars, and a long furry coat billowed behind him, matching his white pants and brown shoes and gloves. Portions of his jaw were reconstructed with metal, lending him the appearance of a seasoned veteran. He tipped his hat to Ravel and Reiko. How do you do, ladies? In Pohayaku, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Now, then, he began, and ice began to manifest around him. Shall we get started? If you will humor me, Pohayaku-sama, may I ask some questions? Ravel inquired, sparking a glimmer of interest in Pohayaku's eyes. Not many stay composed in my presence, and you're quite respectful, so I will humor you. Go ahead, Pohayaku replied. Why did you join Fumara's organization? And why is she dead set on reawakening Magnum Tenebrosum? Ravel inquired, prompting laughter from Pohayaku. He shook his head and said, I can only answer one of those questions, little girl. The other is just speculation. Are you fine with that? Yes, replied Ravel. Pohayaku proceeded to explain, I joined because I lost everything. I was against Lady Fumara from the start, but they wiped out my planet, my people, my species, family, my son and wife. I lost everything. In the end, in a desperate attempt at something, I challenged Fumara and nearly lost my life. He gestured toward his closed eye. I lost my eye to her that day, acquiring this scar. However, instead of dealing the final blow, she extended an offer. Recognizing my heightened prowess compared to others of my kind, she promised to revive my family if I comply. And did she? Ravel inquired. Pohayaku affirmed with a nod. As long as I remain in their service, my family remains safe. Joining the resistance or any alternative is off the table. The consequences of defeat, capture, or death remain shrouded in uncertainty. Attempts to seek clarity were met with her insistence to keep silent. As long as I continue working for her, my family is spared from harm. He scratched the back of his head, pondering the question. Lady Fumara's desire to reawaken Magnum Tenebrosum has sparked various theories. The prevailing one suggests that a fragment of the entity has asserted control over Lady Fumara, initiating its own revival. He explained, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. With a scoff and a chuckle, he continued, then there are more outlandish speculations, like her being enamored with him. Some claim she intends to seize control of Magnum Tenebrosum and fuse him with her secret lover, aiming to dominate the multiverse in that odd manner. Absurd, isn't it? He added, a nonchalant shrug, as if acknowledging the whimsical nature of the theories. Ravel and Reiko exchanged uncertain glances, processing the information before Ravel broke the silence. Care to indulge me a bit more? Pohayaku, intrigued, nodded in agreement. What if we continue our conversation while engaging in a game of chess? The stakes? The winner gets the honor of ending the loser's life, proposed Ravel. In response, Pohayaku burst into laughter. I've never faced a challenge quite like this. It's refreshingly unique and unconventional, he remarked, taking a moment to consider the proposition seriously. Very well, I accept. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, after all. Ravel's smile widened as she snapped her fingers. A table materialized with a chess set, accompanied by 3 chairs. Let's have 3 rounds. The winner claims the loser's life. In case of draw, we'll play one more round to determine the ultimate victor. How does that sound? inquired Ravel. I'm absolutely okay with that. Go ahead and shoot your questions. Young lady, wait, what's your name? Inquired Pohayaku. I go by Ravel Phoenix, and this here is our Reiko tool, Reiko blurted out, cutting off Ravel while displaying a faint blush. Ravel fixed her gaze on Reiko, a momentary silence hanging in the air before she awkwardly coughed into her fist. Igrigajis, Stis Reiko. Shall be overseeing our match. Is that acceptable? Ravel inquired. A spectator works for me. All right then, let's get started, declared Pohayaku as the trio settled down, poised to kick off their intense chess showdown that could spell out the end for one of them. Sakudia, why have you betrayed us? Foring's question cut through the tense air, his sword met by the swift deflection of Branther's blade. Facing Forong with unwavering determination, Sakudia stood her ground at the rear. I was never part of Fumara's organization. I was merely a spy, planning to dismantle it from within. I have always been, and will always be, part of the resistance, he explained. Foring's brows furrowed in disbelief as he fixed a piercing gaze on Sakudia. Lady Fumara has brought prosperity to our universe. Your betrayal is unforgivable. Purple slashes filled the space as Forong launched an attack, countered by Branhar. However, the discrepancy in power was evident, as Branther's slashes crumbled upon collision. I'm here too, don't just ignore me. Branhar protested, charging towards Forong and clashing his greatsword against Foring's weapon. Weaklings have no right to be part of this conversation. Foring's roar echoed as he delivered a forceful kick to Branther's stomach, sending him sprawling away. I'm no weakling. Branther's defiant shout reverberated, and in an instant he closed the gap between them, catching Forong off guard. With a swift upward swing, Branhar compelled Forong to leap backward. To Foring's astonishment, the Branhar he saw was a mere afterimage. The real Branhar appeared behind him, driving his fist into Foring's back, sending him hurtling away. A triumphant smirk played on Branther's face as he raised his greatsword, enveloping it in an immense surge of purple energy before unleashing a powerful slash toward Forong. The slash tore through the air, but Forong, recovering mid-air, landed gracefully on the ground. With effortless precision, he cut through Branther's attack with his own sword. A contemplative gaze fixed on Branhar before Forong vanished, reappearing behind his opponent. Seizing the moment, Sakudia reappeared in front of Forong, deflecting a sword strike aimed at him. Forong, taken aback, barely had time to react before Sakudia's palm struck his chest with force, cracking the armor he wore and propelling him away. Watch your step, Branhar. Losing a leader in the resistance is a luxury we can't afford, Sakudia cautioned as he observed Forong rising from his position. Huh, you worry too much, Sakudia. I'm not planning on kicking the bucket anytime soon. What's got you so concerned? Branhar replied, adopting an air of indifference. I've mentioned this before. Both Forong and Pohayaku turned down invitations to join Weiboros. Personally, I'd rank them at 1 and 3, with Forong at 3 and Pohayaku at the top spot. Even Eccles admits uncertainty about her ability to surpass Pohayaku's mastery of ice manipulation, Sakudia explained. He doesn't strike me as all that power for being put at rank 3, Branhar retorted, seemingly underestimating Forong. That's because he hasn't taken us seriously yet. As I said, keep your guard up and don't let arrogance cloud your judgment, Sakudia warned, and reluctantly, Branhar acquiesced. A billowing dust cloud marked Foring's disappearance. He's on a move. Brace yourself, Sakudia's warning echoed, and within moments, the sky above them became a surreal spectacle with the sudden appearance of countless enormous purple dragons, their wings seemingly spanning the entire heavens. Branhar, stunned by the breathtaking display, could barely articulate his surprise. When we're moving, wreak as much havoc as you can, Sakudia commanded before seizing Branhar and snapping his fingers. In an instant, they soared into the sky, effortlessly evading the onslaught of purple dragons at supersonic speeds. Branhar focused on deflecting and obliterating the descending creatures, while any he missed were swiftly handled by Sakutia's unique ability, absolute territory, and imperceptible shield that surrounded him, deflecting or nullifying anything that came into contact with it. The purple dragons that brushed against the barrier met a swift demise, and with coordinated precision. They closed the gap between themselves and Farong, who remained rooted in place, fixing them with an unyielding gaze. With another snap of his fingers, Brantar and Sakutia appeared beside Farong. Brantar wasted no time, swinging his sword at Farong, only to have his attack expertly deflected. Meanwhile, Sakutia unleashed a barrage of unseen bullets from his fingertips, but Farong, ever vigilant, managed to deflect several, though a few found their mark, chipping away at his armor. "You're my natural enemy, Sakutia. Continuing this battle will only lead to my defeat, given your superior strength," Farong admitted, a hint of resignation in his voice. "However, your companion may not be as fortunate." Without warning, Farong swiftly closed the distance between himself and Sakutia, abruptly pushing Brantar out of Sakutia's grasp. Simultaneously, the very arm Farong used for the push was severed. As Brantar plummeted to the ground, Farong swiftly descended, thrusting his sword through Brantar's chest. However, the shock intensified as Brantar's chest, against all odds, clung to the blade, an unyielding determination preventing him from letting go. The battle maniac followed it up by seizing Farong in a bear hug. "Sakutia, do it now." Brantar's urgent plea pierced the chaotic atmosphere, but Sakutia hesitated, a moment of uncertainty clouding his resolve. "I said do it, damn it." Brantar's second shout pierced the air, prompting Sakutia to close his eyes, grappling with the impending decision. Raising his arm, Sakutia unleashed a black and white aura that shot skyward, transcending the atmosphere and shaping itself into a colossal axe. With a resolute swing, Sakutia directed the weapon downward, hurtling it toward the entwined figures of Brantar and Farong. "Gah, not like this, damn it." Faring's anguished scream echoed as he struggled futilely to escape Brantar's unyielding grip, hampered by the loss of his other arm. Brantar, a wry grin on his face, taunted Farong, "I ain't checking out just yet, but who knows about you, pretty boy." As Sakutia's devastating attack hurtled toward them, a barrier was quickly erected, encapsulating their area. The ensuing explosion enveloped the entire barrier, obliterating everything within its confines. Sakutia descended swiftly, only to discover the grim aftermath. Brantar and Farong lay severed, split in half by the force of the attack and the ensuing blast. However, Farong bore the brunt of the intended attack, and additional fragments of him scattered and descended to the remaining ground. Swiftly reacting, Sakutia seized the dismembered pieces of Brantar, reassembled them, and administered a slime pill. The separated segments of Brantar miraculously fused back together, and within moments his eyes widened, followed by hearty laughter punctuated by a cough that expelled a trace of blood. "I win. Hell yeah," he declared triumphantly before turning to Sakutia with a query. "You did make sure to use that item, right?" Sakutia offered a wry smile and nodded in affirmation. "I did, though I must say, that move of yours was beyond reckless. What if I hadn't packed a slime pill?" He chided, a note of exasperation in his voice. "I knew you had it covered." "You're not one to forget," Brantar reassured, giving Sakutia a hearty pat on the back, prompting a resigned sigh from his friend. Their attention then turned to Faring's scattered body parts, and to their astonishment, his head still showed signs of life. Landing beside it, they observed as Faring's eyes focused on them. An idiotic brute's plan actually worked. Who would have guessed the Resistance had such a bizarre item capable of healing even near-death situations? "My own healing abilities won't suffice. I cannot reattach my own limbs. Death awaits me soon," Farong admitted, accepting his inevitable fate. "We can extend a lifeline if you join our cause, Farong," Sakutia proposed, a hint of hope in his eyes. A sense of nostalgia flickered across Faring's expression. "That's a ship that sailed long ago. Perhaps in a different era, it might have held allure. But now, it just seems foolish, Farang admitted, his gaze drifting skyward. Listen, the resistance aims to liberate everyone, doesn't it? We're committed to it, Sakudia affirmed. Free Phonyan Foodie as well. I want my family there, even if they despise me. Set them free, he pleaded. In the past, my arrogance blinded me, or at least that's what I told myself. It was to protect them, but truthfully, it was mostly my arrogance. As the years rolled by, I came to grips with my own foolishness, but it also meant we weren't eradicated. If given the choice, I'd make the same decision again. After those words, Foring's eyes closed, marking his departure from the realm of the living. Branhar turned to Sakudia with a quizzical look and inquired, Phonyan Foodie is kind of like Hanazura Iron, right? But those planets aren't exactly on friendly terms, so why Branhar? It's akin to Sustia and Seenearth, the homelands of Radelia and Arundel. They harbor a deep-seated animosity rooted in their shared history, and the reality is far more intricate than you might imagine. We'll have to address those complexities once we bring peace to them, Sakudia explained. Glancing back at Foring's lifeless form, Sakudia added, that wasn't even his real name. He relinquished it when he joined Fumara's organization, so his family in Phonyan Foodie knows his true identity. We owe it to him to grant a proper burial. Sakudia swiftly ascended into the air and declared, let's rejoin Ravel and Reiko. Things have been unusually calm on their end since we departed. Roger that. Brantar responded with enthusiasm as the duo soared back to the location where their comrades awaited them. Upon their arrival, a surprising scene unfolded before Sakudia and Brantar. Ravel and Pohayaka sat, beads of sweat streaming down their faces, eyes fixated on a chessboard. Reiko sat beside them, wearing a strained smile. What's going on here? Sakudia inquired, approaching Reiko. Ravel proposed a chess game, not your usual match. They agreed to 3 rounds, and the current score is tied with 1 win each. The next victor takes it all, Reiko explained. Curious, Branhar asked, who's in the lead right now? At the moment, Ravel has the upper hand, but it's a precarious situation. The tide can turn swiftly, hence the profuse sweating, Reiko replied. Casual conversations had long ceased between the competitors. Ravel had posed her questions, and Pohayaku had provided answers that appeased her curiosity. In their final match, attempts to sustain light banter fell by the wayside. The longer the game endured, the more intense the concentration required, and an overwhelming sense of panic set in. Pohayaku made his next move, prompting an even wider smile from Ravel. She responded swiftly, and the tension in the air thickened as they awaited Pohayaku's countermove. After a brief pause, Pohayaku made his move, but Ravel's response was swift, drawing a frustrated grunt from him. Not looking good for him, huh? Branhar ventured to ask, still somewhat perplexed by the intricacies of the chess match. However, neither Sakudia nor Reiko offered any response, as they too were ensnared by the unfolding battle on the chessboard. Pohayaku made another move, and with that his fate was sealed. Ravel released a sigh, puzzling everyone. With deliberate precision, she executed her final move. Checkmate, Pohayaku-sama. Huh? Wait, what? Pohayaku exclaimed, scrutinizing the board. Suddenly, realization dawned on him, and he clutched his head, letting out a scream of despair. Damn it! Collapsed on his chair, Pohayaku gazed up at the sky, resignation etched across his face. A deal's a deal. Go ahead and end me. I only wish I could have reached out to my family before this happened. Ravel approached him, dismissing his concerns with a reassuring tone. You don't need to fret, Pohayaku-sama. I gathered the specifics of your situation during our game and sought help from Aaron-sama. Why did you think I asked you questions about your personal life? Aaron? The outer god? What did you do? Pohayaku questioned, sitting back up and fixing his gaze on Ravel. With a smile, Ravel conjured a magic circle that revealed the Resistance's planet and the city of Ivory Ilum, where Pohayaku's wife and son resided. Aaron-sama has truly resurrected them, freeing them from Fumara's influence. Now, I'll ask you once more, will you join our cause? Ravel extended her hand, offering him a chance for a new allegiance. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Pohayaku remained fixated on the magic circle, seeking reassurance. "You're not playing with me, are you?" Ravel responded with sincerity. "Would you like to speak with him?" Pohayaku's head bobbed rapidly in agreement. Another magic circle materialized, connecting them with his family. Ravel spoke into the communication circle. "Hello, this is Ravel. I'm with your husband right now, and he wishes to speak to you." A hesitant voice echoed through the magical connection. "Hello, Pohayaku? We were suddenly teleported here and told by some strange man that we're safe. Did you join the resistance?" "We've been treated well the past few minutes," the woman conveyed, a trace of nervousness in her words. "Yinha, is whom with you?" Pohayaku exclaimed, his voice echoing with disbelief and joy, catching the woman on the other end off guard. "Why, yes, we're in our new home right now. It's quite spacious, so he's running around exploring. I'm in the kitchen preparing some tea to calm myself down," Yunha responded. Overwhelmed by the revelation, Pohayaku sank to the ground, releasing tired and incredulous chuckles as he stared at the sky. Concerned, Yunha inquired, "Pohayaku, is something wrong?" Unable to articulate his emotions, Pohayaku remained silent. Ravel took it upon herself to explain the situation to Yunha, who, in turn, chuckled awkwardly. Ravel assured her that she would soon be reunited with her husband. As the magic circle dissipated, the same insignia appeared on Pohayaku's chest, mirroring the marks Jalahad and Mietet had received. "Pohayaku-sama, what will be your answer?" Ravel inquired once more, and at last, Pohayaku turned his gaze back to her, a grin lighting up his face. "We just need to take down Abyssner's group and plan it, right? Imin, they'll join. Once they're safe, I don't care about Fumara anymore," Pohayaku exclaimed, rising to his feet with newfound determination. He then cast a curious glance at the insignia on his chest. "ITLL provide you with advantages and offer protection. Think of it as like a shock collar to keep me in line." "Yeah, I get it. He wants to ensure I'm not just speaking words to you and then planning a betrayal." "I understand," Pohayaku interrupted. Stretching his body, he added, "I'm used to it, but rest assured I'm not lying. Let's get this done." "Oh, wait. What about Viritera Remetra?" Pohayaku inquired. "We've assigned a separate team to liberate it. You can rest assured, both planets will be under our control after today. Or just one, if our plan is to obliterate this one," Ravel explained. "As far as I know, there's nothing special about this planet. It's just a lawless land where the strongest survive while the weak perish. Backstabbing is quite common here. With that in mind, what will your leader do? We're aware that Ferothos Prime and Shadenvar Makinara were destroyed by your group," Pohayaku remarked. "We've already made the decision to destroy this place. As you said, it holds no importance or value. It's a lawless terrain where betrayal is commonplace. As for Viritera Remetra, we're likely to keep it and incorporate it as another planet for the Resistance," Sakudia clarified. "Shall we make our way to Abyssner's base, then?" "The rest of our teams will converge there," Reiko proposed, and unanimous agreement resonated through the group. Inae's scream pierced the air as she unleashed a barrage of light balls towards their enemies. Limber rallied the group. "Everyone will be splitting up here. Rias and I will confront Nosithra, and the rest of you will hunt down the subordinates in this area." As she spoke, Limber efficiently took down another enemy nearby. Rias and her group, along with Limber, had reached the base of Abyssner's stronghold. The singular island was mostly surrounded by water and rock formations. A peculiar metallic tree trunk, emitting an eerie blue glow, stood amidst normal leafy foliage. Large rocks formed a protective barrier around the island. Aquino surveyed the surroundings and offered her strategy. "I can sense Roigun, Haru, and Yuru approaching this place too. We'll wait for them and form a plan afterward. You two go ahead." Her eyes scanned the sea beyond the transverse, anticipating the arrival of the additional forces. "All right, stay safe, and good luck," Rias conveyed as she and Limber set off. Rainier let out a sigh and remarked, "I'm sensing two people coming closer to us, so we might have to fight them." "Aquino, Can you go and meet up with Roygan's group and leave them to me and Ine? Aquino chuckled, noting Raynar's reluctance. It seems like you're not looking forward to fighting them. Raynar shifted her gaze and admitted, I always wanted to be strong, and now that it's happened, it feels so empty. But the new life Aaron gave me makes up for it, and it's a lot better than what I used to have. So, she blushed, turning away. I want to get back to everyone, so go already. Fufu, at least you're a lot more honest now, Raynar. But okay, you'll go and meet up with them, Aquino replied with a playful smile, flying away to join Roygun's group. Ine turned slowly to face Raynar and teased Sundara, but before she could react further, Raynar appeared instantly beside her, grabbing her head and tightening her grip. Awa, I'm sorry. It was a joke. That's them. They seem stupid, though, a voice commented nearby, drawing Raynar and Ine's attention. Two giant tree creatures stood before them. One towered above, muscular and wearing a stern expression. The other, smaller in stature, almost appeared feminine, but spoke with a deep, manly voice. That's them. Let's kill them, declared the taller tree creature. Lady Helona will be pleased if we kill them, added the smaller one. Without further ado, the two tree creatures lunged towards Ine and Raynar. The larger tree creature extended green metallic roots from his arm towards Raynar, who swiftly released Ine and countered with her own magic. The metallic roots, initially targeting Raynar, were swiftly ensnared in water, transforming into weights influenced by gravity magic and brought to the ground, leaving the tree creature disoriented. In a flash, Raynar appeared beside the creature, unleashing a point-blank light ball that obliterated a significant portion of Abyssner's home. Big bro, the younger tree creature exclaimed in horror. However, grief quickly transformed into rage as it lunged towards Raynar. Ine intervened, delivering a powerful knee to the creature's head, sending it sprawling. I'm your opponent, Ine declared, conjuring water axes using her yujitsu and launching them at the smaller tree creature. By the way, those things might regenerate since we're in their domain, she warned, hinting at the potential resilience of their adversaries. Raynar, noticing the tree creature beneath her beginning to repair itself with the surroundings, deduced a connection between the environment and its regenerative abilities. How? I destroyed a large part of this place. Unless, Raynar thought, glancing around. It was subtle, but she observed the environment aiding in the creature's repair. She clicked her tongue in frustration. That better work, then, she exclaimed, firing another blast at the tree monster beneath her. This time incorporating anti-healing and anti-regeneration measures to counteract its regenerative capabilities. Once the smoke dissipated, revealing the aftermath of Raynar's blast, it became evident that the tree creature had definitively halted its regeneration and was killed in the process. Raynar couldn't help but smirk at the success of her strategy. You know what to use to stop them from regenerating, Ine, she remarked. Roger, responded Ine, enveloping her body in 10k and soaring towards the younger tree creature, which had transformed its lower half into a trunk, firmly attached to the ground. Ine's fist lunged toward the creature, but it evaded by disappearing into the ground. To its surprise, when it reappeared within the enormous structure, Ine had closed the distance in an instant. Well, I can just follow your signature, silly little tree. Everyone has them, even the dead and spirits, Ine explained with a playful grin. In a swift motion, she slammed her fist into the creature's face, obliterating that section of the tree and bringing an end to its existence. Ine touched down on the ground just as Aquino and Roygun's group joined them. Fufu, that didn't take you too long, Aquino remarked with a smirk as she approached. Whoa, this place looks cool, Haru exclaimed. Right? Ine replied, exchanging high fives with both Haru and Yuru, although the latter was less energetic about it. But they weren't subordinates. They seemed more like summoned or created creatures by someone called Helona, explained Raynar. Helona? She has to be in, Haru began to say, but before he could finish, all of them were suddenly dragged into a portal, each transported to different parts of Abyssner's base. The mastermind behind the separation of Roy Gunn and Aquino's team was none other than Helona herself. From her vantage point in an underground section of the base, she watched their movements on her monitor and chuckled at her successful maneuver. Ah, it's always fun messing with would-be heroes. I'll have them slowly die to my little babies and have the others kill them if my babies fail to do it, Helona murmured to herself, reveling in her plans. Lady Helona, shall I go take care of some of them? Another voice asked, offering assistance in executing her malicious designs. Yes. Go kill that one with black hair, a ponytail, purple eyes, and uses lightning powers, ordered Helona. She just irks me for some reason. Perhaps she just threatens me on a level of just being a fellow woman, foo-foo. At once. When I kill her, do you need me to get rid of the rest? The other person asked. Yes, go after the arrogant one that killed my babies, then the pink-haired and horned thing, and afterward, you can choose who to go after. However, do not be upset if the others take care of them before you finish, said Helona. Yes, replied the voice before vanishing. Squinting at the multiple monitors, she said, now let's see how the resistance fares. Aquino surveyed her surroundings, finding herself forcibly teleported to an unknown location. Attempting to teleport out proved futile, as some external force interfered with her abilities to do so. While she could have forcefully overcome it, she opted to investigate the entity responsible for her sudden relocation. Suddenly, a substantial shadow materialized before Aquino, shaping into a cocoon that promptly burst open, revealing a man. Standing at a height of 58 with short black hair, gray eyes, and pronounced bags beneath them, he was clad in a black and purple robe, paired with a black and gold dress shirt, pants, and shoes. Gripped in his hand was a jet-black dagger that exuded malice. Who are you? Are you the one responsible for transporting me here? Are you Helona? Aquino began to inquire, but the man swiftly lunged at her with remarkable speed, compelling her to adeptly evade his sudden strike. Swiftly, Aquino pivoted, delivering a forceful blow with her lightning-infused foot aimed squarely at the man's back. To her surprise, he vanished into thin air, only to reappear at his original position in a mystifying display of agility. Narrowing her eyes, Aquino retaliated by launching a bolt of lightning toward him. The man effortlessly dodged the electrifying attack and counterattacked with even greater speed than before. Undeterred, Aquino harnessed what Aaron had referred to as hockey and incorporated it into her kick. This time, when her foot connected with the man, he was sent hurtling into the walls with a resounding crash. The unique hockey bestowed upon Aquino and a select few by Aaron was unlike Velgrind's, constituting a fusion of various energies, abilities, and skills from diverse universes and worlds. Essentially, it was one of Aaron's distinctive capabilities, enabling its users to influence individuals across different dimensions and realities. In a playful manner, Aaron had whimsically named it Universal Hockey or Omniversal Hockey, though he never formally assigned a name to it. He simply stuck to the term hockey. Its applications far exceeded what Aquino had initially showed. The man rose with a fierce expression, casting an engulfing shroud of jet-black darkness across the room. Stepping back, he disappeared from Aquino's view, only for a dagger to thrust toward her. To his astonishment, Aquino effortlessly sidestepped the attack, causing it to miss its mark. Seizing the opportunity, Aquino delivered a precise palm strike to the man's temple, sending him reeling and disoriented. Despite his attempt to recover, he was met with a bolt of lightning that jolted through him, causing convulsions on the spot. How? How can you anticipate my moves and land hits on me? He demanded, his anger seething. Why would I spill the beans? Aquino retorted with a mischievous grin. However, before the man could react, she reappeared in front of him, unleashing another potent lightning strike that sent shivers down his spine. A sadistic smile played on Aquino's lips as golden lightning crackled around her body. Now, let's talk business, she menacingly inquired, her tone carrying a hint of threat. Where's Helona located? I'd rather die than tell Argorg, Sidhu defiantly declared, prompting Aquino to channel lightning through his body, intensifying the shock. Undeterred, Aquino continued her interrogation. "How many more are in this place?" she asked, tilting her head and casually inspecting her ring. "Sedu-san? Sidhu's resistance faltered as another surge of electricity coursed through him, rendering him unable to evade Aquino's questions. I could keep this up for a while, you know. I find it quite enjoyable," Aquino purred, her eyes glinting with a golden fervor. After a few minutes had ticked away, Aquino Himejima settled into an earthen chair she had molded. In front of her, the man from earlier remained on his knees, his entire body charred, emitting the acrid scent of burnt flesh. Positioned beside him were two lithe, lightning-infused humanoid figures crafted by Aquino's holy lightning. In a relentless cycle, they took turns delivering electric shocks to the man each time he faltered or refused to provide the desired answers. As the minutes dragged on, the room filled with the sickening smell of singed flesh, and the man, though drooling and visibly weakened, clung to consciousness. "Sisen, it would be in our best interest if you cooperated," Aquino urged, her voice carrying a note of weariness. The man, however, offered a murmured refusal, prompting a resigned sigh from Aquino. "Let's try a different angle then. What's the reason for your unwavering loyalty to Helona? From what I gather, she seems rather indifferent to your existence." "Typically, individuals of her ilk exploit everyone around them for personal gain," Aquino remarked. "Wrong, you're wrong. Lady Helona cares for me. I am her favorite." The man wheezed in response. "Denial, huh? It's not the first time someone of your kind has given that sort of answer. It's rather pitiful, really," Aquino sighed. "If she cares so much, why not let her speak for herself? I have a feeling she's watching us, right?" Scanning the room, Aquino spotted a CCTV camera observing them. "Well, do you truly care for this man, Helona?" A communication portal materialized, and a woman's voice emanated from it. "No, he's not the first loyal sheep I've used, and he's certainly not the last. With that said, you've run out of use, Sidhu. This is where I say goodbye." As the communication portal vanished, Sidhu stared at the spot with a bewildered expression, a brief moment of confusion crossing his face. However, this fleeting confusion gave way to anguished screams and desperate shouts. "Why? I did everything for you. You were my everything. My world. I would kill even Lady Fumara for you." Sidhu's desperate cries echoed in the room, his thrashing abruptly subdued by Aquino's lightning-infused creation, intensifying his torment. "Well, will you answer my questions now?" Aquino inquired, but her query was met only with more cries and screams. Observing Sidhu's defeated state, she shook her head, rising from her chair and dismissing it with a wave. "It's no use. He's essentially given up on life." As Aquino reflected on the situation, she mused, "Truthfully, I think I'd have the same reaction if Aaron said something like that to me. Maybe I would have a complete mental break if my state from when he fell into a coma was anything to go by." Deep in thought, she distanced herself and unleashed a surge of power, obliterating the front of the room, creating a new exit. "Kill him," she coldly ordered her summoned beings, and the room filled with unsettling crunching sounds. Aquino then cast a fireball in Sidhu's direction before unsummoning her creatures, making sure she ended his life. "I'm coming for you, Helona," Aquino declared resolutely as she walked away, leaving behind the remnants of the once confined space. "Why are we stuck with each other?" Rainier questioned, casting a sidelong glance at Ine, who casually produced a cookie from her ring and nibbled on it like a squirrel. "We're besties, that's why," Ine replied nonchalantly, finishing the cookie. Rainier rolled her eyes in response and resumed scanning their surroundings. The environment resembled a dense jungle, with a multitude of trees stretching as far as the eye could see. However, an indiscernible stench lingered in the air, accompanied by an eerie green glow that permeated the surroundings. "This place feels like a swamp, but worse. That's definitely the smell of rotting corpses," Rainier remarked, her expression reflecting a mix of distaste and unease. I shall see corpses? Wait, how do you know that? Ine exclaimed, her eyes widening with surprise. I'm older than you and have been in more strange situations than you. I've come across my fair share of rotting corpses already, Rainier replied, a hint of solemnity in her tone. Memories of those moments lingered, unwelcome but vivid. Anyway, an enemy should be near us. They're doing their best to conceal their presence, but we can still sense them. Cuckoo! So you've made me think that you couldn't see me? You're quite the powerful woman, a man's voice chuckled, suddenly breaking the silence. A figure gracefully leaped from the shadows, landing on a tree in front of Rainier and Ine. The humanoid possessed long black hair streaked with ominous green, glowing eyes, and a head that resembled a helmet. Sharp ears adorned its sides, maintaining a similar complexion across its body, and a fox-like tail extended from its back. That thing's called Verolf, an assassin and something close to a wolf yokai in our world, Ine informed, having swiftly appraised their enemy, using her ring. Without hesitation, Ine launched a light spear at Verolf, prompting him to skillfully evade the attack. No honor from you, as expected of the scummy resistance. Doing whatever it takes to win, Verolf sneered with disdain, his voice carrying a tone of contempt. That's how fights are, you idiot. I like Aaron's take on the rules of fighting, Ine declared proudly. Oh, what does this Aaron fellow believe the rules are? Verolf inquired, displaying a genuine interest. Ine grinned mischievously and explained, there are no rules. Do anything to win, and if they cry about it, keep beating them up. Of course, this only applies to real battles and not tournament-regulated ones. Verolf's curiosity persisted, prompting him to ask, then what about war? Ine simply shrugged in response. I don't know. He never said, but I think he'd probably say the same thing. I mean, if you leave anyone alive, especially children, won't they just come back for revenge? You may as well finish them all off, Ine remarked casually, a perspective that left even Rainier visibly disturbed. As Ine shared her and Aaron's unconventional perspective on battle, Rainier found herself recalling some words that Aaron had once confided in her. I don't know. I guess in the 2 fights I remember having in my old life, I just blacked out during it. But after looking at them in a third-person perspective, after delving into my own memories, the best way I could describe it is me going into a berserker state. My body just moved on its own. Now thinking about it, it's kind of scary. I'm surprised I didn't kill someone by accident. Rainier couldn't help but feel a sense of concern. What the hell is he teaching her? I mean, he's younger, well, no, he's a lot older than most of us now, actually. But he can't just tell her to be a complete psychopath so that she can grow stronger, she mused while glancing at Ine. Disgusting. Verolf suddenly shouted, his outburst startling both Rainier and Ine. Verolf abruptly lunged toward Ine with clear killing intent, but she effortlessly sidestepped the attack. In response, Ine retaliated by firing a 2k bullet, which Verolf skillfully dodged, landing further away from them. His body then surged with a green aura as he crossed his arms, fixing a stern gaze on both Ine and Rainier. To have such barbaric beliefs, how can one call themselves a man? Verolf questioned, disdain coloring his words. You're just assuming you know Aaron's a man? Ine retorted, feigning anger and pointing an accusatory finger at Verolf. I am what of it? Verolf replied, undeterred by Ine's attempt to provoke him. Rainier, let's cancel him. Ine exclaimed enthusiastically before receiving a smack from Rainier. Enough with these stupid references. Even Aaron doesn't make as many. Rainier scolded, her patience wearing thin. A bit tear-eyed, Ine nodded in agreement. You didn't need to hit me, Geez disregarding the peculiar banter between Ine and Rainier. Verolf sternly declared, I was only going to defeat both of you and then bring you to Lord Abyssner. But after knowing how barbaric you two are, I have decided to kill you. Key of the Gods. First form. Earth, unlock, Verolf muttered, enveloping his entire body in an even thicker green aura. With newfound strength, he lunged towards both Rainier and Ine, his intentions clear. The velocity he used surpassed his earlier speed, compelling both participants to swiftly evade. Yet, his momentum didn't waver. He smoothly pivoted and set his sights on Ine with unwavering determination. Manifesting glowing, eagle-like entities tinted in vibrant green, he commanded them toward Ine. The emerald aviance descended rapidly upon Ine, prompting her to counter with a barrage of 10k-infused bullets that obliterated them in a spectacular display. Amidst the dissipating smoke, Varolf reappeared and hurled a punch at Ine, who adeptly redirected the force and countered with a swift kick. However, the mysterious humanoid displayed remarkable acrobatics, effortlessly maneuvering midair to evade her attack and gracefully alighting on the ground at a considerable distance. Activating her transceiver, Ine inquired with a hushed tone, "Do you think reasoning with him is still an option? Asking him to join us seems impossible, right? He harbors animosity towards both of us, so expecting him to lend an ear is pointless. Wrap it up quickly so we can make our exit. It feels like we're stuck underground, just a vibe, considering my fair share of subterranean experiences," Rainier responded in a subdued voice. With an air of cockiness, Varolf retorted, "If you're not coming, then Varolf's words were abruptly halted as Ine's fist, aglow with light aura, collided with his stomach. The impact sent him hurtling away, carving a substantial chunk of the terrain along with him. Thanks to Ine's powerful punch, their surroundings were revealed in vivid detail. I had a feeling. Are those giant pits filled with green liquid? Rainier questioned as she leaped over to get a closer look. Upon careful inspection, she recoiled in shock. It was a morbid reservoir teeming with decomposing corpses. The gruesome sight compelled her to take a step back, her expression twisted in dismay. What in the hell is this place? A frown creased Raynar's face as she recalled Darcel's sinister activities. Don't tell me this is his hunting ground? The one who brought us here forces his victims to face him in combat, and once he snuffs them out, he nonchalantly disposes of them in this disgusting pool. It's eerily reminiscent of what he used to do, she muttered to herself, the unsettling pieces of the puzzle falling into place. Darcel, the fallen angel whom Aaron had killed the previous year, shared the same gruesome pastime with Varolf. Following the successful demise of his targets, provided he had the consent to retain the bodies, Darcel would meticulously peel their skin and drain their corpses of blood. The peeled skin served as his disturbing trophies, carefully preserved, while the collected blood found its place in an expansive swimming pool. Over time, Darcel accumulated the crimson fluid, gradually transforming the pool into a grotesque reservoir. His odd habit was to swim in this disgusting creation. Only a select few were privy to this horrifying ritual, and Rainier herself inadvertently stumbled upon it once. The unsettling discovery shed light on the deep-seated hostility Darcel harbored towards her during their lone collaborative mission. No matter which universe you're in, it seems there will always be some twisted psychopaths, huh? Rainier murmured to herself, a tinge of contemplation in her tone. And to think I consider myself a bit unhinged before. Rainier shifted her gaze back to where Ine was engaged in a relentless aerial assault on Varolf, the peculiar creature seemingly powerless to counter her onslaught. A thoughtful expression crossed Raynar's face. Did she see what's in those pits? She pondered aloud. Normally, she's a bundle of joy even in the midst of battle. In the final act of the skirmish, Ine descended from above, bringing her arms together and delivering a devastating blow that sent Varolf crashing to the ground, carving out a sizable crater. Swiftly, Ine followed up by flying down and forcefully stomping her feet onto Varolf's chest, further shattering the ground and leaving a substantial crack in the newly formed crater. You label me as barbaric, but your deeds surpass even that accusation. Despite the fact that neither Aaron nor I have stooped to the level of the atrocities I described, Ine asserted with a stern and icy gaze fixed on Varolf. In a chillingly nonchalant manner, Varolf retorted, "The hunter and assassin revel in their pursuits and the rewards they reap. Lady Helena merely supplied me with the prey, and I indulged in their company. Survival of the fittest is the rule on our planet. After all, I've committed no wrongs, he stated, dismissing his injuries and meeting Inae's glare with a taunting grin. Varolf's power suddenly surged, forcing Inae to leap away. Varolf, undeterred, rose to his feet and assumed a focused stance. Key of the Gods, second form. Sky, unlock. Key of the Gods, third and final form. Heavens, unlock. He declared, his power intensifying with each unlocked form. An explosive surge of aura emanated from Varolf's being, accompanied by a swift and dramatic transformation. His once ebony body and hair underwent a startling metamorphosis, turning a pristine white. His eyes, once dark, now glowed with an ethereal blue hue. A peculiar cross appeared on his forehead, and behind him, a circle adorned with mysterious symbols manifested. The number of his tails multiplied from 1 to 6 in total. Wearing a confident smirk, Varolf proclaimed, with this form, I have reached true divinity. Only gods can defeat before he could complete his declaration. An unimaginably swift and dazzling fist struck Varolf's face with blinding speed. The impact dislocated his jaw and shattered his face, rendering him unable to access any healing or regenerative abilities. Varolf was sent hurtling away, crashing through multiple walls until he collided with a spacious metallic room. Inae gracefully landed at the entrance of the hole she had created, with Rainier following suit. She retorted, undeterred, I don't give a damn about your crappy new form. Despite his battered and bloodied face, Varolf managed a twisted grin and defiantly asserted, I am the master of this domain. What I say holds sway. That means my justice triumphs over yours. He crossed his arms, extending the middle finger with his right hand and twisting his left hand downward while also displaying his middle finger. With a sinister grin, he uttered Amplifica. In an instant, the entire room transformed into a blinding expanse of pure white, and countless spheres of gold and blue materialized all around them. Grinning triumphantly, Varolf began to declare, no one has ever escaped once again. Inae's knee unerringly struck Varolf's face, silencing him before he could complete his sentence. Confusion and bewilderment overcame Varolf as his Amplifica, intended to significantly slow down his targets, proved futile against Inae's elusive movements. Moreover, another supposed side effect of Amplifica was to subject its victims to unbearable pain, courtesy of the perceived divinity emanating from the technique. Typically, this would render them incapacitated and writhing in agony on the ground, stripping away any ability to retaliate. However, Inae and Rainier seemed strangely unaffected, standing defiantly in the midst of the blinding white landscape. Inae seamlessly followed her knee strike with a forceful kick to Varolf's face, sending him skidding across the ground. However, to everyone's surprise, he only slid a short distance before halting. As Inae landed gracefully, she fixed an intrigued gaze on the bewildered Varolf. Frustration etched across his face. Varolf exclaimed, how? You're supposed to be immobilized in this dimension. Inae, displaying a perplexed expression, questioned, huh? Was this place supposed to affect us? Her confusion mirrored, if not exceeded, Varolf's. Veins pulsated across Varolf's body as he shouted in frustration. This was designed to slow you down and render you helpless under the constant influx of divinity. How can mere mortals stand in my presence? Tilting her head, Inae nonchalantly responded, my boyfriend is an outer god. He, along with his subordinates, trained us under far more intense pressure and divinity. This is child's play. Rainier chimed in with a blank expression on her face. I regularly commune with an outer god, and am quite familiar with the taste of its divine essence. Also, the training part. Rainier's remark elicited a momentary reaction from Inae, who blushed slightly. Shaking it off, she refocused on the stunned Varolf, who seemed taken aback by the revelation. Moreover, this doesn't even feel like real divinity. It's almost fake. If you've truly been in the presence of genuine gods, you'd recognize the difference. I mean, Aaron does have goddesses in his harem, right? Ine turned to Rainier, who affirmed with a proud "That's right." With a triumphant grin, Ine pointed at Verolf and declared, "You're a fake. Even with that form, you didn't ascend to the true status of a deity. You're a fake." Faker. Verolf, holding his newfound form in high esteem, had received praise from many, often being hailed as possessing potential. In light of Ine's accusation, the revelation struck a nerve, challenging the very foundation of his perceived divinity. Verolf's sudden stomp summoned a large entity with radiant white wings, a glistening golden body, and a mask concealing its face, leaving only the mouth visible. A spear crafted from golden light materialized in the entity's hand as Verolf charged toward Ine, thrusting his hand menacingly. Simultaneously, the angel-like entity above Verolf mimicked the attack, thrusting its own spear toward Ine. With remarkable agility, she conjured a light spear in response, deftly parrying the colossal entity's thrust and deflecting Verolf's strike in one swift motion. Seizing the opportunity, Ine hurled her spear toward the angel-like being, only for it to pass through the entity as if it were an illusion, prompting a sinister grin from Verolf. Rainier, entering the fray, utilized the hockey technique, reminiscent of Aquino's earlier move. She delivered a powerful heel strike to the face of the giant angelic-like entity, shattering it and leaving Verolf further astounded. "Aaron should teach you this. Ask him about the hockey thing," Rainier advised, gracefully leaping back to observe Ine's continued engagement. "Okay," Ine responded enthusiastically. Swiftly, she struck Verolf with a well-timed elbow, sending him reeling. Without pause, Ine pursued, summoning a light spear and thrusting it into Verolf's shoulder, eliciting a pained grunt from him. Verolf's left arm pulsated with a luminous white aura, and he hurled a rapid punch toward Ine. Effortlessly, she redirected the attack, countering with a powerful headbutt that sent Verolf flying. Ine, undeterred, conjured thousands of magic circles and unleashed a barrage upon Verolf. The mysterious creature endured a relentless assault, with some attacks piercing his body while others exploded upon impact. Ine culminated the onslaught by creating a massive shield of light, commanding it downward to crush Verolf beneath its weight, flattening the ground around him. As Ine basked in the aftermath of her powerful strike, her instincts kicked in, alerting her to a presence behind her. Swiftly enveloping her body in 10k, she executed a precise elbow strike that connected with a battered and bloodied Verolf. He was once again blasted away, but stubbornly refused to stay down. "Ine, he seems to be unconscious and moving on instinct alone. Treat it like you're facing a wild beast now," advised Rainier. Verolf emitted a feral howl, surrounded by the merging forces of darkness and light. He charged toward Ine on all fours, resembling a predatory creature driven purely by instinct. As Ine readied herself for the impending clash, a fleeting memory played in her mind, a recollection from just before they departed their universe. A visit to Shifengu, her home in the Shinto pantheon, with Aaron by her side. They spent a joyous day with Ine's parents, both of her fathers. The atmosphere was filled with warmth, and Ine basked in the newfound acceptance and hero status she had earned in her homeland due to her valiant efforts during the attacks the previous year. While some older Tengus remained wary, the animosity toward her had largely dissipated. Returning to the throne room of SJB and Suresu after their visit, Ine's parents offered heartfelt advice. "What fun day, huh? You'll be leaving for that universe soon. Stay safe, okay?" SJB patted Ine on the head. Suresu added, "Don't stray and stay close to your team or the group you're assigned to. Follow Jean's instructions, okay?" I will. You don't need to be so worried. Geez," Ine playfully huffed. A solemn and serious expression settled on SJB's face as he addressed Ine. "You may need to take lives over there, Ine. Unlike the attacks here, you only incapacitated them. I also heard from Jean that you only captured most of the enemies you faced. Will you be able to do that? Take their life?" Inae's gaze shifted between SJB, Suresu, and then finally to Aaron, who met her with a solemn look. He's right, Inae. Well, you could get away with it here, as your teammates would finish them off for you, or because we needed to capture them in the Phantasma's universe. We'll need to mostly kill our enemies. Can you do it? Aaron inquired, laying bare the harsh reality of the challenges they might face in the new universe. Inae, meeting the question with unwavering honesty, replied, yes. Grafia and Reiko have been secretly training me and altering my mindset on it, considering they're also coming with DXD. Right? I want to spare them, but if they force me, then I can do it probably. That's good to know. Just make sure you don't hesitate, or else they'll see it. Trained fighters have a knack for it. After all, Aaron advised, emphasizing the importance of decisiveness. Inae narrowed her eyes as Virolf closed the distance, his claws now enveloped in a blend of light and darkness that mirrored his shrouded form. Reacting swiftly, Inae conjured daggers made of light and, using her jujitsu, coated them in ethereal blue flames. In a blur of speed surpassing the feral Virolf's reaction time, she reappeared behind him. Virolf, still locked in his prior motion, remained unaware as Inae swiftly executed her move. Within moments, his head was severed from his body, followed by his arms and legs. Virolf's body, along with the dismembered parts, finally met the ground, as if time had momentarily caught up with Inae's rapid actions. Upon hitting the ground, the remnants were swiftly engulfed in the blue flames, and the dimension that had ensnared them shattered, transporting them back to the expansive metallic room. The battle against the seemingly godly Virolf had reached a decisive and fiery conclusion. Inae glanced at her daggers before dismissing them with a shaky sigh. She turned away, reluctant to linger on the site of Virolf's dismembered remains. Approaching her, Rainier inquired, "You don't like it?" Inae responded, "Who likes taking lives? Maybe you've become numb to it, but I haven't. I don't understand evil people's way of thinking and how they can casually take lives, but like I said, I just have to get used to it." Rainier acknowledged, "Well, I don't like it per se, but I am used to it. It was just a way of life for me after all. I doubt many of us like it. The same with Aaron, but he knows it's a necessity since he can't save everyone nor convince them to change sides." "Yeah, it's a necessity, but where are we?" "Earlier, you mentioned that it might be an underground section?" Inae inquired, scanning their surroundings for clues. Rainier walked away, and Inae followed her to one of the ends of the metallic room. There, they discovered a few cubes. Rainier picked one up and instructed, "They mentioned to take these with us, so put some in your ring, and let's get out of here." Inae nodded and followed Rainier's guidance. As she stowed the cubes in her ring, Rainier looked up and shared, "In my time when I was part of the Cows Brigade, before it was turned into the Cows Order, I was on the run and hid in many places. A lot of them were in underground spaces like this, and I would just cover it with magic circles to prevent detection. You could say, I know the feeling when I'm underground." Rainier fell into a sudden silence, leaving Inae puzzled. Before Inae could voice her confusion, Rainier extended her hand and released a ball of light that fragmented into smaller projectiles, obliterating specific sections of the room. "W, what was that for?" Inae inquired, trying to make sense of Rainier's abrupt actions. Rainier scanned their surroundings and explained, "I had my suspicions earlier, but we were being monitored and watched. I did my best to neutralize those near-invisible cameras, making them unable to hear and see us. Since you defeated Virolf, I thought we didn't need to keep up the act anymore." "Wait, really? I didn't even notice." "I guess I was too distracted with that guy," Inae admitted. "Well, it doesn't matter now. I can sense the others in different parts of this place. Let's go regroup with them, and we can probably find the leader of this place," Rainier proposed, and the two of them set off. Haru and Yoru found themselves on a platform in the midst of what appeared to be an endless ocean. Surrounding them were several more of these black square platforms, and in the distance, a large monitor caught their attention. "This doesn't look like a bad place, does it?" Haru asked Yoru, both of them taking in their surroundings. Yoru, however, questioned, "Did they transport us out to the middle of the sea?" As they pondered their situation, a sudden announcement startled them both, emanating from an unknown source. The trial is about to begin, it declared. Once this trial is complete, you'll be allowed to face off against the champion. T-trial? CH champion? What? Haru stammered, seeking clarification, but the contraption seemed to ignore her. Complete this one and only trial reach the end as multiple forces and obstacles try to obstruct you. You'll be eliminated if you fall off the platforms or if killed. Good luck, it concluded, initiating a countdown that started at 10 seconds. We just have to do it, Haru, said Yuru, prompting a sigh from her sister. I guess so. Let's help each other pass these. I doubt they'll just let us fly through all, suggested Haru, and Yura nodded in agreement. As the countdown hit 0, a resounding horn marked the beginning of the event. Haru and Yoru ran forward, traversing the black square platforms that remained steady even on the water. Their unity was immediately tested as the first obstacles emerged. Large, swirling, tornado-like water monsters appeared all around them, lunging with hostile intent. Haru and Yoru shrouded their bodies with 10k, delivering powerful punches that obliterated the entities. However, due to the ocean surroundings, the creatures reappeared instantly, much to their annoyance. This'll be annoying, remarked Haru. Agreed Yoru, acknowledging the challenge that lay ahead. However, as Yoru glanced behind them, she witnessed one of the platforms being destroyed, prompting a shocked reaction as it didn't immediately come back. Urgently, Yoru tugged Haru's arm and pointed backward as they continued running. Will they come back? Haru inquired, expressing uncertainty. Yoru didn't have an answer either, but they had to press on. After dealing with more of the relentless water monsters, they reached a small island where the creatures wouldn't venture. A sign suddenly appeared, indicating resting zone, maximum stay, 1 minute, much to the sisters' irritation. Nonetheless, they observed the black platforms reappearing after a brief interval. If we somehow get knocked off, it'll be safe to come back since those platforms reappear. But the next question is, how many times are we allowed to fail before they punish us? Haru pondered, raising a critical concern about the consequences of potential failures. That's easy, Yoru confidently declared, earning a glance from Haru. We just don't fall or fail. Haru burst into laughter at Yoru's straightforward response. That's something Aaron would say, but you're right. We just have to get through this obstacle course thing in one go. All right, let's go. With determination, Haru and Yoru sprinted towards the other side. Their path immediately introduced new challenges in the form of colossal water monsters with 4 arms. The massive creatures swung their arms toward the dragon sisters, but Haru and Yoru expertly dodged the attacks. Additionally, they counterattacked by destroying the monsters' arms with their own powerful fists. However, as before, the monsters swiftly regenerated the damaged appendages. This section proved manageable for the sisters, and as they approached another island, the waters around them became more tumultuous, disrupting their steady progress. To their surprise, the monsters from the first part reappeared, joining forces with the new enemies to launch a relentless assault on Haru and Yoru. In a surprising turn of events, as Haru braced herself for retaliation against the relentless assault of water monsters, her sister Yoru suddenly scooped her up like a princess. In an almost otherworldly spectacle, Yoru glided forward, effortlessly phasing through the attacks with Haru in tow, leaving her sister astonished. Haru remained in her sister's arms as they gracefully passed through the rest of the attacks. Upon reaching the island, the display indicated they had 2 minutes to catch their breath. However, when Haru cast a glance back at the section they had just navigated, a very faint silvery and blue trail of mist trailed behind them, marking the path they had traversed. The extraordinary display left Haru in awe of Yoru's unexpected abilities. Haru, still caught up in the excitement of Yoru's unexpected ability, couldn't help but express her awe. What was that? That was cool. I didn't see that before. Yoru offered a faint smile in response. I didn't see your Amaterasu flames before either earlier, so I guess we held some secrets from each other, didn't we? But, to answer your question, Aaron gave me this. It's just a move I made with the ability. As they faced the second-to-last obstacle course, Yoru gazed ahead and continued, Haru is the sun, and I am the moon. I think having abilities close to those fits us, right? But just like those celestial bodies, we can exist without each other now, though in the past we couldn't. We have to thank Raijin-sama for this opportunity. If he hadn't suggested it, we would still be weak, Haru remarked as she stood beside Yoru. Let's go and finish this. Yoru replied, and both sisters swiftly dashed forward, greeted by a rain of green water. Acid, Haru shouted, instinctively shielding them with transparent red flames. More of those things from earlier in front. Yoru swiftly conjured two petite avian entities infused with her energy and directed them towards the menacing monsters. These bird-like creatures took flight, unleashing a barrage of crescent silver and blue slashes from their wings upon the approaching threats. The monsters, thwarted by the avian guardians from attacking the dragon sisters, retaliated by directing their attacks towards the birds. However, a sudden twist unfolded as one of the avian entities ceased its offensive and emitted a piercing shriek, generating a protective silver shield around them. The monster's attacks proved futile against this barrier. Yet the other bird continued its relentless attacks, finding a vulnerable path through the defenses. Nice move, Yoru, Haru exclaimed in admiration, their pace quickening once more as they pressed on. Reaching the midpoint of their journey, the dragon sisters found themselves aided by Yoru's avian companions. However, a fresh wave of enemies and challenges emerged, adding a new layer of complexity to their trial. The platforms beneath them levitated and began spiraling, accompanied by peculiar floating eyes that swiftly fixed their gaze upon the duo. The eerie eyes unleashed needle-thin projectiles, targeting the sisters with relentless precision. Haru, ever resourceful, countered the onslaught by summoning her fiery powers. A surge of flames formed a protective shield, melting the incoming needles before they could pose a threat. This is way too weird, right, Yoru? Haru exclaimed, their pathway taking unexpected twists as the platforms shifted orientation. They traversed sideways, upside down, sideways again, and then upright once more, the disorienting journey prompting Haru to express her discomfort. Oh my god, if this continues, I'm going to hurl. Desperation tinged Haru's voice as she suggested, can't we just fly? Yet, Yoru's firm tug on her arm redirected her attention, revealing a barrier preventing the avian allies from following. Damn it. The sinister eyes reappeared, now sporting peculiar water-formed limbs. Unleashing a dual attack at the sisters, they attacked with watery onslaughts and needle-like projectiles. Yoru, with a calm determination, directed Haru to maintain the protective shield. Haru, keep the shield up, Yoru ordered in a hushed tone. Blades appeared on Yoru's arms as she swung them forward, unleashing crescent moon slashes. Haru's flames enveloped the slashing projectiles, creating a formidable synergy that deflected and sliced through the attacks with precision. The flames eradicated the watery attacks, while the crescent-shaped attacks, now unimpeded, found their mark on the eyeball monsters, swiftly bringing an end to their menacing presence. As the sisters approached the final stretch, they leaped off the platforms, landing wearily on the safety of the island. Exhausted and disoriented, Haru couldn't contain the discomfort any longer, dashing towards the water's edge to relieve her queasiness. She returned, visibly worse for wear, muttering about her disdain for the experience. Ugh, I hated that. I'm going to ask Aaron to make me not nauseous anymore, Haru grumbled, finding a spot on the ground to rest. Yoru, attempting to offer solace, assured her sister, only one more obstacle course, Haru, and then we'll confront the mastermind behind all of this. Haru, still recovering, issued a determined declaration, a dangerous glint in her eyes. If there's any more of those spiraling platforms, I'm going to incinerate them using my black flames. As the sisters embarked on the last segment of their trial, a sudden cry from Haru shattered the relative calm. Spiral black platforms. She screamed, her frustration echoing through the air. In a swift and forceful motion, Haru unleashed a punch ahead of them, summoning the formidable black flames of Amaterasu that consumed everything in their path. The very platforms they stood on succumbed to the destructive power, compelling Yoru to halt abruptly. With Haru's singular fiery strike, the landscape transformed. Cylindrical shapes were carved into the earth, water parted as if in submission, and the jet-black flames created an impassable barrier, preventing the once converging seas from reuniting. The sisters stood amidst the aftermath, a testament to the irreversibility of Haru's powerful attack. Breathing heavily, Haru exhaled a sigh of relief, declaring, "No more." Her complexion pallid, she strode forward with visible frustration, muttering grievances that Yoru struggled to discern. Quietly trailing behind, Yoru observed as the jet-black flames continued to pursue and eradicate any lingering creatures that dared to cross their path, a manifestation of Haru's vehement distaste for the harrowing spiral platforms. The wrathful flames left nothing in its wake, a testament to both the power and the lingering aversion harbored by the fiery sister. As they pressed forward, Yoru couldn't help but ponder the similarities between Haru's experience and Aaron's aversion to spiral staircases. Is this how Aaron feels about spiral staircases? She mused internally. He did say he didn't want to walk down any more of them. Will he never add any in Sanctuary? He did tell me that he instructed Antares not to include them in any of his homes or buildings. The sisters reached a spacious platform at the culmination of their trials, greeted by a colossal screen displaying the words, "Congratulations on passing the trials. You will be transported to the designated arena for the final battle." Another countdown initiated, marking the onset of 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I'm going to beat up the idiot who made those stupid platforms go into spirals over and over again, Haru grumbled, her frustration lingering from the challenging obstacles they had just conquered. Yoru, attempting to shift the focus, remarked, "It won't be long now, Haru. Let's just concentrate on what or who we'll face." But I didn't expect us to be transported here of all places. We're very far from the tree we were at. Yeah, I don't feel anyone else's energies or auras. I'm going to beat him up, I promise you, declared Haru, her determination unwavering as they braced themselves for the impending final battle. In the blink of an eye, the countdown concluded, and the sisters found themselves whisked away, transported to the undisclosed arena for the final battle. "Welk HAA!" Haru's scream cut through the welcoming words, a torrent of unrestrained fury propelling her towards their unsuspecting opponent. Her fist connected with a resounding impact, sending the figure hurtling backward. A powerful aftershock followed, rattling the entire arena and reducing the surroundings to ruins. "Hadu!" Yoru exclaimed, her astonishment evident as the dust settled, revealing the aftermath of her sister's abrupt onslaught. The once futuristic gladiator-style arena now lay in disarray, its metallic walls and seats marred by the destructive force unleashed. In the center of the chaos, the opponent, embedded on the wall, coughed up blood before collapsing to the ground. "Damn, lady, that was way too powerful. I can't even get up anymore," he mumbled, a clear acknowledgement of his defeat. Haru's overwhelming strength had left an indelible mark on the arena, and the battle had ended before it truly began. The defeated man, with his distinctive appearance, lay sprawled amidst the wreckage of the arena. Long black hair, green eyes, and an ensemble of white and black attire, including plant-patterned pants and metallic boots, painted a vivid picture of his defeated demeanor. A necklace adorned his neck, sporting a large circular pendant with a cross. "Are you the idiot who made those spiraling platforms?" Haru demanded, her frustration palpable. Yes," the man admitted tentatively. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Haru seized him by his collar, her arm adorned with jet-black flames that danced ominously. Her intense gaze bore into him, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Haru launched into a tirade, scolding the bewildered man for the challenging obstacles he had subjected them to. Observing the scene from a distance, Yuri utilized her ring's appraisal ability to gather information on the defeated opponent. He's a subordinate of someone called Halona, and he's powerful, but it seems like Haru already beat him. However, we're being watched from here. It feels like we're underground too, Yoru concluded, noting the mysterious elements surrounding their current location. A sudden burst of light emanated from the man's body, and a panicked expression flashed across his face. "Please let go and run away," he urgently exclaimed, catching Haru off guard. "I'm not done yet with my pleas. When the light comes, she's going to take control," he warned, his face draining of color. Summoning the last of his strength, he pushed Haru away just before the area around him erupted in a powerful explosion. What the hell?" Haru exclaimed, bewildered, as Yoru arrived beside her. As the smoke dissipated, the same young man stood there, but now his appearance had undergone a sinister transformation. His disheveled hair, half-moon-shaped pupils, and an ominous white aura exuding from his body signaled a malevolent change. "Kukuku, you shouldn't have done that. You filthy lizard," a woman's voice echoed from the man's mouth, revealing the unsettling truth that someone or something else now had control. "He's called Shiha, but now it says the name is Anha. I think a different soul resides inside of him. And now she's out," Yuru explained, her gaze fixed on the transformed man before them. Shiha, now Anha, licked his lips and menacingly declared, "I get to eat lizard tonight." The ominous tone hinted at the malevolent intent of the new entity that had taken control. The sisters braced themselves for the upcoming confrontation, knowing that the battle ahead had just taken a dark and unexpected turn. Chapter 19, Part 5. Time and time again, third-person point of view, why does it always go like this? She's not the first one to go crazy. Zhang Mei grumbled with irritation, navigating her team through the relentless onslaught unleashed by Spekion. A bizarre menagerie of creatures surrounded them, each one a twisted amalgamation of different animals. A centipede, sporting pterodactyl wings, seal eyes, and human limbs spat acidic attacks their way. A flaming worm, its mouth uttering human-like curses, added an extra layer of surreal danger. And then there was a giraffe, its teeth resembling those of a hippo, joining the bizarre parade of hybrids. Tiamat chimed in, offering her perspective. "I wouldn't say she's gone crazy, more like thoroughly annoyed by us." In the distance, Spekion wore a frown, observing her peculiar creations, engaging Zhang Mei's group. Her vexation stemmed from receiving unwelcome news. Word had gotten out that the levers were pulled, and the seal on the crystal containing the previous body of the goddess had been broken. Abyssner explicitly instructed me to keep this under wraps and safeguard it diligently. The fact that it's now uncovered. I'm facing certain doom if we don't emerge victorious today, Spekion mused, anxiety etched across her features. Her gaze shifted downward, contemplating the ground below. If they managed to breach the core, or were painstakingly extracting the goddess' most potent healing abilities from her soul, it'll be a devastating setback, akin to the loss of Ferotho's prime. Should we survive, Lady Fumara is sure to exact a punishment so severe it might rival the pain of our defeat. "I need a way out of this mess, a way to survive," Spekion muttered under her breath. The notion of aligning herself with the resistance briefly flitted through her mind, but uncertainty clouded her decision. Would they even accept her? Then a more audacious idea emerged, joining the outer god directly, becoming his personal subordinate. In Spekion's calculations, this path offered a chance at not just survival, but a life free from perpetual fear. It was undoubtedly a selfish move, and she acknowledged the slim likelihood of success. They'll likely demand proof that I'm not just playing both sides to report back to Lady Fumara. But if we do falter today, the Resistance's base won't matter. Becoming a double agent might be my only shot at survival. Once I disclose their location, Fumara will have no use for me. She'll simply dispose of me, Spekion contemplated, grappling with the high-stakes gamble she was considering. In the meantime, let's see if I can reclaim my crystal and turn the tables. If not, joining them might be the only way, Spec-Ion muttered to herself, a hint of desperation in her voice. She conjured small tubes filled with a vivid green liquid in her hands and tossed them towards the center of the room. The tubes burst open, giving birth to a trio of gooey green monsters that swiftly coated themselves in hardened scales, shells, and armor. One resembled a green mecha bristling with guns, another a ghastly figure with green liquid oozing ominously, and the last a massive dinosaur-like monster boasting impenetrable scales. "Get them," Spec-Ion commanded, stepping back. However, her retreat was abruptly halted as Quan Shinua, with an emotionless demeanor, held her spear to Spec-Ion's neck, freezing her in place. "Don't move, or your head goes flying," Quan Shinua had declared with chilling resolve. "Game over, huh? Retaliating now would mean I die, and I don't want that," thought Spec-Ion. Her creations charged toward Zhang Mei's group, but Spec-Ion wasn't taken aback by the swift resolution. Zhang Mei efficiently dispatched the armored monster. Tiamat reduced the gooey creature to ashes, and Liang Meiying, assisted by Quan Xiaoying, took down the dinosaur-like creature. "I didn't find anything, guys," reported Elsha as she rejoined the group in her boosted gear balance breaker armor. She removed her helmet, revealing a thoughtful expression on her face. "I doubt she kept any of her actual equipment here. Most of these seem unused. So, her real base must be somewhere else. Checkmate. Now spill the beans. Where are you hiding the good stuff?" Zhang Mei demanded, pointing her sword at Spec-Ion, who looked bewildered. "The good stuff? What are you talking about?" Spec-Ion stammered in confusion. "Pretending to be clueless won't save you," Quan Shinua asserted, gradually advancing her spear's blade towards Spec-Ion's neck. "Answer our questions, or I end you right now." "Fine, but I need a guarantee," Spec-Ion retorted, her desperation apparent. "Huh, no way we wait. Zhang Mei, let's hear her out," interrupted Tiamat. "Ashul? Seriously, Tiamat?" Zhang Mei exclaimed, taken aback. Tiamat nodded firmly. "Speak. What do you want?" Tiamat inquired. "Let me join the resistance, no. I want to be a direct subordinate to the outer god. He can slap on any ability or spell to ensure I can't lie or betray him. Let me meet him. I'd rather take that chance than face death today. If you promise me that, it'll spill everything." Spec-Ion pleaded, her proposal hanging in the tense air. "Fine," Aaron's voice echoed through their transceiver, catching some of them off guard. As they glanced around, they noticed Elsha had removed her transceiver and activated the speaker. An insignia materialized on Spec-Ion's shoulder, accompanied by a faint burning sensation. "If you betray them in any way, you will immediately meet your end. This insignia ensures that. Should any disloyal thoughts cross your mind in the future, the outcome will be the same. Keep that in mind moving forward," Aaron's stern voice declared. A wry smile played on Spec-Ion's lips as she responded, "Fine, I hear you loud and clear." Elsha then returned her transceiver to her ear, and Spec-Ion continued, "Follow me. The place I'm leading you to is heavily fortified, guarded by members of the Abstion Purgers, mercenaries, and my own creations. It won't be an easy or quick journey, but that's where you'll find what you seek." They departed from their current location, heading toward a short staircase that led them to another room. Elsha reported, "Nothing's here except for an elevator over there. I couldn't get it to activate, though, because only I and the Abstion Purgers can interact with it. Also, a Bisner, but that's beside the point. All of you go in first. The room you'll be teleported into is spacious, but currently unoccupied, at least the last time I checked. You'll go in last," Spec-Ion instructed. However, Quan Sinu's hand landed on Spec-Ion's shoulder, prompting a correction. "Independent Illinois go last, together with this person. You can go in pairs to expedite this process," Spec-Ion suggested, and everyone complied. The final pair to enter was Spec-Ion and Quan Shinua, the latter maintaining a cold stare. "Aren't I on their side now? Why won't she relax?" Spec-Ion wondered, feeling a tinge of unease. The two entered the teleporter, whisked away to a deeper underground level of the planet. The rest of the team joined them, exploring the room. "How far?" Tiamat inquired. This is as deep as we can go using that teleporter. It was specifically designed to deter intruders from reaching the core. Well, let me clarify. You all are familiar with the goddess, right? Spekion queried, and the team nodded in acknowledgement. Her body and soul were separated. While the body is with that woman who stayed behind, it's encased in a crystal. There's not much you can do with it, but it still retains its potent healing properties. The soul is at the heart of the planet. It radiates the most potent healing abilities, granting everything on this planet its unique healing powers. Yet, due to our lack of control, the healing types and abilities bestowed upon any item around the world are entirely arbitrary, Spekion elucidated. You're utilizing her soul, aren't you? Much like Ferothos Prime, the soul or core of the planet acts as the primary mechanism, shaping everything, crafting items directly from harnesses the strongest and most potent healing abilities, correct? Tiamat questioned, piecing together the puzzle. That's correct. That's how most Eradicators, Wayboros, and Umbra acquired their healing abilities. While some were born with a certain type of healing power, others had it implanted in them. That's why they all possess the ability to heal themselves to some extent, Spekion elaborated. Aaron didn't brief us on that, but he probably knows. So, is it feasible for us to create our own? Liang Meiying inquired. Yes, although, considering your mission to liberate this place, there's a risk that the outer god aligned with the resistance might decide to obliterate this facility. If that happens, everyone will lose their healing abilities, Spekion explained. What if Aaron revives the goddess? What happens then? Zhang Mei interjected, bringing the focus back to herself. I have no idea. He's an outer god, so anything is possible. This is just my speculation, but if he revives the goddess, things could get complicated unless he directly intervenes, Spekion admitted. The healing ability's powers might increase exponentially, causing you to constantly heal yourself. While it may sound beneficial, it's quite perilous. Continuous healing could lead to severe damage to your body, and at worst, your soul. It would overtax your body because, as I mentioned, not all healing abilities function the same way. Most, if not all, are unique to the individual receiving them, Spekion added. Similar to how my slash is different from Zhang Mei's? If we were to learn the same ability or skill, could I grow and evolve it differently from hers? Liang Meiying questioned. Yes, precisely. Once the item is implanted into a person, it adapts and molds itself to cater to the specific needs of its new host, Spekion confirmed. After noting that Zhang Mei's group had completed their exploration, Spekion urged, let's move. Lingering here won't get us to the core on time. On time? Tiamat inquired. After a certain time of the day, the area housing the core will be sealed off. Only a specific individual can unlock it, and it's not me. Otherwise, you need the power output comparable to Abyssner himself or Lady Fumara to access it. Otherwise, it won't budge, Spekion explained. That's not a problem then, Zhang Mei declared, turning around with an air of superiority enveloping her, causing Spekion to shiver. Aside from Fumara's abilities, she pales in comparison to the rest of us in raw power. They're on par, no, even stronger than all the Eradicators, maybe even Ive and Fumara? Why couldn't I sense this earlier? What kind of monsters entered our universe? Spekion thought, involuntarily taking a step back. Zhang Mei's demeanor shifted, the air of superiority giving way to her usual cheerful smile. Now let's go. Oh, wait, I don't know the way, so lead the way, Spekion. With a hint of reluctance, Spekion agreed and took the lead, accompanied by Quan Xinhua. The hallway they traversed was desolate yet remarkably spacious. The only audible sounds were the echoes of their footsteps. After about half an hour of walking, they reached a substantial door. Is this it? Zhang Mei questioned, her gaze fixed on the door. I sense other people inside. No, we're on a level much higher than the core, at least 6 levels above it. Each level is big, filled with different equipment, and guarded. To get through, we have to navigate it all. Once we reach the next room, everyone down here will know we're making our way down, Spekion clarified. Can't we just act like we're part of your group and go down without causing a scene? That's not possible anymore. I raised the alarm earlier before switching sides. Once we enter, they'll be alert because they'll assume I got taken out. Any defenses I'd set up above ground would also be wiped out, Spec-Ion explained. All eyes were on Spec-Ion, but she responded with a casual shrug. It's already done, so let's move on from it, she said. Zhang Mei, showing her a bit of annoyance, exclaimed, All right, let's go for it. She forcefully kicked open the massive door and swiftly advanced toward the guard station there. Simultaneously, Spec-Ion began weaving magic circles around herself, directing her focus toward the surveillance cameras in the vicinity, destroying them. Zhang Mei skillfully dealt with the guards, despite Spec-Ion's warning about their formidable strength. To the group and Zhang Mei, however, these guards were not much of a challenge, merely considered as guards at the level of Satan-class enemies. The guard station here are nothing to write home about. You think they toughen up the farther down we go? Tiamat questioned, her flames reducing the enemy's remains to ashes. Absolutely. These were just the warm-up act. As we descend, the guards get fiercer. I personally know 2 Abstion Purgers stationed deeper, and trust me, they're not easy to defeat like those you just faced. Powers like mine, centered around poison, venom, and diseases, among others. So, tread carefully, Spec-Ion warned. With his words hanging in the air, the group exited the room through a solitary door. On the other side awaited a barrage of enemies armed to the teeth. This time, Tiamat took charge, unleashing a breath attack that swiftly dispatched the threat. These ones aren't much of an upgrade, and the stuff they carry might be useless to us but could hold value for folks back on the planet. Especially those still in training, Tiamat observed, directing her ring at the discarded weapons and absorbing them. We could ask Azazel and the others to tweak these. It might be worth grabbing them, suggested Quan Xiaoying. Everyone, gather as much as you can. She turned to Spec-Ion, inquiring, You'll in hand, won't you? Obviously. I've switched sides and made promises. Survival is a strong motivator, Spec-Ion affirmed, joining the effort to collect the weapons. Once the group finished, they moved to another section, but the tranquility was shattered by a blaring alarm. It's begun. Brace yourselves. It's only going to get tougher from here, Spec-Ion warned. Zhang Mei clenched her fist. Bring it on. I want to see the soul of a goddess from another universe. Gabriel, Layla, Graphia, and Scat-Hack found themselves on the western expanse of the planet, methodically dismantling groups of enemies and their respective leaders. Despite the foes being relatively feeble, the team salvaged valuable items for the Resistance, storing them in their rings. We've been wandering for a good while, but oddly, no one's outright claimed allegiance to a Bissner's group, like a subordinate or something, Scat-Hack remarked, twirling her spear in a bout of boredom. Gabriel, previously entwined with Layla, hopped over to Scat-Hack, embracing her from behind. Isn't that a positive sign? It could mean they're scurrying back to their leader, or they're conspiring against us. All the remaining leaders and their groups might have united into a larger force. I sense a large aura massing and heading our way. Scat-Hack interrupted with a grave tone. Graphia and Layla took a step forward, their auras intensifying. A vast assemblage of dark clouds congregated in the sky just beyond the mountains, while Layla raised her sword, heralding a barrage of thunder and lightning bolts. The powerful onslaught struck the enemy forces beyond the peaks. Simultaneously, Graphia became enveloped in a gray aura, obliterating the mountain in her path. From her foot, a surge of ice shot forth, freezing the landscape and the multitude of enemies before them. Yet, despite the overwhelming display of power, for enemies whose powers were different from the rest managed to evade their combined assault, Layla and Graphia halted their attacks, acknowledging the remaining quartet, who now stood defiantly before their group. One of them started, but before he could finish, Graphia swiftly appeared in front of him. She gripped his face, encasing his entire body with ice before forcefully slamming his frozen form to the ground, shattering it. What this made is fucking insane. Take her down. Another yelled in panic. The remaining trio leaped away, activating their unique abilities. One conjured makeshift projectiles from the surrounding rocks, hurling them with a dense energy shroud. Graphius summoned her gray aura, thwarting the incoming onslaught. Turning her attention to the assailant, she closed the gap between them instantly. Yet, as she thrust her hand, akin to a spear, covered in the gray aura, it unexpectedly struck and rebounded off something soft and fluffy, catching her off guard. A sly grin lit up the woman's face, the sole female member of the group, as she locked eyes with Graphia. Suddenly, a strange, vibrant purple liquid materialized right before Graphia, aiming to ensnare her. However, with a swift and nimble leap, Graphia skillfully evaded the impending threat. Undeterred, the woman endeavored to unleash her mystical prowess once more. Yet, in a breathtaking maneuver, Layla soared towards her enemy, swiftly beheading her. The lifeless body crumpled, and with it, the strange manifestation dissipated into oblivion. "Damn it! Xavier's out. We gotta fall back," the remaining member exclaimed in a frantic outburst. However, before he could make his escape, Scat-Hack appeared before him, a wicked grin etched across her face. "Leaving so soon?" she taunted, thrusting her spear toward him. Yet, the quick-witted man brandished two gleaming daggers, skillfully deflecting the attack. "I quite enjoy toying with my prey. Entertain me a little longer." The assailant, who had hurled the rocks in Graphia's direction earlier, attempted a hasty retreat. However, as he pivoted to escape, he found himself ensnared within a cage of light energy. Gabriel approached with an air of confidence, wagging her finger disapprovingly. "Looks like someone's in need of a lesson," she chided, her voice carrying a mix of sternness and amusement. The trapped man, bewildered and undoubtedly regretful, dared to touch the radiant barrier. In an instant, his fingertip was mercilessly severed, prompting a gut-wrenching scream as he crumpled to the ground. "Playing with light can be hazardous," Gabriel warned, her tone deceptively cheerful. "I suggest you resist the urge to touch it. We wouldn't want any unfortunate accidents, now would we?" The seemingly playful remark took on a menacing undertone, casting a shadow over the man's terror-stricken face. Despite Gabriel maintaining her usual demeanor, the intimidating presence of Layla, Scat-Hack, and Graphia, who had effortlessly dispatched his comrades, cast an eerie shadow over her typically friendly expressions. The warm smile she wore seemed unnerving to the disconcerted man, triggering an irrational fear that transformed her cheerfulness into a malevolent force. Overwhelmed by terror, the man succumbed to unconsciousness, much to Gabriel's bewilderment. Why did he faint?" she questioned, approaching the cage of light she had conjured. In an attempt to rouse him, she resorted to light slaps on his face. Each time he awoke, the sight of Gabriel's countenance, intended to be amiable, struck him as sinister, prompting repeated fainting episodes. A bizarre loop ensued, with Gabriel growing increasingly perplexed. "What's going on here?" she muttered, halting her efforts as the man lay unconscious once again, trapped in a cycle of fear-induced fainting. "Let him be, Gabriel. He's too terrified to engage in any coherent communication," Layla interjected, guiding her angelic companion away from the disconcerted man. But Gabriel hesitated, attempting to voice her concern, only to be gently pulled along by Layla. As they distanced themselves, Layla, with a subtle flick of her hand, created a colossal sword of light energy. The ethereal weapon descended upon the incapacitated man, delivering a swift and decisive end to his existence. Gabriel observed the act in silence, a conflicted expression crossing her features. While the loss weighed on her, she understood the grim necessity of preventing any potential escape, a harsh reality emphasized by Aaron earlier. It was a bitter pill to swallow, yet one deemed essential for the greater cause. Upon reaching the fallen enemy defeated by Scat-Hack, the trio surveyed the aftermath. Scat-Hack, with a stern expression, inquired, "Any stragglers left? If not, we might as well wipe this chunk of the planet clean." There's no one else, stammered the man, his voice tinged with fear. However, Scat-Hack, wearing an inscrutable expression, thrust her weapon into his thigh without hesitation, eliciting a pained scream. Lie to me again, and you'll find a blade in a much more sensitive area, she warned, her threat hanging heavily in the air and spear hanging above the man's nether regions. Veveranteha. Lady Varantha is the lone survivor, along with her right-hand eye Sanyo. The man exclaimed in terror. His gaze darted between the trio as he divulged the crucial information. There's a grand fortress to the west, but you'll have to cross a small ocean. Beware, they've fortified it heavily. He pleaded, the urgency evident in his voice. Fantastic. Thanks for the intel. Scat-Hack chirped with an unsettling enthusiasm before swiftly ending the man's life with a decisive stab to the head. She then turned to her comrades, a renewed determination in her eyes. We're heading westward. We'll come across a castle where one of Abysner's lackeys, Varantha, hangs out. Keep an eye out for her right hand. Isanyo, Scat-Hack declared, rallying the group for the next leg of their mission. As they moved forward, Gabriel couldn't help but cast a sorrowful gaze back at the fallen man, offering a quiet prayer for his departed soul. Once her ritual concluded, she rejoined her companions, a somber expression lingering. Is there any chance we can sway them to our side? Gabriel inquired, her hopeful tone contrasting with the grim atmosphere. Layla, however, shook her head with a sense of doubt. Not likely. Varantha is a direct subordinate of Abysner, and if Aaron Samus' word holds true, there's no redemption for those aligned with him. It wouldn't be wise to hope they'll change their minds after we defeat them, Gabriel Sama. As the group hastened their steps, they reached a cliffside that revealed a sprawling stretch of water before them. So this is the ocean the man spoke of. Let's not dawdle. We need to confront Varantha and Isanyo quickly and regroup with the others at Abysner's stronghold. I sense we're nearing the culmination of our mission here, Grafia declared, her tone laced with a mix of determination and anticipation. Unified in purpose, the team consented to the plan, taking to the air and soaring over the ocean's expanse. Crossing the ocean transpired in a mere 2 minutes, their moderate speed enabling a swift journey. Along the way, the group encountered waterborne monsters, dispatching them with ease and even collecting a few for potential sustenance, stowing them away in magical rings. Scat-Hack, her gaze fixed on the horizon, posed a question as a sprawling city came into view, its architecture reminiscent of the Greek pantheon. Is this our destination? She inquired. It appears so. I sense 2 formidable energies emanating from that distant structure. Yet the entire city is teeming with power. Its residents are, at the very least, of ultimate and Satan class. What's our approach? Layla queried, turning to Grafia for guidance. The decision on how to navigate this city of powerful foes rested on her shoulders. We only need Varantha and Isanyo. The rest are unneeded, Grafia declared with an icy resolve. Raising her hand, she conjured an immense, great demonic energy sphere above them, dwarfing the current continent in size. Planning to obliterate this entire place, are you? Efficient, just as expected from tools Samus meticulous made, Scat-Hack remarked in a playful tone, attempting to inject humor into the grave situation. However, Grafia remained stoic, unaffected by the banter. In an instant, she unleashed the colossal attack. The group sensed powerful auras approaching, but the force of Grafia's attack was unstoppable. The immense blast engulfed not only their foes, but also the very beings who had launched it. The once thriving city now lay in ruins, erased from the planet's surface with only the lingering presence of the 2 powerful auras. A woman with gray hair, golden eyes, and bat-like wings tinted in a shade of green approached with an air of fury. Accompanying her was a mysterious entity crafted from gray shadows, adorned with luminous white eyes and an elusive tail. That's them, Gabriel remarked, her voice laden with a deeper sense of melancholy. You psychotic bitch, the gray-haired woman bellowed, a torrent of rage propelling her toward Graphia with unrestrained fury. Effortlessly dodging the oncoming attack, Graphia extended her right palm, unleashing an unseen surge of demonic energy that sent the woman hurtling away. Addressing her comrades, Graphia issued a decisive command. They'll handle her and extract answers. The rest of you, deal with the shadowy figure. And with that, she vanished from view, leaving her allies to confront the mysterious being made of gray shadows and piercing white eyes. Ha! Well, looks like we're diving into some excitement, Isanyo. Scat Hack's tone resonated with a mischievous charm as she shot a menacing glance at the hovering Isanyo, who couldn't help but flinch in response to the queen of the Land of Shadows. I am Isanyo, defender of Lady Varantha's honor, Isanyo declared, his tail morphing into a shadowy weapon that materialized in his grasp, a sword crafted from the very essence of darkness. His gaze darted nervously between Layla, Gabriel, and Scat Hack. With a hint of concern, Gabriel voiced his apprehension. He doesn't seem eager for a fight. Are we sure we need to fight him? An unspoken understanding passed between Scat Hack and Layla, leading Layla to drift toward Gabriel, her words carrying a gentle yet firm persuasion. If you want to converse with him and sway his intentions, by all means, go ahead. But do keep your ring on, just to be safe. Puzzled by the mention of the ring, Gabriel floated over to Isanyo, a soft curiosity in her eyes. Do you really want to fight it out? Isn't there a chance we can settle this without resorting to violence, sparing any unnecessary loss of lives? She inquired, her words wrapped in a gentle tone. Isanyo's response carried a weight of remorse. I detest violence. I've suffered the loss of my family because of it. If there's a way to avoid it, I'd choose that path. His voice echoed with the burden of his past. Perhaps, if we approach Lady Varantha together, we can persuade her to cease hostilities. A smile graced Gabriel's face as she positioned herself in front of Isanyo. Then let's go on that journey now. A peaceful resolution is always the better choice, don't you think? Isanyo mirrored her smile, expressing agreement. Absolutely. Our universe may not be overflowing with it, but I want to usher in change. Convincing Lady Varantha should be within reach. Let's go and join her. With joy in her heart, Gabriel nodded and turned around. However, the concerned expressions on Scat Hack and Layla's faces caught her attention, prompting her to ask with unease, "What's the matter? You two?" I just asked. Gabriel found herself on the defensive as her ring's protective mechanisms snapped into action, creating a shield around her. When she turned to face Isanyo, the once kind smile had twisted into a malevolent grin. Isanyo, clearly irked by the unexpected defense, spat out his frustration. What the fuck is this? Some automatic defense system? This is fucking bullshit. The sudden shift left Gabriel in shock, her voice trembling as she questioned. "Why?" Despair etched across her face. She struggled to comprehend the abrupt betrayal. Isanyo's laughter echoed, devoid of any kindness, as he mocked her. "Why? You'd have to be unbelievably naive to think anything can be resolved peacefully in our universe. You're a fool if you believe that. Go die, you idiot." With venomous intent, he unleashed blades of darkness from his tail, aimed directly at the stunned Gabriel. Layla swiftly soared to Gabriel's side, her sword slashing through Isanyo's dark attacks, earning an irritated click of his tongue. In a rapid sequence, she impaled her sword through Isanyo's shoulder and propelled him away with an invisible force. "Gabriel-sama, Eren-sama has warned you about this," Layla uttered with a strained voice, her eyes reflecting the harsh reality of this universe. "I understand your compassionate nature, but in this universe, such kindness won't be easily reciprocated." As Layla positioned herself protectively in front of Gabriel, ready to face Isanyo, Gabriel, with closed eyes, pulled her back. A newfound seriousness etched across her features. She asserted, "Let me handle this." "But no, it's fine. He'll take care of him." "Layla," Gabriel declared with unwavering determination. "Very well, good luck," Layla replied, resuming her position alongside Scat Hack, who observed the unfolding events with a hint of amusement. In an instant, Gabriel disappeared, reappearing beside Isanio, who was busy inspecting his wounded shoulder with irritation. As Isanio's gaze shifted toward Gabriel, his lips twisted into a mocking grin, ready to voice his taunts. "Are you back here?" to Convy before he could finish his sentence. A radiant yellow light enveloped Isanio's tail, momentarily blinding him. When the light subsided, his once shadow-formed tail had vanished. Isanio attempted to summon it back, frustration etched across his face, but no matter how hard he tried, the darkness refused to reappear. A cold sweat broke out on Isanio's back as he looked up to find Gabriel, her expression now eerily blank, staring back at him. Despite having known Gabriel for only a short while, he had quickly recognized her as the kind, caring, and thoughtful type, someone who sought to befriend everyone and saw the good in people. However, the sudden transformation of her expression into this emotionless state sent a shiver down Isanio's spine. It was an unfamiliar and unsettling sight. Floating slightly backward, uncertainty clouded his next moves as he grappled with the unnerving change in Gabriel's demeanor. With the sword in hand, Isanio propelled himself towards Gabriel, executing a swift swing. However, his aim faltered, missing its mark. Undeterred, he swiftly transitioned into a breath attack, unleashing a torrent of darkness from his mouth. Yet, Gabriel remained unfazed, merely pointing her finger at the oncoming attack and releasing a concentrated laser of light energy, obliterating the dark attack. The pinpoint light attack found its mark on Isanio's thigh, inflicting further injury. A glance back at Gabriel revealed an even more powerful stream of light energy hurtling towards him. Hindered by his recent injury, Isanio struggled to evade, managing a narrow escape but not without consequence. "KH, damn it," he muttered in frustration, realizing that his right leg, previously struck by Gabriel, had been completely obliterated in the process. "Why?" Gabriel inquired, her eyes searching for a shred of understanding. Isanio scoffed, a venomous edge to his tone. "There's no goddamn reason why, you stupid bitch. That's the harsh reality of our universe, a cold, unforgiving place that cares not for kindness or love. Grow a brain, you delusional slut. This place thrives on harsh truths, not fanciful illusions. Anyone peddling notions of warmth and compassion is feeding you lies." In a swift motion, Isanio conjured yet another weapon, this time a dagger. His words dripped with conviction as he continued, "As long as Magnum Tenebrosum and Lady Fumara linger in existence, the all-encompassing darkness will hold at every corner of the cosmos. Accept it. Nothing can alter this inevitable truth." With resolve etched on his face, Isanio lunged at Gabriel, who met his aggression with a mixture of sorrow. In her outstretched hand, small orbs of light energy materialized, dancing like divine fireflies. Despite Isanio's prior injuries, his assault was relentless, yet his movements betrayed the toll on his body. Gabriel, nimble and fueled with life, gracefully sidestepped his sluggish attacks. Gabriel's attempt to voice her convictions faltered as a knot tightened in her throat. Doubt, like a shadow, crept into her heart, stifling her words mid-sentence. Confronted with Isanio's relentless onslaught, she grappled with the realization that persuasion was an elusive endeavor in this unforgiving universe, casting a somber veil over her intentions. As Isanio persistently sought an opening to strike, Gabriel reluctantly acknowledged the futility of convincing him, and many others, of love and kindness. A sense of melancholy settled within her. With a heart heavy with resignation, Gabriel managed a gentle but sorrowful smile directed at Isanio. "Good night. May the currents of reincarnation find favor in your journey," she uttered, a parting wish laden with an agonizing sincerity. Swift as stardust, the orbs of light departed from Gabriel's hand, each finding its mark with surgical precision. One hit Isanio's other thigh, others hit him across his abdomen, chest, and heart. If the barrage wasn't enough, a final ball of light pierced his head with unforgiving accuracy. As Isanyo's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, a surge of potent wine-red energy erupted, obliterating any remnants of his existence. Gabriel turned, her gaze drawn to the source of this force, only to find Scat-Hack floating amidst the aftermath. A mix of weariness and defeat shadowed Gabriel's expression as she approached Scat-Hack. That's the reality of this universe, Gabriel. I'm sure Aaron and others have drilled it into you, but sometimes experiencing it firsthand is the only way to truly grasp it, Scat-Hack explained, a hint of regret in her voice. Gabriel, absorbing the harsh lesson, couldn't help but question, is that why you allowed me to attempt convincing him earlier? Both Layla and Scat-Hack nodded, their agreement hanging in the air. Gabriel sighed, a blend of understanding and acceptance coloring her features. It was a learning experience then. Thank you, she murmured, her thoughts settling into a reflective quiet as they continued their journey toward Greyfire's location. Green and gray spheres of energy danced through the air, wreaking havoc as they collided with the ocean below, carving out a substantial hole in the Earth's surface. Varantha, her frustration boiling over like a tempest, directed her ire at Greyfia. Do you have any idea how much effort went into creating that town? I was making the ultimate army. What the fuck is wrong with you? She bellowed, her anger echoing in the tumultuous aftermath. Unfazed by Varantha's tirade, Greyfia maintained her composure, countering the chaotic outburst with calm resolve. Ignoring the accusations, she posed a question that only fueled Varantha's fury, each response a cascade of more enraged rants. They'll give you one final opportunity. Surrender now and find redemption with the resistance, or face your demise today, Greyfia declared with an icy demeanor. Varantha, unyielding and defiant, scoffed at the offer, and be stuck in that shitty place. I'd rather die, you shitty maid. I can't sense any power from you. Did you ask for help from your dumb allies for that attack earlier? Pathetic, she sneered, disdain dripping from her words like venom. So be it, Greyfia responded stoically. With a blink, her eyes reopened, ablaze with an intensity that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of life itself. The air quivered as she unleashed her aura, a force that reverberated through the cosmic expanse. What's happening? Is Greyfia the one doing this? Ria's panicked voice echoed in the transceiver. Don't worry about reinforcements. Kuntwar has that covered, reassured Aaron. As for the universe itself, I've got it under control, preventing any undue destruction. Varantha, caught in the crossfire of Greyfire's unleashed might, stared in horror and disbelief. The same strength as Lady Fumara? What in the fuck is this made? In the blink of an eye, a devastating force struck Varantha's chest, directly above her heart. The impact sent her hurtling backward, consciousness slipping away as darkness claimed her. Yet, even in the realm of unconsciousness, Varantha was painfully aware that something dreadful had transpired internally. After Greyfire's fist connected with precision, a delicate yet eerie cage of ice materialized around Varantha's heart, adorned with icicles poised menacingly towards its core. The rules etched into the very essence of the ice were as follows. 1. Varantha was forbidden from having thoughts of aggression towards Greyfia or any member of the Resistance. 2. The use of her powers was wholly dependent upon Greyfire's explicit permission. 3. Varantha found herself compelled to obediently adhere to every command issued by Greyfia. 4. The use of her powers for any purpose other than what Greyfia deemed good required express approval. Breaking any of these rules triggered the mechanism within the icy cage. An intricate fusion of anti-healing and anti-regeneration properties ensured that any attempt to mend or defy the imposed rules would result in instant and irreversible demise. As Varantha collided with the ground, Greyfia gracefully touched down beside her, the power and glow of her aura diminishing. Within moments, Varantha defied the inertia of her fall, surging back to her feet. Yet, before she could utter a word or make a move, the rules governing the icy cage around her heart were conveyed to her consciousness. a binding script that froze her in place. Shock painted Varantha's expression as she stood paralyzed, words escaping her incoherent thoughts. Graphia, undeterred by the spectacle, calmly spoke, "If you break those rules, you will die instantly." Choose Varantha's response, sharp and unyielding, pierced through the tense air. "Go to hell, you fucking whore. I won't bow down to the resistance. I would rather fucking die," she declared defiantly, attempting to muster her powers. Yet, as the first flicker of her abilities surfaced, the mechanism Graphia had woven around her heart activated, enforcing the imposed rules with a merciless efficiency. The frigid daggers of ice bore into her heart as the frosty prison constricted around it, mercilessly pulverizing the organ before erupting into a myriad of frozen shards. Varantha's entire body succumbed to an instant coating of ice, only to shatter into oblivion, swiftly bringing an end to a Bissner subordinate. "That was pretty fast. You didn't even try to have fun," remarked Scat Hack,